you get an insane amount of value every time you do a lift where you push it extra hard, when you bring it just a few degrees beyond what you normally do, because for one, it's going to feel good and you're going to definitely make gains from that lift because you did a good lift, but also it just opens your eyes to like, oh shit, okay, I can bring it, I can go this hard. And after you say I can go this hard, it'll turn into I should go this hard, you know? But the reverse is true too, right? If you have a shit lift and you basically just put yourself in your place by saying, oh, what the fuck is wrong with me right now? You know, I've had lifts like that, late, public gym, whatever. Like, it's just a self-realization of every time you get comfortable, you know? So I never want to take like my ability to totally kill it on a step-by-step basis for granted. Because every time I come to the gym, I'm basically being tested. Now it's like a self-imposed test, of course, on can I really get after it? And as long as every day I can, I get to go home feeling like a freaking winner. You gotta change it up, man, you know? Because the more you think you've found the answer, the less likely it is you're gonna be to actually, you know, be influenced by any new ideas, because you're so like blinders on, like what you're doing is perfect, nothing else is gonna help. That's not a constructive mindset, right? Be open to new ideas, you know? Don't be so, I'm not saying one method is better than any other, but just don't get so attached to your own like preconceptions of working out that you completely neglect to listen to any good advice or tips, or even just like influences from seeing how other people work out. Because, you know, this isn't a battle of supremacy of styles and approaches, right? This is, as far as I'm concerned, with the bodybuilding, fitness, muscle, everything, it's kind of a team endeavor where we're all trying to get on the same page, or at least similar pages, of what works. Because why are we coming to the gym, right? Obviously it's got its own physical benefits and like just mental, like it's good for you to move around and shit. But if we were to like computerize it, like task versus end goal, we're working out to make progress. So I think that's something we need to maybe join forces on a little more, right? Rather than this, you know, who's right and who's wrong. You know, let's praise what's right and then just at least question what's wrong. And, you know, who's to say some guy has his own weird approach, but for him it works? How are you going to tell him anything if it's actually legitimately working for him, especially if you're coming at him in like a friggin', you know, argumentative way, right? The last thing that's going to result in new ideas and better lifters and a better consensus on just working out in general is two meatheads who are clashing because he likes doing curls this way and he likes doing curls this way. Foolishness, right? Get your lifts in, make progress, and chill. That's my finisher statement for this lift. That's not a bad idea to look at yourself posing if you're like, you know, concerned with your own kind of like self-perception of your progress. Because looking at yourself fully pumped, cool lighting, veiny, pre-workout, that's extra cool. You know what I'm saying? But that's temporary, right? That's just a, what would that be, right? You just took a damn, you know, invincibility star in Mario Kart. Right? You're extra fancy for a minute, right? But then you got to go back to normal. You know, but what I was kind of getting at was, you know, what's your highlight reel of the day, or of the last few weeks, or the last few months, you know, or of however long? Because when it comes to like seeing anybody who's getting some shit done, be it, you know, like social media character, bodybuilder guys, fitness dudes, you know, just anything, like car show kind of guys who love working on whatever, the ratio of cool shit that's like interesting and just fun to show off and like make videos about, or just like, you know, just be able to look at, that is about, I'd say maybe 2% seems a little low. Definitely less than 10% of the amount of like prep and just other related work that goes on that is not so fun and interesting. You know what I'm saying, right? For every insane set of squats, there is sitting around in front of a bowl of chicken and rice, or just doing 30 minutes of cardio. I mean, let's even be conservative and say I've only done, well, I mean, I've had stints where I wasn't doing my daily cardio, that's for sure. But I mean, even a year, let's say 1 year, which, I mean, I've been doing it longer than that, but just 1 year of 30 minutes of cardio a day. So that's, let's even just cut it down to 300. Let's just say 300 days out of 365. That's nearly, I think that's like 6 days a week-ish, maybe 5.5 technically. But either way, around 5 or 6 days a week at 30 minutes of cardio, right? So 300 times half an hour, 150 hours straight of sitting on the bike pedaling over the course of just a year. That's not even counting the freaking like 2-month period earlier in prep when I was doing 2 hours a day. So even right then, that was like 120. Like in a 2-month period, I feel like I've, I mean, honestly, it's kind of sad to say, but in that 2-month period of doing 2 hours of cardio a day, that's more cardio than anyone's ever done in their life. Well, not anyone, but some people. You know what I'm saying? But that's not really, that's not cool. You're not going to make a TikTok edit out of sitting on the bike pedaling, right? That's just not really, but it's something that is important for the grand scheme of what I'm working toward. So, of course, I'm going to do it, right? And it's there's a certain kind of just understanding that it doesn't have to be the flashiest thing in the world, because it's just necessary, right? We're all looking at, let me think here. Right? I mean, it's cool to be the architect. Like, oh, I designed this building. I designed the Empire State Building. Look at this mock-up. Oh, it's incredible. I did that. Not so glamorous to be the dude laying rebar and pouring concrete, right? Because it's slower. It's not as interesting. It's just, I don't want to say grunt work, because obviously there's a lot of prep involved, but it's just necessary small steps that scale towards something greater. You know what I'm saying? So if we're only watching, like if you're like me when I was looking up to all the Callum von Moger videos, or like who else was I watching? Honestly, I wasn't really a die-hard bodybuilding fan until I really got into it. But I mean, I was watching a lot of like Rich Piana sort of stuff. But insert whoever you were looking up to when they're showing their coolest stuff, and just deadlift compilations, and just like crazy poses when they're extra lean. I mean, that's not them 24/7. Right? I mean, don't forget, every time some dude finishes a crazy ass workout or bodybuilding show or just anything, the guy's gonna go home, chill, play on his phone, just like you are. And so it's what I'm trying to say is, it doesn't have to be this 24-hour like always on, just cool shit, fun all the time, extra, like in this in kind of in relation to the cooler part of like coming in, hitting a serious pose, just looking nuts, maybe going into competitions, anything else like that, PRs. There's just what you might call chores that just go along with it, that even though they're not as cool, they're still necessary, right? So I guess I'm trying to put more emphasis on the things that aren't really so just interesting and cool, and because they kind of they're just necessary for the sake of making a certain level of progress in whatever other kind of thing you're doing, right? So that's my sort of thing. Even if I'm just doing 30 minutes in the scheme of my whole working out, 1 day of cardio will change nothing, right? If I went back over the course of everything and I skipped 1 day of cardio, or 1 lift, or even like 1 week of cardio, it's not going to change anything, right? But it's the fact that there's been so many in a row that now it's kind of just scaled up to where it is, right? So don't get discouraged, and just don't prioritize the cool shit. Everybody's always oh man, I want to start posting, I want to start making whatever, I want to start hitting PRs. How many working strength building sets does it take to reach a 315 bench? How many workouts, how many years does it take to get to a 4-plate squat for like 5 or 6 reps? That's not the fun part, right? But if you can at least get yourself to a point where you're not being like turned off or just discouraged by the fact that it's a lot before you get to the cool stuff, then you're good. My thing is, I've always been
Like I've almost got, I don't want to say imposter. No, that's not the right word I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of, like I feel a little bit hypocritical when I say that sometimes, because for me, like the workouts just coming in, like that's the fun part, you know? So everything else that happens afterward, it's, you know, it's just, I don't want to say a byproduct, but it's just a nature of course, you know? So if you know somebody who loves working out, guess what? The guy's probably going to look like it, at least after a certain period of, you know, gaining experience and making real ass freaking gains, you know? So my whole thing, and this is like half just how it is, but it's definitely how I like that it is because, you know, the grind aspect of working out, where we're talking like, you know, legs, failure, sweating, cardio, diet, food, everything, like that's the fun part, you know? So then the results are even more fun because they're like, like it just kind of happens, you know? You're going on a freaking stroll and you happen to find $20 on the sidewalk, right? That might not be the best kind of way to put it, but that's, I think you get the gist of what I'm trying to say. I find it very interesting that, you know, it's such a craze. And I know I've been saying this forever. I will get over this whole training ideology, you know, BS phase, but it's I see it so much I can't stop talking about it. But as much as I see people trying to make sure they optimize every tiny little bit of their training and their workouts, and, you know, full body every other day and fatigue, and just, I don't hear cardio getting thrown around at all. Like honestly, I have never, I've never seen pillars of, you know, the workout optimization side of things doing any cardio. I've never seen it. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm sure it has, but I don't see it talked about. And the cardio, I think, is kind of a sort of a slept-on stat to work on and build up, because it plays into everything else. You know, when I'm talking 30 minutes of cardio, that might not seem like a lot. And in terms of overall workload, I mean, it really wasn't. You know, I'd kind of put cardio, oh goodness, in you know, kind of a more mindless category of training, because as long as you do it at your intended intensity, set the difficulty, pedal at, you know, the same consistent RPM, that's all you have to think about. Right? Really, I'm actually trying not to think about it by playing on my phone and like just distracting myself, or like watching a show or a movie or something, so that it just kind of, you know, happens without my sort of conscious effort, right? So I mean, it's like nothing, you know. It's like you're folding your laundry and you're watching Breaking Bad for the 8th time at the same, you know, while you're doing it. It just makes it go by quicker, and it might seem mindless, but it plays into everything else. Right? Let's talk direct gym performance. You're gonna have better workouts. Someone who has good cardio will not be as winded from their sets, and will be able to recover faster in between, you know, get their heart rate down. Okay, all right, I'm ready to hit it one more time. And during their sets, it might not be so important with, you know, lower weight or lower volume, higher weight sets. You know, you're not really testing anybody's cardiovascular ability by, you know, doing a 1-rep max. That's just at the extreme. I wouldn't do that. But let's say you're doing squats. Look, man, my heart rate gets freaking crazy high during a set of squats, and my oxygen load, like the demand for oxygen in my body, is basically probably as high as it ever is after or right during the peak of a set of squats. I'm burning so much freaking energy. Quads, glutes, lower back, my whole freaking torso to brace, calves, every stabilizer imaginable. So there are a lot of sets of squats that I think get, you know, finished prematurely because the guy just runs out of breath. It might feel like he's, you know, oh, this is as much as I can do. But if the guy had better cardio, he'd be able to, you know, get some deeper breaths in during the set, and he'd be able to keep going a little harder. Not only that, but be able to repeat that level of intensity for the sets to come, you know, and not feel like he has to give up on the workout because he's just so freaking, you know, like totally out of it, right? So that's the actual in the gym aspect. Outside of the gym, on a baseline, changing nothing else about somebody's routine, anything, diet, their training, or lack of training, doesn't matter. If you gave somebody 30 minutes of cardio, like real, they sweat, they're not just doing like a 1 mile an hour walk on the treadmill. I'm like this is a real cardio session. Not high intensity, but intense enough. After a year, there will be a noticeable difference because their baseline level of body fat will decrease, because if you're, look at the equation, man, you're burning more energy than you're consuming, at least, potentially to a degree. So, what's that going to do? You're going to have to resort to actually using some of your internal energy stores, aka adipose tissue, your fats. So, bulked up or cut down, you're going to just be leaner. And in a dieting context, up or down, same sort of situation, you'll be able to just make quicker adjustments to your body composition because your ability to either work with the food that you're eating or lack thereof in a dieting phase will just be better. I can eat more food when I'm doing my cardio because I'm putting myself in a situation where it's like, all right, shit, man, I need more energy, right? I got to be a guy who can handle burning and refueling a lot of energy just because it's more of an athletic day to do cardio, crazy lift later, repeat. And as the fourth point, you're going to feel better about yourself because everybody else is skipping their cardio like a punk and you're actually getting it done. And that's not a negligible thing to say or a sort of thing to think. There's a certain feel good of somebody where they're watching everybody take the escalator and they take the stairs. They're watching everybody just kind of just do run-of-the-mill whatever movements, and they're actually seriously bringing it, because that's just confirmation that what you're doing is more difficult than what everybody else is putting themselves through. And it's kind of like a chip on your shoulder sort of motivation. The fact that a smaller percentage of whoever's into working out is even willing to do their cardio is gonna, it kind of makes you feel like you're in the in club because you're actually doing it and everybody else is slacking off. So that's how I feel about the matter. But like I was saying in the beginning, if you get to a point where it's just what you do, it's part of your day, you don't really treat it like a chore, it's just like, this is what I'm doing this morning, setting yourself up for success. Because then it's like passive income, to have to go to a workout and have it feel like a chore, like that sucks. That feels like you're forcing yourself to do it. But if you're doing it for fun because you like it, it's like having a job you love. You're never really working. That's my sort of outlook. Now, if you're doing like a quick 2 month, 2.5 month, like, I don't want to say crash diet, but like just quick phase to lose some body fat, you're not going to be, in an extended deficit, then I think you're totally cool. Right? Jump down, start losing weight. But if you want to get to a point where you're going to stay lean for a while, I think easing is definitely your best bet. And that's something which I kind of have a little bit of a better grip on now that I've done it. Same thing with bulking up in terms of, not just chowing down on 1,000,000 calories instantly and easing into more and more food over time so you can really make use of it. So that's kind of been my change in ideology as of late. But feeling big, feeling strong. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm like 70% sure that building up my squat strength has translated to additional strength gains just throughout my entire build. Probably because, insanely, well, not insanely, but like pretty heavy squats, 4 reps is definitely kind of training up my, I don't want to say central nervous system, but ability to exert intensity, if I'm kind of getting that idea right. So the fact that just a couple of days ago I was doing insane squats, now you throw a couple plates on a bench or some cables on a pulley, doesn't feel as wild, right? And to an extent, I think that at least building up a good tolerance neurologically for, like, just pain and effort and like pushing it when it starts getting tricky, that's not negligible, you know? As much as we're talking lifting wise, like, oh, well, you know, it's not about the weight, it's about how you lift it. Yes, very true, right? Like if I'm doing lightish squeezing curls, obviously I want to make them really good, have a good burn, like feel like I'm trying to bend my arm further than it can even go. But with just a heavy set where the difficulty is the fact that like even doing 5 reps is starting to get hard, there is a serious difference between someone who fails pre-legit failure and someone who actually brings it as hard as they can. And it's kind of an unfillable cup, because you definitely have more in the tank than you can ever really bring out when it comes to like at least a high rep set, you know. Because let's say I did what's a good style of set? Let's just say a squat. The squat's a pretty good indicator. You know, let's say I could do 10 reps and I don't think I could really do 11. I think I'm physically capable of doing 11, right? As a body. But, you know, your body's only being controlled by your brain. So if you've got like this just whatever, you might not be able to get that last rep out. But if that's the case, then the way I look at it is, all right, if you already can't hit real, complete, perfect failure because, you know, your brain's going to kind of hold yourself back to a degree, then why hold yourself back even further? You know, like the guys who really kill it, I think that they're setting themselves up for, if not more, at least a more potent level of success from their training, because they've just got more, oh man, they've just got a finer, maybe not a fine, what's a good kind of analogy here? I'm trying to think of something where it's like you're collecting gold. You know, the guy who is just going to do some scrappy sets, you know, he's just looking for straight up nuggets, right? If he sees one big chunk, he's like, oh, very nice. But, you know, the guys who really bring it on every single set, they don't really slack off on any of them. They give each one, you know, an amount of like value and attention that they all deserve. That's like someone who's really panning for gold, or they've got like a huge, you know, kind of, you know, filtering sieve machine like in real gold mines, where there is no waste. There is no just, yes, I could have got some more out, whatever. Like they're getting every little grain of gains that they can. And the only reason they're doing it is because they know that they want to. You know, it's not like an obligation. It doesn't feel like a chore. You know, they're bringing it because they want to bring it. You know, and that's the kind of lifter that I think I want to be. You know, because with the working out, the gains are probably threefold, honestly. Right? Physical size gains, which we all like. It's pretty basic. And then there's kind of like your mental toughness gains, and then just sort of a certain amount of, you know, contentness with yourself, where if you make legit progress over, you know, X year time frame, you know, be it going like a real bodybuilder route or getting like a huge body fat transformation, going from like extra heavy to now pretty lean, like you've got visible abs, like to have gone through the process of that, regardless of what your starting point is, you're just a different guy than most, you know? I mean, there's a reason like skipping the gym and not doing my cardio, that's not like a gym culture kind of joke. That's everybody, right? It's just a common kind of sort of point to just bring up. Everybody knows they should be working out. Everybody knows they should be doing cardio, not because it's some rule, but because they would just enjoy it, right? Apart from the fact that it's maybe a bit hard to do in the moment, you know? But it's like we all know it. We all know we should be taking our vitamins and just whatever. But actually doing it, that's a little different, you know? Because when you're a kid, or even a high schooler, right? This is why we bring up like the freshman 15, where as soon as, you know, guys go off on their own and you're no longer basically being catered to by your parents, shit, man, you gotta be responsible for your own build. You know? So that's my little shtick there, right? You got a body that's a man's physicality. At least bring it a little, you know? Break a sweat sometime. You don't have to be a crazy ass bodybuilder, but I do think everyone should be weight training, at least to some degree. You know, shit, man. Teenagers lift for free at Planet Fitness this summer. That's not a Planet Fitness promo. They've got their own problems. Like their hours are relative to any other like 24-hour gym, not awesome. But you know, if that's a barrier to entry, just do that. Or you could just make a bunch of fake emails where you do a Planet Fitness Day Pass over and over and over again. Maybe go to different Planet Fitnesses around your area, and so they don't catch you, and then never pay a membership. Right? I think that that method might have been patched, but I remember doing that sometimes when I didn't have one, but I wanted to go to a Planet Fitness, that sort of stuff. But either way, very good lift. Oh, yeah. Oh my God. That lift demands a post-workout nap. That is for freaking sure. But as excited as I am about being bulked up, after being extra lean earlier this year, I'm on the freaking lean pill. Now I want to get freaking diced again. But that's different for me to say that, because I've already built up a substantial amount of beef underneath. You know, you gotta. There's a reason you say bulk before cut. But now I'm just busting out freaking whatever kind of one-liners come to mind. Either way, go hard, go home, repeat. That's a good mantra for anybody to live by. So either way, spotter, no spotter, you guys have got to squat with the safeties. I just don't understand the appeal of safetyless squats. Even with a spotter, I think out of all the lifts that I do, the barbell squat is probably the most dangerous, in the sense that it has the highest capacity for damage in case something went wrong. Like I had a knee thing, or I pulled something, just whatever, because at least adding the safeties on top of it, you know, even if I dropped it at full speed, the safeties are still going to catch the bar, and then, you know, I'll just kind of be, I mean, probably pretty freaking scared, but I'm not going to get crumpled, right? So that's, man, I mean, I've seen videos where guys have to dump the bar forward, or you're stuck in the hole and then you like launch yourself out by throwing the bar back. Not a situation I ever want to be in, right? I think the whole point of really leaning into the bodybuilding style training of, you know, strength, size, everything, is kind of an understanding that you are putting yourself in a position where you are exposing basically 95% of your lifts to like heavy and controlled loads. There's nothing about a bodybuilding style set that needs to be like extremely explosive with like a rapid movement. Not exactly, you know. Now, is that that's definitely a negative when it comes to overall athleticism. That's not the point. So I do not want to have to like, you know, launch myself forward. I definitely don't ever want to, you know, be doing incline and have to throw the plate over my knees, or even dump it to the side. It would be pretty freaky, because that's, I mean, that's scary too. So if I've got any 2 tips for you, if you're going to start, you know, really bringing it with your squats, it's for 1, use safeties, and for 2, always use clips. Because if you're squatting, I mean, I guess if you want to like get stuck in the hole and then dump it to the side and flip it, I still think that's pretty freaky. I wouldn't recommend it. But if you're squatting and you're doing a real set and then the weight starts sliding sideways and the safeties are right there, dude, that weight is going to pull you over. You know, this isn't a Smith machine where you're locked in place. And yeah, that's a recipe for disaster. You know what I'm saying? As cool and freaking, you know, I don't want to say invincible, but just like tough as you know, I might feel when I'm, you know, repping over 500 pounds on squats. There's only one situation, or there's only one result when you put hundreds of pounds of steel and then my hands or my fingers in between the safety and the bar. That's only going to end one way, and I definitely do not want that to happen. So that's I know I might sound a little safety guy-ish there, but that's something I've only started to value more and more over time as I've gotten, well, not only better, but also more serious about working out. I mean, it's not like I've never been serious before, but you kind of get a certain understanding of like the necessity of longevity the longer you get into this and the more you have random tweaks and things, because then you learn your lesson and say, okay, I better not pull my hamstring again because it threw off my quad training for months, things like that. So as much as my priority is kill it like a beast, it's also do not hurt myself, because then I'm really screwed and I'm a total fool. So if you ever have a voice that's telling you, oh, you said you wanted to add a 25 and do 545 on that set of squats. I was kind of pondering it a little bit, but to my my better judgment told me, just do a 10, don't go too heavy, right? Easy. A set that you can do 10 reps or more of, I think is within reason in terms of heft, right? If you get to a point where you're going so heavy, you can only get 5 or 6, and you're like a more bodybuilder style guy. Obviously, if you're a power lifter, it's a little different because you're used to that kind of load. But if you're only used to 10 rep sets and you load up a weight you can only get 6 with, I think you're asking for a little bit of trouble. I'm not saying it's guaranteed gonna rip your pecs off or anything, but I wouldn't do it. I think that honestly 10 reps is probably the safest number in terms of heft. Or if you can get just about 10 or fail at 10, the likelihood of injury is probably within a safe threshold. I mean, some guys rip their biceps off coming up the steps sometimes, right? It just freaking happens. But you definitely don't want to put yourself in a position where you're more likely than normal, right? If you don't want to get hurt ever, don't come to the gym, right? Shit'll happen. But that's no excuse to make it happen by essentially self-sabotaging because you want to impress that group of guys next to you by Smith benching 3 plates for the first time, or insert your own situation that you run into, because the coolness factor that you'll feel from hitting it is maybe 1/10 the scale of the regret factor of hurting yourself in the process. So just you want to be the guy who looks like he can lift a ton of weight. You don't always have to do it. I think that's probably at least a reasonable take on the bodybuilding endeavor side of things. So I think going forward, hams are going to be their own thing, but I really want to bias my quad growth. So I think I'm going to have to flip my my leg days upside down, because my logic before, which I mean to me it made pretty good sense, do all of hamstrings first and then do all of quads, so I can hit quads with absolutely no holds barred, totally bring it. When the last set of extensions is done, the lift is over. But I think the hamstring portion in the beginning is taken away from that quad intensity, and I want to be fresh so I can move weight around, not only for its own sake, but because like the fresher I am, the harder I can go on these sets, and the harder you can go on a set on average, the better those sets are going to be as far as I'm concerned. So if I can really bring on 6, 10%, 20% harder than normal if I do hamstrings first, I think that might be worth it. And then it'll just make hamstrings its own thing to be done after quads, which I think is probably cool, because relative to quads, hamstrings I would call the accessory muscle, right? Your leg's nothing without your quad. You could live without a hamstring, and visually it would look a little crazy from the back, but from the front, you have no freaking idea, right? The quad is the star of the show. So I think I should give it the respect it deserves and hit quads first, and then smack hamstrings around afterward. Because I like lighter squeezing sets for hamstrings anyway, with more stretch. So I think I think for this continual off season, I'm gonna swap them and really just annihilate quads first. And then, don't even think about hamstrings until it's time to hit them afterward. But I mean, shit. I've been a diehard fan of the way I've been doing it for a while. Because I've been kind of on a kick of saying this, and I really think it's like the idea has more depth than at surface value. But what I'm getting at is when I come in to hit a workout, it's not like a powerlifting kind of approach where I need to hit 93% of my 1 rep max for 2 with reps in reserve, or like a 5x5 at 80% of your max, like things like that. I appreciate the just directness of strength training programs like that, because, and I think a lot of people also get the same thing, like they'll, I don't remember, or I don't know the names of any of these kind of classic programs, but like, name the one powerlifting program that you know, that one, right? They work, and it's of, you know, it's just because if you do everything that's written out, you are doing intense sets, but it's very clearly written out that you start in the beginning. You know, correct me if I'm wrong, I've never really looked at like a powerlifting program in depth, but you'll start with a basic, either testing your 1 rep max in the beginning, or just going off what you know your 1 rep max is. And then you've got this 8-week, 12-week program written out where it's, you know, lifts where each day you hit sets at a very specific threshold of what your maximum set, you know, kind of like weight is for a certain amount of reps. And I would imagine that if I did that in the beginning, I would be very kind of like, you know, locked into the idea that that's what works, you know, because it's all written out. If I follow the program, if I, you know, do everything that plan entails, then I will get stronger. I think with bodybuilding, it gets a little different. And by bodybuilding, I just mean lifting to get bigger and stronger. Not so much stronger. That would kind of get more on like the power building stage of things. But for the most part, just a basic lifter who wants to get bigger is a bodybuilder, right? He's hitting everything twice-ish a week, going nuts, right? Getting pumped up and growing. You know, that's what we're here for. But I think the lifting kind of has its own sort of mystique, because there's so many different ways to do it, and so many people get different kinds of gains by doing completely different things, that it opens up the topic for discussion of like, well, should I do this or should I, you know, we don't see that so much in the powerlifting space. You know, it's always like, you know, 5x5s, 80% of your 1 rep, 80% of your 1 rep max, or just, you know, whatever. And then the guy gets stronger, right? They do what they do and it works. You know, I'm sure they've, you know, I never get any, you know, TikTok feeds or YouTube videos more in the powerlifting space. I'm sure there's a lot of room for debate, but not so much as the bodybuilding, you know? So that's where I'm a bit more concerned with the idea of just giving myself maximal stimulation in the gym with not minimal, but with at least recoverable fatigue, you know, because there is a number where you're not really doing much good. If I came in here and I tried to do 50 sets of back, I think we can all agree that's going to be overkill. That will not do me any better. Potentially it'll do me worse than if I did 20 sets, or if I did, you know, 15, or, you know, like whatever. But the fact that it's not written out super clearly is, I think it's a little bit of a turnoff, and kind of turns it into this, you know, argument rather than like just actually kind of comparing people's progress and everything else. And it's also a different kind of progress vector, because it's not just your training. You know, like if I give somebody who's never worked out before basic weight training for a certain period, the guy's going to get stronger. Or if you gave someone a real powerlifting program, the guy's pretty damn likely to get stronger. But when it comes to size gains, it's not all training, it's also recovery and like food intake and making, so there's just a couple more variables, right? So instead of like a controlled experiment where, you know, the only thing that gets changed is like your training intensity or your calories or whatever, you're changing all sorts of shit at the same time. You know? So I think there's just a little bit more to think about with the lifting, where, you know, guys can fall into a rabbit hole of, you know, thinking any one way is better, but I think that's not a low IQ argument, but just kind of like unnecessary, you know? Like we're freaking out about whether we should do whatever. And I don't even like talking about it, because when I say this kind of stuff, I'm just playing into it, but I can't help but say it. It's like I'm getting rage baited by all of these, you know, like just, I don't want to say it specifically. Right? We get the gist. But all I'm trying to say is I'm going to stick with what I know works for me. Decently heavy pull downs, as well as lighter pull downs with a squeeze and a longer hold. I've actually started to understand the value of like feeling a long stretch and a slower eccentric. Not on all movements, but with some, I really like it. Hamstrings, back, hamstrings, back, and triceps. Those are the sets where I really get a good connection. When I do a slow eccentric, I can really feel everything just kind of like burning and micro relax and just things like that. So that feels pretty good, right? But you know, all that's to say is I'm going to finish today with a pump, sweaty and hungry to get some meals in, and then go home, refuel, and continue the loop. So those are basically my check marks, or my check boxes that I want to check off, which will tell me if I'm on track or if I'm slacking off. So as long as I can get those 3 in on a near daily basis, sometimes a rest day is necessary, but as long as I can say I went hard, I went hard and I ate my food, that's basically it. So don't forget those 2 things. No matter how intricate or simple you want to make your weight training, make sure you're going hard and eat your food, because those are kind of the biggest barriers to entry of accruing size. Because sometimes guys can lift crazy hard but they can't eat, or sometimes guys have a crazy appetite, they love to grub, but the working out, it just feels like a chore for them. So if you can get those 2 in combination, right? I'm talking you got fire and ice powers. They cancel each other out and make each other stronger. That sort of thing. So I think I'm kind of, obviously it takes a while to kind of phase out certain aspects of your training and phase in new ones. But I've gotten to the point now where I think there's definitely a place, maybe not the majority, but at least like a few 40%, 50% of my working sets where it's simply a controllable weight, where the set is made difficult by the weight's execution. And obviously we've said, people have been saying this forever, work the weight, don't let the weight work you, or just don't lift too heavy. We get the gist, right? But yeah, just sitting there with an extra like 1 second squeeze and a slower eccentric into a whole hold, yeah, that has been feeling extra good. And for whatever reason, it just felt extra good today. But I'm not going to go so far as to say I want every set that I ever do to be like that, because doing a heavy nasty set, or maybe not too heavy but kind of quicker set where you're not really going crazy slow and controlled, that feels really good too. So I think all these different styles of sets have a place, and it's up to you to just kind of make sure you focus on the ones that will feel and just kind of be executed the best on whichever day it happens to be. Let's say it's a day where I can tell my forearms and my elbows might be a little tender. I'm not going to try to skull crush 45 pounds, or no, 2 45-pound plates on an easy bar. It's probably not an awesome idea, right? But on a day where I feel like I've got freaking bulletproof joints, I'm not going to hurt myself, but I'll be able to bias some more, potentially heavier sets, because you're actually like fresh and ready for it, right? So I think it's not an awesome approach to always be in like this soreness preventative method where it's like, okay, well, I don't want to go too heavy or I might feel it in my shoulder. Like, don't hurt yourself, but push it as hard as you can. It's sort of like a fine line you're aiming for. You don't want to go over, but you want to be at least close to it. It's you're essentially an engine that has its maximum efficiency / kind of power output at like a certain RPM of intensity, be it like weight, reps, whatever. And you want to stay in that sweet spot. If you go too high, actually, what happens? I get the gist that, going into the red of your RPM would be bad for your engine, but like, what exactly becomes the problem? But either way, if you go too heavy, that's a weight that you're not meant to operate at. And if you go too light, you're not really doing the work you could be doing. So there's a sweet spot of effective weight. And I think as a whole, as like a collective, we might consider effective weight a little lower than what it really is, you know, just, you know, half because of like maybe a mental block, or like, oh, I know this is going to be heavy, I should stick with weights that I can really do, or, you know, just whatever kind of reason. But don't think I'm just a total you know, ego lifter at heart, where if I see someone squatting anything less than 4 plates, I'm like, oh, that guy sucks. Or if I see someone curling anything less than a 50-pound, that's not what I'm getting at. You know, I would say I identify most as an intensity-based lifter, right? In the sense that the harder I see somebody training, the better. Right? That gets me excited. If I see somebody really bring it, I don't care if they're only curling the 20-pound dumbbells, that's going to make me say, oh shit, all right, I gotta step it up, right? I could watch a 13-year-old, well, let me imagine a more normal build. Let's say 16-year-old dude, 170 pounds, fresh into the gym, but if he takes the 30-pound dumbbells to like absolute serious failure on a set of curls, he's bringing it, and everybody watching him can tell he's bringing it. Dude, he could show me up with a set like that if I did a set with the 60s, and maybe I gave up at a little bit of a, you know, lower level of discomfort than he did, right? And the fact that weight is so relative too, I mean, it's like, try not to get so attached with, you know, whatever kind of number you're lifting, right? Because at the end of the day, I'm most concerned with not hurting myself. That's up there. Getting a crazy ass pump, that's right up there, and going hard. So whether that, I mean, spoken from the freaking great himself, whether that comes from the weight or the reps, really couldn't care less. You know, I just want to make sure I seriously bring it, keep growing, and keep going. That's my mantra for today. But plan now, go home, slam some rice. I better, yeah, tonight's the night to get myself a big ass salad bowl worth of ground beef prepped. I'm empty. If you want a protein hack, you know, I can't get my protein in. Do you have cooked protein in your fridge at all times? If the answer is no, you're setting yourself up for failure, right? The easiest times it is for me to actually get all my, you know, kind of meals in is when everything is already cooked, and all that I have to do is scoop it out of the fridge and get it ready. Lay it on me. What's the secret? And obviously they're going to say, well, the secret is there's no secret. Lock in, go hard, you know, we get the gist. Cardio, calories. But that's not fun. You know, that's not a fun answer. So if I could give you anything that's a little more detailed or potentially eye-opening, I wouldn't say that the secret is there's no secret. I would say the secret, as like, as much as I could say what the secret is between, you know, guys who really get after it and guys who don't, is kind of laid out in that situation as it is right there. You know, so if you're looking around and everybody around you has similar level results, and they're all training in a similar way to each other, be it intensity, consistency, their just overall effort, their, I don't want to say just drive, but like just, you know, how on it they are. If their level is right here, if you can bring it to here and keep it there, before you know it, guess what? The difference is going to be rather noticeable. I'm talking to a degree where it's like, you know, they're going to come in and ask you, what kind of curls have you been doing, man? What kind of squats? And you're doing the same curls as them. You're just going harder. You know what I'm saying? So it's more so along the lines of, if you want to be, or if you want to get somewhere nobody's ever been, you got to do something nobody's ever done. You know, if you want to be better than you've ever been, do something you've never done, that sort of thing. You know, so let's say you feel like you're kind of plateaued, you've been at the same 225 for 10 for a while. What can you add? What can you pull out of your arsenal into your deck of cards that's going to make you have an advantage as a lifter? Have you been tracking your calories? Have you been making sure you get the right amount of proteins in? Have you been resting? Have you been training consistently? Have you been, you know, keeping a freaking jug of water on you at all times with some electrolytes so you can stay hydrated? Have you, I mean, just a million things like that. And for the most part, we all know them. We don't need them to be listed out. Obviously, train harder. Obviously, if I want to keep growing, I got to eat more and eat better, in the sense of like foods that are weight gain focused, or just, keep your energy expenditure up, add cardio, get more steps in. It's the answer's right there. The tricky part is, there's a lot of guys where they're talking the talk, but you put them behind closed doors. You have them come into the gym and do legs, and nobody that they know is there. Nobody's gonna know I skipped legs today. Should I just do arms? Yeah, nobody's gonna hear it. That's the kind of stuff that really makes up, what would you call it? 90% of life? At least imagine like your own personal decisions. Let's just cut it down to like a day, right? How many things do you decide in the process of just a 1 day span that anybody even really knows about, right? You decided to drive this way instead of that way. You decided to eat this instead of that. You decided to stay up this late instead of going to bed early. None of it's policed, right? Assuming you're at least, getting close to adult range or even like upper teenager, you're not being babied. Right? It's your life. You're literally holding the wheel. Whatever happens is kind of up to you, So that's where I feel like you've almost got a certain. Oh, that truck is like really smoking. But that's where you've got kind of like a certain, I don't want to say responsibility, but kind of like obligation to yourself, where it's like, all right, well, nobody's going to make my gains for me. Nobody's going to put me anywhere special. And I guess I may as well, if I want to, I may as well go for it, And I guess it's probably true. Not everybody wants it, but that's not a cool way to look at it, So how I'm looking at it is, if you got the majority who want it but aren't willing to do it, then that minority who wants it and is willing to do it is the group that you want to be in, right? That's the in crowd. That's the guy that he doesn't have to tell you a million times, my metabolism is getting in the way of my diet. I don't know, man. I gotta, a million different kind of excuses. The guy does a dieting phase and he gets diced. It's not a question of if, because he knows that he's capable of doing it. It's not even something he thinks about. It's just how he rolls, So that's the kind of lifter that I like the most, where the idea of their kind of just, devotion and stick-to-itiveness to the things that they say that they're going to do isn't questionable, It's not a question. That's how they roll. For them to do anything else would be strange, and it's kind of tricky to get there, because in the beginning you might kind of, I don't want to say have to, be like a poser, but people are going to look very differently at the 280-pound bodybuilder eating like, a big bowl of just plain tuna out of a can with rice versus the 160-pound kid eating the same meal, because they're going to look at the bodybuilder and be like, oh yeah, that's how that he's eating that because he's got to be on point with his whatever, and it makes sense, But for the beginner, you don't really have the results yet to kind of prove that everything you're doing is working. So that's when you really got to kind of lock in the sense of like, if somebody talks smack on you, don't even register it. You're doing what you're gonna do. Give it some time, right? Because before you know it, and I think everybody can relate to this at least to a degree. Think back when you graduated high school. Think back when you benched 225 for the first time. Think back to whenever. It feels like that. Like it's nothing. It just, this time is passing by at a freaking blistering speed. And, some might look at that and think, it's almost, it's kind of like a relativity sort of problem. With things that are fun and enjoyable, it feels like they go by in a moment. But if you have a perspective that something is like just annoying or just feels like work or it's a fucking chore, then it's going to feel like it takes forever. So for someone who's never worked out before, they're not really into it just yet, all they can see is the fact that it's going to take them years and years and years to reach the level of, like, you know, whoever guy they might look up to. Whereas, I mean, whoever that dude may be it like a freaking Olympia bodybuilder, like I was saying before, or they would probably, I mean, I'm pretty sure I would not flip or I would not blink before I flipped a switch that would let me go back in time and start working out all over from the beginning, just because I'd be able to get to do it all again, you know. Plus I'd probably be smarter anyway, so I would assume I'd get even better results than I managed to get on this first sort of go around, you know. So it's kind of just a mental training in a way to get yourself amped up and excited about the things that most people are going to be kind of turned off by, and extra amped and excited about the fun parts. You know, you kind of have to sort of raise your baseline level of enjoyment from, like, imagine this is 0. This is cool and fun. This is annoying and work, right? This is kind of like the natural order of things. When it comes to working out or any sort of thing you really want to get extra passionate about, you've got to raise the bar so that it's no longer like 50% positive, 50% negative. You've got to raise it so you're excited about every portion that goes along with it. So it's freaking 50% incredibly exciting and fun, and then the other 50% you're still looking at because it's fun, but maybe just not so much, you know. I mean, there's definitely a difference between 30 minutes of cardio and, you know, the pinnacle of everything, getting to freaking pose down or like go up on stage and just, you know, compete and things like that. But, you know, you gotta look at it like it's fun, right? If you're going on a family vacation and all you're doing is complaining the whole time, guess what? That trip is gonna suck because you're coming at it from the wrong mentality. So that's, I know that's kind of like self-help-ish, you know, speech, kind of motivational sort of stuff, but I really think the core idea of those kind of phrases can sort of just get you amped up in the right direction, you know. But don't overestimate what I'm talking about when I say a crazy set. You know, I'm not saying a set that is you know, completely beyond reason. I just mean a set that is pushing me to what I'm like probably damn near maximally capable of. You know, so if that's a crazy set of squats for 10 plates to failure, perfect. If that's a set of leg extensions for, you know, 20 reps with some partials and maybe some self-assistance, sweet. You know, or any combination of the two, leg extensions into leg press, maybe leg press with leg extensions as a burnout. You know, it's just either or. It's not limited to just one specific movement. But I kind of want that theme to, you know, transcend just one crazy, cool looking heavy set at the beginning and have that branch out into every other set, just so, you know, none of them really get neglected, right? It's not there's a certain humility you've got to have when you're looking at, you know, a set of hamstring curls in comparison to, you know, crazy heavy back squat, right? We're programmed to think that back squat is much cooler and much more effective, but don't get that hamstring curl wrong, right? If you want to actually get some sort of depth and grain and, you know, freaking tennis balls floating around in the back of your hamstrings when you flex them, and you can really see some detail rather than just have like kind of a, you know, chunk of thigh that you don't really think that much about, you gotta hit those hamstring curls with the same height or more. You know, so I guess that's kind of my main point. Even though some movements may feel like they're a little more in the accessory category, like, oh, you know, this is just light, this is a set I can, you know, keep talking to my buddy while I'm doing, and you know, not really pay too much attention of, maybe listen to a podcast. To that, I say no. All right, to that, I say get your headphones blaring with whatever gets you the most amped and stick with it from beginning to end. You know, that's easier said than done, right? I mean, some days you might be off, some days something just might not feel the same. Maybe maybe whatever. A million different factors that could come into play could kind of throw you off your game. But you got to at least go into it, you know, not even hoping, knowing that you're going to win, knowing that you're going to kill it, you know, and then if something else happens, shit happens, right? You never know. But you definitely don't want to go in prepping yourself to fail. And by fail, I don't mean like, you know, fail a set. That's what you should do. I'm talking like fail as though you've just given up yeah, this lift is kind of, you know, I've had days where I kind of made it extra hard on myself from being stupid, from like staying up way too late. I had an early flight or something, and then I did like a middle of the night workout, like didn't sleep. Not ideal. I think we can all agree with that. But I still went after it, and even after 2 or 3 sets, you know, leg curls, leg extensions, leg press, whatever, even though it feels pretty freaking rough, I'm like, oh. Some of those lifts I can look back on and remember them as being the ones that, oh, I mean, shit, I've done like damn near 25 or 2,500 workouts, and I still remember some of the ones where I felt like extra rough on. And what that tells me is I turned it around. You know, I can come into the gym and mentally be there, but physically, sometimes it might take a few sets to really kind of get into the groove of things, right? So that's where it's, you know, you never lose till you fold, right? You didn't take a loss on your stock or your crypto until you sell. And so that's where, sure, sets 1 through 3, maybe you didn't love the movement, maybe whatever, maybe you just, you know, insert whatever comes to mind for you. But afterward, keep going, trudge through it. Some of my best pumps have come after the lifts where the first 3 sets were, you know. So I'm not saying that happens all the time. Sometimes if the first 3 sets suck, the whole lift is I don't want to say a wash, but just isn't, you know, top tier. But the important thing is still going for it, as though every lift is, I mean, shit, take it to the extreme. Hit it as though every lift was your last, you know. If I knew I never had to squat again, or I would never get to squat again, I think that would make me do at least 1 extra rep. So actually, I better keep that mentality once I get in there and load the squat rack. That'll be a good thing to think. Thanks for yeah, that's one benefit of me doing these, getting a little prep talk every lift. I end up amping myself up. Now I'm getting extra excited to squat. Yeah, no, this will be sweet. No more talking. Let's make legs happen. Pretty constant question. How long are my rest periods? Long enough. And what I mean by that is not just like do whatever. I'm saying long enough that I can kind of catch my breath, relax a little, get my heart rate back down to workout normal. Because my regular walk around normal is probably down here. My cardio normal is like maybe here. My mid-set peak is probably up freaking here. And then my kind of between sets is like a bit higher than baseline. So I want to get down to that baseline, which, if you think about it, would just kind of mean getting to a point where I'm not overloading an oxygen debt that I've built up with my blood, you know? So if you're really huffing, you're not recovered yet. Once you get back to regular normal, then you're pretty much there. And really, I want to get to a point where I'm ready to do another set and not wait much longer than that. Because if I sit here for 20 minutes between sets, I'm gonna lose. I'm not even gonna get pumped. I'm gonna maybe get slightly pumped every set and then lose it in those 20. You know, I'm not sitting here trying to hit a 5x5. I'm trying to hit a 5 by failure. You know, that's reasonably as quick as I can. You know, there's no reason to dilly-dally. Once you're ready, go nuts. So I'm gonna sit here for another second and try to make this one the craziest one of all, and then move on. Another brain rattling hypothetical for you to think about, right? Your house is on fire. Somehow you are in the central area, flames all around. Right? Would you rather or rather not every firefighter who came in to save you have the ability to at least rep 275 and squat, you know, at least 3 plates for reps, 4 plates for a single, right? Would you like that to be the case so that they can, you know, break down the inferno surrounding you that you think may be your final moments to bring you to safety? Or not, right? Now, not everything is a life and death situation like that, but I think a lot of arguments can be at least given a certain guidance one way or the other by taking things to the extreme, right? So I'm not saying everyone has to be a bodybuilding freak. I do not think that. And I don't believe that. But would I rather live in a world where everybody worked out for an hour a day, some way or another, or one where no one did? I'm going to lean towards the former. Yeah, I always forget which one's the former, which one's the latter. I'm going to lean towards the one where everybody's lifting. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't have to be everybody, but I certainly would not mind, right? And we live in a better world, man. Well, I can't think of like a million different examples that I actually like run into and have problems with or anything. But it's certainly nice if everybody could help, you know, the older lady getting on the plane, pick up her luggage and, you know, throw in the overhead bin, right? Things like that. So that's what I want to see, right? If that's the change I want to see in the world, then I want to take my part and at least, you know, make it happen, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, goodness. But you're bigger. But I think I spoiled myself with getting into competition shape. Because now I'm excited to get lean again. I almost feel like I might be getting close to the same excitement for being big and lean as I am for being big and, you know, freaking strong and bulked. Which I think, if that's a good balance, you're good. But if you get a little too caught up and sucked into like, oh, I gotta stay lean, I gotta fucking look sweet all the time, all year round, you're never really gonna progress, at least to a degree, you know, because we think about it, working out, newbie gains here in phase 1, rapid progress, you know, year maybe 1.5 to 2 or 3, taper off a little, and usually around there, you're gonna find this kind of slower period where if things aren't in perfect order for progress, no progress will be made, you know? So that's where it's, you gotta keep the gas on, right? Calories, training, consistency, diet. Make sure you got a jug of freaking water all the time so you can stay like maximally hydrated. Because all these things, even though, you know, it's just like it just sounds like stuff you should do, right? It's like, oh, take your vitamins, do your homework, you know, clean your room, just random little, like, just walk, don't jaywalk. It's just little things where it's like, oh, you know, but they've got real consequences. You know, if you're carved up and really full of food, you're gonna be strong the next day. And then you're gonna go harder in the gym, and then you're gonna wanna eat more to recover because of how hard you just worked out. And then you're just on this positive feedback loop, you know, but it won't just happen. You kind of have to, you gotta give yourself that need and then take action because of it, right? You can't go Super Saiyan just because you want to. You gotta put yourself in a position where it's like, oh shit.
Okay. Maybe this is just me. You know, maybe this is just me and you know, scrolling on TikTok, and that's my biggest window into seeing what everybody's doing. But I feel like we're you know, this isn't necessarily related to me specifically. I'm just kind of looking at it as an observer. I think the whole portal of scrolling on your phone and looking at shit, we're approaching the singularity of social media, right? I mean, I think stage 1 was everybody, well, stage 1 was chill. Stage 1 was, you know, people would post videos and whatever, and then that was the end of it. But now we've kind of optimized the situation where, you know, if you are Instagram and you see that TikTok did really well with that scrolling feature, moving between shit, out comes Reels, right? Out comes YouTube Shorts, out comes, you know, blank. So it's, you know, you're looking at it as though it's a situation where it's like, okay, how can we get the most attention per minute or per swipe or anything? It's getting extra funky. I think now more than ever, I need to chill out on my screen time. Ooh, it's getting nuts here. I was trying to think of some kind of Matrix reference to talk about, like with working out. I couldn't think of anything. All I can really say is, you know, at least give a little bit of time out of your day. And shit, you're hardly giving it up, because I know you're like me. I know you've been scrolling on your phone, just looking at random shit for, I mean, an unhealthy amount of hours, right? That's me talking to me as well. So adding 30 minutes on the seated bike, to that setup, right? And then just popping a squat, pedaling while you're scrolling, which you were going to do anyway. Not that hard, not that difficult. Here's let me splice in a picture of my cardio setup now. I might need to put a heater in there in the winter time if it gets cold, but at least for now in the summer, especially in the mornings, it's like 60 in there. It's pretty much perfect. So I threw a sweater on this morning. I was really freaking drenched, but yeah, that's the kicker. So I don't want to turn this chest into a cardio talk, but I swear having it right there, that's the best. That's peak cardio, because I've done it before. Actually, I've done it for a long time, where I would go to the gym twice, once in the morning to do cardio, once later for the actual workout. And I tell you something, not an efficient use of time, because if you got to drive to the gym every morning, I mean, that time adds up. That's not passive. That's potentially an hour, right? You look at the maps, 15-minute drive, but now you got to put your shoes on, you got to get all your stuff ready, you sit in the car for a second, you're not just immediately flooring it out of the driveway, like instantly. So then you sit here, and then you drive, and when you park, you probably sit there for a second too, and then you do the same thing on the way back. That could totally double your transit time from just how long it would normally take to actually get there. Not good, right? Why do you think there's videos of Ronnie Coleman with a treadmill right in his living room pointing at the TV so he could get his freaking cardio in? It's because it's nice having it right there. Very convenient, because if you can minimize the time from sort of, well, let's just say thought to action, then the likelihood that you're actually going to take that thought to action is much more likely. Right? How often do you just kind of think about locking in, or maybe you're talking to somebody like, this summer, dude, summer 25, Jason, me and you, Jason, we're locking in. Summer 2025, they're not gonna recognize us when we get back to whatever, come fall, come that next season, But a lot of times those ideas just get fizzled into the air. And I'd like to think that the guys who really do lock in are able to kind of take that extra wasted energy that people have, that they just put out in the world, and it's like they got a butterfly net scooping it up out of the air for themselves, and that's that's kind of half the logic. If you're really, I don't want to say secure, probably, if you're like 100% like totally secure with yourself, and you're real, I don't know, let's just say you're real mature, then you're probably doing whatever it is you're doing simply because you like it and for no other reason. I would not say, well, there's no way to judge it like that, but for the most part, I would like to think I'm working out just because I like to work out, but it's not a bad aspect of it that I know a lot of people don't want to do it just because it's hard. So it's kind of this little bit of a sort of chip on your shoulder thing, where it's like, yeah, nobody else is doing what I'm doing, and then it makes you feel cooler to do it. If you back when you were a kid in school and your project got picked as like the freaking example of like, this is how you should all be doing it, or any scenario like that, that just feels good, right? It feels good to be doing something not everybody can do. So that's half of the hype of the working out anyway. But yeah, so it's not, I guess it can seem a little daunting to the uninitiated to throw in a whole routine of a 2-hour chunk or even an hour and a half chunk of their day dedicated to working out, something they've never done before. But the sooner you get into it, the better. But of course, if you're here, you're already a long time lifter. You know what you're freaking doing. Because if you can't let it go, it's not worth holding on to. So a lot of these guys, it's a constant battle. No, of course I'm not talking like serious, but just a little back and forth of always second guessing whether or not I should go for it. Should I bulk up? Oh, I don't know. I just got my first bicep vein. I can see my abs right now. I don't want to lose that. Or vice versa. Oh, should I start dieting down? Well, I just hit 225 for 8. I don't want to lose that. Or I just whatever. I don't want to deal with counting my calories. It's always just, okay, I want to do something. Some of it's going to be kind of hard. I don't really want to do it. This is it's a good, not a good, but it's an interesting way to look at the world, right? It's not necessarily that people are making decisions on a day-by-day basis of, I want to do this and I don't want to do this, right? That's how it should be. But it's usually it's a lot of, okay, I want to do this, it's going to be a little trickier, I don't want to do it. It's always it's a battle of, okay, what can I gain? How much is it going to cost? And it's not like it's not a tangible cost, right? Because if it was, and if working out was somehow quantitatively not worth it, nobody would do it, right? So it's more so almost an inflationary effect of what effort is to people. Somebody who's going to be a little tougher, be it mentally, just straight physically, or more consistent with themselves, and their baseline effort's a bit higher, they're not going to have a problem adding something new to their routine and working on it, and sometimes feeling like they have to grind for it because they're just not really feeling like it. And you can't just rely on some motivational edits. It's like you got to tell yourself, look, you said you were going to do this, now it's time to do it, right? So some guys, their threshold for effort is it's low. Just look at it as it is. Some guys have a low threshold for effort. So if you are someone who knows that you're up there, who knows you have that ability to bring it, why not? What's stopping you? I know it's not anybody else. Plus, you get that kind of chip on your shoulder effect of knowing that you're doing something that not a lot of people can do. We're not so far from our sort of biological thought processes. Scarcity increases demand, increases value, right? If not everybody can do something, and you can, even better for you. So that's sometimes I think about that if I'm doing something a little harder than normal. I really had to bring it when I was dieting for those 2 shows. Like, I can diet, I can get decently lean without too much trouble, right? Like, you give me 3 months, I'm locked in, no biggie. And some of that is just because I've been eating so much food for so long, I'm sick of food and I don't even want to eat anymore. So it's like I'm kind of on a rebound effect where the dieting down and getting leaner is just easier for a period of time, right? You give me 3 months, easy breezy, and then once I push it a little further, that's when it actually starts to, get a little more tricky, right? Because there is no half-assing getting lean. You do it or you don't. That is a very accurate situation of do or do not. There is no try, right? Well, yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, you're trying, all right. So it's like if you're really just working out for a specific end goal, like you want to be the same size as this guy, or you want to lift the same weight as whoever, and you're like, okay, once I can do that, then everything in my whole life will be perfect. You're fooling yourself. You're fooling yourself just a little bit. Now, that could be kind of an endless turmoil where you're always, searching and grasping. You never feel like you have enough, and then it's just a negative mentality because your whole workout is like, fuck, I know where I want to be, or you're taking out frustration of the weights. Which, if it works, it works. I'm not one to say otherwise. If you're making gains, I don't care how you made them. If you made them, they're yours. You got them. You're good. But for me, at least, I don't want to come into the gym feeling like I'm having a damn frustration match. Like I'm just fucking pissed at every set I'm doing, and I never feel like I'm enough. I don't think that's the answer. But of course, there is somewhere in the middle ground, because you do want to tell yourself that you want to work on something and progress, but not maybe so much because you feel like you're missing something or you're maybe in some way inadequate, but just because you want to do it and you're capable of doing it. It's just a middle ground. That's where the gym gets a lot of hate, and sometimes justfully so, because so many even just younger dudes, they're not talking about the gym like it's just a fun thing to do, and it's something that they enjoy to have in their daily routine. They're talking about it, dude. Gym or nothing. Get pumped or nothing. You don't work out? I'll drop some F-bombs, but that's a little bit too abrupt, and they're like, don't forget it, man. There's more to life. Like, there is, that might seem kind of silly coming from me, because obviously the gym's my whole thing, but hey, don't forget, the gym is supposed to kind of just be an activity of the day. And let's say you work out for an hour and a half. Let's say you've got an hour and a half dedicated. You park, you walk in, you leave. It's been 90 minutes, maybe 100, whatever, hour 40. That's just your own time. Work out, get after it, enjoy it, come home and kind of reap the rewards of what you got to do there. But, don't, if it starts to take away, if it starts to make you anxious, if it starts to just kind of maybe eat at you in some sort of way, then the problem isn't the gym. The problem might potentially just be, how you're going about it. And I don't think this is like crazy common, but I've heard some crazy shit that some kids will tell me. And I say kids, I mean, like teenagers, whatever. Especially when I was working out at college, because I'd be going to gyms and everybody was just a lot younger. I mean, I'd hear some crazy stuff. Like, these guys are saying, like, every set I'm doing, I need to convince myself that if I can't get this rep, then I'm a loser. Like, I don't even deserve to be alive. And I'm like, okay, man, this is getting a little wild here. I'm not going to knock him for what he's doing, but hitting a set of squats to failure, that should just be kind of, I mean, that's just me. Now we're talking conjecture. This is simply opinion, right? But that's kind of my thoughts on the matter. Because if I've got a crazy set of something, and I, do 3-4 reps, and then I back off, I'm like, what am I doing? I did nothing. This is one aspect of kind of, I don't want to say science-based training, but just kind of an analogy of what is really happening during a set that I really like. It's thinking that, only the last few reps when you're really in that failure range are where shit's actually going to go down. And of course I don't think that that's completely the case. If I came to the gym every day and I did every set, I mean, with some with heavy weight, but with only 5 reps in reserve, I don't think I would shrink. I think I would probably stay the same. I'd be moving around the same weight. But do I think I'd really be pushing myself to progress? Not exactly, right? If you only do what you know you're capable of, then where's the force that's gonna, actually propel you forward to do things that you're not used to doing? So the idea is, let's say you're doing a set of bench, right? Maybe let's just say machine press, so that you get a bit more constant tension. Let's say dumbbell bench. Honestly, if I had to pick one, I think I used to say barbell incline. I think dumbbell incline would be the movement, because at the top, well, now I'm talking about chest, but at the top, if you're holding 2 dumbbells, you're not really resting. You're still flexing your chest to keep them from falling out to your sides. So it's really constant tension throughout. So if I can only do one, that would be it. At least in terms of the chest press. But let's say you've warmed up. You're a guy who can do 100-pound dumbbells for 12. So maybe 13 if you got a good night's rest, but 12 is about your normal failure range when you really bring it, right? So let's say you come in, you warm up, you're fresh, you've been doing the cables, your chest is warm, maybe even have a little bit of a chest pump from doing some cable flies to, warm yourself up, get yourself firing right. You're ready. You warm up, you grab the 50s, you grab the 70s, you grab the 85s, maybe even do a few reps with the 90s just to make sure you're good. But you're about to do a working set with the 100s, right? So if you throw those up, 5 reps, easy. And by easy, I mean guaranteed. If somebody told me, Sam, life or death, you get to warm up, but if you can't do the 150s for 5, that's it. I would not be worried. Right? I might make sure, I don't drop them or something, but I know I can do that. That's well within my ability, Now, if someone said, same situation, but 20, and I'm talking like, full, not just like down here, like I mean a full rep where they kind of at least almost touch, I'm not saying like I completely straighten my arms, but I get up to a top rep. If someone said 20, whoa, that'd be a little much, So that's where I'm really bringing it, and I've got to push it to the point where the only thing stopping me from doing another rep is the fact that I'm just physically incapable. So what I'm getting at is those 5 reps, I think it's not a bad idea to look at it as though all they're doing is, gradually wearing you down to the point where now the next 5 are going to be a bit harder, right? Let's say we're looking at those next 5 reps. So really, let's just say those next 3, just to, actually no, it'd be those next 2, right? Those next 2 are getting a little trickier, but you can still do them. 7, you got that easy. Right, so now it's the last 5 reps of the set. This is a number that gets that I've seen brought up, but it could be any. You could say the last 4, the last 2, the last 3, whatever. But it's the last few where you're approaching failure, right? You do another 1, you do another 2, you do another 3, and you're like, okay, whew, all right. And it's almost like you have a second set inside of that first one, because of course you had to get yourself amped up, like, all right, let's make this shit happen. You throw the dumbbells up, you do those first 8, which you can do for sure. And then you almost have this second level of kind of, telling yourself to bring it, because those 8 were totally doable. And now it's those last few reps where you're really hitting failure. That's the test, right? That's the test of just how hard you can really push it. And I think at least for heavier working sets, if you make those last ones happen, especially the ones that are the hardest, you're setting yourself up for success in more ways than one, because for one, that set is just going to be better. I feel as though if every set of those leg presses, if I, let's say I did 7 reps instead of whatever I could get, like 10 or 9, or I guess the last one was 7, but that's a little different because I, worked my way up to that. But let's say every one of those sets, I left 3 reps in the tank. I don't think it would have been as good of a lift. And on a more just like, self-oriented kind of level, now I'm the guy who has to leave reps in the tank because I don't want to do them. So, come a day where I'm not really feeling it. So let's say, my recovery might have been a little scrappy or just whatever, maybe I'm not in a good headspace. So now the odds are against me because I'm just, my limit isn't now that 10, which I can do when I feel good. Now it's like 8, right? Like I'm still bringing it, but that's just as much as I could do on that day if I'm just a little off, maybe a little dehydrated or something. So now if I'm still aiming for that, leave 3 reps in the tank, now I'm still only going to like 4 reps, So adjust accordingly. I'd probably just do lighter weight for, 10 or something. But, it's that threshold of intensity where from beginning of the set to the end, right, the intensity starts at 0 for the most part and scales up to 100. So for at least a good chunk of your real working heavier sets, and even lighter squeezing ones where the hard part isn't maybe the weight, it's just the fact that it's starting to burn and it's just not going to move. I want to bring it. And I think the guys who do bring it are better off. They will make better gains, they will make better progress, and they'll have more fun doing it because their bar of effort, their bar of intensity is higher than everybody else's. So that means even on an off day, they're going to be training harder than everybody else, even if they had, everything going for them. Like sleep, hydration, time, they didn't have to rush a workout, maybe they had to wake up early the night before or the day before, whatever. So the guy who can bring it, he's ready. He's ready to make some serious gains, and he will continue to do so. It's a calm sea does not make a skilled sailor. Keep that in freaking mind, right? So an easy set ain't gonna make a good lifter. Because you can only eat so much food for so long that's above what your body's comfortable with, if you can imagine, right? Because if let's say you get a guy, he can eat 2,500 every day, that's his baseline, that's very normal for him, and then suddenly you gave him 3,500. How many days in a row do you think he could really keep eating that 3,500? Whereas, let's say you took the same dude and then upped him to 2,700. A few weeks later, upped him to 2,900, 3,100, 3,300, right? Kind of easing into it, really just progressively overloading the calories, right? Because, if you look at it, the logic kind of takes place, or can be found in every other aspect of the working out, right? The more you work out, the more weights you should be working out with, right? The more, actually, what's another kind of, I was just thinking of one more. Well, we get the gist. the longer you can do, or the more cardio you end up doing, the easier that it's going to be to increase that cardio's difficulty level, do it a little bit longer. Same with the food, right? So rather than just jumping to like, 1 zillion calories off the rip, continually increasing your calorie intake, I feel is a good way to go about it. Because then you get to actually just watch, just watch the scale, right? The scale tells us all. It's like a freaking, it may as well be a damn Wiseman, right? You come up to him, pop a squat. Are you any heavier than the last few weeks? If not, you're clearly not eating enough food. Maybe your training could be off, your recovery could be off. It's not like there's no other factors than diet. But if you're training recovery, if you're lifting like a regular lifter and you're not seeing that size progress, of course train harder. But that should be true all the time. But what I would really say is eat harder. Right, and I gotta keep saying this so I can kind of get the idea out there. When I say bulk up, if you've been plateaued, I do not mean get crazy soft. Excuse me. I'm not saying get yourself up to 35% body fat and then you got a chore in your hands to diet back down. I'm saying grow within a, let's just say, a reasonable body fat percentage that you will be able to manage. Because if it gets to a point where you increase your body fat beyond something you can deal with, now you're really screwed. Sure, you might be a bit bigger, but if you can't diet back down to the same body fat percentage you were before, then you will actually get to see the increased size gains while staying the same level of leanness, which is kind of the main point, right? That's what I'd be trying to do. Every time I diet down, I want to be just as lean as the last time I dieted, if not leaner, and holding more muscle in my frame. So if I took a bulk where I got way too freaking soft and I couldn't reverse diet back out of it, not that I think I wouldn't be able to, but it's just setting myself up for failure rather than success. If you kind of catch my drift there. So plan, let's just say an extreme situation, right? Maximum effort, honestly, probably close to, if not the most, just like physically demanding movement you could do. So the fact that it's like that and it's so serious, it demands a certain amount of respect, right? I would never, I'm not even saying this as like workout motivation, like to say something hype. Like I would never try to get under upwards of 400, 500 pounds or so under a squat without seriously taking what I'm doing as seriously as I can actually do, or as seriously as I can take it, right? I'm treating it like I'm holding something that's loaded with the safety off, right? This is no time for horseplay. And not a lot of other movements are like that. Dumbbells, unless your form is off, if you ever fail, you just throw them down in front of you. You're good, right? Pull downs, there literally is no risk of getting crushed under the weight. Push downs, like tricep push downs, not that either. You can just rack it and you're done. No other movement. Leg press a little bit too, but leg press is pretty freaky if I ever did a machine that didn't have safeties, which could, stop me from getting crushed in the bottom, I would at least be careful, and at most I'd be careful. At least I'd get some spotters on the side, But there's something about the squat that really brings it. You get a little bit of extra heart pounding few minutes. It was to the point where when I first started really squatting crazy, I'd get nervous about it. Like I'd actually kind of be anxious knowing I would have legs the next day, just because of how nuts it was to squat like that, because it was a new thing for me. I hadn't really gotten into it. Now I've kind of made the adaptations so I'm not so freaked on a neurological level to do crazy heavy squats. But in a way, I wish I could reset my system, because that fear, on just a mental level, obviously it's not afraid of it, but you know what I'm saying, and that that just antsiness to do it, I guess you could say it can make or break somebody, right? In the sense that You know, somebody might look at that and say, okay, I don't want to do it, I'm done. Oh, no, not for me. Let's move on to leg extensions or hack squats or something. Or I think it can help pull more out of you as a lifter to bring it. And sometimes it just doesn't happen as much with other movements, at least not without just, you know, serious risk. So one piece of intel that I can give you, and this is something where actually, you know, getting kind of big sort of acts as like a, what would the word be? Just kind of a validator, right? Because it's not always like listen to this big dude's advice because he's big, because sometimes he just does stuff that works for him and it might not work for everybody else, right? But there is something I can say just about kind of making progress in general is, as long as you're on track, it the satisfaction is pretty solid. It's pretty steady, you know. And what I mean by that, oh, actually, I got the audio a little too high. But what I mean by that is when I imagine back, you know, when I was in my high school weight room, when I would sneak down there during study hall because the weight class teacher would let me come in and lift. And I'm like, you know, I'd go into that little, like the side bathroom, and I'm doing the side chest while I'm holding my phone with one hand, you know, trying to, the satisfaction of finishing a lift and saying, oh yeah, I'm pumped up. Absolutely the freaking same over time, right? My, you know, my sort of inner, like, yippee reaction from seeing myself with a chest pump at 270, which I'll probably be floating around, you know, later towards the end of this year, or at freaking 170 back in the beginning of everything, it's about the same, you know. And I would imagine that it's going to be the same thing later on down the line once I can downsize, because I think I can say this: the working out in general, that's never going away. that is part of the routine indefinitely, right? Getting probably damn near daily pumps and the cardio, that's on the schedule to infinity. But, you know, staying so big and, you know, eating in this way where I'm actually kind of continuing to grow, that's not forever, right? Eventually we're going to see a 200-pound lean Sam. It's going to be a while, but, you know, eventually, right? Because there's no point staying like 250 forever. It's a little wild, right? But even when I probably come down from there and I'm going to be smaller, I'm still going to enjoy the pumps, man. Just because it's, I mean, for one, it's just cool seeing yourself bigger than you normally are, even if it's only for a small period of time. But it's more than that, you know. It's not like I just come to work out and, you know, my mind's all over the place and I'm just saying, and then at the end of it, I look at myself in the mirror and I say, oh, my biceps a little bigger, cool. Like, that's not it, you know, because you're involved, right? You're the one making this thing happen, and the workout itself just has a certain primal effort to it it's just sweet, man, you know. So what I mean by that is, like, just, it's not like you just fold your clothes, right? It's not like you because it's just so demanding, right? But it's not demanding like labor, right? It's not demanding like, you know, hauling around a 120-pound, actually it's probably closer to like a 150-pound paint machine, you know, throwing it up and down a freaking you know, truck trailer and running through lines in the summertime. I'm not talking about that kind of effort, because you want to do it, you know. That's I think that's the one difference that can separate, you know, something from feeling like a chore from feeling like an activity that you're excited to do. It's simply where your mind is, you know, kind of oriented around it, you know. Because you can let's say your dad is like a massive, you know, history buff, and you're on vacation or something, and he's like, holy shit, we're going to this museum, or we're going to this monument or something. His ass could be crazy excited about it, you know. This is my shit, you know. I'm talking like Shane Gillis level, you know, history interest, you know. That same exact activity, walking there looking at everything, for him is gonna be on top of the world. He's like, this is sick. But for someone else who kind of had to be dragged along and isn't really interested and isn't invested in it, you know, with any kind of whatever, and doesn't, value it, he's not going to have any fun. He's going to feel like he's just bored. He's not having any, he just doesn't get it, So half of that, for me at least, is why sometimes it's tricky to force. You can't force someone to work out. You really can't force anybody to do anything. It's you can lead a horse to water, you can lead a lifter to the cardio bike. You can't make him pedal, right? You can't make him drink. He's got to do it on his own. So that's where sometimes I've got a little sort of like double-sided take when I talk about hype, because every so often I'm going to bring up, like, even when you're not feeling like it, lock it in. Even when you're like a little off, bring it, and then when you're done, you're going to feel better. As though that's like a battle that you have to go through all the time. Which, if you're that kind of early in your routine, or like shit's just getting in the way with life, then even just coming to the gym, that can be a bit of kind of a cause for turmoil, where you're like, all right, okay, I got to bring it, I got to schedule a time, all right, let's do it. And that in and of itself is still hype, because you won that battle, right? You won that battle of grit where you're like, I'm not slacking, I'm going to do it. So there's nothing to knock that, right? But if you're really into it, if it's something you really want to do, then you don't really have that battle, because you identify as the dude who's gonna do it. There is no question, right? Is there a question that, let me ask you, right? After all these lifts, do you think, or what do you think? Am I going to have an arm day tomorrow, or am I gonna say, I don't want to do it, I don't feel like it, I'm gonna stay home and chill, right? What's the answer? Am I going to do legs in 2 days? Or am I going to say to myself, I don't know if I should be doing legs right now. Or, well, actually, we're kind of traveling around, so I might end up having to switch the routine. So discount that statement. But, what I'm saying is, you want to get to a point where you're so kind of embroidered. I may not be the right word, but you're so kind of in tune with the working out, it's your thing, that it would be a surprise to someone if you said you were done with it. It would like shock somebody or if you said, like, all right guys, I'm done working out. I tried it for a while, didn't feel like it, I'm over it, don't care, right? Like, imagine this video title, it's like, officially done with the gym. It'd be nuts, So that's what I kind of want to aim for, if you get what I'm saying. This feels really freaking good, though. This is one thing I'll never understand. Like, the idea for someone to be looking at it chest day and think, okay, I'm doing incline whatever. I'm doing hammer strength press. I'm doing something. This feels really good. Let's move on to a different movement. Obviously, for the variability of the lift, but if it's working, shit, man, I'll just do something new next time. I've had workouts where I did like 6 sets of just incline barbell bench and then 1 set of fly to finish. It was a pretty damn good lift, so don't get locked into any kind of convention, right? No one else is you. As far as I'm concerned, you should be in charge of your own training, 100%. Take information for what it's worth, but don't be so easily swayable that you're doing a new routine every week. There's just that's not a good track for progress, I would say. But those sets of actually that first set of incline barbell, that was cool. That was a prime example of what I'm referring to when I say getting hyped up and freaking excited. You got some kind of song playing, you are ready, right? And you're ready to throw some weight around with a pretty dang serious amount of effort. I'm not talking, in relative to anyone else, but where your limit is, and if you approach it or potentially cross it by really bringing it. I feel like those sets are the ones that set the bar for what all of our training should look like. And then, you can either match it and say, okay, that was a good lift, up to par for what I expect from myself. Or if you exceed it, then you get to say, all right, the bar has been raised. Now this is my new normal, and I gotta reach it every time. And it's also kind of an eye-opener if you can tell you didn't really reach your bar, because then that tells you, all right, I gotta bring it next time. So that's, I think, It's so weird. I never say, or I never think to myself like, okay, I got to take accountability. But whenever I put these, kind of thoughts into words in here, it makes me sound a little, makes me feel like I'm freaking talking out of a dictionary just to explain myself. But I want to be held accountable and, hold myself accountable for making sure that I bring it, because then I'll have nothing to regret later. If you've ever had weeks where you were off just for whatever reason, just maybe something completely out of your control, and you're like, well, nothing I can do but approach the situation as well as I can. But if you really slack and the only person who to blame is you're like, I just didn't feel like it. In the future, you will regret it. You will regret it. I guarantee it. I've felt it before. It's just it's no fun, and that's with everything. Oh man, I've been putting off this. I've been putting off, this is a really good way of thinking about it. I hear this said by a lot of, it ends up getting said by a lot of like the 1%er guys, like the crazy CEO billionaire types. But I think it still holds true, because they'll always say this. I hear it a lot. It's like all of your, or at least a good chunk of anxiety, or just anxiousness, or just, kind of unrest and uneasiness, comes from the fact that you should be doing something and you just don't do it for whatever reason, right? Or you just, you pick the easy way out, you slack, you just don't want to, I'll just chill, whatever, and then that kind of, it puts you in this situation, right? It's like you're playing a game and you've got a main quest, or even just random ass side quests, and instead of doing them and moving forward, you're just hanging out in the tavern and just playing a mini game. Nobody would play, I've never played Elden Ring or anything, but nobody would play it if you didn't go through and do shit and see stuff and just like enjoy the story of it. If all you do is just stay in the same spot right in the beginning and just scampered around there doing nothing, right? There's no story, there's nothing to enjoy. And I don't think that's a bad way of looking at just being alive, because it's got a beginning. Unfortunately, it's definitely got an end somewhere, which, shit, man, I mean, we live in a real freaking mortal world. I gotta get hit by a meteor right now. I would, if that actually happened, that'd be terrible, but you know what I'm saying, right? Shit could just happen, so I want to make sure that whatever I end up spending my time doing, even if it's just an hour and a half, I mean, workout from beginning to end. I think I started at like 4:10. It's 5:10 now. I was in there for like barely over an hour doing chest. So 1 hour out of your day, that's less than 5% of your day. But that includes the time you're sleeping. So let's say you're only awake doing stuff for, let's just say 12 hours, right? Let's give the rest of those, because if you sleep 8, that gives you 4 hours of actual dedicated chill time, right? I'm not trying to be like Gary Vee here. I'm not on it 24/7 trying to do shit, So even if you got 12 hours where you're, sometime within that 12, you can put an hour for a workout, or an hour for practicing something, or working on some kind of hobby, or working on just anything that's going to give you a certain gratitude and long-lasting something or other. Shit. Still less than 10% of your day. I think that's worth it, right? Why not allocate that, instead of just letting it slip away, right? So if, it's easy to say it like this, because obviously retrospect is 2020, or hindsight is 2020, So if you could flip a button and say, okay, would you rather live in a reality where for the past 5 years you've been working out, doing your cardio, and you're in solid shape? Or would you rather have the last 5 years you did none of that? Everybody would hit the button, because you'd want to be in a situation where you get to reap the rewards from working out. I mean, everybody wants to be in at least decent shape. So I think it's a minor cost to pay. And for me, I think I'm kind of hypocritical here when I call it a cost, because the workout's fun, right? I mean, even if sometimes I'm like, oh, all right, let's go do the cardio. It's still something I want to do, and I know that I want to do it. So to not do it, it's like I'm disrespecting my own morals. You know what I'm saying, right? Not cool. So that's all I'm trying to get at. But I feel kind of weird saying all that, because obviously if you're here, chilling with me, you work out. You're locking in already. I don't think there's a massive percentage of people tuning into some of these daily lifts where they don't work out at all. You know, unless you work out and you like showed your buddy, or they were like, wait, why do you keep watching that guy? You know, something like that, right? So I guess maybe I should talk from the perspective of lifter to lifter. Sometimes I can tell I end up talking a lot of lifter to non-lifter sort of, you know, hype, almost kind of freaking weightlifting preaching in a way, because I know all the benefits that can be had from it. So I feel like I want to share them, put them out there, right? Live in a world with more people lifting weights. That's what I want to see. But yeah, so chest complete, and frankly, yeah, I think I'm going to go a little heavier next time I do incline barbell for, you know, real hefty, not even always compound movements, but at least ones where you're loading a good amount of weight safely. No reason to hold back, you know. And by hold back, I just mean take the gas off, take the pressure off, and ease up in any capacity. I'm usually the kind of guy where I've been saying it's like, you know, it doesn't matter about being diced. If you're making progress, you can be lean later, you know. Like, enjoy the benefits of being big and lean at the cost of, you know, being big and soft for a period of time, right? You do a big off season, maybe you take a year where you really try to gain size, even just very, you know, slow and steadily and controlled. Then at the end of it, when you diet down, now you're ahead of where you were before, right? It's like you're making a long-term investment, you know, but you're aiming for, like, I feel like the dieting down side of things is essentially a dividend, right? You got to hold the stock of being bulked up and lean, or bulked up and a little softer, for long enough until you can get that payout later on, you know. And most guys are just looking for that kind of steady gain, stay the same size, you know, kind of main gain sort of situation. And if it's working, obviously I have nothing to say, because what you're doing is working, right? Your gains and your progress will speak for itself, and there's no arguing with objective results. But if you can tell you're kind of slowing down, you know, you're not benching more than you were a few months ago, to a degree, right? Eventually, I think there's a limit of feasible, usable weight. Like, I don't think there's ever a world where I'm going to get bigger by, you know, trying to work up to like a 5-plate bench, right? There is kind of that upper limit of a ceiling in a way. But, you know, for anything below that, if you're not getting a bit stronger, getting larger, at least by any noticeable degree that you can see by looking at any sort of progress pictures, you got to change a variable. You know, your equation is an equilibrium, and that's what your body likes. That's what it's comfortable with. It wants to stay the same. It wants to stay right where you are. You know, I mean, that's half the gist of our whole system, right? Circadian rhythm. It wants to wake up at the same time, do the same amount of, you know, energy expending, eat the same amount of food, and just have the same day. It's very natural. That's kind of that just leads to order, right? Just same stuff on repeat. But some glitch in the matrix gave us the ability to be conscious of our own thoughts and efforts. And what ended up being lucky for somebody like me, where this is just my thing, I get to say, all right, I'm in pretty decent control of my whole life, and I want some more muscle on my frame. So I'm going to try to break past that, you know, sort of law of nature leading me to just stay the same size, be the same dude, and essentially just outdo it with the training routine, the diet, the sleeping, and the hydration, and everything, so that I can be in the state I want to be and enjoy the process of getting there. You know, so I guess what I'm trying to say there is you got to fight the power, right? Stick with it, don't slack off, because you know you're going to enjoy those gains later on. Right? But that's the downside. It's going to take a while. I don't see that as a downside, because I'm in it for the long haul. But for anybody who's not so steadfast about it, sometimes it can take a little bit of extra sort of etching into their mind to get into that kind of mindset. But yeah, like, you can look at things in two ways, right? And frankly, I think this is a good descriptor of people as well. In any endeavor, in any actor, you know, path of life, you've got the Gokus and you got the Vegetas, right? Now the Vegeta, he's looking for anybody ahead of him, and he's got some jealousy. And jealousy is the motivation. I need to be better than this guy so that I can feel good about myself. not an awesome approach. And even, I mean, anybody could look at that and would come to the same conclusion. But it's not always so simple as thinking that and then applying it to your own, you know, thought processes and freaking life, you know. So it's like if somebody calls you an asshole and you say, no, I'm not. It's not something you can actually tell, you know. It's more so something that people can tell about you. And then there's the Gokus. There's the Gokus of the world who simply want to get better. They want to do what they like. They want to have fun with it. And the fact that, you know, effort is going to result in improvement, that's the cool part, you know. The whole point of it is change and adaptation and, you know, overcoming and skill building and challenge. There is no journey without obstacles to overcome, right? There is no Lord of the Rings if Middle Earth had a subway station or had, you know, Delta Airlines to take Frodo all the way over there, and you know, his main problem is, oh, Sam, they delayed our flight. There's no story there. There's nothing to enjoy or look back on, you know. So it's very easy to say that. Actual, like, real difficulties and problems to overcome, I mean, in real life, you don't look at them and think, wow, I get an obstacle to go through. No, it sucks, right? It's hard. But just like a freaking leg day, you get to look back at it and think, all right, that was pretty crazy, right? But I made it, right? I mean, you can think back at imagine a time where you felt you were pretty low, right? You were in a low time. Things were not working out your way, be it your fault or the fault of someone else's, and you just got to deal with it. Yeah, in the moment, you probably were not having that much fun. You know, I can look back at a good couple periods like that. I'm talking just totally freaking out about, you know, any given matter of the sort. Whoa, right? Not cool. But time's gonna pass, and you think, all right, well, you know, I mean, this is at least how I think about it, right? Because if you've ever been through some shit of any variety, it's kind of what has gotten you to where you are now, you know. So I never look back and think, man, I wish all these crazy, just whatever things never happened to me. Those sucked. Because I know if, you know, my whole life wasn't exactly how it was, I would not be where I am right now, you know. So if you can get to a place you're happy with, then it almost negates any kind of difficulty or uncomfortability you had to deal with beforehand, because now you're like, okay, nice, made it through the tricky part, and here we are. Now I get to enjoy, right? So that's kind of a classic trope, light at the end of the tunnel style thought process of motivation. Sometimes you got to trudge through it. You know, it's not always fun and games, right? We're a freaking live, and that comes with a reasonable amount of responsibilities and, you know, whatever else that you've got to deal with. Right? So it's that's one thing I like about working out, and it's not even the working out part that's so important. It's just it's something. You know, anybody could say this exact same sort of speech about whatever it is that they like. You know, this is the thing I love about woodworking, man. You know, you got infinite possibilities, and you get to bring what you want into this world. You know, or like this is what I love about miniature painting, right? You can, like, it could be anything, right? So the point isn't what that thing is, but it's being able to dive into something. And I mean, the act of just like practice of anything, whether, let's say, you're a freaking you know, small filmmaker, you know, DP kind of producer kind of guy. If you're like, you're crazy into the cameras, which now I am, a total freaking, you know, camera nerd, recording all this stuff. It could be anything. The process of trying to work at something to get better at it, just for your own sake, like purely because you like it, that translates world freaking wide. Not to derail my talk just now, but that guy was wearing like silvery gold, like tiny mini shorts, and he was not on a run. He was just having a brisk walk. But getting back on topic, I really need a 360 cam so I can show you shit like that when I see it when I'm out here. But yeah, it's just trying to get better at something. That is a key aspect of getting to enjoy life, I feel. And it doesn't matter what it is, and it really doesn't matter how good you are or what level you are at it at any given moment. you know, because it's not about your position or your current skill level or your, you know, placing in the hierarchy of everybody else who's involved with what you're doing. It's just whether or not you are maintaining or if you are slowly progressing, right? And even slow progression is massive on a long-term scale, because any percentage of constant progression, it's not just one step at a time. Every step actually gets bigger and bigger and bigger. The problem is we're not really wired to think exponentially, right? I mean, if somebody told you just save, I mean, it's like when we hear the guys talking, like, if you put $800 a month into an S&P IRA index fund, you know, anything like that, then after 45 years, that will actually add up to, you know, some crazy freaking amount. You know, the same thing goes with anything you try to get involved in, man. Right? Constant effort, constant progression. You know, at least if you are making it and doing everything it takes to make it, it adds up. And before you know it, you're the guy people are coming to for freaking advice about whatever that thing is, and you're just a better dude, right? I'm not saying better in an objective sense, but more so just like you know, you got something you'd like to do, right? Every morning, you know, you got at least something on your agenda that you're excited for, and that makes you want to get out of bed and just, you know, live to do, right? There's a big difference between being alive and living. So if you can have something where that is sort of an internal thought you can have, where it's like, yeah, this is pretty fun, I like doing this, you got a better off, right? And if anybody doesn't have something like that, that's your cue to look for it. You got time. You know, there's no freaking rush here. So if you can have something you can spend, you know, an hour, 2 hours, whatever amount per week working on, you will have a better time. And if it's working out, even better. Right? Of course, I'm going to say that. I love the working out. But it was my sophomore year when I did a really big bulk. And for the whole 4 or 5 months or however long I was bulking for, no pump checks at all. Long sleeves, pants only, nothing to look at, because I wanted to see a change by the time that I was done with it. I wanted to say, all right, I want to look at myself and say, holy crap, I got bigger, rather than, you know, just see it, you know, on a day-by-day slow sort of scale, which, you know, dieting down aspect, I feel is actually much cooler than the getting bigger aspect, especially after a while, you know, because obviously, I mean, if you're a beginner, I mean, our first 6 months of working out, that's a pretty drastic change without a lot of body fat gain. But, you know, when you get into all sorts of like just getting leaner over the course of time and losing pounds of body fat, that can be pretty abrupt, you know. So that's where, I mean, if you're actually losing weight every morning, then I might only do a pump check once a week, right? Because then I'll actually have a visual change while I know that my weight is going down, so I've got confirmation what I'm doing is working, and then going from there. You know what I'm saying? So it's worth thinking about, right? Because obviously, you know, a watched pot never boils, you know. So just work out and wait. That's half of it, you know. I can sit on leg extensions forever. Leg presses, hack squats, pendulums, those are ones that really make me say, okay, holy crap. And I kind of have to, you know, not force myself to do the set, but tell myself, like, all right, just hit it, come on, you know. Because if a set is so chill that you can just do them after, you know, one after another in perpetuity, how heavy is that training, right? And not how heavy, but just how intense and how productive is it, you know? The whole difficulty and the whole benefit or kind of coolness factor of legs versus any other muscle group is the fact that it's so hard, and you end up getting a certain relief at the end of it because you're like, holy crap, I did it, right? I never have to sit in the car after a chest day and think, oh, I did it, man, that was freaking hard. Chest is more fun. And it's not as, it's just, every different muscle group has a different angle to it. And quads has got to be the hardest, because the benefit and the coolness factor of really hitting your quads only comes at the end, right? Actually, like sitting under a crazy heavy squat or pendulum or hack or anything, I mean, it's like anxiety in a freaking bottle, man. This shit is heavy, you know? So it's the fact that you can overcome that and actually bring it that sort of gives you that sense of relief and satisfaction, you know. Plus knowing that more people than not would not do what you're doing, right? I mean, there's a reason legs getting skipped. It's a pretty classic, like, gym culture cliche joke. It's because it's true. You know, it's not just a made-up thing, right? So if you want results that are different from the guy next to you, if you want to be in a situation that is different than the guy next to you, you got to do what he's not going to do. And I mean, it's just as simple as that, you know. So if most people are going to skip legs, if you want to be different than most lifters, hit them. If most guys aren't counting their calories, if you want to be different than them, count your calories. If most guys don't really, you know, actually continue to gain weight and make progress, if you want to be different than them, that's what you have to do. And that's not like a groundbreaking thought. It's like, if you do everything the exact same way somebody else does, and for some reason expect different results, look it up in the dictionary. You are literally insane, right? So that's where it's sometimes the trickier parts are where you got to lean into them with a little bit of extra energy, just because you know if you can amp yourself up to get them done, you'll be ahead of the pack, right? You want to be ahead of the curve in all aspects, training wise. You know, I've never really, and this is with anything. This is with dieting down. This is with bulking up. A lot of the times I see this as a motivator. Guys are like, oh, dude, you know, I look like shit. I gotta lift. It's like, okay, are you joking? And then some of these guys actually look good. Like, you're a big ass dude already. You're gonna say you look like shit and that's your motivation to work out? It just doesn't make any sense. Like, let's be objective here. You can look solid and still want to make progress, right? You shouldn't feel as though you need to explain why you want to work out or why you want to get a little bit bigger or anything like that. Because you just want to do it, and that's your thing. And the pursuit of it is fun enough that it doesn't need any other explanation, right? But yeah, so for me, it's always just, I can get a little bigger. I want to see what that's going to be like. Alright, so this is making me happy right now, thinking about the fact that I know somewhere out in the world, potentially close by, there is someone doing a set of squats to absolute insane failure, or leg press, you know, or bench, or anything, you know. Someone is getting after it, right? You know, insert a sort of thought bubble teleporting visual, right? Maybe somewhere out there, Larry Wheels is benching 800 pounds, or Julius Maddox is doing, has he done 800 yet? He's up in the 7s, that's for sure, which is still freaking nuts. Or Andre Smaev, or Smaev, however you pronounce it, you know, he's curling a 250-pound dumbbell. Right? The fact that I know all these guys are out there going nuts, that's a motivating factor, right? That's a situation that makes me think, all right, I want to join the bandwagon. You know, I'm rolling up to the gym, I got my own weights, it's all going to weigh the same. And I want my intensity to be top tier, right? I want it to be up there with anybody else. And if you can do that for long enough, before you know it, you'll kind of sort of scale the echelon, as it were, right? It's like it's like how stand users are drawn to each other. It's the same thing with guys who can bench the 150s. It's the same things with anybody who could squat, you know, upwards of 5 plates or so, right? It just there's this magnetic force from having those abilities after you can, you know, train them up for long enough, where you just end up running into people doing the same shit, you know, or by maybe a little less construed measures. Right? Just seeing them when we're all posting our videos talking about shit. But that's the cool part, right? And then in kind of a reverse internal hype for me, I know there's, you know, for as many guys who are out there this current given second killing it, I don't know. Honestly, for every one set of balls to the wall, 1,000,000% intensity that's going on at this given moment, damn, there's thousands, maybe millions of sets going on that are and that's even worse, right? That's the freaking hard part of looking at this situation. You know, it's like there's 1,000,000 sets that could be done. You want yours to be the diamond in the rough, where you're absolutely freaking bringing it, you know. And then it's a little counterintuitive, but I feel as though the harder you go, the more you get to enjoy it, right? And you would think it's like, okay, well, that doesn't sound exactly right. You know, the harder I work out, the harder it is, and the more uncomfortable it is. Not exactly, right? I feel it's more so you kind of get trained up to being able to handle it, and then before you know it, it's like I wouldn't say a cakewalk, of course, but it's the point. It'll get to the point where you know what you're capable of, and you want to bring it, instead of just using the gym as more of your daily activity for the day, which of course is sweet, right? But if you want to be a freaking dog, I think you gotta bring it a little more than the average guy. For chest and lighter body parts, things where there's no mortal risk, sometimes it can take a little bit if you really get in the zone and to bring it. So that's where it's got to be almost purely internal, that you've got that drive for whatever set that you're about to do. Because with a squat, I don't care how good or bad you might feel, you're going to stand up straight if you see that in front of you. And you've got that plan for your workout, right? Whereas any other smaller muscle group, it's not as hard to slack off because the movements themselves don't demand that much, just like prep. So what I'm getting at, or the main point I've been trying to say this whole time, is now that's on me, right? There is nothing essentially forcing me to go crazy, because I can always just drop the weight if I want to and say, I don't want to do this, and that could be the end of it, right? I could just drive home and sit in the Wendy's parking lot and play on my phone for 3 hours before going back home, right? There's no rule keeping me from doing that. Of course, that's not what I want to do, but that's neither here nor there. So we'll see. I'll see how I feel, because if it's ever a chest day where I can tell my shoulder might be a little off, or I'm just not really feeling, I don't want to say strong, but just not, like, you can kind of develop a sense where you can say to yourself, I probably shouldn't bench 300 pounds today, or I probably shouldn't do this or that or the other. And sometimes you should listen to that inside voice, because that's what's going to keep you from getting hurt. But I was just thinking, I don't have a lot of mantras, I don't do your cardio, but that doesn't really count. But I do have one, and I try to think about this. Well, it just comes up naturally anytime something happens. Let's say you've got a little something going on, and then you get hit with like, how you doing, man? How you doing? You good? Every time, no matter what, I'd probably recommend you answer that question like you're Jordan Belfort and you just made a $10 gazillion trip. You are killing it. I'm doing great, right? And then it just puts you in this headspace of, even if something was going on, you're still doing great, right? So, it's kind of like a fake it till you make it kind of deal. I'm not coming in here thinking, oh, let me do as little sets as possible just so I can be done and leave. Like, that's not the motivation. It's a little more like, if you don't have, it's like if it's not contributing to the overall level of progress, then I think it's kind of a better idea to condense your effort into not the minimum sets required, but just as dense of a package as you can. So if I sat in here and did 20 sets of fluff junk, let's say I lifted, let's say instead of one set of 3 plates for, what was that on Smith, like 10 or something? Let's say I did a plate and a half for 20, 3 times. It's not the same, right? Very good Dorian Yates analogy. If you hit a stick of dynamite with a pencil, it doesn't matter how many freaking times you hit it, it's not going off. Right? But if you hit it with a sledgehammer, that stimulus is freaking intense enough, right, that you actually get the intended result. So that's kind of the logic I'm following. I'm happy with that. So the leaner that I get, the more apparent this, see those kind of lines on my lower back, the more apparent those will become. And that's a good test. That's a good test of your leanness. Even though it's only 180, if I was cut up, I could still see those starting to show up. Don't think that you have to be a 260-pound dude to see that kind of grain. Sure, size becomes a pretty substantial component, but dude, if you're peeled
170, whatever, you're going to see tricep striations. You're going to see lat veins. You're going to see chest fibers. At least, after you've got a certain amount of development. That's where the angle of muscle maturity comes in. Because the more you lift, even if year by year you're not necessarily much bigger, but he honestly dropped a ton of at least motivational wisdom, right? I'd say probably the coiner of being anti-cookie cutter. So that's essentially just meaning, don't just do what everybody else does because everybody else does it. Because it's like, then you're not living your own life. You're more so just going along the beaten path, and I don't think anybody wants to do that, right? Like, we want to do our own things because we want to do them. I think I like the idea of having a very specific goal or a specific activity that I like to do because I want to do it for me, not because it's like a flex or it's like something to be shown off or like, I think some things are objectively cool, but you can catch yourself in a weird mentality. I'm not saying you, but like people where, you maybe might think like, okay, if I do this one thing, or if I get this thing, or if I can be in this place, or if I go and I meet these people, then I'll be cool. Then I will be whatever. And in like a very deep way, maybe thinking like, then I'll be happy. Like, then I'll be happy with myself. And I don't know. I just don't like the setup, because extrapolate that to a little bit longer. Well, shit, man. Let's say you do get that job. You do that bodybuilding competition. You whatever. Well, there's a world after that, So when I'm thinking of like goal setting, goal achieving, I'm not as concerned about any particular end state. It's more so just having a goal of like improvement, Like, I don't think any kind of, well, I wouldn't really know, but like I would imagine that if you're like a crazy ass hedge fund manager guy, it's not necessarily that you care about reaching a certain number. If you're managing this whole kind of crazy portfolio, you're just worried about like, okay, am I making incremental progress? Now that's, just money, like scaling and different kind of investments. But in terms of like lifting or, getting bigger or leaner, it's not about an end point, because there's more after that anyway. So if I'm in a dieting phase like I am now, for the next 4 or 5 months, I want to make sure I'm doing everything that I know is putting me closer towards that end goal. 20 minutes of cardio post-workout, 30 minutes of cardio this morning. I'm going to go, I got some canned chicken in the hotel room. I'm going to go slam, and I'm tracking all my calories, where even if I do eat a little bit extra one day, well, I'm still tracked it, and I know how that rebound is going to affect my scale weight. And it's, it's all kind of just part of the journey, right? I got some, this is kind of stupid. So I still have one more trip before I can actually chill, because I ordered some groceries so that when I got to the hotel last night, they'd already be there. I had like some canned chicken, a couple zero sugar Gatorades, and I realized I didn't pack underwear. I had everything else. So I'm like, all right, shit, well, that's not going to work. And I get all this stuff from Walgreens. And I'm like, oh, sweet, yeah, 10-pack of men's underwear. Nice. Doesn't matter what it is. Click. And then I look at it, and I unfold one, and I open it up, and I realize that wasn't 10 pairs of regular-ass guys' underwear. That was 10 male adult diapers. So I open this up, and I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? So I gotta make one more pit stop. I remembered I got everything else, socks and shoes and pants or whatever, but yeah, I must have, that means in my freaking closet I've got just a stack where it eluded my suitcase. Oftentimes, if something seems too good to be true, it usually is. Like, the best diets are the ones that are kind of freaking hard. The best cardio routines are the ones where you just do it, and there's nothing fancy about it. Like,
somebody could make an Instagram short or an Instagram reel and say, you can get 30 minutes of cardio, you can get the benefits of 30 minutes of cardio in just 3 minutes with this simple high intensity training trick. I'm not so sure, man. I'm not so freaking sure. But that's your own journey to embark on and to either uncover or potentially continue to be fooled by for however long it takes. I know there's a lot of guys who still think a lot of old school just jargon that gets said and circulated because it sounds right. But then again, how much does it matter if the guy is making the progress that he wants? If a guy has a training routine where in his mind he's like, this is my toning workout, this is my toning chest day, this is my whatever, maybe it's not something that we might say is like totally accurate, but the guy's making solid results and his version of like his logic about training works for him. But at least it means you're probably training, right? And that's within reason. Obviously there's like 350 pounders out there, that's whatever. So just something where I don't think working out needs to be an on paper debate. Like this, you should do things that are undebatable. Right? I think that was an undebatable pump, and I'd like to think that I had undebatable effort on at least most of those heavier sets. Sometimes on the squeezing sets, it's just for a burn, like you're getting activation, and then you take a second and do it again. But the more you can do things where it's like there's not really an argument, you went hard, you made some shit happen, no matter how high level or whatever you may perceive it as, then shit, man, you're good. Because at the end of the day, in anything, right, results are going to end up speaking for themselves, So, just I don't even want to talk about it. Like, all I want to talk about is go hard, get a pump, and make your gains, and count your calories and do your cardio. So actually, I've got a couple. Let me kind of count that back to myself. Go hard, get a pump, count your calories, do your cardio. Yeah, that's pretty much. Be consistent, but I think that already counts with the going hard. So those are my 4 things. Those are the four tenets of the Sulek method. Go hard, get a pump, count your calories, and do your cardio. If you got those 4 things down this year, going into next year, and the year after that, I couldn't explain why, right? I can't say a particular reason, but headed in to do back today, which I'm going to do a combo lift of weight session plus cardio right after. Normally I'd say cardio in the morning, lift later, but dieting down, especially as long as it's done throughout the day at some point, you're pretty much good. Like, I don't need to be super specific with my timing. Like when it comes to fasted cardio, I don't think you're magically going to get leaner than doing cardio at 8 o'clock or after you work out. Those are like micro details. We're more concerned with the macro details of, did I do my cardio? Did I hit my workout? And did I track all my calories and stay in my limit? And as long as those 3 gets done, it doesn't matter if you're a 5 a.m. lift kind of guy, or if you like hitting a late one at 9 o'clock. Bulking, I'm always going to love a later workout, or at least, a workout where I've eaten at like 4 full-size meals, so I'm full of carbs and I can really get after it. But dieting down, like even sitting here right now, like not even moving my legs together, but like starting to activate them, like this is rough. Like this morning, that was, I've had sore legs from crazy leg days off season. The actual feeling of walking over to the bathroom, like sitting down, it freaking sucked. But no, so yeah, I got a little bit of delayed onset muscle soreness from that, and that's okay, right? Especially dieting down, I would kind of expect that. I'm not eating a zillion grams of everything, so I can't like instantly recover. But plan for today with back, I think I'll just see. And I think I'll just see. So I'm gonna I got a few things going on now. I'm gonna make a post about a good Q&A the next couple days, do a full day eating, plus a little bit of a grocery trip. So we, this won't exactly line up for the 1,000th YouTube video that I've posted, but we're getting close. You know, I think it's going to be November 20-something is going to be the 1,000th lift special, which I'll probably just make it a normal lift. But that's, you know, that's something. 1,000 lifts, 1,000 posts, especially for the YouTube videos. That's something. But we're going to coincide that with a Instagram photo and reel contest. So I think we'll just have to make that run until the end of November, so that it's like a full month or so. But the basic rules are going to be, you know, just oh man, we got a hashtag. I think it's hashtag. So yeah, make an Instagram post, either just one photo or a reel with the hashtag Sam Sulek merch, and it can be anything, you know, as long as it has the only other caveat to that is it has to have like one of the shirts or like a shaker bottle or like a hat somehow involved. And then over the course of that, like 30 days, we'll probably, maybe a little more. I think it'll be good to take this to the end of November. We'll scan through all the posts with that hashtag and pick the top 3. And then out of those top 3, we'll pick the best one. And it's not, we're not going to do something where it's like based, because what if somebody with a big following just makes a funny post? Obviously they're going to get more likes than, you know, somebody else, just because they've got more social media engagement. So likes and engagement isn't the criteria. It's kind of just overall quality. And then we'll do I think we'll do a little bit of a poll where we can get the general consensus of what's best. But at the end, we'll end up picking a winner. And then kind of to tie into commemorating with the 1,000th YouTube video, each of those winners will get $1,000 gift card. Plus, we're going to do a whole box of just all sorts of signed stuff. And I'll throw some extra stuff in there too. Little, like maybe a few things from the gym. I don't know. We'll see. But we'll make it fancy. So yeah, Sam Sulek merch. Like if you've already got a shirt or a hoodie or something, then you're ahead of the game, because you could make your post earlier than everybody else if somebody wanted to order something. But that'll be the plan. So try not to. And then half the reason that we're going to do no likes, like likes isn't the only criteria, is just because people could also bot likes. Like that's not cool. But yeah, so I'll put up an Instagram story about that too. Maybe make that little announcement a little bit more concise. Right? I don't have any irrational fears. Like I'm not extra afraid of anything more than the next guy, I think. I'm definitely not afraid of doing my cardio. Like those 30 minutes passed like nothing. Just pop a squat, pedal. I already had my heart rate up from doing the full back day first. So to sit and like get going, like I'm already there. I'm already up at zone whatever I was aiming for. I think I'd have to look it up. It's like, I think it's zones 1 through 4, maybe 1 through 5. And like whichever one the top one is, like zone 5 or 4, is like full-blown sprint, complete exertion, like no holds barred. And zone 1 is like barely above baseline. Like zone 1 is like your heart rate while you're walking versus while you're sitting, resting. And it just kind of scales from there. So I don't really track my heart rate. I don't follow it like that. But I mean, I'm around like 130, 140 when I'm on the bike. And it's enough. It's not so drastic. Like that's probably my favorite part about working out as a activity. Because I mean, for long-term progress or for legit gains, it demands consistency, but it doesn't. There's not a lot of pressure, right? Like there's not a ton of pressure when it comes to working out. There's no, like, you're not competing. Like I guess if you're a bodybuilder, you're competing, but there's no competition. You don't have to, like, there's no one day where you wake up in like a cold sweat. You're like, oh fuck, today's the day I gotta bring it. It's, that's not it. You can have off days. You can have days where your diet kind of gets thrown out the window, as long as you get back on track afterward and you're still tracking all your stuff. I mean, I've had crazy cheat days before when I'm dieting down, and not often, like once every month and a half, but as long as for 95% of the time you're on your stuff, well, then you're kind of good, So I like that is, it's just a little bit lower stakes. So you can make the stakes yourselves. Like you can add that pressure of, okay, I want to really make this workout count. And it's, it's just this internal drive rather than like an external pressure, if you kind of follow me. Like if you're on a football team, or if you're wrestling, or whatever, it's probably a little bit harder for individual sports too. It's like, okay, practice, all right, I did, and then you get to be in a position where you say, like, all right, I did everything I could, we just got to bring it, or you try to like give yourself a Mamba mentality of like, I'm gonna win this shit. You don't even think about losing, or whatever you might think about. But no, man, getting your cardio done, tracking your calories like that, that's just a regular day. So if you can make that a regular day, if you can make that your baseline normal, well then you're just making gains passively, because you're doing what you do every day like normal, and then over time you're just progressing slowly but surely. So that's where I want to be. Like, I like the idea of like seeing things in their natural habitat. If you look at an eagle up in the sky flying around, you're not thinking, holy crap, how the hell is he doing that? That's just what he does, man. So if there's a guy in your gym who is locked in and he's serious, man, he's goofing off, he's a nice guy, but he still gets his work done, and he's going hard, and he's like, he brings it. Well then, from an outside perspective, especially for someone who's not as into the gym, they're gonna look at that and be like, oh man, he's so focused, he's so disciplined, he's so like, well, no man, for him, he's in his element, he's having fun. The harder he goes, the more fun it is. Like, it's not and that's another thing too about just the fitness in general, is it's got this conception of like just fucking pain and sacrifice, and like, oh man, you gotta, like, as if there's no room for fun and enjoyment in the process. So that's not how I like it. Like, I don't want somebody yelling at me. I don't want I'm coming in the gym to have fun for me, because this is my thing. If it didn't feel like fun, I wouldn't want to do it. So that's where I guess I can't really tell somebody how to have more fun beyond just, if you sleep well and you stay hydrated, you're probably going to feel good in the gym. And then I think it definitely helps to have people to look up to. Like, when I started working out, when I started working out, I was watching a bunch of Callum Moger videos and a bunch of Juji Mufu. I was watching all the Juji videos with Clarence Kennedy. Like, just the idea that I could do the same things as these guys, not in terms of like videos were not even on my mind when I started working out, but like the idea that I could squat really heavy, or that I could do a little more like I could do flips and stuff, like on a diving board while being big too. Like, it's so that's the fun of it for me, right? Being able to see some examples of people who I was like, that's pretty fucking cool, I want to do that. And then just using that as a starting point to work your way up. So whatever you want to get into, be it more of a CrossFit or athletic kind of like, what's it called? Like calisthenics kind of guy, or just straight up bodybuilder. Maybe you love just the really heavy side of things, and you're watching, I'm pretty sure he's British, Jordan Peters. I don't think it's Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peters. It might be Peterson, I don't know. But not that Jordan Peterson. I'm talking about the bodybuilder. He's fucking just huge. Or you're watching, why can't I think of his name? Oh, crap. Josh. I don't know. Another guy who's huge, but also lifts really heavy weight. Like, that's where I think the answer isn't always like what kind of training that you're doing. It's more so, is the training that you're doing like not only conducive with your goals, but like, does it resonate with you personally, where you're excited to do it? Like that's an argument that doesn't get taken into account sometimes, when it's like, well, is this training style better than this training style? And it's just so involved and like personal and like kind of emotional too. Like you gotta put this into your routine that I don't think there's a specific answer, you know. So I'm trying not to like let myself say a specific like take, because it's so variable, you know. Some guys like different things and sometimes get better results from different things. Well, they work out every day or nearly every day, or they do their cardio every day. Like they're very consistent. Whether they're an everyday guy, maybe you're like a 5-day week, whatever their weekly routine is, they do it every week. So that's one, they're very consistent. I think they care about their diet. Maybe not in the sense that like, you know, they'll never touch a GMO or they'll never eat anything with red 40, but like they make sure they get proper protein intake, they're hitting all their micronutrients, you know, they're taking their men's vitamin gummy every day. Like they care. They're hydrated, so we can count that, you know, those two. So consistent, well fed, well dieted, well hydrated, well rested. You know, they don't sleep 3 hours a day. They get at least, I don't know, maybe even 7. I think you can run off 7. 7's a good baseline number. 8 might be, I mean, you know, we've all been there. And honestly, like, and then, you know, and then there's the fifth element, the X factor. They're just, you know, they're excited about what they're doing. Right? They like it. They want to do it. They don't have to be pushed. They push themselves. So no matter what specific thing that they're doing, if all those factors line up, I can probably guarantee that I want to listen to what this guy has to say and hear his opinion and hear his experiences and take on training, because those are the factors that I think really matter. You know? And then everything else will fall into place. Because if you do care about your progress, then, you know, if you're already doing all these other things, you're gonna try and optimize your routine and, you know, try new things and work out in different ways and try different splits and everything, and then you'll just see what works, you know, just as long as they're not stagnant. The one variable that isn't here is plateauedness, is stagnancy, is just like stillness. Like they're always kind of like looking for what's next, you know, if I had to describe that kind of guy. So if you know somebody like that, or somebody just popped into your mind who you think of as like, oh yeah, but yeah, that'll be solid. But one thing I was just thinking about with, you know, even with why my biceps were extra sore today was, you know, I was kind of hyping up reclined curls, where you set the bench up on an incline, you lean back, and you're doing very controlled squeezing curls in that kind of like just leaning back position with your arms sort of behind you. And I was just kind of thinking, like, that is a very effective movement. And I don't mean effective as though like it's the best, but it's just very dense. Like if I'm gonna do an arm day or a bicep workout, I feel like I like splitting up a heavy set with like a light squeezing set, which lets me hit it from all angles, because it's like, okay, I got a lot of tension here and I got a good, really good, solid squeeze over here. But that movement of those incline seated curls is very, like, I feel like it hit everything that I wanted. Really good stretch at the bottom, a lot of load at the top, or, you know, not the top, but at the middle. Like if you could have if somehow you could have a force measurement reader in my bicep, it would read higher force when your arm is like parallel with the ground, and then it would actually get lighter as you get up to the top, because you don't have to, like, you're only working with a percentage of the weight and the rest of it is just getting translated through bone structure. But what I'm getting at is that was a very good movement, and enough where now I'm going to say to myself, all right, that felt so good last time I did it, I'm probably going to want to do it again. I'm probably going to want to make it a staple of my workouts, just because it was so, like, just, I don't want to say effective, but I could at least feel that I definitely did substantial damage with it in a, you know, in a good way, not in like a tendon wrenching kind of way, you know. So just something to keep in mind. Like if you ever come in and you do a specific movement, maybe you do leg extensions with single leg instead of double leg, or maybe you do, you know, a row that you don't normally do, or you pick a tricep dip machine that you know, maybe you normally use the new one, and then this time you try the old one. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying, if a movement really hits, and maybe you do it in a different way, maybe you watch somebody else do it a certain way, and you're like, oh, maybe I'll try to turn my hands inward instead of outward. That's really valuable hands-on experience to be able to tell you, well, I really like how that felt. And not only is it telling you like, okay, I want to do that movement again, but it's also kind of like a jumping off point for you to be able to think, oh, I really like that kind of movement. I've seen videos of people do this, and this, which is kind of similar. Maybe I should also try doing that sort of stuff. Because I think you'd be, I'm not trying to call anybody out, like for me as well, like we'd be lying to ourselves if we said we've tried every movement possible. Because it's not just every movement, it's like, okay, every movement, every exercise, but then the exercise you can kind of tweak it a little bit. Maybe you can do you could do a heavy set, you could do a light squeezing set, you could do a holding, burning set. Like I could sit and just do standing dumbbell curls. I don't know how many times, but I could easily think about 10 different ways to do a set of dumbbell curls, and each set would be totally different from the last one. Like, so the idea that you have it all together, like you know everything about how every movement feels all the time, that's just not, that's not right. And I don't think people ever say that. Like, I've never seen a video where somebody says, like, I've done every gym movement ever, or anything like that. I do see rating videos where guys are like, rating the top 10 chest movements. In the 10th place, the worst movement, flat bench. Really? It's not bad. You're just saying you don't like it compared to something else. So what I'm getting at is, you kind of have to build your own, not itinerary, but you got to build your own contact list, like your own Rolodex of not only movements, but also styles of movements. And then one more level, combinations of styles of movements. And then you get your own little, even if it's kind of subconscious, like list of workouts that you really like doing. Like, I think that, that'd actually be kind of easy for me. I'm sure I could write down a couple, like 8 set workouts that I really like. But it's, then it's kind of weird because, like, are you doing if let's say somebody was trying to look at, like, do a Tom Platz leg day or do like a Jay Cutler chest day. It's, is the point that you want to do their workout, or is it, more valuable to try to emulate, like, coming up with your own workout for you? So just like something to think about. I wouldn't want to just, not blindly, but I wouldn't want to just really catch myself trying to emulate exactly what someone else is doing, because, well, I'm not them, I'm me. So I want to kind of maybe use that as a jumping off point and, like, see what they're doing and maybe understand their logic, and then try it myself and see what happens. I don't know when the next run-in would be, but this will be a question I'm going to ask Chris, because when we worked out with David, he told us that one time he was doing this program. I don't know if this was something that he came up with or something that, like, Hadi Rambod had him doing, but he was talking about this leg growth phase where he had 3 leg days in a row, where each one was like a separate, like, style. Like, it wouldn't just be 3 big leg days in a row. Like, each day had a point, or something along those lines. And I never tried that, so I definitely love to hear an explanation. And then there's a million other guys who are all total beasts who also have come up with their own random things that you might not think about. So that's the last thing I want to do, is get boxed in with my training. Like, I want to improve it, and I want to kind of, like, I don't know if you think this, but in my mind, if I'm imagining what it looks like to condense my training down into what I think is effective, then sometimes it might feel like you're just trying to hone in on, like, one point, when really, I think it's more so not exactly shrinking yourself down to what you think is totally perfect, but maybe it's a better idea to think about, like, just broadening your horizons of thinking about, different kind of movements or whatever, and just, like, trying different stuff. Really boil everything I just said down for the last, like, however many minutes. It's just try new things and see if you like them. Maybe we can call this phase 3. I don't know. I feel like phase 1 of this diet was the initial, like, water drop off, where, like, in a week I lost like 10 pounds. body fat, just carbs and water. And then now I got under 250. So now I'm aiming for that sub 240 mark. We're headed down to 240. I hypothesize that should take about, if I'm going a little quicker than a pound a week, just a little bit, then that should take a little bit more than 5 weeks. So around that kind of December-ish, early December mark, that should put me at that 240 range. And that's a big jump. Not in terms of like physical feeling, like I'll probably feel the same that I do now, but visually for me to get down to 240 from 250 is a very substantial change in leanness. And then it'll be an even bigger jump going from 240 to 230. Right? Once I'm close to that 230 mark, that's where it's going to be, not exactly show ready, but closer to it, much closer to it. And it's just, it's kind of like it's fine if you have a couple, but for the most part, it's kind of like you're trying to cheat the system. And if you play by the rules of just eating regular foods, high protein, and reducing your overall calorie intake, you're just gonna have a better time. This is gonna be a group workout. Normally these lifts are solo, but I've got my coach sitting in the back, so he's gonna give me some pointers on how to really tie into my lats and keep my mind in the muscle, if you know what I'm saying. But no, for real, when it comes to back, I think, I don't know, I didn't have a eureka moment. Like the first time I did incline bench and I could feel my chest do the work, like not explicitly, but like really feel it activating more than normal. I didn't really have that with back as much, because when I was younger I did gymnastics, like swinging around the bars, doing like double backflips on the spring floor, that kind of stuff. And all the like conditioning that we did for that was a lot of pull-up based work, like pull-ups and a lot of ab work and stuff. So even when I started working out, I had at least a little bit of a lat spread. Nothing crazy like by bodybuilder standards, but for 160 pound me, shit, man, that felt pretty freaking cool. But no, it did not take long for me to get some straps in the works. I'm talking about regular lifting straps. I'm just trying to squeeze my back better. I'm not in here to forearms. If I was, then I'd be sitting doing all sorts of forearm curls with like, barbell behind the back or dumbbell like hanging off a bench. Like I'm just trying to hit my lats here, At least in the bodybuilding context, I feel like that's the whole point. Rather than trying to be, like an everyman where you're coming in doing like a full body workout or, any kind of athletics, you're basically just telling yourself very directly, okay, let's open up, it's like you're a goddamn, secret agent, and a file gets thrown on your desk, and the file is back. You're not thinking about anything else. It's just pure lats, mid traps, rhomboids, teres major, all that fancy stuff in between, and nothing else. And part of that also kind of makes me a little specific with what back movements I do. Like we think back and we're thinking deadlifts, bent over barbell rows. I've kind of chilled out on them. One, just because they're very intense. So right now I don't need to do any movements that are like that overall loading. But even in off season, like, it's like, what am I doing? If I'm fighting against getting winded and I want to do a set, go hard, rest, and then do another one, well, I want all of that fatigue to come from the targeted muscle. So I think I'm going to have a better time camping out on like a chest supported row or a pull down rather than like a bent over row, at least right now. And that opinion is from someone who has bent over barbell rowed almost exclusively on basically every back day for like at least a year straight. So it's not saying they're bad, it's just saying that right now I want all my movements to be a bit more specific, like a bit more isolated. Like the less supporting muscle groups that can be in play, the better. That's a good argument for someone doing leg press instead of squats, because squats are not just your quads. You're doing your lower back, you're bracing, your arms have to hold the bar, your glutes are coming into play, you're balancing. Sometimes I get a little bit I don't know, man. Like so it's not that I don't know. I'm just saying, or I'm trying to pose the question, like, what's a good amount? You know, like what is a good amount? And I think for somebody to come out and say, well, it's actually 8, you know, and then have like a smug look, like as if they actually know the answer. Like, no, I don't think there is a specific answer like that, right? Just as there's a time and a place for different movements, depending on your situation, be it dieting up, bulking, dieting down, bulking up, it could change your volume, you know? So it's like, where's that effective range? So do I think I would have gotten more stimulus out of 2 more sets? I guess not really, because I didn't do 2 more sets. I only did the 6. So today, 6 seemed like the answer, you know? But would I have gotten more if I did 8? Right? But let's assume you hit every body part about twice a week-ish. You know, are you doing 15 sets for chest? Are you doing 20 sets for quads? How is your pump? Like if somebody is doing 20 sets, do they feel like they get continually more pumped throughout the whole workout? Do you feel like maximally pumped around that 8 set mark and then it kind of tapers off? And then there's also people that, you know, when I pose that question, that's coming from my perspective of I really try to like give it a lot every set. Like I'm not just going to do 12 and like, you know, feel some burn and then rack it. So I think some people will come into this discussion and that is what they do. Like they feel it, but every one of their sets isn't a failure. So maybe then that warrants their, take on doing like a 20 set chest day. Because let's say I did a chest day where it was maybe a little bit faster paced, kind of Cutler-esque, like every set isn't a total failure, but I do them a little bit quicker, and I do, 6 movements, 3 sets each, or something like that, and maybe I pyramid. Like there's a lot of angles to look at here. So I think that's what's really missing sometimes when people say like a very straight to the point statement or opinion about working out, is it's like, you know, I think I just want more context, right? Like I want to know how intense are you bringing every set, how long have you been working out for, like all of those sort of circumstantial aspects come into play. Because for me, I started off doing like 25 sets every chest or every lift for every body part twice a week. I was doing 5 curls, like curling exercises, like regular dumbbell curls and cable curls, and I was doing 5 sets for each one. So I do 5 dumbbell curls, I do 5 cable curls, I do 5 preacher curls, you know, and I think I was bringing it. I definitely feel like I was bringing it at least close to failure, but I don't think it was really legit failure every set. I was probably doing a substantial amount of pump work. I felt like I was really going hard at the time, but I think I could have condensed my energy and done shorter workouts. And then after like a year, I think a year, I dropped it from 25 sets per lift to 11 or 12 or something. And that was a big jump. Like even that felt kind of crazy, like to drop my volume down basically in half. And then I brought it down to, I think it went from 11 to 8. And at the time in my mind, my logic was, okay, I'm gonna do 8 sets. I'm gonna make the most out of these 8 sets. I don't care what happens during them. I'm gonna make every single one count, because I've only got 8. So that was the constraint that I put on my workouts. I got chest today, all right, I got 8 sets. Let's do 2 of this, 3 of this, and 3 of this to finish. Boom, sweet. And then I did that for a long time, probably like 2 years. And now I think I'm at a point where it's not necessarily aiming for a set number goal, but more so just kind of like a feeling of workload, because it, you know, just kind of changes sometimes. Like I remember distinctly, probably my lowest volume bicep workout ever was just 4 sets. 4 sets of curls, that was all. And it felt like that was more than enough. But what I did that day was bent over single arm concentration curls with 5 assisted reps beyond failure. So I bend over, sitting on a bench, curl the 50 for like 12 or something, do like 3 or 4 partials where I couldn't really move it very much, and then assist myself on the way up with the other hand, and then let go and just like carry the weight down with with just like force negatives. Like my bicep was too weak to lift the weight, but it was strong enough to kind of resist the weight moving back down, and then I had the other hand help out. And after 4 of those, like my biceps were totally cooked, because those sets were taken to failure and beyond because they were given some extra assistance. So I guess now it's more so I feel like I'm into the gym and I say, all right, I'm doing back. Let's aim for the feeling of a good back day, like squeezing, burning, pumped. And then I can say, all right, was that enough? Or should I do 1 more set? And then wherever that number ends up being, that's just what it is, So I think that that's a solid progression. Like just logically, I feel like that makes sense. But that's just for me, right? So whatever your number may be, as long as you're bringing it with that number, well, guess what? You're probably making gains. There's no secret amount of volume or frequency. I think there are tenets. Not the 9 ancestral tenets as per the Liver King, but I'm talking about tenets of just tenets of gains, right? Consistency, effort, calories, cardio. Honestly, these are the 4 tenets. If you know someone who is into all 4 of these things, odds are they work out and they look like it, or at least they're making solid progress. Either dieting down, bulking up, couldn't really matter, right? But if you consistently put in effort, track your calories, and do cardio, I think it's almost impossible to lose. To not make gains if you're doing those 4 things is like a statistical anomaly. So I think there's a lot of people who say that they do those things, but they're really lying. But that could be the reason, right? It's sort of like, I don't know, like my version of hard-headedness makes me say, like, I want to make it happen in some way or another, and like, I guess it just wouldn't feel good to leave. Like, I guess maybe I just call it before that even happens. Like I would say, like, okay, we're doing a rest day today. It's like, if I want to get better at something, I've got to do it, right? I've got to like be in there actually making it happen. And I think on the spectrum of like over consistency like that versus under consistency, I'd rather be on this side as a basis. So it's like, just try to get excited. That's all I can really say. It's like, as long as you're excited about it, you're gonna have a better time. So that's where your own perspective on the matter can totally change the difficulty of a task, or the perceived difficulty rather, because someone who really doesn't care to work out, maybe a guy's bringing his son to the gym and kind of like forcing him to tag along, so just it's kind of like when it's a fake it till you make it attitude, in the sense of like, if you think a little more positively, or you're only kind of highlighting and reacting and like getting excited about the positive side of something, I think over time you're kind of conditioning your own brain to get excited, so I didn't have to go through that thought process, but sometimes I'll catch myself thinking that. Like, let's say maybe I'm doing cardio and I'm not exactly like super amped up for it, like feeling like Rocky, like I'm just like, all right, it's pedal. It does get me a little more amped when I think, like, all right, I know what I'm doing this cardio for. I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't want to do it. I think there's a very strong angle to look at, where it's where the mind goes, the body follows. So if you can get yourself in that headspace, maybe not of like complete insanity, like you're about to do a crazy heavy squat and you're screaming, you fucking throw some shit. Like, I'm not even saying that level, but just getting yourself in the headspace of, let's get this shit. Not I'm not exactly a massive David Goggins fan more than anybody else, but it's like, let's take some souls, man. Let's hit this shit. All right, let's get after it. I think the lift is the fun part. and then, you know, sitting drinking 2 liters of water with some kind of electrolyte or whatever. That's not so fun. It's not so flashy, but it definitely helps. Fun. That might have actually been too good, in the sense that I might have gone a little bit too hard, because it's been like 20 minutes since that pose down, and bicep wise, that I have to now think, like, did I overdo it? Like, did I over squeeze and burn, where now I'm like just gonna be sore for longer and not recovered? But obviously, you know, I'm not gonna lean into that too hard, right? That's just no freaking cool volume. Like, by the time I've done 6 to 8 sets, you know, of back, of chest, of arms, of quads, around then is kind of when I feel like that's there, you know? And that's not just like on a whim, like that is kind of based on all the lifts I've done before, where I've done, you know, workouts where it's 25 sets of chest, or 25 sets of curls, 5 movements, 5 sets each. So I'm not necessarily saying that's the answer, but it's my answer currently, you know? To limit, like, I don't think I could do a 2-set workout and have it be as good, stimulating, and then also conducive with like solid longevity over, you know, consistent time, right? A gradient. Like, I like the analogy of imagining like a bell curve, where somewhere in the middle is that sweet spot. Obviously 0 reps, 0 gains, so you're down here, and then, you know, 200 sets every day. I mean, I think that's going to mess you up, and you're probably not going to get a ton of growth out of that. Probably more than 0. You're still being active, but let's just say essentially, well, whatever, it's still low. So in between 0 and 200, I think, is this kind of shape, where it's like 0, you're getting zilch, around this range. So I'd probably argue, and not like heated argue, but like propose the idea that I think around that 6 to 8 rep area, or set area, hitting everything twice a week is a pretty valid approach. You know, I think that if you really bring it, like, and also that's assuming every set is like really to failure, because that's how I, you know, have kind of been doing it. So assuming those constraints, I think that's good, you know. But maybe you've got your thing is like, you listen to Jay Cutler talk about doing sets that aren't always completely to failure, and just doing more of them faster. So instead of a set of 15 reps of dumbbell curls, or a set of, you know, 17 or something to total failure, you know, doing 10 or 12, putting them down, waiting 30 seconds, and then doing it again, and then waiting 30 seconds and doing it again, or, you know, whatever that rest period was, then that's a good workout, right? If we're trying to, you know, come up with like what's the best approach, it's a little counterintuitive to say, well, you know, there's a lot of good approaches. So that's where, just try some stuff out. I think I've definitely gone through a few phases. So, you know, just because I do it the way that I like now, I'm not so closed-minded that I think that's like the only way. I'm a little closed-minded because, you know, with working out, like, I like that it's my thing. It's very personal. It's not a team-based activity. Like, I'm doing my stuff, and if it works, then, you know, good for me. And if it doesn't work, well, you know, crap, I guess I screwed it up doing it. Right? And that's one mantra I'm never gonna stop bringing up. Like, you're missing out. I know it doesn't seem like it, but that's the point. The fact that nobody else wants to do it is why, if you do, then you're getting your own, I mean, not only props that you're doing it, but also the benefits that it will, you know, that you'll reap from it. I wanted to start a little earlier this year because I wanted to give myself a little more time, so I don't have to, you know, basically give myself deja vu of sitting on a cardio bike, staring at the same apartment pool outside the little gym. I'm gonna try not to do that this time. We're always hyping up, like, you know, to go outside, get some vitamin D, get some sun exposure. But I mean, it's legit. You know, I think it adds up. As much as I would say, like, sleep well, stay hydrated, eat your meals, you know, make sure you get enough protein in, eat your creatine, get your multivitamins, get your fish oil. Like, as much as all those are little things, they add up to a really good workout, right? Or just feeling good the next day. So I can see how also, kind of negatives, it hits you pretty bad as well. Like, let's say somebody is, they just keep getting hit with bad weather. It's cold out. You're not getting any sun exposure. Now your vitamin D is off. It's, just try not to don't be a victim of your environment. And I don't mean victim like that. I just mean victim as in, like, your overall mood, your enjoyment, maybe your, your excitement for life is only dictated by, like, your external surroundings. I just saw a TikTok where it was just like a couple slides of quotes that was really getting me going. The basic gist was, it's hard for people to raise themselves above their own circumstance. And I think that, a lot of people, it's very easy to write off why they haven't done something cool or fun or just anything like that because of this and because of this and because of, well, and then this happened, and then I got then I got a flat tire, and it was like a whole thing, and then it's classic. It's a story as old as time. So just come up with a zillion excuses to explain why you are exactly where you are. But if you can kind of fight against that, well, then guess what? You're going to be in a different spot, and now you're kind of proving to yourself that you have the power to change your circumstances because you made it happen. And I know it seems like that's kind of like arbitrary motivational talk, whatever, but there's guys fighting the good fight out there. And in a lifting context, what I mean by that is, let's say a younger dude, still living with his parents, and he's not in a very fitness-oriented household. They're like, dinner every night is gonna be let me think, like buffalo chicken dip, chips out the wazoo, just only full sugar soda in the house because the parents are like somehow skeptical about diet soda, and they say that full sugar soda is actually better for you. Like, there's a lot of crazy shit like that goes down, and let's say everybody else in the family maybe isn't super active, right? And then maybe the younger guy, he just watched a bunch of David Lade edits. He just saw some Lex Little deadlifts, or like some crazy ass Trend Twin destruction, as well as just insane lifts. And he's like, dude, I want to do this shit. I'm done eating all this fucking trash. I'm gonna freaking bulk up, put some muscle on. And then, well, now he's got to kind of fight against his circumstances. Because I don't, I'm not saying this from experience. This is kind of just, an implication of what I assume happens sometimes, and just like hearing anecdotal stories from people, where it's like, nobody really wants to see you do better than them. At least if they're a little bit of the jealous type, You tell somebody, oh, dude, I'm not drinking tonight. What, do you think you're better than me? Ah, dude, come on, I can't eat that, bro. Come on. Dude, I'm not getting ice cream. I'm dieting. What? You're too cool to eat ice cream with us, bro? What the fuck? I'm not saying it happens all the time. And I'd imagine, most people are cool about it, and they're not going to make a fuss for you. But some people do, and maybe it's because of their own insecurities, and like they feel attacked that you're trying to, it's whatever, right? So that's where you got to kind of hold strong and don't let that thing, or that kind of thinking, throw you off, right? I mean, it's, you might seem a little crazy, and you definitely will in the period of time before you've actually really achieved your results, right? I don't think anybody is gonna, even somebody who doesn't know me, like if I sat down at like a restaurant or something, and all I had in front of me was like, can I ask for just grilled chicken and like a salad with no dressing? If somebody actually noticed that, they might not be surprised, right? But that's, what I'm really getting at is, like, back when I was a 160-pound dude in like sophomore high school, I'm drinking egg whites. I've got freaking bowls of sardines, like 4 tins all together. I'm I was eating too much protein. Like, for a while I was thinking, okay, if 1 gram per pound of body weight is good, 2 must be better. Like I've had days, like I tracked it, I've still got the Google Docs, where as a 180-pound dude, I was eating like 350 grams of protein. Like I had 400-gram days. I don't think it hurt, but I don't think it helped more than just like eating a gram per pound. Like I think if you weigh 200 pounds and eat 200 grams of protein, that's good. That's about the sweet spot. You know, you're not missing out if you eat a little more, or you're not missing out if you eat a little less, and you're not really missing out if you eat a little more. I think that's a good sweet spot. But, you know, look at a 160-pound dude eating meal prep, doing, you know, I used to do the treadmill for cardio. So I had my treadmill in my parents' basement. So I'm just sitting there, just doing a walk for 45 minutes on the incline so I could get up to 300 calories burned. And, you know, I didn't look like a bodybuilder. Like I look like I was, you know, in shape for 160 or 170, but you know, there's no results yet, but the effort was still all the way there, you know? So from the outside perspective, it's like, this is just a phase. What's he doing? You know? Yeah, I guess he really likes working out, like that sort of thing, you know? But if you have your own vision of knowing that what you're doing is just adding freaking building blocks brick by brick towards something later, only once you've actually achieved a notable kind of level of progress do you kind of get that affirmation of like, holy crap, this guy works out, you know? So all I'm saying is it might take a while to get there. You know, it's gonna take more than a few weeks for you to go back and visit your grandma's house and she says, who is this guy? This isn't my grandson. Who are you? How'd you get in my house? Right? It's going to take a while for like some of your friends or maybe your teachers or something to say like, hey, you been working out? All right. But it will happen. And, you know, that's not the point. I think like, I think a good motivation for working out is because you want to do it for you. But I'm not going to deny that it feels kind of cool if you see someone a year later than you saw them last and they can say like, holy crap, dude. What happened over the course of a period of time? If now they're down to like a leaner self and then they see somebody they haven't seen since they started that whole journey, that is way more abrupt than just, you know, being a little bit bigger. Obviously being a little bigger is cool, but to gain 10 pounds is not even close to as crazy as to lose 50, right? Or as to lose however many. Right? And that's a situation where shit, man, it's really going to take a while, you know? I mean, I didn't feel much leaner a month into this diet than I was in the beginning, and I'm already on the leaner side of things, you know? So I'm definitely spoiled to already be down at that lower percentile of body fat, right? So you know, take that as, if you're in that position where it's like, all right, man, 2026, I'm getting back under 200. I don't care what it takes. And you got to hold strong, because how many people are going to say that, and how many people are going to try to get leaner next year versus how many are really going to make it happen? You know, how many can actually stick to it? And it's low. So that's where, honestly, that's the flex of working out anyway, I think, is it's not necessarily the physical change. Like, it's not being in a certain shape or being a certain level of leanness or like whatever. That's not exactly what I think is the cool part. At least for me, what gets me amped up and kind of excited is the fact that I know nobody else is willing to do it. You know, like it's a small percentage of people that actually make it happen. The demand for, you know, being on a leaner side of things and being in shape is pretty high. I mean, that's why overnight an instant multi-billion, I don't know about multi-trillion, you know, dollar kind of, name one person who wouldn't take that deal, right? I'd take that deal. Damn good deal, you know? But let's bring it from this magic situation to the real world. Well, all right, it's going to take about 2 years or a year or however, you know, whatever. You're gonna have to limit how much food you're eating. You're gonna have to count it. You're gonna have to do some cardio. You're gonna have to work out. You're gonna have to basically do that for a couple hundred times in a row, maybe even 1,000 times in a row to get to whatever your real goal is. That changes things. Right? That's where everybody kind of rubs their neck or looks and you know, I don't know about that. I think I might take it back. I don't know if I really want to do that. So it's just a situation of wants, right? You want it, but you don't want to do it. I'm not saying us, I'm just saying people who are getting, well, people who aren't close to that first step are thinking like that. Everybody wants it, they don't really want to do it. So that's where you can really separate yourself, because you can say, shit, man, I don't care if it's going to be a little tricky. It's cool to be in the minority in terms of doing something hard, because it's kind of like a flex, because now you're a little different than everybody else. And isn't that what we all want? We all just want to feel like we're cooler than everybody. Not in like, not like a weird kind of, like not like that, but you get what I'm saying. Back when you were in school, if you did an art project and yours got picked as the example, like, guys, can you be more like Thomas here? Look at this. And it's just like a watercolor drawing of anything. This is what we want to see, right? Everybody give Thomas a couple claps. That's cool, right? That's a good feeling. But I think doing that in a bulk is maybe a little bit less ideal than doing that during a dieting phase. Like, if I didn't do any kind of, pose down, pump check, basically like a self check-in after these lifts or during cardio, and then, maybe I look at myself once a month, and I'd have to track the scale just to make sure I was actually losing the weight. But if I only saw myself once a month, well, then it would feel like a pretty drastic improvement every time I looked at myself, So it's kind of like a patience game of waiting until you actually have changes to notice, right? You're not going to see grass grow or paint dry, but it still does. And it's even the same thing with checking your weight on the scale, like on a day-by-day basis. Like if I zoomed into my weight for just a week, it's going to go up and down, maybe a plus or minus of like 2 pounds either way. Like I might wake up a little dehydrated and lighter with an empty stomach, and then maybe I didn't digest my food as fast, or I had a really late big meal the night before, and then I'm a few pounds heavier the day after. Like, even on a week frame, it can go up and down pretty drastically. But if I zoom out to a month, if I zoom out to 2 months, that's where the pattern starts to make itself much more apparent. If you kind of feel what I'm saying. So just don't get discouraged if you feel like it's taken a little bit longer than you'd like. Because, as long as you're actually doing the steps necessary to make that progress, well, then it's going to happen. Whether it takes a year or, 6 months or whatever, that's not necessarily a question of your own ability. It's more so a question of your patience and how long can you basically hold out and wait to see those results. Because it's not an if. Like, the only if is, okay, if I count on my calories and I track my cardio and I, make sure I get my weight in order and then I gradually get leaner, that's the if. So if you do that, there's no more ifs. It's only then, right? It's a very strong if-then statement. If I get my calories and my diet in order, keep my cardio consistent, train hard, then, whether calories in order means like bulking up diet or dieting down, well then guess what? I'm going to make whatever results I'm capable of making, be it getting bigger or getting leaner, right? So just try to keep it scoped on that sort of situation. Like, I think this is a weird phase we're in, and I'm adding to it because I talk about it. But if you're actually, if you're looking for my perspective, if you're bringing it on the regular, you're hitting the gym 5-6 times a week, cardio is involved at least every blue moon, every so often, and you're making gains, shit, man, keep doing what you're doing, and try to make your routine a little bit better every day. Try to make your effort a little better every day. And it's as much as a conscious effort as that seems. Like, I think it's as simple as, did you go a little extra hard? Like, did you rack the weight and say, holy crap, I didn't think I could get that last one, but I still went for it. Whoa. Like, those are, I think, the real attributes that make a badass lifter. Not whether he's doing a supinated curl or a pronated preacher, whatever like that. Lifting, it's not all in here, right? I think a very good chunk of it is overcast for too long. It definitely, like, I don't feel bad, like, in a personal sense, but I just don't like it as much. You know, I want the sun to be freaking shining. But that's all I got. So tomorrow I'm gonna make sure I go extra crazy on chest, which I think I always want to do. That's not a new plan, and we'll just see how pumped up I can get. So that's all. Let me get past this little turn so I don't spill it into one of these cones. A lot of people do that, and it's because not only do they give themselves an unrealistic expectation, like they think if they want to get in shape, every day of their life has to be like a Rocky Balboa, just jogging, eggs drinking in the morning, running, abs smacking workout, and that if they do anything short of that, well, then it's just not even worth trying. Which doesn't even make sense, because there are definitely people out there like that, but they've worked themselves up to being able to handle that. For whatever reason, they just want to do it, and it doesn't have to be like that. That it is. You can calorie count your way into having some. I mean, you can handle some treats. I'm not trying to like make it seem like I don't get serious when I'm dieting, but you get what I'm saying, right? So I'm not gonna. I'm sure I'm gonna eat some food Thanksgiving, but I'm gonna make sure it still aligns with my overall goals by tracking everything and watching my weight on the scale, and doing your cardio doesn't hurt. Even if you don't track your calories at all, doing your cardio on the regular is it's never going to be a bad thing. I got a comment that basically said, like, this guy's doing an hour of cardio, what the hell's wrong with him? It's today's nice, sunny, zero clouds, or at least none that are super apparent, ray blocking. It feels pretty good. And then the cardio for this morning was only 30 something minutes. I don't love to. I've got a little cardio bike in the basement, and I don't know what it is. It's like some kind of something where it covers up the screen completely, because I want to sit down and then essentially forget that I'm even doing the cardio, forget that I'm even pedaling, just because I can distract myself with my phone or listen to music, watching a show, whatever. And then before I know it, hey, shit, I'm pretty sweaty. Take a peek underneath, and on a good day I take off the thing and reveal, and holy crap, I'm already at 36 minutes. Nice. I did a little extra cardio, even better. On a bad day, it's a bad day, just in the spirit of changing things up so that my workouts don't get too not only stale, like for me, so that they're exciting and fun, but also still inducing solid stimulus, because I'm doing a different workout and hitting every fiber in a different way than I normally do. But it's still sometimes the same stuff. So yeah, I think that's probably a solid attribute to maybe reflect looking for in your own trainings, to say, have I changed it up a little bit in the last few months? Not to say, have you made it better? And part of that is just like, not bro science, but just kind of like logic of, well, if I can go hard on a lower rep, like 8 rep heavy set, and I can go hard on like maybe a 20 rep more burnout set, or I could go hard on like a 10 rep lighter squeezing set with like 5 different or like 5 or 6 extra partials at the end, or any which way combo of whatever you can even think of, then it's kind of hard to go wrong, right? So obviously, if you've got it in your mind that you're going to hit your heaviest set ever at 315 or of whatever on incline bench for 8, and that's your mindset, and you're getting amped up and you're getting excited about it, and then you start warming up and you say, oh, my shoulder feels kind of weird. There's like this pressure that builds. I know I've felt it in my mind where it's like, fuck, do I go? Oh shit, I just want to, like, it's, you get in this headspace where it's like, I just want to do it. But really, what you should do is just have a little bit of a put your hands together Zen breath and say, I probably shouldn't do it today. Let's just back off. And I think for some that's a lot harder than others. It was definitely hard for me to get around that, and sometimes it still is. I have reason to believe
that there is a larger than necessary demographic of lifters who do not get it, right? And by get it, I'm not talking about working out. I'm not talking about calories. I'm talking about a certain guttural kind of response that knowing a wild set is coming kind of just brings up. You know, it's not exactly like from my stomach or like I say it's from my heart either, but it's somewhere in this kind of, you know, cavity of things. There must be some, you know, unrecognized organ that is, you know, not really brought up in scientific literature that only makes itself known when you're about to wreck a crazy set of incline dumbbell. And I can feel mine going now.
But I was just having a talk with Mark yesterday when he was at the gym and we were doing forearms together. And yeah, I mean, I'm just like, he was talking how he wants to get some more freaking mass onto his frame. And, you know, I was looking at myself in the mirror and I'm like, shit, man, we're getting close. Like, I know it's kind of a Sisyphus sort of thing to think about the working out where it's like a never ending cycle. And, you know, everybody loves talking about, oh, you know, I'm never satisfied. You know, I mean, I've heard these kind of like motivational sort of videos said before, and they're kind of hyped up. So I know it's not like exactly what these guys are really thinking, but I mean, it'll come to the point where I'm hearing these guys who like totally look like freaking beasts, but they're putting themselves in a weird headspace because they're saying like, you know, I'm always just looking for flaws that I can improve on. I'm always looking for the downside. I'm always looking for my weaknesses. And I get the logic. It's like a highly competitive, like I need everything to be perfect kind of idea, which, I mean, yeah, depending on the guy, but I think it's a little nitpicky, you know, like there's a certain kind of back and forth of really anything, any kind of success, be it the working out, be it like, you know, any kind of job or career or whatever. Like this is something I'll hear like a lot of Hormozy kind of guys bring up. Not a lot, but like sometimes I'll hear them say this sort of thing where it's like, you know, if you spend your whole time or a whole portion of time just purely focusing on like improvement and not, you know, getting to enjoy what you've worked towards, then where's the balance, right? Because you're never going to get to enjoy it. It's like a dude who goes like investment banker style and then he's working 20-hour or like, you know, crazy 80-hour weeks his whole, like into retirement, like 60, 70 years old, and then he says, okay, and let's say the guy has like freaking hundreds of millions of dollars and it's like, all right, now I can relax. What do you just did it, like your whole life just kind of passed you by. You know, you've got all this shit, but you don't get to enjoy it as much as you would have, right? But then if you never lock in, then you never get to a point where you can look back and say, okay, I made some shit happen. So it's like this middle ground. And the idea of like, oh, you know, I look like shit, and it's like this kind of body dysmorphic approach of when you're looking at yourself in the mirror and like, oh man, my triceps aren't where I want them to be, you know. And it's a guy who's literally diced, and then he pokes at his stomach and goes, man, I'm so fucking fat. Like every pose he hits is nuts, but it's always just like turning it into just this negative. And the point of it is to like motivate himself. It's like, okay, you know, I want to work on this, so I'm going to highlight what I want to work on. But you know, when I see guys talk like that, it just kind of turns me off, you know? Like I think you can work on yourself and like understand that the process of doing it is something to enjoy at the same time, you know, because it's not like your life isn't a problem to solve. It's like a thing to enjoy, and the process of improving it is just kind of a, you know, matter of course, you know. So all that's to say is, you know, don't look at maybe if you've got a bit too much body fat, or if you don't feel like you're big enough or as big as you want to be. I would say, and this is coming from, you know, me opinionated, I would say, you know, don't look at that as though it's like, oh man, I'm so fucking screwed. Like, just look at it as, you know, kind of more of a challenge, like more of an opportunity to improve. And if you've got that headspace, and I know it's not easy, like I couldn't even, you know, I can't put myself in the place of somebody who's like 300 pounds aiming for like a over 100 pound of body fat loss kind of transformation. I haven't lived it, right? But I could imagine it can get tiresome, you know. I mean, I lose maybe what, like 50, probably just like somewhere in the tens, like, you know, 11, 12, whatever kind of pounds of body fat in a few months. And, you know, that's pretty quick. That's not too tricky for me. But to do that basically on repeat for a year and a half, 2 years, 3 years, however long it takes, yeah, man, I can see how that can get a bit freaking tiresome, you know? But that's where I just have to imagine you need to get in the headspace of like, all right, I'm making the progress that I want to make. And that's enough to kind of, you know, keep you satisfied to keep going in the moment. Just knowing that what you're doing is working towards kind of your greater end goal. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could not imagine someone coming in and having a good workout and just feeling good if their whole prep talk before coming in is just like the meanest. You would never say that to anybody else. So what makes you think that that's a good idea to, you know, kind of talk to yourself internally? You know, like it's kind of a you're your own worst critic sort of situation. So I'm not saying that's like crazy prevalent with everyone, but if you ever catch yourself in that headspace, I would at least recommend a little bit of reflection of thinking, okay, should I really be talking like this? You know, so if that spoke to any of you guys specifically, then I'm sure you can kind of get what I'm getting after, you know. And usually when I say heavier, that really does just mean a combination. Heavier stuff in the beginning, lighter squeezing stuff later, kind of as more of a finisher, right? But like, this is something which I get the logic, because it's like setting a precedent of a rule of working out that is actually like pretty legit, and saying that you should do multiple different movements per workout so that you change it up, you're hitting the muscle in different ways, and your workouts don't get stale, and you don't give yourself the same stimulation lift after lift after lift. You're changing it up, and I like that. It's a good rule, right? I think we can all agree. But that doesn't mean that you can't have a day that's just a little simpler, you know? Like, I think there have probably been, I mean, given how many people work out and how many days they still, you know, kind of, like, one person working out is going to account for thousands of workouts if the guy works out for, you know, X years. So, I mean, I feel like there's been millions of lifts that were potentially a little subpar because maybe the guy started on incline Smith or like incline dumbbell or cable press. He started on a movement, said, wow, this feels really good. And instead of just staying there and like making use of the fact that he was in the zone on that one piece, he just left. He did 2 sets and he said, okay, I did 2 really good sets there. They felt really good. I'm going to do something else now. Just, you know, because that's what you do, right? And that's not it's just a closed mentality, you know? I mean, I've had not like hundreds, but I've had like probably tens of lifts. Now, obviously that's not a lot, that are just 2 movements, sometimes even 1 if it's a simpler body part. I mean, I've had arm days where it was, for bis and tris, 2 movements. Dumbbell, straight, regular ass dumbbell curls, nothing special about it. Heavy, you know, 10-ish failure, and then just gradually work my way down the rack because I get weaker after every set. And just a bunch of heavy ass push downs. Like no overhead stretch, you know, no light squeeze burn. But for that day, for that lift, it was a good workout. You know, I'm going to do something else the next week, or the next, you know, half week if you're doing more of a, like what we should be doing, I feel, is kind of a twice a week body part kind of frequency, you know. But the idea that there is only one way to do it, and that to break off from that pattern is cataclysmic, and right? You ever hear of sheep mentality? Not cool. Try this stuff out for your own, or for yourself, and see what works. So that's what I'm going to do today. Obviously, I've got the hundreds of chest days to look back on, you know, kind of just historically, and judge what movements I think are going to be good, and what order, and what kind of combination. But, you know, apart from that, I'm going into the gym. I've never been this exact version of myself, right? I've never woke up on July 9th. Is it the 19th today? Yeah, I've never woke up on July 19th, 2025. Ever. This is the first time that I've ever done that. So there is a value, I feel, to take an everyday like that. It's a totally new day. You're a totally new dude. There's room to, you know, kind of play around with it, right? You're supposed to be in control of everything, at least, you know, related to what you do. So just keep your hands empty, right? Don't stack all your eggs in one basket in the sense of just doing the same thing that you know kind of has been working before. Because sure, it's a safe place. You know that this chest day your dad taught you in the 80s is good, and you know you've been doing it for a long time. Are you missing out on something new? And if you're not, and you try something new and you don't like it, then that's just even more reason to keep doing what you've been doing, because it works. So it's a little bit of maybe a confirmation bias on what I'm saying there. But regardless of approach, 45 minutes after set number 1, that's kind of an estimation, I will be as pumped as possible.
Yeah, my chest feels rather freaking inflated. That was a very good chest day. And really, that's what I'm aiming for, right? It's not just because being super pumped in the gym means that your workout was, top tier awesome. But if everything in and out of the gym for your lift was set up accordingly, then you will be super pumped, because you'll be well fed. In a bulking context, you'll be all carbed up and full of, just full of glycogen. If you're fully hydrated, you're gonna have more than enough fluids to work with to actually draw from to pump up a certain muscle group, right? It's not like you just get pumped up from thin air. It's coming from, pretty much evenly distributed fluids across the rest of your build. And if you go nuts on a set-by-set basis, at least on average, you're gonna end up, just friggin', swollen like a damn tomato, right? So it's more so that a pump is a consequence of an awesome lift that's gonna result in progress or muscle maintenance while you get leaner, which is still progress, just in a slightly different kind of way, So, and that's not even to mention like the sarcoplasmic stretch effect of whatever. Go nuts. And I feel like that was I can leave feeling good. That's all I gotta say there. I used to think, okay, if, so at the time of me like doing my gym research of what my lift should look like and, how many reps and how many sets, the general consensus that I was seeing, across different videos and, guides and statements and everything else was about 25 sets per week. So if you hit everything twice a week, 12 sets of chest, lift, 12 sets of chest again. That was kind of the general like nomenclature. So at first I hear that and I'm like, okay, if 25 is good, 50 is twice as good. And I did the same thing with protein. Like there was I've got some days tracked where I think I had like 350 grams of protein daily. And at the time, I'm like 180 pounder. So totally unnecessary amounts, but if it works, it works, so just a lot of things to kind of consider. Ooh, but let's just continue with the car. Try to highlight any main points that at least, I can say, kind of my take on.
Mixing water with your motherboard. Let's just say it's not an awesome combination, but mixing water with your workout, and I'm talking making sure you're totally maximized fluid-wise. You got your gallon jug on you at least most of the time, right? That's my EDC, either just a regular spring water bottle or an emptied out, kind of cleaned milk jug. Honestly, I think that has a little bit of extra detail to it, because that means, where'd the milk go? It means you're kind of extra serious. But either way, that's got to be, if not, yeah. Well, I'm a little torn between what's more important for a workout. Being well fed or being well hydrated, right? If you're well fed, you got a bunch of carbs in your system, you simply have a ton of energy that you consume, so you're ready to get after it. But well hydrated, I think, has to take the cake, because nothing's going to flow around without those fluids. So I'm more concerned with just how much water I've got, at least like on a daily circulation, because I know that that's going to have a direct impact, not only just on how pumped I'm going to be at the end of the lift, but also how it's going to feel, right? You're not going to get an exertion headache if you're actually well hydrated, right? Half of the cause of most of any freaking headaches is just the fact that your brain is kind of spongy, in the sense that it can soak up water and it can kind of get deflated of water. to a degree which almost kind of like stretches it inside your freaking skull, and your skull's not going anywhere. So if you get some kind of electrolyte imbalance, or you're dehydrated, then you over whatever, that's what's going on, right? So as far as I'm concerned, as long as you've got at least, I can say a specific number, usually maybe probably 1.5 liters a day for every 100 pounds that you weigh. So if you're a 200-pound dude, 3 liters, I think that's probably about good. If you're a 250-pounder, upwards of 260, 70-pounder, then that's going to put you around a little closer to like 4-ish. A good rule of thumb is just kind of a gallon. But honestly, thinking about it in liters makes a little more sense for me. My typical routine ends up being liter pre-cardio, with caffeine, with whatever, some electrolytes, liter after, and then the rest kind of just spills into the day. Some during training. I like to have a good chunk of water with my pre-workout, just so I've actually got extra fluids at that moment to really fill myself up with. And then of course while I'm training, and then after the workout, plus for dinner. I mean, as long as if I've got a meal, I want a substantial glass or just bottle of water next to me every time. That's typically a good rule of thumb. So if you know anybody who's gonna say, "Oh, dude, man, every time I squat, every time I really just, it just messes with my head, man. It's too much." I'm like, okay, what was your hydration for the day? What was your overall hydration? 2 Monsters for breakfast and 1 Coke Zero for lunch. And then you dry scoop your pre, so you barely drink more than a few ounces with that. That's a recipe for, maybe not absolute instant disaster, but more so just gradual gumming of your gears. I think that's how I'd want to put it. How many of you guys know someone who said this summer was going to be different? You're not going to recognize me by August. I'm going to be a totally different dude. I'm going to make this summer a freaking movie with how locked in I'm going to be. I've heard that, or I've read that in posts 2 or maybe 3 million times, and this isn't as a super kind of cool thing to have to say, right? But I mean, I've seen guys, I've seen different posts and videos and everything else talking about guys working out. I even just heard, one of my buddies in the gym today say that the guy he was working out with before quit. He's like, I don't think quit. You never quit the gym. I think you just take a break for an extended period. But he said, yeah, he stopped working out, right? And I've seen guys where they're making videos, all sorts of different goals and everything else. I'm going to be the youngest so-and-so, and I see it a million times. And it always ends up phasing out, right? Not always. There are the outliers, right? The outliers to be kind of looked up to, the ones who actually do what they say they're going to do. But my thought process has kind of always been, skip the middleman, Don't exactly say what you're going to do, because then, I guess it depends on the dude, right? But then you got this added and strange external pressure of, now you're trying to convince everybody else you're going to do it, and you got to hold yourself to it, which some people may like. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of that. So with everything that I've wanted to do, lifting wise, whatever wise, for me at least, my approach has always just been, all right, I think this will be cool. Let's jump straight to, doing what's going to get me closer to whatever this thing is. And then once I've done it, then you can kind of show it off, because then there's nothing to show off if you say you're going to do it, right? You're, maybe you loved watching Naruto, I'm going to be the next Hokage. Right? Nobody believed that guy. Not for a fucking second, right? And once he started doing some shit, everybody believed him, right? So you want to be the guy, you want to skip that phase. You want to skip the disbelief phase, get straight to grind on whatever your thing may be. And then, shit, man, you won't even have to convince anybody that you're going to get after it, because you already do it. You're living it. It's not up for debate whether or not you're actually going to make it happen, because that's the only thing people are going to see from you. Just kind of honing into a working out specific context. You don't hear the serious lifters at your gym talk about how they're going to stick to a diet and talk about how they're going to gain X pounds in an off season, or work on their bench, or bring this up, or work on their cardio. You don't really hear them trying to convince someone else that they're going to do it or that they're capable of doing it, because for them, they don't see it as an argument. If you're holding up a freaking glass of milk and you're about to drop it, you don't have to tell anybody, I'm about to make a mess, I'm about to make a huge mess. It's obvious that's going to happen. So I at least how I look at it is, I like the idea that if you're seriously into something, be it working out, let's say you're like a total guitar nut, you want to get like X, I don't know any guitar legends off the top of my head, but whatever that thing is that you want to really put a lot of time and energy into, I like the idea that if you stopped doing it, or that if someone heard that you gave it up, that they would be surprised, because you're just embodying it so, I don't even want to say strongly, just so completely, that it almost takes over at least just a small portion of your identity. Like, you're not gonna shit, like I did all the diving. I was a D1 diver for a year, right? But you're not gonna hear Sam Sulek and think diving. You're not gonna think Sam Sulek and think Rubik's cubes, like I would solve for a little bit, or fishing, right? It's the working out, So that's if you take anything from watching all these videos and everything else, and the repetitiveness of it, and just whatever, I really think kind of taking some value in not getting so attached to like instant gratification on whatever you're kind of working towards, because it's going to take a while, right? There is no overnight sensation. Even even in the context where you might say that, the dude was still working on whatever that thing was for at least years prior. Those are the things that don't get shown off, right? So that's coming from my perspective, it's a little more important, I feel, to actually just make it happen. Don't talk about it, don't bring it up, don't try to explain, just do it, right? Let that speak for itself, because actions are going to speak a lot louder than words. And I feel like just the idea of having to convince, let's just say, the universe per se, that you're going to get after it, I think there's an angle where you could look at it, or you could look at that as though it's stemming from potentially an internal self-doubt of having to defend yourself, right? It's you're not guilty if you call your lawyer, but in the court of public opinion, that's just kind of basic psychology, right? So if you're trying to convince everybody you're going to get after it, shit, man, I might question just how you're going to act if it's just you alone. You know what I'm saying? Now, of course, there's the outliers, right? Who do what they'll, who say what they'll do. So those are the, let's just say, those are the people to look up to, right? Those are the things where, if I see somebody post something, they say, in 2 years, I'm going to do blank, 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 and then I see it again on my feed, and the guy actually did it. That is nuts, right? Because that is just not seen a lot. It's usually talk, disappear off the face of the freaking earth. But not to get too deep. I think someone who only tries to, just lift as much as they can every set, no matter what, is pretty close-minded. And I think the guy who is always like, oh, you gotta just, be efficient with make the weight heavier by the way you do the reps, and just, control it and don't go. I think he's a bit close-minded too, right? It's this middle ground where, the enlightened character can say, all right, look, I can appreciate the benefits of both approaches and reap the rewards by implementing each in their time. There's a place for crazy heavy bent over barbell rows. There's also a place for light squeezing, more kind of burning, seated like crossover cable rows with a wide bar. You know what I'm saying? So either way, I can guarantee within, since it's just back, once I'm warmed up and I, start working set number 1, This lift is not going to take more than 30 minutes. Well, we'll see. Yeah, but I mean, just do the math, right? Let's say, let's be crazy. Let's say 10 sets, right? Let's say you get a 10 set back day. A set itself might take a minute-ish, and that's even kind of like a longer set. 2 minutes of rest in between, then do another one. It's 30 minutes, right? If you've got a 10 set workout and you're in the gym for, an hour and a half, and you're not like done and talking, like you're still mid-workout, that makes me interested in doing a little bit of a what's the word I'm thinking of? A little bit of an audit of just exactly how you're spending your time during these workouts, because some of these guys are going to say, well, if you're in the gym more than an hour, you're not doing it right. I think sometimes that's a little too old school, not a nuanced enough of a take. But I get the sentiment, right? Chest is not supposed to take 2 hours. Honestly, if I tried to do a chest day that was like, a consistent workload that did take 2 hours, I feel like I'd be pumped up and like ready to be done at like let's just say around the 45, maybe 50-ish minute mark. And then anything else just kind of feels like it might be fluff junk. But, to each their own, that's all I'm trying to get at. I have a very different stance. I think, shit. You're better off just sticking to your one routine or workouts indefinitely than going back and forth a million times a minute on doing either full body or this or that or whoever and what. And, not good. Who's, oh crap, I don't remember his name. I was about to talk to a guy who I see on Instagram a lot who I like. But either way, look at guys who are big. I'm not talking gargantuan bodybuilder big. I just mean like these guys work out. What's in common? What are the factors and traits that are in common with dudes who really work out, and you can tell just by looking? They work out a lot. They work out pretty hard. Also, they're probably involved in their diet. Those are the three. Work out a lot, and then get your macros at least under reasonable order. Right? That's all I can really tell to anybody when it comes to their lifting journey. I gotta admit something. Yesterday, a little bit of a hankering. Decided, what? It's been a while. Have not had 2 single cheeseburgers from McDonald's for quite a while, plus a large fry, and I haven't had that for a while. Like it's been, like months since I had a McDonald's single, and I'm 97% sure it's making my stomach feel weird today, the day after. I'm getting a bit more used to just regular ass plain kind of rice and oatmeal and ground beef, which is good. It does make me feel better, but I learned my lesson. That was a good lift, and I am getting very excited about what I'm not going to look years or like levels upon levels crazier this next dieting phase than I did in the last one, but I know it will be a noticeable percentage change after this off season. And this is like maybe it's just because actually no, not maybe, it's definitely because I've never taken myself to that level of leanness before to really see all of that grain and cuts and everything else. Like I haven't been exposed to it before. So now that I've kind of gotten a taste for it, it's it's making me itching for it again. But that's kind of in a like 2-phase motivation, making me extra excited about bringing it during these off-season lifts, because I know that is what I've got to do first in order to kind of reach that larger and leaner state. You know what I'm saying? Before somebody can, start chipping away and sculpting a block of marble, you got to move it from wherever the hell they mined it to where it's going to be actually slowly kind of worked on and revealed. Right? And that's the off season. Sometimes not as flashy. Actually, not sometimes. Unless you're lifting crazy weights, like to the point where the amount of weights you're lifting is kind of crazy, then that part is a little flashy. But the actual just being softer You are bigger, like enclosed for sure, but you know, actual kind of posing wise, I'm starting to lean more lean. Now that's don't take that as though I'm saying bulks are not worth it. Just stay lean, because this is coming from my perspective of, you know, years upon years of kind of off seasons to get to a point that I'm kind of satisfied with, right? If you get what I'm kind of saying. So it's not lean is cool, but it's not exactly my first priority, right? It's you know, I made this analogy a while ago. I really like it. I end up just thinking like the same thing. If you got a project car, the paint goes on last, right? The detail work goes on last. You know, first you got to kind of build everything up from the bottom first, and then get to show it off later. And that just adds to that kind of behind the scenes, you know, quiet. It's just you working on something before you end up really having anything to show off at all. And you know, is that the point to be able to show it off? You know, that's kind of another thing to sort of think about. Because I don't think it would be like, if my only motivation for working out was because I was going to post it and get a certain amount of views on it, like that would suck. I don't even like the idea. You know, for me at least, I'm pretty comfortable, and it took a while to get here. I mean, I said this yesterday with, yesterday, but I was saying that with, we were talking about that with Chris and David, where it's like, does the camera help? And then right now we're definitely in a peak of, you know, kind of self-recording and documenting and, you know, just showing off everything working out wise. And I do not see a problem with that inherently, apart from like when guys are doing corny shit in like a normal, totally like regular gym and like making a fuss. You know, that's where Joey Swole comes in and keeps everybody in line. But like just more at like a basic level, it's something to think about, you know, because I don't ever want to feel like I'm distracted from the workouts or any of my values are shifting because of the fact that I'm, you know, showing all this stuff off. I like to think about it as just these workouts are happening and I get to bring you guys along with me. The only thing I can see is me completely thrashing my quads and hamstrings in not so destructive of a manner. These last few lifts I've been going a little lighter weight wise, just to kind of give myself a little, like, my version of a deload, in the sense that, like, you know, I'm still doing hard sets, like, you know, approaching failure, everything else, like, still bringing it, of course, but, you know, just not trying to curl the 80s or do push downs with like stack plus 3 plates on the side. Just a little more squeezing. As I could tell, last week I was a little more on kind of a heavier kick, and sometimes when I have like a really crazy heavy chest day and a crazy leg day and like really heavy back days and really pulling stuff, I can tell sometimes I'll get little twinges. Nothing like major, but enough where I'm like, okay, that's my sign that I've probably been overdoing it, you know, overall kind of like tension sort of wise. You know, like I'm okay with an arm day that doesn't have a crazy bicep stretch and then a heavy and then a whatever, just because it's like on a lift by lift basis. I don't think that's the most important thing in the world. I think we fall into this trap of like, okay, I need to do a flat bench and an incline bench and a machine press and a pec fly and a cable fly and a dumbbell, whatever, purely because, like, you know, those are all the movements we know. So you're playing a Smash character you never played. You do your side B, side A, regular, like it's kind of classic to spam things. Whereas, you know, I think someone who's got a little bit more of a feel for like what really feels good on any given day is going to be able to say, holy crap, dumbbell curls feel nuts today. I'm used to how good they normally feel, but today it's extra wild. Holy crap, dude. I better just sit here and spam these. You know, and I've done that before. I'm talking an 8 set of curl bicep lift where it's just heavy curls, heavy curls, heavy curls, slightly lighter curls because now I'm getting too weak to lift whatever weight I was lifted before, you know, on and on and on, kind of like that. Right? So not every lift is like that, but when some of them are, I'm not going to complain. Right? If anything, simpler the better. You don't have any other kind of distractions to think about, or like having to work in with somebody if you're at like a regular private gym or, you know, anything else like that, or like a regular public gym. You can say, I'm just going to camp out right here for 8 sets. Dumbbells and, you know, cables are a little different. You know, if you want to really just chill out on some of those, usually there's at least enough replacement movements, so you're not like hogging something. I probably wouldn't recommend you sit on the dip machine of your Planet Fitness for 45 minutes straight, at least not without letting people work in, or like making it apparent that you're totally cool with people working in, like, you know, don't let me hog this thing, because then you're just a real, well, you're a real a-hole. You know, try to hold myself back from dropping that one. But yeah, you know, solid lift playing now, and when I go home, not totally sure. I know I'm going to eat a meal that's going to consist of somewhere around 50, 60 grams of protein, 30 of fats, and then like 100, maybe 150 of carbs. But exactly what that is going to be, I guess I'll just have to see for, you know, once I actually step into the kitchen. And shit, that's almost the same thing as what I was talking about with the gym. You know, I know the basic outline of what I'm going to eat, but I got to wait till I actually get in there and see what's available to, you know, to really end up making that final decision. And not only what's available, but also just whatever I'm in the mood for. You know, as much as we talk about bulking in off seasons as like, you know, it's just for fuel, you're gonna make it a lot easier on yourself if you're eating foods that not only you like, but that also, you know, you can actually get down quick enough. If you catch yourself sitting at your plate just kind of picking at it, you know, you're scrolling on your phone for like more than a moment or a few, like 30 seconds or so at a time between like decently sized bites, you're setting yourself up for failure, right? That's a situation that you do not want to be in. And I'm not talking about failure like a good failure like we're used to. I'm talking like, you know, slowed weight gain, slowed off-season progress, slower gains in general, you know? And that's not a situation that I want to be in. That's not a situation that I want to see anybody else be in. You know, and I think I'll just leave it at that. Solid. The only thing that I would have changed for that lift is I wish I was more pumped. And that's a good thing to say. If that's my only critique, that I wish I had more, then that leaves me feeling good knowing I get to go home hungrier for the next one. You know, there is, I kind of went on a little bit ago, I think it was either yesterday or the day before, you know, about how there's a certain stage of working out, kind of once you've got the gist of everything, that in a sense, you're kind of just smooth sailing, right? You reach a new threshold of effort. You're no longer a newbie gains kind of guy. Like you know what you're doing. You work out. You keep bringing it at that same level of intensity day after day after day, and you're still making solid progress, right? That's sort of phase 2. But the trickier thing, and it's almost like a trick question by phrasing it like that, is the fact that there is always another phase. You can bring the bar higher every time, and if you can just do that instantly without needing like a catalyst to actually think that, then you're better than me. You know, I'm still subject to the fact that sometimes you can get a little bit comfortable with the way you've been training and how hard you've been going, and you're like, all right, this is good for now. And it's not as prominent now because I think on the scale of 0 to like really good at working out, I'm definitely getting closer to that really good side, at least for me, and like, you know, what I'm capable of. But you never get there. There's always more to be gained. So what I think back to is, especially when I was a beginner, I'm talking 160, 170, that was kind of when weight was a bit more important. I'm talking like I need to be able to do 225. Like I remember doing 250 for a single. I had Mark record it on my iPod, which is somewhere. I need to go back and find all that. And I was like on top of the freaking world. You know what I'm saying? You know, but once I've kind of got a certain level of comfortability with working out, it's kind of like that graph where it's comfortability or like confidence by experience, right? Experience is the x-axis, confidence is the y-axis. In the beginning, you've never done it, you know, you're not crazy confident, and there's kind of this fallacy where you start doing it a little, and you're a little bit kind of like, holy crap, I know what the hell I'm doing. It's kind of this like diluted sense, and then the more experience you get brought back to a certain reality, and then it makes you want to kind of improve yourself further. You know, so for me, some of those points are, I've had lifts where, you know, I was like, like not taking a rest day because I wanted to take a rest day, just because like it was late and I was busy that day, and like I'm in bed already. I had a home gym at the time, so it's like it was right there. There's nothing stopping me from getting up and, you know, going nuts. And it was like, okay, Do I sit here? Do I not? I'm watching Baki at the time. I'm like, all right, what would Baki do? He wouldn't go to fucking sleep. He'd go nuts. Friggin' sleep. That, you know what I'm saying? So, or like I've had lifts where the first few sets of it, I'm like, what is wrong with me right now? Like it just, I wasn't really bringing it. Like I could tell I wasn't like in the zone of focus that I want to be at. And just those little things, kind of like reflections where you really kind of get a look at yourself and think, I could be doing more. I could be going harder right now. What am I doing? You know, or you kind of catch yourself slacking and adjust from there. I mean, that's an incredible kind of aspect of life. You know, there's a version of you where everything is honky-dory every time and there's never an issue. And that version of you is probably a total punk because he's never had to thug out anything and kind of, you know, get over it and be better because of it, you know? So that's, I think that's a good way of thinking, right? Because I mean, I look back and I've had some, you know, I'm not going to get like my whole life story in one car talk post chest. Like I've had some shit go down, and at the time it was not cool, you know, not even freaking at all. But now it's led to where I am. So I wouldn't change it for anything, you know. So it's a really good kind of quote where it's Kevin Levrone. He's got you know, the video. He's got the Apple kind of corded headphones. Sometimes shit isn't falling apart, it's falling into place, but it might not feel like it at the time. You know what I'm saying? So that's much easier of a thing to say in retrospect, looking back, but still kind of definitely a valuable thought. But I can say, at least today, I'm proud of how much I brought it for that lift, and everything else kind of is in accordance as well. Meals, recovery, sleep. I could be a little more hydrated right now. I should have drank a little more today, and that's an easy fix. Just make sure I keep having that jug on me. Apart from that, just keep going. You know, it's there's a difference between coasting in the sense of just doing the same thing every day, the same workout, the same intensity, the same whatever, and, you know, kind of, well, I mean, you know, who's going further, right? Let's put it like this. The guy who is, you know, riding his bike on a flat plane and just staying the same speed, not really putting much effort into it, or the guy who's got to pedal uphill. Because sure, they're going the same speed. If anything, that guy might feel like he's going slower, you know? But it's not just this, you know, just coasting state of things. Like he's still kind of constantly chipping away at what he's aiming at. If you kind of catch my gist there. But I might just be falling into the you know, the pattern of thinking that, you know, anybody younger than me is living a very different life. You know, like your parents are going to think you had it way different than your grandparents thought your parents had it. You know, that sort of thought process, right? I mean, as soon as you know, regular ass Mac computers jumped onto the scene, I mean, we're talking Y2K was a legit, actually freaking concern, you know. But I think it's getting a little extra wild now, you know, to the point where like exerting a little bit of extra control over at least, you know, making sure you're not completely sucked into your phone. Let's wait some bread. I gotta get the glasses back on. But, you know, not being completely sucked into your phone all day freaking long. It's something to consider. You know, I'm not talking about giving yourself parental locks so you only get 30 minutes. That might work. Who's to say exactly? But at least make sure that a small portion, just an hour, you know, maybe even 30 minutes if it's a quick lift, plus the occasional session of cardio gets done every now and then. I've said this quite a few times, you know, there's a certain pretentiousness that I think we have, you know, because we're just as like an organism so smart, you know, we can play on computers and everything else, that it kind of, you know, you give a guy a Nintendo Switch, he's probably not going to want to run around or, you know, do the Stairmaster or sit on a seated bike or work out. He's like, shit, man, this is it right here. This is the point of being alive, you know. So that's taken to an extreme, but I guess all I'm trying to say is, you know, make sure you get your hour of play in, right? Whether that's, you know, hooping, lifting, running, cycling, let's say you're one of those guys who likes to put your suit on and you've got like a 12-pound elite $4,000 carbon fiber bike frame, and that's your thing. Does not matter, right? But as long as you get your heart rate up, that's something I think we can all get behind. Even if you don't want to be a die-hard, insane, massive kind of bodybuilding character, shit, man, you're still a freaking alive, right? You gotta move around. I had my closest close call yesterday. I'm talking, there's a lot of kind of windy roads around here. I don't know if it's just an Ohio thing, but you don't need a stop sign at every intersection. Everybody doesn't have to slow down. That's why I've got like sort of, two ways, like this cross incoming traffic does not stop kind of deals. But that's not always registering with people very well, is what I've come to understand. Like I've seen a variety of driving. I'm talking like, Miami, LA, Italy. These guys are driving like there's no rules, there are no lanes on the roads. But I guess this is our problem over here, kind of Midwest. But I'm driving, the road curves. It's like a 120-degree angle. It's nothing wild. I mean, it's a curve, but it's still this same road. I've got the right of way to just take it and curve to the right. And there's another road that goes straight on, right? And they've got a stop sign. So for me, I look over and I'm like, and if this guy didn't stop, he'd probably run right into me and kill us both. And then less than half a second later, I'm looking next to, both of us going 50, whatever. And luckily, I guess if we were playing chicken, he lost and he kind of bumped out the other side. And he's looking at me like I'm out of my fucking mind. And then he's tailgating me and I'm like, follow me home. You had a stop sign. That was kind of nuts. But luckily, nothing came of it. No car-on-car impact. And now we can all just go about our lives as we were. And as I is now getting ready to wreck chest. But, it's actually run into these guys who are so much further ahead than you in some way or another. For me, that just makes me more motivated, right? That gets me amped up. Every time I've ever left an Arnold or an Olympia or, anything, and I get to see that show-offy point, the pinnacle of what these guys are working on, that, I mean, I said it every time that that I think when we finished working out with Urs down in Vegas, and I was driving back and ready to leave, the Olympia was over by then. And it's those kind of pinnacles, those moments end up just driving more motivation across the board of the community of working out. And then things go quiet for a little bit, right? And then everybody kind of goes back to where they belong. They get back on it, they start clocking in more hours and more calorie tracking and just harder sets and everything else that goes along with it to try and recreate that hype and that just excitement that, getting to see any kind of performance or, just like appearance or congregations of lifters like that. And it's something I never would have expected before, because before I ever came to an Arnold or, anything else like that, I looked at the working out and it was so individual and it was so just, this is my thing. That's the end of it. Like I'll get hyped up by seeing what other guys are doing, but at the end of the day, it's still kind of my own responsibility to get after if I want anything out of it, but to actually, get a little bit more of a, I don't even want to say peek, but complete look at the behind the scenes of everything. Just like get a better understanding of the scale at which some of these things get to move around. I mean, it just makes me that more amped to try to like elevate everything that I'm trying to do, however many levels that I can, but that's, so that'll be the plan going forward. Not the most game-breaking change, right? I mean, it's still going to be, lift and everything else, just like we are, because you might not think it, right? Usually I'm one to say, if you want to look big, I'm talking carbed up, full of food, just physically large. That's kind of the trick. It's a pretty straightforward method. But, don't forget the leanness effect, once my waist starts kind of tapering in, because guys, at least, typical body fat distribution, it's very centered, right? It's kind of right around the core, you know. I'm talking butt, back, sides, stomach. That's pretty much where it's all at. And you know, that kind of sucks, because that's the complete opposite of where you'd want it if you'd want to maintain, you know, kind of like an actual sort of, you know, Dorito looking taper of thinner waist, bigger shoulders, broader legs, you know. So that's just, I mean, you can look at it as a drawback, or you can look at it as a motivating factor of, all right, shit, if I lose 10 pounds, sure, I'm going to be 10 pounds leaner, but it's also going to make me look, I mean, maybe 10 pounds bigger, because then your shoulders are going to be larger in proportion to, you know, however wide, you know, your midsection is. You know? So as much as it's, you know, kind of just a game of, you know, who's got bigger arms than who, shit, man, it's all kind of in relation to everything else, right? I mean, if you put big ass tires on the Camry, it's going to look freaking weird. If you put big ass tires on a truck, totally normal, you know, makes a little bit more sense. So that's a little bit of the feng shui of, you know, making sure everything's at least in decent proportion, because it just kind of all plays together, you know. If you're the type of guy where your legs are seriously falling behind compared to your upper body, I'm talking like you do not hit legs, no question about it, you're a back, chest, shoulders, arms kind of guy, and that's the end of that situation. Yeah, you got a funky look to you, right? We've all seen the jokes where it's a dude who legit has chicken legs, and it could be avoided, you know. I guess you could hide it. You could hide it forever, never take your pants off, just always wear baggy sweats. That could work for a period of time, right? But that's, you know, that's like cleaning your room, but all you did was throw everything under your bed and into the closet, right? It might look good at first glance, but as soon as you start to get in depth and actually see what's going on, things will begin to fall apart rather quickly, you know. So that's my take. And I've taken it even a few steps further, where I used to be like, okay, I gotta hit every muscle group there is. I mean, I've never had it directly in my routine, but you know, I've done some neck training before. I'm talking like hold a 10-pound plate on the side of your head and lean side to side, do a front to back sort of thing. You know, doing tibia raises, that's the front of your shin. You know, I've done a substantial amount of those before, and I mean, it worked. I do think that you can kind of add little bits of muscle here and there, but you know, I think as long as you're hitting everything in decent equilibrium, you're solid, right? No need to freak out and make sure you're hitting your brachioradialis and your brachialis and your bicep major and your tricep minor. Get a pump, go home, eat something, and you know, make sure that's your top priority. Just saw a quick little flash of lightning, and it was very well timed, as I would describe that forearm pump as electric. You know, it's nothing like a chest day, it's nothing like an arm day, but that's you know, and that's where every time I do a forearm lift, and this isn't like a weekly thing. You know, forearms are not in the weekly split. It's typically just thrown in, especially if I feel like I need a rest day. They're just a more chill day before getting into a really heavy lift the day afterward. You know, but I'll always get, it's like, dude, this guy drove all the way to the gym just to hit forearms. Oh, God. And to that, I would say, look, man, you got your eyes on the big picture, right? Don't forget the details. You know, if anything, the detailed work of everything else, kind of what adds up to, you know, really make anything cool. I'm not even like I was about to say make something great, but I'm not even saying great. I'm just saying cool. You know, like would any freaking, you know, real old school kind of just monument of any sort be interesting if it was just super plain and simple? Like if it just finished the one key task it was meant to do and nothing else, you know? Or I guess that's not really the best analogy, but all I'm trying to say is, you know, even though it's a smaller thing relatively, and it may not feel like it plays a massive role in the grand scheme of your body and your build and everything else, I think it's and this is a little bit projecting in a sense, but it's like when you watch any of the old, or not old, but like any kind of sushi chef documentaries or any kind of cooking, whatever. It's it kind of starts ground up, cleaning, prepping, not even really getting to the full thing, but giving the smaller details their full attention, and I think that idea kind of scales pretty broadly, right? I mean, you're not thinking, okay, I want to get big, eat a bunch of beef, right? I mean, I'm not saying that wouldn't help, but you got to kind of look at the overall kind of nitpicky things. You don't really. I'm sure that every top Olympia character that has ever been, and every great, probably didn't, look like they were a total beast when they were just sitting weighing out 150 grams of ground beef and rice, or just doing 30 minutes of cardio. Now, obviously, if these guys are nuts, they're going to look crazy doing anything. But all I'm saying is, like, that's just kind of, little crazy inspiring, just day by day kind of task of things that goes along with that greater goal of gains. But if you give those smaller details the same effort and respect you give to like a serious lift or a crazy set of bench or a crazy, whatever, you're just setting yourself up for success. I'm not one to ever say that I have a favorite body part to hit. I think if I, and then of course I'm going to contradict myself by saying I like chest because your chest is big, your arms are big, your shoulders are a little bigger, but I'm not going to say that objectively I like chest more than arms or I like chest more than legs, because each of them comes with its own benefits and drawbacks. And by drawbacks, I don't really mean drawback, I just mean difficulties. The coolness effect of doing an arm day, especially if you're like on the leaner side of things too. Let's say you got your tank on, you're curling with your arms out. I mean, just doing those reps, you're going to look extra veiny because, the pressure of actually contracting is going to get your veins going. Or like doing a crazy set of flies, or like you're lifting a bunch of weight on incline bench or something. Like, that's cool, you feel cool while you're doing it. Whereas sometimes with harder lifts, right, legs, leg press, squats, shit, those are just hard, right? The coolness factor is outweighed by the difficulty factor, right? As cool as I feel doing a crazy ass set of squats, before I actually do it, I'm not thinking to myself like, oh yeah, I can lift this much weight. Oh yeah, this is sweet. I'm thinking, holy shit, this is heavy. Right? Get myself into the zone to do it. So something like legs, it's kind of a delayed gratification of once you kill it and kind of overcome that obstacle of just how hard it was, if you actually push yourself that hard, then you get the reward of, obviously checking out your pump, seeing what kind of sets you were able to manage, sitting in the car after the lift and just getting to think, all right, yeah, I brought it tonight. Sweet. I'm not usually one to say like, oh, I earned a meal or something like that, but it's kind of a nice feeling, It says you gave yourself a challenge, you went toe to toe with it, you brought it, now you get to go home, recover, and get ready to do it again, So I know that's not so much of what you might feel like getting a forearm pump, right? But if you still go about that like it's a, like it's a championship match, at least, relativistically, then, man, shit, I know for one thing you're going to get bigger forearms. And in a gains world, or in a gains perspective, that's all we're aiming for, right? I want to be a different guy after every lift. Now, I'm not saying game-changingly different, but I know over the next couple of days, from just hitting that lift along with the food that I'm eating, my forearms are gonna be bigger. They're not gonna be much bigger. On like a lift-by-lift basis, they're not going to be much bigger in like just a standard off season, and I'm just saying like a few kind of day sort of frame, but I know that they will be slightly bigger. Even if I can't see it directly, I know that that's the path that I'm putting them on by hitting them, getting the pumps, and just really wrecking them. So, where's the draw to stop doing it? Because if something works, right? It's like it's as if you went to a pinball machine, and everybody thinks, oh, it's just totally random. It's my genetics or my metabolism. But if you suddenly find a specific way to smack the paddles that works for you, and it just keeps giving you more and more points, which I would kind of compare getting a good grip on your own ability to train and diet is like, you're kind of clearing the mist of the mystery of making your own kind of gains. Then I mean, shit, all you've got to do is keep doing what you've been doing and don't slow down, right? That's there's a few phases of working out which I feel some are just objectively better than others, and this is more of like a middle tier phase. You really do know what you're doing, you're making reasonable continuous progress. That's where you've built up momentum from learning newbie gains, getting into a routine and a habit of working out, where coming to the gym isn't a chore, it's just what you do and what you're excited to do later in your day or early, if you're kind of an early bird kind of lifter, right? Either way, then you get to a point where that momentum will keep carrying you forward. It's like, what's easier, swimming across the pool from a dead stop tread, or jumping in from the side, getting a running start and diving in, right? So once you've built up that momentum and what you're doing is working, shit, don't fix it if it ain't broke. That's not to say, don't try to improve, but just keep doing what you're doing. And it's not hard to build up that momentum. Like if you're in more of a kind of fat loss sort of situation where, oh shit, man, I'm down 30 pounds over the last 6 months, but it's starting to kind of slow down. What were you doing those last 6 months? Were you tracking everything? Were you hitting your cardio? Were you maybe, kind of continuously dropping calories to account for the fact that your body's going to kind of get used to new deficits? You know the answer, right? If that scale starts slowing down weight-wise, increase calorie, or no, decrease calorie, increase cardio to a degree. I think anything beyond an hour a day, and I'm talking like steady on the bike, 3 mile an hour walk on like an incline, like that kind of intensity, just getting your heart rate up to like a 130, 140 or something. I think more than an hour a day might be overkill, and that's actually from my own kind of experience. And beyond that, if you're tracking all your freaking rice and everything else on the scale, and you're reading the nutrition labels on everything, if you're eating too much. So it's not a question of knowledge, it's more so a question of just execution, right? But that's once you've built up that momentum, you don't need me to tell you that. You know what you're doing. But good forearm lift. I can tell that my grip strength has diminished just from having hit them so hard already. But once they're fully recovered, right? Once I kind of get more glycogen replenished and give them some time to kind of rest and just let them do their thing, right? Guess what's going to happen? Now I'm not constantly testing my grip strength every week or anything, but I'm sure that minor increase in strength plus just exposure to the weight that was required for that pump will play in to having bigger, stronger forearms in the future, right? And that's what I'm here for. So, nothing else to say. I've got a leg day tomorrow, which I think most of my lifts, I almost hit this guy because I did a freaky U-turn, but most of my lifts, I like a full day of food first, and then coming into the gym with a full stomach, ready to really hit it. But with legs, I'm starting to think I might like a little bit of an earlier lift without such a full stomach, just because it's a bit more arduous, more lengthy. It's I've tried to decide if I should do quads in one session, hamstrings in another, or like a 2 a day, or split it up, and I think the answer is there is no answer. Legs is hard. It's supposed to be hard. That's one of the hard days of the workout. So I can live with that. That's for sure. But I can guarantee I will be drenched in sweat, whether I go to an air-conditioned gym or back to the private space, and my legs will be, I'm not sure how many inches bigger, at least 1 inch bigger pumped around. I can guarantee an inch increase, honestly, maybe even 2 inches. But beyond that, might be a little crazy, right? I mean, if you see something grow even 2 inches in the span of like 30 minutes or an hour, I mean, that's pretty wild, right? I mean, when I get an arm pump, that's only going to grow 1 inch, and that still feels like a freaking ton, you know? So don't neglect those numbers.
You know, so that's the reward, right? At the end of the tunnel of a decent bulk, you might put some body fat on. You know, we've all been there. The light at the end of it, that's when you start to realize, oh shit, I am a little bigger. I have put some size on. When I cut down, I'm gonna be freakier than I've ever looked because I put in some mass gaining size over a period of time and delayed the gratification of really getting to enjoy that mass until later. You know, and those who can't stand that, right? They love being lean. They just don't want to, like, for the sake of getting bigger, the cost of having to, you know, get a more normal, like 14, 12-ish% body fat. I'm talking about the guys who love hanging out at like 8, like they're trying to be diced on the regular. Of course, you know, I'm not going to say anything is wrong. You know, do what you want to do. But for me, from the perspective of someone who's done a considerable number of bulks and actually had them work and, you know, been able to diet out of them successfully, I feel like I get the best of both worlds, because I get heavy ass lifts when I'm bulked and wild, just grainy, you know, poses at the end, plus just feeling like cool and lean when I'm cut up, you know. So that's my perspective, right? It's like if somebody asks you your favorite food, that's not even a good question, you know, because there's so many different kinds of food to enjoy. To pick one is almost closed-minded, right? So I'm not going to limit myself just to a bulk or just to a cut, right? I want to experience the entire facet of what lifting, you know, in the pursuit of size has to offer. But I think nothing else to discuss. Let's get out of here.
When I'm hyping up the cardio, do not be confused. You know, I'm not getting in the car or jumping into the basement or anything just because I'm like, holy crap, all right, I'm gonna bring it here. I'm gonna sit in the seat of the bike and I'm gonna pedal. You know, not exactly. It doesn't demand that much actual, like, in the moment intensity. But you know, one thing that I think about it is it's more so you've just got to get to a state of being where it's not a chore. It's just something you do, you know. And if someone who is naturally a complainer, or maybe not naturally, but just has very complaining tendencies, you know, every time they come to the gym, it's not, oh man, it's busy in here. It's, oh God, everybody's on my stuff. You know, it's not like, oh shit, there's a lot of energy in here today. It's, oh, it's just, I mean, I've seen guys back when I was in college, every time I'd see this dude, man, what are you in today? Pretty strong guy. Oh, and legs, I hate myself. God, this sucks. And I guess it depends on the guy. If for whatever reason that's like your way of, or that's somebody's way of, like, yeah, that's just how I deal with it. I talk about how much I don't like it. It makes me feel comfortable. It's kind of like a self-depreciation kind of, I don't know. But for me, I don't get it. And I definitely don't like it. I mean, I don't want to hear that. You know, I'm coming in excited to hit chest or to hit something. And then I got to hear somebody whining about how they drove all the way there, but they don't want to be there. It's like, obviously you at least want to be there a little bit, or else you wouldn't have even shown up, you know? So that's, yeah. But the guys who are really dogging it in a good way, and, you know, they just show up and they hit their stuff, you know, it's not, for them to actually bring it to, what would you call it? Would we call it like a 90% threshold of effort? Just enough where they're getting the job done. You know, you can have somebody where they're slacking off, you can tell they're not really bringing it, and then you have somebody where they're really killing it. And the guys who can really bring it the most often are the ones where they don't, like, getting a workout in isn't a big deal. You know, it's not this high stakes thing for them. It's just what they do, you know, because they've kind of conditioned themselves to the point where just regular, or not even regular, but like a good workout, like really pushing it, I'm talking like just that's what they do, you know, and that's their own expectation from themselves. Anything short of that would be like, what am I doing? You know, like it's, you know, how you like to fold your shirts. You're gonna fold them the same way you do. You know, if anybody was like just balled it up and threw it in your closet, you'd say, what the hell is this? This sucks. You know, so kind of a silly analogy, but it's definitely a practice makes perfect kind of thing. Because the more you know, work out or do anything, just the easier it's going to be to keep doing it, I feel. You know, at least as long as you've got a little bit of excitement and interest in the topic. But yeah, breakfast this morning, getting back to the regular routine. 2 cans of tuna, 60 grams of protein or so, mixed with what did I mix it with? Yeah, sugar-free barbecue sauce. That is a classic combo, just to kind of up the enjoyment of any plain protein. Any sort of sugar-free sauce of your choosing. That's I mean, that's where the diet gets the most varied over the course of these next few months, because the actual base foods, they're not going to change much. Egg whites, ground beef, canned tuna, canned chicken, that's really it. I'll break out some ground turkey later, like once I really need to make sure that all my proteins are like basically as lean as I can get them. And it's kind of tricky to get like super dry beef. You know, I mean, it'll you can get like decently lean, but it's not like, it's nothing like turkey, right? If you've got ground turkey cooked plain in the fridge, once it's cooled down, let's just say there's no richness to be had there. When at least with some ground beef, you know, you can still tell it's like, yeah, there's a little something going on. But that's I won't really have to worry about that for I mean, basically just months, you know, because right now I'm dieting on easy mode. Coming off of this bulk, all I have to do is chill out of my food intake, and it's more so just taking my foot off the gas of now, you know, not having to basically just force food down. Not force, but like, you know, really make it a priority to chow, because it's not the goal. My goal is to stay under whatever calorie limit I've got and try my best not to overshoot it like a total fool, and then, you know, basically have an unnecessary cheat day. There are necessary cheat days, which I'll get into over the coming weeks, but for the most part, unnecessary. For the most part, a lot of cheat days are motivated purely by, oh man, I'm hungry. Much less cheat days are motivated by, I think I need a higher calorie day just to fill back up. I've been on my shit for 8 weeks straight. Like, I think it'll be good to have one refeed just to really kind of, you know, make sure I keep my metabolism up. Like most, and if people are thinking that, sometimes they're lying to themselves, just trying to convince themselves that, yeah, you know, I heard people do cheat days when they're dieting. I heard a refeed is actually a good idea. Like, as though you need a refeed one weekend, you know, not something I want to see. All right, you know what's better? You want to know what's better than getting in a lift with your boys, meeting some new characters, making some new connections with guys on the exact same wavelength as you, who are seriously into the same things that you're about? Well, I can tell you, doing it again after a period of time and being better than you were the first time, right? And just as a group, you can tell. Like, I've gotten to see guys, you know, year after year and say, holy crap, this guy is way bigger than I remember. Or this guy is, holy crap, this guy got cut, you know, sort of things along those lines. And it's, you know, for me, like, every time I get to go to any kind of expo, any kind of gathering, any kind of whatever, and get to see dudes, I mean, for one, who I've only ever seen on my phone before, and I'm like, holy crap, look at this freaking guy. It's just, oh, you know, it's just cool to know that the progress you're making, and not even that it means something, because it would mean something regardless, but it's more so just like, oh, I don't know, I can't even describe it, right? It's like you haven't seen your buddy for a year or two or whatever, and you're both wilder at whatever you've been into than you were last time, to the point where you don't have to talk about it. It's even unspokenly known. You know what I'm saying? So for any of you guys who are just now, I mean, yeah, it's about school time. So any of you youngins, and I don't want to say youngins by that much of a margin, but I mean, I'm sure you, if you're my age-ish, older, younger, whatever, you probably feel like you're a completely different guy at the end of college versus the beginning. You know, it's I'd say that's a pretty solid coming of age sort of thing compared to even just, I mean, high school too, right? Like you as a freshman versus you as a senior. Who the hell was that guy? You know. But if you're about to embark, let's say you're one of those cross country kind of guys. I went to school in state, so I wasn't too far. It's still a couple hour drive, you know. But if you're totally uprooting yourself and you're saying, I'm gonna be a whole new guy, man. I'm leaving Louisiana. I'm going to NYU. I'm going to I'm going to Stanford. I'm going to wherever, right? I'm hauling off, and you're gonna whatever. You know what I'm saying? But if you're gonna be gone for a while, that's kind of a good time to start to bring it. You know, nobody around there knows what you can or can't do, or will stick to, or will, you know, are capable of. So it's kind of a good time for some self-investment. You know, like it might not seem like a lot. Just imagine. I mean, what's an hour a day? I'm sure you play in your phone for hours a day, and I'm not like calling you out. I do the same shit. You know, so to direct one of those towards anything, doesn't have to be working out, but obviously I'm going to be talking about working out. You know, if you can just put in one of those hours into stopping at the rec center, at a local gym, at a whatever. I mean, we all know, well, I guess for us, we're the guys who do work out, but everyone knows somebody who's in the gym. And if I knew, if one of my buddies who I hadn't talked to for a while, or still talk to but aren't really into working out, if they told me that they wanted to come lift, I'd say, yeah, let's go hit it. Right? Get a PFIT membership. Let's go hang out over there, bust out some anything, you know. So it's the barrier to entry is very low, but the reward is very high, you know. And it might, I get it. For the uninitiated, they don't really understand what we know about like just lifting, right? It's not just looking a certain way. It's just this like physical, like exertion that you can't emulate with anything else. I mean, I guess if you're really into your sport, right? Let's say you're a die-hard wrestler or something along those lines, then that's a little bit different, you know. So if you've got a physical endeavor that you're into, let's say you're a BJJ kind of guy, you know, whatever, that's a little different, right? That is kind of on a pretty similar wavelength, just as, you know, a different kind of physical training. You know? But if you're just kind of doing tasks that are a little bit more, maybe not mundane, but just less physically demanding, then I think you need to add a little bit of something. You know, it doesn't have to be trying to squat like Tom Platz, or hitting a crazy high volume chest day like going back and finding a Jay Cutler tape or an Arnold workout or anything along those lines. But to not work out, you're giving yourself a disservice, you know. And it's kind of something where you don't know until you do it, and you start to kind of feel that just, I don't even know how to describe it, right? And satisfaction's not the right word, just kind of contentness of having brought it. You're really sweating, and you did it because you want to, you know. If somebody told me that I gotta unload a semi, that was I never brought that up before. When I was working at Lowe's one semester, and my hours were rough because I wanted to, basically I had class in more like the evening, like noon to 5. That was kind of my class window for the week. So what I was doing at the time was I was doing the morning shift at Lowe's. So I was rocking like a 5 a.m. to 10, and then on the weekends I would do kind of longer ones. But yeah, that was a crazy routine. Let me just start it from the beginning. I'd get up for cardio like 3:30. Actually, no, more like straight up 3. This was only one semester. I did not do this for that long. But like 3 o'clock wake up, cardio, shower off, get my flannel and jeans on, because this was kind of the fall sort of time, and then get ready to drive up a couple miles to Lowe's. I was in the garden department. Right? If you needed help where a lawnmower was, or like a weed whacker, or a certain kind of whatever, that was me running around and making sure all the shelves were stocked. But sometimes they'd throw us in the back, or because they needed because it was a totally separate position to unload deliveries and like package them. We'd have like 8 pallets where it's like, okay, this is going to hardware or whatever. And they always asked me to go back there, probably just because I was kind of big and they wanted me to lift shit. I should have said no. But if somebody told me to do that and just move and like be sweaty, just moving a bunch of stuff around, it would be very fun, you know, because I don't want to do it. But you take basically the same, if not more effort, and you know, it's me coming in to do a chest day or an arm day where I'm literally doing more physical work, but because I want to do it, it doesn't feel like a chore at all. It's an activity, you know? So I was getting into this a couple days ago where you can basically cheat the difficulty of any given task by kind of just your mental perception around it. You know, if you're somebody who just has like this serious, legitimate itch to get better at something, and it could be anything, it doesn't really matter what it is, then for you to practice it and get better at it because you're interested and you're invested and like you want to do it, you don't want to do it because like it's gonna show somebody, like you just on a base level, you and your heart, actually not even your heart, just more your mind, you're like, I'm going to hit legs, I'm gonna go crazy. If I don't take all my sets to like solid intensity, then that's just not even what I'm there for. Like that's not even a question. Then that guy's he's gonna do it, right? He's gonna go harder, you know? So it's I don't know if I'd even call it a question of desire per se, because everybody wants it, right? If you could flip a switch and let's say your mental image of a really cool version of how you want to look physically, whether it's like, you know, a cut up kind of more like lean, mean, sort of like 180, just kind of, you know, like athletic kind of build, if that's your deal, or if you want to be a bit beefier, more like a 230 or whatever, you know, if you can immediately flip a switch or press a button and just jump to that instant, like your most badass build that you can imagine, right? Or not even like something like that, but just being in good shape, everybody would do it. You know, put them in a closed room, nobody's watching, everyone would do it. But the fact that we live in reality, this isn't a freaking fairy tale world, and to make something like that happen is going to take time, take effort, take patience, then that's the real tricky part. So, you know, to say it's like, oh, you don't really want it, I don't think that's exactly right. I think everybody wants it, you know? But it's more so, can you handle the uncomfortability that it takes to get there? You know? And you got 2 options when it comes to that, right? You can either really toughen yourself up and be the guy who can just eat like imagine someone who can do a full 6-month like chicken, rice, broccoli, no seasonings, no nothing, everything absolutely perfect, like no treats, no cheating, no anything. And the guy might have a ton of cravings, but he's telling himself, oh, I don't care, I can handle this. And then he handles it. Like he seriously does it. There's no stopping him. You know, cardio, 2 hours, just whatever. Well, that works. But there's also the component of, well, why does this have to be something that's, hard? Like, why do I have to make this extra hard on myself? You know? So that's where, for me, dieting-wise, when I do cardio, I do the cardio that I like the most. I eat foods that make me feel more full, and I can, manage my macros, and I can kind of add in, maybe I'll have a lighter meals throughout the day so I can have more of a cheat meal at night, things like that. But you need a little bit of both, I feel, right? Because if you can't thug it out when it gets hard, well, then you're never going to get anywhere. I think we can all agree with that. But also, if you give yourself a routine that's too strict to handle, no, actually that's the same thing. If you give yourself a routine that's too strict to handle, you're never going to do it if you can't actually thug it out. But if you expect everything to be easy, so like there's this secret of like if you eat 3 egg whites and apple cider vinegar that you're suddenly just going to get leaner than you've ever been, and it'll just be completely effortless, well, then that's not going to work either. So it's a combination of bringing serious effort forward internally, but also morphing your routine around something that you can resonate with and enjoy. If somebody gave me a workout routine and I didn't want to hear it, then I'm probably not going to have that much fun doing it, because in my mind I think I just want to do what I do. Now if I asked someone for a routine and I really trusted what they knew and had to say, and I wanted to try their perspective, that's different. But that's it's something where I like the personalness of working out, because it's just you, right? It's they're obviously real kind of high level competitive guys, or guys who just want someone to deal with the planning for them. They're gonna have coaches, they're gonna have teams around them where they really help figure everything out, and they get to take some of the pressure off, and he doesn't have to worry about it. But I like that it's an individual thing. I like that it's something that I kind of get to learn for myself, because then, it's kind of twofold. For one, I think I've got a little bit of a disagreeableness where I'm like, this is my thing, I want to do it, I don't want anybody messing with it, like this is for me. But also along the lines of like, I want to work for something that I get to show off because I did it. And no, it wasn't anybody else who did it, right? Nobody else did my cardio. That was all me, right? So that's kind of where my headspace is at, I feel. But it's just a balancing act of still being able to toughen it up, but also making sure that you pick a smooth path for you. Because if you're the last thing you want to do is burn yourself out. You want to become the guy who doesn't get burnt out, because he toughens up over time. But you wouldn't give a beginner dude a Tom Platz workout. He's never worked out before. You got to start with more basic stuff, right? And work your way up. And from as far as I know, you're basically running off of your muscle glycogen, your blood sugar first, before you start using any other forms of energy to convert into ATP and make your muscles fire and everything else like that. All that's to say is when you're bulked and full of carbs, you're strong and you got some more muscular endurance. And honestly, that muscular endurance part is kind of what really gets me, because it's not like I just halved my strength. That set of squats first, probably a little bit heavier than necessary for the goal of just dieting and maintaining my size. I gotta think I was gonna hurt myself, but I probably didn't have to do 5. But like the weight itself didn't feel crazy, but it definitely made its way into a fatiguing range rather freaking quickly. So part of me might think, okay, well, if my muscular endurance is a little bit compromised when I'm not eating a crazy amount of food, then should I try to up the intensity and reduce the volume of the lifts, or lower the intensity and maybe just do the same volume, or potentially even a few more lighter squeezing sets? So just kind of a back and forth. But when I'm dieting down, honestly, my main concern is just having good lifts, because there's not really much room for optimization in terms of new growth. You know what I'm saying? You're either building new muscle, holding on to the muscle you've already built, or losing muscle. So assuming you work out consistently, you're probably not going to lose any muscle, even if you're in a steep deficit. At least not like an insane amount. You really have to be trying. And maintaining is much easier than gaining, So it's not really a hyping sort of thought for me when I'm dieting down, because, on a lift by lift basis, the pressure is a little bit off, like the difficulty from bulking now to dieting down and getting leaner is no longer on like the lift itself. I really want to make sure my lifts when I'm bulking up are like as primo as I can get them, just so they induce the most growth that I can kind of stimulate. And then I go home and, you know, eat a crap ton of food to be able to facilitate that growth. But dieting down, the hard part isn't the training. I mean, it'll get a little harder as I get leaner and you get a little bit lower energy over time. But right now, the hard part is just limiting calories. You know, that's where the difficulty lies. And as long as you're getting good lifts and you still bring it, I think you're cool. But it's always this gray area because, you know, I don't need to try to do the craziest sets I've ever done in my life when I'm dieting. And like, nobody really does. But you don't slack either, right? You're still bringing it. So you can't write things off as really black or white or all the way this and all the way this. There usually is a sweet spot middle ground, you know. But I'm definitely going to get excited the leaner I get, because I might even bust out some tank top lifts this diet, at least when I get a bit leaner. For now, at least, I don't mind being covered up, because honestly, it makes it a little more abrupt when I start getting more and more defined. Because if I'm looking at myself for the entire workout, like let's say I had a real thin stringer cutoff as I'm doing chest, in every rep I'm like, I mean, if I was doing like either a shirtless or a like a real thin stringer type chest day, I can almost guarantee in between every set I'd probably do at least like a little bit of a flex in the mirror just so I can see how I'm looking, just because I'm, you know, prone to doing that as a lifter, you know. So I try to just not even give myself the distraction of trying to even worry about how I look during the lift, because I've got the lift to do, you know. That's taking priority, right? And that's a good headspace for me. And then it makes me more excited about the you know, finishing the workout, because then it's not just, oh, I'm done with this workout, I can get in the car and chill. It's all right, I'm done with this workout, let's see how good the pump that resulted was. So it's kind of this extra motivator beyond just having a good workout anyway for me, because it's like, okay, I really got to step it up for these next couple sets to make sure I'm fully pumped at the end, you know. So it's just kind of this extra force that, you know, gets me going and makes me excited. And some people, I mean, maybe you don't really care about a pose down. I couldn't imagine why, but I'm sure there's a lot of people where they don't even think about like finishing a chest day and then posing in the mirror, like taking a progress photo or anything. They just want to do it and get out of there. And to that I say, go for it. It's not my pump, right? But no, that was a good one. And then I think tomorrow is almost certainly a rest day. I might, I said a while ago, I still remember this, I said if I ever post a video that doesn't have a workout, then I don't know what I said. I must have said something like, you know, call me a total punk, or call me a poser, or something like that. But on a rest day, apart from the cardio, there is a need for just kind of chilling sometimes. You know, you don't want to overdo it and then like start building up more fatigue than you can recover from. You know, I sound like a certain, you know what, kind of lifter when I say that, but it is legit. You know, especially dieting, your energy in versus energy out, it can't be too drastically different, you know, or else you're gonna set yourself up for failure and burnout rather than long-term gradual success. I got a comment, and I don't know if I replied to it. I think I didn't, because the guy was kind of trolling. But I'm not one to like completely disregard criticism. Like the gist of the comment was like, you only did 3 exercises for chest? Because I did I did cable crossover presses, which I will admit are a little bit squeezing focus. It's not like a full loaded stretch. But I did those squeezing kind of crossover presses on the cable, incline Smith, decently heavy too, and then some pec deck, and then finishing back with cables. So the comment was, you only did 3 movements? And it's like, well, what would you recommend? You know, what's better? Honestly, there's a gradient scale of, okay, 0 sets, it's probably no gains. I think we'd all probably agree with that. And then, well, there's no need to do infinite sets, right? So where is that number really, you know? Because is it like, are you trying to say that we need to do a press and a fly to hit the chest in all different angles, like I think that would be the max, you know. Like if you really wanted to diversify a chest day, you would want to do 3 presses and 3 flies in whatever order, right? So a decline press, maybe something like a dip, maybe just a decline machine, a flat press, an incline press, a flat fly, a kind of decline fly, and an incline fly. Like, is that what we need? You know? And for me, the way I look at it is not hitting check boxes of like doing a movement in this way or whatever. It's like, I don't know, I guess it's just open for discussion, you know? Because I know what it feels like to have a good chest day. I know what a good lift feels like for me. And sometimes all that requires is like even just one good flat incline-ish press. You know, like I've had lifts pretty recently where all I do is like 5 sets of incline dumbbell, you know, pretty heavy, hard sets, real failure, throw the dumbbells down, and then finish with like 2 or 3 sets of flies, and that's it. And that's just a 2-set workout. And I feel pretty good about it. Like I leave and I'm looking at myself in the, you know, in the mirror posing, I'm like, you know. So the way I think about it is more so on days where a simpler workout works, like if I jump on the incline Smith and it's just like clicks, it's perfect for today, then I just want to spam incline Smith for as many good sets as I can, and then move on to, you know, whatever else is a fly that I think will feel good to finish. And so if I do a few sets incline Smith and then I move on to let's say I think the pec deck is like going to be a perfect finisher, and I do 4 good sets of the pec deck, well then I'm fine with that. And that's only a 2-set workout. So the one little kind of asterisk next to that approach is I don't want to do the same movement combination every time. Like I wouldn't want to do incline Smith only for the rest of time, because I mean incline Smith felt good 4 days ago when I did chest last, but today it might just not click and I might not really like it, and maybe I want to do like a cable press or one of the plate loaded machine presses, or you know, something along those lines. So I don't think it's so necessary to make your workouts so diverse on an individual lifting kind of level, and I think it's a little better to try to leverage whatever machine combinations you think will really do the trick. And honestly, probably, you know, using that approach, 4 movements is probably around close to the most that I might do. Maybe 5 on like kind of a wild day. But if I'm doing 2 sets of movement, 4 movements, that's 8 sets. Usually by set 8, that's about good for me for chest. But let's say I had one movement where I didn't really like it. You know, I still did a working set, but I said, I don't think I want to do one more. Let's move on to something else, right? So I think my upper limit in a lift, at least, you know, looking back on what I have done, probably 5-ish, probably around 5 different movements. And any more than that, I think there's just, you're not getting anything extra from doing more. You know, I mean, that's kind of a common thought process. More is more, but you know, not exactly, right? Not every time. So I guess we'll see. And depending on how I feel in the warm-up, you know, kind of doing some presses, triceps, rotator cuff, everything like that to get this whole pressing system in order, that'll kind of give me a clue into, okay, what do I think is going to be good? Because if I'm warming up, you know, just 30 pounds on the cable, kind of just moving it around all sorts of ways, and I can tell, ooh, something's a little, you know, something's just a little something, then maybe I shouldn't try to do crazy heavy incline Smith or crazy heavy dumbbell bench. You know, maybe I'll start with a lighter squeezing movement first to kind of prime myself, you know. But I will make it a little bit of a challenge today, or not today specifically, but just in general, to try to change it up a little bit more. Because when I'm dieting, the stakes of the workouts are a little bit lower, I feel. I'm still treating it like I want to get after it, of course, but I'm just trying to maintain the muscle I've already built. So I almost take my dieting phases to be a little bit more experimental, in the sense that, you know, if I don't have a completely perfect wild lift, well, it's just a bust. And it never is, but it's when I'm bulking up and I'm eating a lot of food, I'm really trying to make sure that the workout is just, you know, tip top, my version of performance. But, you know, when I'm dieting, as long as I get a good pump and I get after it, I'm pretty much cool. You know, I definitely need to throw in some decently heavy sets just so I don't lose strength, and I can keep lifting similar numbers, not just for their own sake, but kind of just for the benefit of, you know, maintaining some of that, I mean, I guess I'd probably just say contractile tissue, right? You know, if you start just completely backing off and not hitting any hard lifts at all, you're definitely setting yourself up to be a little bit more, you know, potentially atrophied. I mean, I am feeling quite good right now. I got a whole bunch of tuna, chicken, and ground beef, all in their most prepped states. The tuna and the chicken being canned, which that gets a lot of hate for the chicken specifically. Gets hated on for having higher sodium levels. Right? Like if you were to just get a chicken breast straight out of the you know, the meat section, no additional sodium, right? And you know, sodium gets hated on. If you drink a ton of water, it balances out. You know, like if I drink 3 gallons of water with, you know, a normal amount of like electrolytes, like whatever the basic recommended amount would be. You know, if I drank 3 gallons of water, or let's say I was extra crazy, I mean, if I was really trying, I could probably drink 6 gallons of water in a day. There'd be no point, but I could do it. So guess how much sodium or, you know, electrolytes I'd end up, you know, getting through my system? Probably like 20 times the recommended daily amount for like a regular dude. Which even that is kind of wild, because I mean, when you look at a lot of anything bodybuilding related or diet specific, you know, it always just leeches, or not leeches, but it returns back to the common statement of, you know, something along the lines of, oh, well, you know, you're only supposed to have this much a day. Really? FDA recommends 50 grams of protein a day. And guess what? That's where we differ, right? Eggs, whole eggs, straight out of an organic, wild, roaming kind of coop. Not recommended. Diets. So I'm not saying there's no point to those recommendations, but some of them feel like they're a little behind the curve, if you kind of catch what I'm saying. I'm not saying I know better than whatever, but all I'm getting at is, if you're eating a food with a ton of sodium, like a canned chicken, if you drink a healthy amount of water, like you have a liter of water with that, you're fine, right? The problem with sodium when it comes to, you know, when guys talk about holding water or getting bloated, it's only when you have a massive change in your sodium intake, you know? Like if I were to basically have low sodium, like make sure I only eat whatever amount, I don't know how much, like 500 milligrams in a day or something, and then all of a sudden one day, or if you take a regular dude and then all of a sudden you give him a ton of crazy salty food the next day, and you don't, you know, increase his water intake accordingly, well then yeah, the guy's probably going to feel kind of weird, just because now he's got a ton of just, you know, weird, you know, kind of sodium imbalance in his system. But if you're drinking a ton of water too and making sure you're well hydrated, the sodium's good, right? Having extra electrolytes is good. For me, right now, the point of coming into the gym isn't like, okay, I need to eat a ton of food and meals first, so I'm full of carbs and full of energy. No, that's not the point right now, because I'm dieting. So what I really want to make sure is that I'm well hydrated. You know, I've only got a couple of the Sulek Gila mixes, and they're all dirty right now. But I've got like a little, this is an old like smoothie bottle, and it's a little bigger, you know. You tell me. So we took a little while to actually make those like mold kind of custom embossed shakers. Would you guys want a Sulek jug? Usually I want to just rock any jug, but I don't really feel cool drinking pre out of something like this. But you know, you tell me. But getting back on track, What am I saying? Salt. So, salt's not the enemy. So if you drink enough fluids, what I'm trying to do is come to the gym well hydrated, so that even though I'm not full of, carbs and glycogen and whatever, I've still got enough fluids and electrolytes to leverage a good pump, and really still lift well and feel good. Guys who complain about just any kind of aches or soreness, or they get exertion headaches, that's just stemming from dehydration, man. Anytime I've ever asked somebody who had an exertion headache, or just had any kind of headache in the gym, and I ask them, like, how much water did you drink today? Did you have any electrolyte packets of any kind? Oh, well, I had a Monster. It's not going to cut it, but it's a very simple solution. But I've got the tuna and the chicken and the ground beef. So 3 pounds of ground beef cooked, put into a salad bowl. That, honestly, is a very good method. I'm not exactly one to prep individual meals where I'm going to have like a single small serving Tupperware where I've got like 6 of them stacked on top of each other. If I'm ever kind of traveling around, that's probably a better method. But since all the food's at home anyway, and that's where I'm eating it, having the base forms of whatever those meals are going to be just there and ready, I mean, it's quick. If you've got 3 pounds of ground beef cooked in the fridge, ready for you to just scoop out your half pound at once and go, dude, very efficient. And I got a bunch of rice cakes too. I don't have to lock into the like no salt rice cakes. That's months down the line, right? So I've got a couple of the flavored versions. The white cheddar goes crazy. The apple, or the caramel apple, those ones are also pretty wild. And I mean, even just a regular salted rice cake, it's not bad. It gets too much hate, I feel. And I never saw more rice cakes at once than at the 2 bodybuilding shows that I did earlier this year. Like, everybody's backstage just munching on them. It was kind of fun. But just a simple, easily digestible carb source, that's what I like to have back there as well. So right now I'm in the phase of dieting where I'm not really, I don't have to lock in per se, in the sense that I have to like really hold myself to this specific calorie number, because for me to just eat in kind of a graze and like make sure I hit my protein, that's just about, if not maintenance, maybe a little bit under, because right now I'm in kind of a state of, not starvation from eating so much food, and I'm kind of sick of the intake. So for the next few weeks, this diet is gonna go by like a breeze. Like I'll lose however many pounds of body fat over the next month. Not a ton, maybe like 3 or 4, something like that. But it's not gonna feel like a chore, because I don't have a crazy massive appetite right now. But the longer that I diet, and the more kind of just basically time that I keep myself in line and hold off on eating things that I want to eat, or things like that, that's when it just gets gradually and progressively harder to stay consistent with. So that's where the longer you're dieting, the more tricks you might have to pull out of your sleeve. So right now, for me to just get a big bowl of ground beef, melt 1 slice of American cheese onto it, not necessarily for the nutritional benefit. It's got 3 grams of fat, 2 grams of protein, 4 grams of carbs, something along those lines. It's just because I like it. And that amount of carbs, fats, and proteins is very manageable. Like it's 50 calories. I can handle an extra 50 calories from that. But that's working fine. For me to have eaten that like 3 hours ago, I'm feeling good. But later on, it's going to get to the point where I'm really kind of fiending for eating something, and that's where I'm going to pull out the stops. I'm talking busting out the 0-carb Greek yogurt mixed with fat-free powdered peanut butter with a little bit of sugar-free maple syrup plus some frozen berries, like things like that, sort of as a treat. Like there's a lot of little things you can add like that, and I think I should this diet, I'm going to make a point about actually kind of putting together, I guess you could say, the Sulek cookbook of dieting tricks. I don't have like a ton, but I do have a few staples that I do always kind of revert back to, because for me they work. So it's not like it's a end all be all, like this is an awesome trick for everybody. But for me, at least, I like them, and they help keep me in line, making sure that I stay under my calorie limits. But that'll be for later on. So until then, I'll just make sure I keep hitting my protein and then eat accordingly. And not only eat accordingly, but drink accordingly. You know, I think I'm already nearly a gallon deep for the day, so 4 liters or so. When I'm dieting, I do end up drinking a bit more. Just, I don't know, maybe it's like, because I mean, there's no calories if you're drinking a bunch of something. You know, if you're drinking a whole bunch of like diet soda or something, it's not necessarily that you're full, but it does kind of give you a little bit of that fullness sensation. Plus, it's kind of tricking your mind because you're drinking something sweet, so you're kind of getting that, you know, scratch of your itch of your sweet tooth, but at no caloric detriment. So if diet soda doesn't mess with your stomach or anything, which I have never experienced, like I've slammed more than what people would feel is a normal amount of diet soda in a day, or like the Crystal Light or things along those lines. I've never felt a problem, you know, so that's that might be an individual case by case sort of deal. But for me, it definitely works, right? Like to the point where if you look back and you look at yourself fully pumped up and bulked in an off season, that's very different. That's extremely different than an unpumped, slightly flatter look right in the beginning of a dieting phase. You know, so it's not as though there's no benefit to like a real like veiny, pumped up pre-workout nitric oxide, blood flow, whatever, awesome lighting spot in the gym shot as you know, kind of a measure of your progress. But it's not necessarily the most repeatable or accurate, right? Like there's a reason why when guys do their like weekly check-in photos with like if you have a bodybuilding coach or even just a regular like dieting coach, like not even a bodybuilder, they just make sure that their phone's in the exact same spot, like in their bathroom or something on a tripod or up against the sink, and the light is exactly the same every time. And it's not like crazy freaky like flattering, it's just regular. They're standing facing this way, face the left, face the back, full-on mug shots, because that is what gives a real basic look of like, okay, how am I looking today? Not giving myself any edge or any just like, you know, benefit externally, because that kind of throws off like just the actual accuracy of what you're looking at. So as much value as there is, I feel, in like a post-workout pump check, freak factor to the max, I think doing one in the morning post cardio, just kind of a check-in of how you're looking unpumped, because that's you. Right? That's you on a more real level. As much as I think we'd all like to be our pumped version of ourselves, I think there's a good value in the fact that you can only see yourself pumped up temporarily, because it's kind of this glimpse into what you'll look like later on with whatever muscle you've got pumped up a little bit bigger. You know, so if I've got a wild chest pump, I get to say, ooh, so that's what my chest would look like that big. And then once it kind of deflates back to a normal size, I'm like, all right, I got a glimpse of my future self, and I want to bring it to reality. There's always this kind of gray middle ground area, what I'd probably refer to as the sweet spot, that I want to aim for when it comes to these workouts. You know, I obviously want them to be intense, so I want these, you know, most of the sets to be kind of pushing failure. And if your sets are, you know, more intense, just like on a slider, then you're going to do less sets, you know, and kind of still reach that same end state feeling of like, okay, that was a good lift, I'm pumped, I think it's time to go, right? So assuming that that's kind of a feeling we're aiming for, then if the sets that you do are less intense, maybe less weight, maybe less reps, maybe whatever, you know, you leave a few reps in reserve, well then the logic would be, okay, that set was a little bit less intense, you can do a few more of those in the spirit of reaching that same end goal, right? So it's like, what's a better workout? A dude who did a crazy set of squats, a crazy set of leg press, and then a few sets of extensions? You know, so the volume's down here, but the intensity's way up here. or the guy who did like 3 sets of a little more chill squats, like still hard, like not like nothing, but a little more chill, a little lighter weight, a little higher reps. So he's doing a little bit more volume, and the intensity's not so wild, but it's still up there, you know? So I'm not exactly sure what the perfect answer is, and nobody is exactly. It's because we got guys going so far as to say that they're really loving the, well, actually, you know what? I haven't seen anyone recently try to do their own kind of self-experiment with like a Mensa approach and like try to record and document like, okay, I did 2 sets of curls this week. I'm going to do 2 sets of bench next week. Or, I mean, I'm not trying to make light of his routines or anything. I just don't know exactly how they're written out. But I haven't seen anybody really try to push it that far and at least like stick to it for real, and then you kind of have to have evidence or like some video evidence to prove that you actually did it, but how many sets? I feel like 10 is pretty typical for any given body part. 10 sets I think I see kind of thrown around a lot, but it's like, is that too much? Is that too little? I used to do 25 for a single body part in a lift, and I think that was definitely too much. And just like on that slider, I was doing 25 sets, but I was kind of pyramiding them up a little bit, so the intensity for all of them was probably a little bit lower than, really trying to just get myself amped for a wild set of rope extensions, So it's, I guess all that's to say is I'm under the impression that I kind of always want to be in an alerting state, try different stuff, see what works, and that's kind of a very important part of the analogy, is the see what works part, because I think if you if I wrote out a routine that is very different than what I do right now, like let's say I switched and I said, all right, I'm doing I've been seeing guys split their body up, instead of upper lower, they're doing they're almost doing front and back. Like I'm seeing workouts where guys will do like a few sets of each body part because they're doing more frequency, so the workouts are a little shorter, but they're hitting a lot in the workouts, so they're doing some presses, some extensions, some even like crunches and leg extensions and things like that, and presses all in one lift, and then switching. Like I think if I switch to something like that, I think it would still work. I think I could still really bring it and get results. So it's the answer is not written out. There's no stone tablet out there that has the perfect muscle building split, or has like the 10 commandments of muscle building, where it's like, these are the rules, and if you break these rules, you're gonna blow your pecs off instantly. It's not so strict as that, right? So I think every so often I need to kind of clarify this. When I'm talking workout tips, I think I do throw in a lot of like basically things that I really believe are pretty much semi-universal truths, right? I think if somebody trained like a total punk and really didn't push themselves at all, they're not going to make any gains. I think we'd agree with that. And I think if somebody never tried to limit their calories, then probably no matter what kind of training they end up doing, if they're eating more food than they're burning, they're not going to get leaner. If anything, they're going to put more, weight, maybe muscle, but also fat on. I think we could all probably agree with that. But when it comes down to the, to training, anything beyond like basic kind of frequency and styles and things like that, it's kind of up to your discretion, And I think that's one thing that's nice about having so many different videos and people to watch and listen to, because there's a lot of guys training a lot of different ways. So if you're kind of curious and you want to change something up, and find a guy that you like, resonate with his training style and how he describes it, and then say, oh, shit, that makes sense, But no matter what the training style is, if that situation is like set up well, then at the end of it, I think whoever just got inspired by, watching so-and-so talk about their workout routine and break it down and explain it, then that guy is going to start doing a few things that he might not have been doing before. Right? Working out, being curious about learning about working out. He's going to work out probably a bit more consistently and kind of just maintain these three things, and then he's going to make progress, you know? So it's like when somebody looks at the number 9, and I would say that's a number 9 right there, you know, like written on the floor. And then someone across from me looks at me and he says, no, that's a number 6, right? Because for him, from his perspective, it is a 6, it's not a 9, you know? So it's we're making up an argument, you know what I'm saying? So as long as you're getting into the gym and you can at least get behind what you're doing, I think that you are certainly on good track. People that argue very passionately, working out doesn't work. Even if you lose the body fat, even if you lose the weight, it's just going to come back because that's what you're naturally, you know, that's what your body naturally is. It's equilibrium at. And I understand the logic, because if you totally like lock into a serious over diet and you're working out every day super hard, you're not really like, it's too much, but you're still doing it. And then after you're like, finally done, and you just kind of chill out. I mean, I could definitely see putting the weight back on, you know. But the whole point of a gradual, not even too gradual, but just slower deficit, slower dieting phase is just the consistency, because it's not so abrupt that you really feel like any one day is a total insane kind of grind, you know. It's like the experiment about how you put a frog into a pot of boiling water. Well, you put a frog into a pot of standard room temperature water, right? It's just sitting there, and then you gradually increase the temperature slowly. The thing doesn't even notice, and it just gets boiled, you know, because the changes, even though they're drastic, they were slow, you know. So there was no eureka moment or like, whoa, right? So that's where having a consistent routine, dieting wise, calorie wise, cardio wise, right? I got the cardio down, and got the bike. I was about to say the bike 24/7. That's not true. The bike 30 minutes a day, 7 times a week. And it's, you know, it's not anything crazy. I don't have to do a marathon of cardio. I don't have to do a full day fast, like, you know, overnight, 24-hour. It's, you know, I'm still eating a good chunk of food, but it's just barely low enough, including my energy expenditure, that I'll get gradually, slowly leaving, you know. And it's something which I've got a bit more of my own experience with, because I've dieted up and down, maybe not 7 times, at least 5 times. So for me, I kind of like I know the kind of tricks and things that work well for me, just from having done it so many times. And hearing someone say a tip or a little trick or a meal or whatever, it's all fun and good, but actually trying it yourself and seeing if it works, that's going to be much more valuable, right, on a lifter by lifter basis, because you'll actually learn what is actually going to work for you. We're very obsessed right now with the idea of like, okay, what is the best way to do this? What is the most perfect way? And honestly, I don't think it's the best when people say that what they say is the best. It's like, it's what works, and it has worked for them, you know. But objectively the best, I wouldn't really give that title of training to anyone. But the idea is like, okay, I don't want to work out unless it's a guarantee that what I do is going to be perfect. And I don't think it's like that, you know. You should try your own stuff. You should see what works. Who's to say that you're not the one genetic like freak who responds to like a kind of training that nobody's ever done? Maybe not, but just to take an argument to an extreme, like as much as we can write out on paper, like, oh, I'm going to do this routine, and I'm going to have this progression, and I'm going to overload, and I'm going to hit a 315 bench by the time that's on paper, right? That's a plan. But in reality, your plan's gonna have some wrenches thrown into your gears, and you might have to flip around and try some new stuff or whatever. So that's why I'll probably always come back to the idea that your results will speak for themselves, right? Given the proper context of what your goals are and everything else that you're doing in and out the gym, You could say that you're doing the perfect routine. You know, I see it all the time. Guys who say they're gonna, you know, I'm gonna start eating, man. I'm gonna get big this summer. This winter, bro. Winter bulk. I'm locked in. Demon Arc. I go to the same gyms every year, or, well, I mean, I make my way around. I see the same people, even from like gyms I get to visit. But the gyms that I go to, I've been at them for years, and I've seen the guys who say that, and it's not everyone, of course, but usually there's a little bit of a pattern of the guys who kind of, oh, dude, I'm gonna do it, man. It's like, what's compelling someone to put out in the world like I'm gonna do it? I think it's a stronger force to kind of turn that inward and give your own kind of self-talk, like, all right, let's do this. And then let the whatever you just did or accomplished sort of speak for itself. You know what I'm saying? So not as glamorous, because let's say you're aiming for like a crazy squat, a big bench. Let's say you say you're going to compete, you're going to do a whole, you know, bodybuilding show, natural, unnatural, either one, whatever. It's like, you know, saying you're going to do it doesn't really give you any props, right? I mean, if you actually make it happen, then that's cool. But for me, I've always kind of liked the idea of, you know, not necessarily making any claims. And maybe that's just my own like subconscious defense mechanism, where it's like, if you never say what you're planning on doing, then let's say if you didn't make it happen, you know, it's not going to splash back in your face, right? Because let's say some dude is like, I'm going to compete next year, I'm going to be diced, I'm going to do this show, and hey, what happened to that show you said you were going to do? And then excuse city, you know. But for the guys who, you know, like that, just maybe kind of added pressure of like, dude, I'm going to show you. And then they do, and they do show whoever that guy was they were talking to. I'm sure that's a good feeling. So, you know, there's no, even with your own freaking mental motivation and like goal setting, it's a person-to-person thing, you know. So if you, I guess what I'm maybe getting at, training, or even just on more of a personal note, it's like the more you can know yourself, the more you can kind of not give yourself the benefit of the doubt, but sort of give yourself setups and routines and things that you know resonate well, right? But I think no more rambling. Why don't we just get in there and start up arms? Not certain how I want this lift to look. I think I'll make that decision once I start warming up. Because let's say my triceps still feel tender from chest, or from, you know, the last arm day even. Right? When I'm dieting down, I'll have muscle soreness extend a couple extra days if I really had an awesome lift, but obviously I'm not eating enough food to facilitate it. So it's, you know, I could say I'm going to do crazy heavy triceps, but if I get in there and they feel a little more tender, maybe I'm going to say lighter, lower volume. Maybe I'd even say I'll skip triceps today and save them for next week because I hit them hard enough the last time and kind of overdid them. Right. But we'll just have to see. But, you know, it's no more rambling. Let's go get started. All right, let's assume you've been working out for a while, right? I know I have. And I mean, just try to remember what your goals were as a freaking beginner, or, you know, if you started working out long ago enough, kind of even like a chitlin. I just Mark just sent me a video from 2018, like almost a year ago, a few days, and honestly, right around now, this is just about when I started working out. So I'm at like the 7-year mark, maybe a little more like 7.5, but just about the 7.5-year mark. And the video is me doing 185 on flat. I don't know how many reps I could get. I don't think it was 10. They look pretty clean though. But I mean, back then, dude, I was freaking over the world even to bench 200 the first time. Or the first time I hit 250. I think the first time I ever benched 300 was in the basement gym. But it wasn't a flashy 300 because it was, the plates that I had was like a 300-pound weight set. So it's not like, you know, plates. It's a 45, a 35, a 25, a 10, a 5, and a 2.5. And it all added up nicely. It might have been 2 5s, I don't remember. But it all added up very nicely to 300. And that was nuts. you know, because I mean, especially in the beginning, like the trend starts to trail off, but early on, lifting wise, you know, year 1, year 2, year 3, it's pretty comparable to look at your strength gains and your size gains. They do start to diverge, where the bigger you get, sometimes it doesn't exactly translate to any more strength. I think if we're talking about like a 6-foot dude, peak functional strength size, it's probably somebody like a John Hack. I don't know what weight class that he's lifting in, but that's got to be probably around like the optimal ratio of strength and size. Because if you're lighter, obviously you're not going to be as strong as a guy 50 pounds heavier than you. But if you get heavier, you know, if you're 30% heavier, it might not mean you're lifting 30% more weights, right? But in the pursuit bodybuilding wise, not as important. But in the beginning, I mean, mass moves mass, you know. So a good challenge to, a good kind of thought process to challenge your lifts, it's to look at it as though, you know, trying to do weight you've never done before for reps that you've never done before. And I'm not talking like, you know, do freaking, you know, pull downs that are so heavy you're like wrenching it and you have like that weird like shouldery look of pulling at the bottom. You know, I'm just saying like, okay, you know, I did single leg extensions, 110 for 30, or not 30, but like 110 for 20, real like burning, squeezing. Right, let's try to do 115 or like 120, you know, like little things like that in the spirit of progressive overload, you know. And it's not something that I've ever really tried to track on paper. Of course, I have all sorts of like, I mean, now I've got thousands of hours of like video documentation of my training, at least for the last, I think, nearly 3 years. So that's kind of my version of my log. But I was never one to like write my lifts down on a week by week, like powerlifting program kind of style. It's and the way I look at it is, I don't think you actually have to do that. If you like it, then do it. But I don't think it's a necessity, because I'm more so trying to put myself in a position where I'm gonna come to the gym with the same like goal or kind of mindset frame, and then have that be set up to progress long term. You know, so if I come into the gym and I'm telling myself, okay, I want to do a weight that is basically up there as much as I can handle for whatever rep range I'm aiming for. Maybe it's a heavy set of squats, so that rep range will be down close to like 8 or 10. Maybe it's a little bit of a higher rep set of, you know, incline press, and then it might be like 15, you know. So it's just kind of a weird way to reference sets, because somebody could say they did 3 sets of 10, but does that really tell you everything about the set? The guy might have done those 3 sets of 10, but he could have done 3 sets of 20. So the sets were like half as many reps as he could have handled. So the way I look at it, when I describe a workout, when I'm saying like, you know, I did incline Smith 3 sets, you know, 10 reps, or if I'm describing how my workout was, what I mean by that is those 10 reps were basically right there at failure. Heavy presses usually is legit failure, and then some lighter squeezing movements, it's more so just kind of aiming for like a good burning fatigue sensation. Like, and the more you do it, the more you'll kind of know the difference, if you kind of get what I'm saying, right? But it's, if I'm coming into the gym with the mindset of, all right, I'm gonna do this set of 10 at a weight that I know is really gonna make that last one a grinder, and I do every set like that, you know, be it a heavy set of curls like in the beginning of today's lift, or overhead extensions where it's a bit more just like torturous and just can't even freaking move, like whatever rep number that is that I'm aiming for, or whatever like, you know, bracket of reps I'm aiming for, like I want to really bring it. And if I know that I did that, and like I wasn't lying to myself, then as long as I give myself ample recovery time, I'm gonna come back a stronger guy, right? You could just say a more powerful lifter, you know? So if now your baseline strength, let's exaggerate it just for, you know, for this reference, but let's say you came back and from that real wild chest day you just did, you yourself as a whole are now 10% stronger. If you come into the gym with the same mentality of, okay, I'm going to do these sets for these many reps and I really want to make it hard, then as long as you guess the weight right, that's going to put you at, whatever percent higher weight for the workout, So it's just this like kind of scaling effect where every lift should be just a little extra than the last one. Now it's a little bit of a different story because I'm dieting, so I'm not really growing. The goal now is simply maintaining my size and strength, but it's the same thing. I'm keeping my foot on the gas, making sure these lifts are at an intensity I'm comfortable with and know is gonna keep me big and strong, so that as I get leaner and cut down food, I'm gonna still be beefy underneath. And as all this body fat starts to come off, those cuts and everything will gradually be revealed, right? But the main theme is keep your foot on the gas. Don't catch yourself slacking. And if you do, dude, figure something out quick. Like there are, I can understand that there's phases. I can understand that, maybe a few weeks you got really motivated, something about just a video or a movie you watched, or like you ran into somebody you hadn't seen before for a while. I don't know, a million different reasons. And for that month, you're like just a little extra amped. And then you might feel like you're kind of in a dog days phase. It's like, I'm still working out, but it's just not the same. Like maybe you get this feeling of kind of like maybe a little bit of aimlessness. I felt a little bit of that the first time ever, pretty much. And this was after I was done competing earlier this year. So, February comes around, I'm like, all right, muscle contest, Vegas. All right, sweet, nice. Because I was real, like, blinders on for those few months beforehand, like, basically more than ever. So it was kind of like hyper fixated on that goal of the competition season. It's like, all right, we made it. It's time for the Arnold Amateur. All right. And then once it was over and I got back to the gym and everything, it took me like a week. It took me, I think, a week and a half to kind of get myself back into like, all right, what's next? Like I was just working so hard for this thing. I'm like, and that, okay, what? So it took a couple days for me to kind of recenter myself and remember. It's like, all right, no, yeah, we got an off season right now. All right, let's redirect. It was a little trickier for me to kind of redirect my course because of how like focused. Like I talk a lot about how if you did like how your phone has watch time and you can see how much time you spent on every app. Like if you did that on my brain the few months before those bodybuilding competitions this year. Dude, lifting, dieting, cardio, that was up there way more than freaking normal. And it was, so it just took a second to get out of that little slump I had, But if you're ever in that kind of thing, at least what helped me was just remembering like, okay, like what's next? And not what's next in this like moment, like not what's next week, like what's next this year? Like what are my overarching goals that I want to achieve? And I think it's good to have ones that are a little bit broader. Not like, obviously you need like list-based goals where it's like, okay, today I got to do this, 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 and this, whatever. But I think there's a different sort of motivation when it comes to having more grandiose, like not even specific goals, just a little bit more broad, because the point isn't instantly accomplishing them. I mean, if your thing is like you want to get pretty lean, like you want abs, you want forearm veins, and you're a 350 pounder, like you've got to be obsessed with the idea of you in the future. So what I kind of boil that down to in like, okay, what kind of headspace do you want to be in to really get yourself amped on a day-by-day basis for something that you won't see the reward from for years, maybe, sometimes months, but sometimes years into the future. Then what gets me going is knowing that I'm on track, right? Knowing, all right, I'm eating my food, I'm hitting these lifts very well, I'm getting my sleep, I'm well hydrated, I got my jog, all right, nice. I'm on track. I'm in the green. I've got an upward trajectory. So, no matter what else might happen, or maybe I fell short of whatever the goal was, or just, if I know that every day I'm making even just inches of progress, relatively, then that's cool with me. Because then you're not in this like catching up kind of thought process. It's not like, okay, I want to get to the same level as this guy. Because if you kind of get this like internal motivation, like, all right, I want to be a little better at this, and I want to keep doing everything it takes on the regular, and you're kind of a little bit more self-centered with your focus rather than trying to compare yourself to whoever else, then honestly, I feel like, progress, or, we'd say gains, it just kind of happens, because if you're the guy who likes working out and doing his cardio and like just reaping the benefits from really locking into working out in all facets, well, guess what? You don't even have to think about like, okay, I need to get bigger. I need to get a bigger chest. I need a bigger bench. I need to get a little bit leaner on this diet. Like, you don't even have to think that, because you know that what you're doing is working. And some of that's just from, experience. So for me, I've dieted down and gotten pretty lean more than a handful of times. I've gotten bulked up the same amount. So I've got at least my own repertoire of like times and tricks and like kind of overcoming whatever, shutting the pantry door, knowing I could like totally destroy 3 packs of ramen there, like just whatever treat I wanted or something, or eating a bigger bowl of food that I wasn't like super excited to eat, because I knew that long term I was going to be glad I did it, because it's going to benefit me in the future. Oh, nice. It was hard for me to not stop at Sheetz and get a Ben & Jerry's, because I know they're in there. But I did it. Now I proved to myself that I could do it. Nice. So it's just a situation of delayed gratification, which is definitely a tricky one. That's not and the argument is it's a little difficult. Do this thing that is hard, that you don't really like on a, instinctual level, you probably don't want to do it. Like that's the whole point of why dieting is hard, because your body wants to eat. Like you as a living thing want to do something, and then consciously you're trying to hold back that urge. It's not the easiest thing in the world, and I'm not trying to say it is. But if you can overcome it, right? If you can overcome that that instinct to just, not only is it going to prove that you've got the kind of just mental willpower to handle it, but even doing it strengthens that willpower in the first place. Every diet and bulk that I've ever done was easier than the last one, because I got more practice doing it before. And I mean, I've said this definitely on numerous occasions. By proving you can do something which you've never done is now just basically broadening your range of capabilities. So to do it again, you've already done it. It's nothing, Now something that's a little hard and like a little bit barely out of reach, now that's even further away. So the closer you get to whatever you might really be capable of, it's just this kind of climbing effect, So it's something that's a little tricky to see early on, because I'm talking like, if I took original Sam as a lifter, 165, 160, I think about 165 or so. If I took him and I showed him me only 2 years later, I'd be freaking shocked. Not to mention, honestly, if I showed him me now, my version, I might not even, I can almost guarantee I wouldn't believe it. Like if you took a picture of me or showed a video of me lifting, maybe just blurred my face or whatever, and showed me now to beginning lifter Sam, who is this guy? Like I can almost guarantee I wouldn't recognize myself. So, be that a good thing or a bad thing, who's to say? But yeah, plan now, go eat something, shower off, and probably try to chill outside a little bit. It is nice. Sunny, very clear skies, only a little cloudy, but in kind of a cool way. And it's not too hot. I gotta get a bike. So if you guys have been watching for a while, you remember the lift where I came in, and I almost definitely told you the story about when I got my bike stolen back when I was at college. Because I would leave it in front of my apartment and I wouldn't lock it up, and nothing happened for months. So I'm, in my mind, I'm like, I guess we're good. And then the day before finals, I go down, I'm like, all right, I got 5 minutes to get to class. It's a 5-minute bike ride. I'm good. And they pulled off the perfect heist because they took it right during finals, so everybody's leaving. That's a freaking, they crossed state lines with my bike. I can guarantee it. But either way, I think that no, that's fun for me. So I think I might want to do that instead of cardio, just to make use of the warmth. Because I don't mind the bike at all. Like, do not get me wrong, I do not mind the seated bike. But it's a little more fun riding around through town and just neighborhoods, and like, for me it's kind of nostalgic. I'm getting a little nostalgia factor motivating me to do my cardio. Because I was when I was in early high school, maybe barely a little middle school, I don't remember. But that was like when Pokemon Go was fresh. Yeah, I had the bike mount. I had the bike phone mount where you didn't actually have to hold it, just zipping around. It's fun. I don't think I'm going to do that, but I think I'll put on some Delray Misfit podcasts, which if you know. So that's something I can understand why not a lot of people want to stick to a proper bulk for a little while. And I'm not saying get super fat. I'm saying 15%, 17% body fat max, and just really make sure your lifts are nuts, you're eating enough fuel to recover, and go on like that. Because for one, you're physically going to have a bigger midsection because you're going to have more food in your stomach. Dude, when especially on show day, or the 2 show days I did earlier in the year, waking up literally peeled and dry with a totally empty stomach. I felt if I did a vacuum, I'd be able to touch my spine through my stomach, just because there's no food in here, right? So you're bulking up, you got more food in your gut, and you're a little softer. So like any guy in the freaking world, where do we put our fat first? Stomach, sides, back, butt, some legs, but mainly right here in this center portion. The portion you want to be the trimmest to play into that size gape, So I understand, but that's where, if you ever do bulk up to a slightly higher body fat than normal and then cut back down properly, you'll understand, and you'll start to see that it's all just part of the process. A bulk is no fun if you can't see the cut that lies beyond it. So I can understand the the aversion. Lean is law, main gaining. But once your progress begins to dwindle and you're just staying exactly where you are, something needs to change. I'm not saying it has to be eating more food, but it's got to be something. I would not gain a single more pound of muscle if I only ate 2,000 calories a day indefinitely. I would gradually shrink down to a weight where that calorie number matches my body's energy expenditure. I'd be diced, but I would not grow any more muscle because I wouldn't have enough energy to facilitate that growth. A whale needs to eat this much krill every day. And if it doesn't, eventually it's going to start shrinking down and it'll just croak and starve, So every body weight, and this is body weight combined with total daily energy. Obviously, if a guy doesn't move around at all, he's not going to need to eat so much food. But every person, including their body weight, their muscle mass, their daily energy, and how much they work out or work out at all, that corresponds with a number of calories, their maintenance calories, right? So for me to stay exactly this size, big, strong, keep working out, recover, but not grow, maybe it's like 3,000. I could stay the same size, stay strong, keep having good workouts, but I wouldn't progress because I just wouldn't be giving myself enough fuel. You can't build a building without bricks and freaking, concrete and rebar. You need enough raw materials to facilitate it, and a lot of guys are, I see a lot of, I think half of all niche approaches, it's really, okay, people don't want to work out very hard. On average, would you agree that if you took a random person off the street and told them, hey, let's go hit a crazy leg day right now,
they wouldn't want to do it, right? Working out's hard. Obviously, we value it because we like it, but for the most part, people wouldn't want to do it. They feel like it's a chore. So the sales tactic, if you're a guy who's trying to sell a program or a guy who's trying to do whatever, it's okay. You can work out without working out. You can get gains just by sitting at home. You don't have to diet. I'm seeing guys talk about a freaking sugar diet. That's getting a little traction right now. Right? I mean, look, I've eaten my sweets, right? I've had my fair share of trash food, but I do not say that's like the best method, you know. If my logic was I want to grow, I gotta eat food, right? Definitely not the best approach. I'm getting a bit more refined now after kind of going through it and learning a couple lessons about it. But it's like result. Everybody loves this part. Work, nobody likes this part, right? So that's where I'm looking at working out. It's just an objective thing. Lift hard, eat, recover, and keep going, right? And if that doesn't add up to progress, something in this side is wrong, right? It's not someone else's fault. It's not because you have to work out at a Planet Fitness because it's the only gym you have in your town and it's nobody gets big at Planet Fitness. It's just the stimulus and your recovery. So I'm not saying that's going to work infinitely to becoming a 300-pounder dude. That's not what I'm saying here. But if you're 170 and you want to be 180, the same level of leanness, shit, man, the big dogs in the jungle eat the most, right? So I feel like out of anything you could change, a lot of times food intake is a pretty big factor, right? Regardless of training or anything else. So I'm, food is where it's at. That's my secret for the day. But I feel like a beast. Actually, no, right now I feel like I'm tired out, but I feel like a beast because I had a good lift. My shirt's totally drenched. This is nice. This is the fun feeling of legs. Sitting down, they're erect. I'm gonna feel it tomorrow. Very nice.
I think there's a certain disconnect from sometimes things in your day which you have to do, and then the ones you get to do, right? You clock into something, you go to class, you go to whatever, okay, I have to do this. This is my work mode. And then you come home and it's like, okay, now it's time to just purely chill. And if you love your work, whatever that may be, then you're good, right? But I mean, you've only got a little bit of time free, per se, to work on stuff that's going to kind of compound in the long term. So I guess what I'm getting at now is if you're, let's say you're coming back from freshman year, and you can tell you may have been hit with a certain freshman 15, and not in a good, muscle kind of way. You might have to lock it in for next year, right? Or better yet, what am I talking about? Just start locking it in right now. That's a pretty classic gauge for, I guess you could almost say, somebody's self-responsibility. Just kind of keeping their own upkeep going. Because when you're at your parents' house, they're cooking for you, they're making all your food. Odds are in high school you're doing some sort of sport. Plus you're just younger, you're more spry. Right? I'm not going to say you start slowing down, but you're definitely much more prone to put body fat on the older that you get compared to being a youngin', right? I mean, if my diet was exactly what I ate when I was like a 13-year-old dude, in like proper components, oosh. I mean, I've definitely destroyed a good number of croutons bags and Cheetos puffs, family size, in my day, and it got used as fuel, right? But now I probably wouldn't be so wild, So I guess we'll see. But all I'm trying to say there is, if you ever have any sort of lifestyle change, be it whatever you got, you're thinking about whatever it is right now, keep the weights in rotation, right? I'm not saying that the weights have to be the center of the universe that you are orbiting around, but let's say you're the sun. The gym better be a planet spinning around you in your routine, right? And not one of these like fake kind of Pluto planets where you're like, okay, well, it's not, I probably, no. I'm talking legit mass, something like a Mars, right? That's what I'm trying to get at here. So, because I'm not doing a crazy set of squats because I'm thinking, oh yeah, this is gonna make my legs huge. I'm kind of putting myself into this different mentality where I'm like, okay, almost just, you know, trying to see what I'm really capable of, and just pushing myself to the limit intensity wise during that set. And that also just happens to be, at least as far as I'm concerned, what's going to lead to bigger quads down the line as a result of that training. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, the gains follow the training, right? So if you really bring it, as will larger legs, as will a larger back, as will a bigger chest. You know, it just kind of, it all sort of follows. And honestly, a lot of everything that comes about the training just follows suit, you know, because if you lift crazy hard, you're going to be hungry. You're going to be tired. You're going to be thirsty. So you're going to sleep pretty good. You're going to drink a ton of water because you're thirsty, and you're going to eat more food because your body's telling yourself, like, dude, you just did some damage. You got to recover from this. You need energy from somewhere, you know? So that's, as much as I could say, it's like, oh, you know, just eat more food, just, you know, do more cardio, just, I mean, if you told somebody to just really start bringing it, and their training intensity actually did gradually raise and raise and raise and raise, a lot of these other things outside of the gym they'll just begin to happen, you know? Like the guys who always say, it's like, oh, I don't worry about my diet, all right? I don't know, man, I don't worry. Odds are their training is just, at least at a certain level, where their appetite and their thirst and just, you know, their ability to have a good night's rest, it's just there, you know, and they're good. So assuming that's you, keep grinding, right? You're solid. But if you need to take a little more of an active approach to making sure you get your food in, or your water, or your sleep, that's just what you got to do. But you're missing that step in the middle, right? You want to go, you want to jump straight to step C, step, you know, cut, all diced up and big, but you're skipping step B, the bulk, where you got to actually kind of beef up first so you have muscle to reveal, you know? So if you can, I always try to look at things as objectively as possible, and then that'll usually give me a good idea on just, you know, what do I have to do, right? So if it's the case that I'm not going to grow if I don't eat enough food, I'm not going to grow if I'm not consistent with my training and my sleep and my diet and everything else, then if I want to grow, that's just the steps I'm going to have to take. Whereas it's pretty easy to just show up, sleep, food, you know, I got 50 grams of protein on average in this week on, you know, it's, 3 eggs is enough, and it's just not going to work, you know? So if you know anybody who's just, oh man, I don't know why I'm not growing, I don't know why I'm not getting stronger, I don't know why I'm not getting leaner, there is an answer, right? This is not some quantum sort of thing where, you know, you've got no idea to predict the end result. It's actually a pretty simple setup, you know, body composition wise. And eat more food, grow, combine that with training, grow muscle. Eat too much food, start putting on too much body fat, and vice versa. And if you don't eat enough, you're not going to maintain the muscle you have. And if you eat way too little, well, then you kind of start to shrink down. There's a lot of different angles to look at, right? But if those are the components that go into it, right? Training plus diet plus hydration plus recovery equals results over here. Make sure all these things are in order, you know? And it's not even a mystery, too. If you ask a kid, like literally an 8-year-old kid who's like, you know, watch movies or anything, you can ask him, how do you build muscles? You say, go to the gym, eat a lot of steak, or, you know, eat a lot of meat, eat a lot of protein, whatever. It's so classic. It's just knowledge everybody has. You know? So just, I'd say this, just try to stick to the basics. Don't get too freaked out. We're definitely in a turning point era where the scrolling aspect of content consumption is like, I mean, it's getting pretty wild. So sometimes it's hard to decipher actual, like, good intel, because it really is pretty much our main source of information and just data on anything we want to get into. So you can, I'd say your best bet is just find guys who you like the way they explain things, have actually gone through the process of doing it, and then, you know, don't just put your blinders on and listen to everything they say. Give yourself a little bit of time to decipher it and say, okay, is this guy lying to me? Is this guy just saying something because he's getting paid to say it, or, you know, things like that, right? You got to have a little bit of a defense as a information consumer, or else you're just going to be thinking a bunch of crazy ass nonsense. You know, I'd say, what do you think? Social media, fitness wise, what amount of things that get said that has all been posted over the last year has been true versus has been silly? it's definitely not 50-50. It's probably leaning a little more towards the other side of things. So I guess the ball's in your court there. So make sure you get some good intel. But as long as you're one of the guys who's actually making progress, bulk diet, you know, getting bigger, getting leaner, then you're good. Right? Keep yourself moving, and as long as you've got some sort of direction that you're aiming towards, things will begin to just fall into place. Right? It's never lifting wise, I'd say maybe in the beginning when you really need to like get into it, like tell yourself you're motivated. Apart from like that beginning situation, there is no make or break approach or make or break mentality. It's like lift your weights, grow, eat, repeat, and enjoy. Right? And that's the biggest part of this whole thing, just being alive. You want to do something you get to enjoy doing and get to look back on and be kind of proud of it. Right? Be it school, work, lifting, any kind of hobby you've got. Just the more you can try to have a good time, the better. That's a piece of advice I can say pretty much wholehearted. Right, we're on this search for perfection, but the perfect split, the perfect lift, the perfect movement, even. Right? I mean, I have not seen one. Actually, no, that's not true. I've been seeing a lot of it. Everybody's freaking out about full body every day, full body every other day. I'll put a point in here. It doesn't really click for me for what my goals are, and I'm not saying this just because of like where I'm at now and what I'm doing, because obviously that situation doesn't exactly correlate to like a beginner lifter, nor do I think it should. But I mean, when I was starting out, I was doing regular ass push-pull legs. Actually, no, I was doing well, actually, I gotta go back and look, because I've got a lot of workouts written out in some of the Google Drives. Not workouts, but splits. And I mean, I've had some funky ones, so everything twice a week. And I was like, okay, let's try to spread it out perfectly. Like I'm watching a million different working out tutorial videos and muscular fiber and studies and stuff, because that, I'm new to it and I want to learn how to do it, right? And I get to this point where I'm doing like quads and triceps and chest and chest and calves and like hamstrings and bi. Like I specifically spread it all out so that I have an even workload throughout the week, because an arm day is much less just physically demanding than a leg day is, so that was kind of my approach. But looking back, I mean, apart from the fact that it made the training I was doing reasonably varied, so I got to do different stuff different days, and just keep working out and adding lifts to my repertoire, I wouldn't stress it, man. I'm much more I don't want to say proud, but I value how much better I am at bringing it on a set-by-set basis, much more than I do knowing how to do different kind of fancy like preacher curls or dumbbell curls or anything along those lines, right? Because the limiting factor I feel from the training isn't exactly what the training is, it's how hard you really go at it. We're talking about 5 reps in reserve and failure, but it's not you're trying to tell me absolute muscular failure is something you just do like that? Nah, man, I mean, it's freaking hard, So that's where I would say the guy who, this is not a situation where you want to be the dude who spend his whole day sharpening the axe versus the guy who's really chugging away, at least to a degree, right? Because I mean, if you gave me just a set of X dumbbells and said, that's all you got, this is your bicep day, go to town, I'd be fine, right? I'd still be able to hit it because I would just make use of what I've got available. Whereas I feel like some guys, if they walked into it, to do let's say a chest day or a leg day, and a lot of the leg equipment was taken, or maybe they wanted to start with leg extensions first, and somebody's on it, he's gonna be like, oh man, I'm screwed, I can't have a good lift. What I wanted to do was taken. Now I'm my plan is in shambles, and I don't want to be that guy, right? I don't want to come in and have to change my lift just based on the fact that I can't do dumbbell bench because everybody's on the benches or something. Just work around it and be, just try to be a little bit more adaptable, because then anytime anything might happen, injury, tweak, gyms are packed, you got to go to a different gym, you're traveling, then you can work around it and you're still good, because the last thing you want to do is throw off your game mentally, right? Because if you believe you're going to have a trash lift before you even get to the gym, odds are you're kind of going to do a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy kind of situation. Whereas, I mean, you know, like imagine you're on a family trip or something, you're looking at the city you're going to be in, it's got a Planet Fitness. Let's say you're a die-hard Planet Fitness hater. You're going to say, oh God, fuck, I'm going to have the shittiest lift. And then, you know, you still go. It's like, what's the point of even putting yourself in that mindset? Because now you've got to either undo it or you just end up dealing with it and you're going to have a trash lift. You know, so I would say the smarter, experienced lifter is the adaptable lifter. The guy who can make use of any situation he happens to find himself in, can turn it around, put himself in the green, and keep making progress. So, obviously, numbers are numbers. You know, it's much cooler to see a 180-pound dude rep 350 for 15 than it is to see Eddie Hall squat 400. For Eddie Hall, 400 is like 225, right? It's nothing. His strength is that nuts, you know. So it, you know, strength on its own, it's definitely more of a ratio of size to, you know, your ability to exert force. But I tell you something, it's a rare sight. Now, of course, this depends on the gyms you go to see any more than 4 plates moving for legit working sets. Deadlifts get a little funky. The deadlift has been, well, I wouldn't say bastardized, because from my perspective, I don't know. I'm not a deadlifter. The most I've ever deadlifted successfully was 405 in high school. Actually, that was pretty early. That was like year 1, or, you know, within year 1 of working out, for one, you know, with straps. I tried 450, I got it to my shins, but couldn't actually finish it. But that was the last time I tried it. I'm glad I can have an exit story from deadlifting that doesn't involve a herniated disc. I don't know what threw me off, but after that first time hitting it back then, I don't know, maybe I lost interest. I must have heard a bodybuilder or a lifter who I was watching at the time say that they didn't see the point and they'd rather do like chest supported stuff and lat work to widen their upper back. That must have been why. You know, I probably didn't just stop doing it on my own. I must have heard it from someone else. But apart from that, which, you know, we've seen guys who are like 160 doing 7 plates sumo where the plates only come a few inches off the ground, but that's not what I'm here to discuss. So seeing anywhere above 5 plates moving, I mean, even just above 4 plates, people are going to be looking. Not even, you know, not even necessarily to be impressed. Sometimes just as a spectacle, right? And there's two ways to look at it. I'm sure you've seen someone do 4 plates and you say, oh shit, all right, this guy knows what he's doing. And I'm sure you've also seen someone do 4 plates where you say, holy crap, I gotta see what happens here. I'm watching a guy park his car in front of a moving train. You know, we've all seen that. But rarer still is to see 5 plates moving around. And this was something I really wish I got a picture of. So this is back in college. Me and my buddy Maverick. So he was, you know, he was beefing up. Now he's kind of trimmed down a bit more. But we were having what turned out to be a squat off, because at my school's gym, the squat racks were just 6 interconnected rogue racks in the center. So 2, 2, 2, right? 2 sets in a row. And then we both had 5 plates across from each other, and we were going back and forth warming up, and then we must have only done like 1 or 2 working sets. But still, that was, man, I wish I had a picture of that. You know, it's definitely something to see that much steel move around. So that's the benefit of if you've ever been to a gym where its populace is, let's just say, abnormal, you know, because it's a freaking motivating factor. Because as far as I'm concerned, that is the biggest benefit of being able to look at your phone and seeing the top 1% of, you know, of anything, of fitness, of bodybuilding, powerlifting, of whatever sport or interest that you're in, because you can see where the bar really is. You know, there's a certain small-mindedness if you're only comparing yourself to the people that are directly around you who you get to interact with, because it could inadvertently maybe limit where you want to go. It's like that experiment where they put a bunch of fleas in a jar, or maybe it was like, I don't know, some kind of bug, and they put a lid on it, right? So now every time the flea jumps up, it realizes like, oh, this is the limit. This is as high as I can freaking jump. And then once you take the lid off, right, now there's no more limit. The thing can freaking go as high as it wants. It still doesn't jump out of the freaking jar because it's been trained to only go this high. You know what I'm saying? So to see, you know, videos of every kind of powerlifter, bodybuilder dude, or anything, and to see like, okay, this can be done. That's probably the most motivating thing I can think of, you know, because the fact that somebody else managed to do something, I mean, it's not a guarantee that you'll be able to do it, but it's a guarantee it can be done. It's like how all of the 100-meter dash world records, or really any kind of world record for the most part, except for a few outliers where it's like one dude who just had the craziest genetics or just craziest skill in the world who like totally beat the odds of everybody else. But, you know, for the most part, if some, you know, records or limits are kind of at a standstill, you know, it's like, oh, nobody's going to break the 10-second barrier. Nobody's going to break the 9.5-second barrier or anything like that. As soon as one person does it, as soon as one person manages to make it happen, now the approach from everyone else on whatever that thing is it's no longer this unattainable, like, you know, never before seen capability or skill. It's something somebody did already. And if there's anything that's, you know, kind of a motivator to get people to do whatever it may be, it's to see somebody else do it first, right? If you, you know, you might not want to jump off your local lake's cliff into the water or something, but if you see somebody else do it before you, it's like, all right, he did it, he was okay. I guess it's all right, you know, like sort of little things like that. You know, so to look up to the guys who are taking it to the absolute extreme of effort, intensity, consistency, just, I mean, the guys I think who get the furthest in any kind of endeavor are just the ones who enjoy it the most. Those are great examples. And it's not because these, you know, it's not because somebody's an awesome dude, they've got the best value system in the world. But if you're looking at something as just a simple skill, performance kind of, you know, kind of perspective, the fact that someone was able to do it, the fact that guys can stick to a diet, the fact that guys can make insane body fat transformations and look completely unrecognizable from what they did a year ago, 2 years ago, I look at that and I say, all right, these guys did it. What's stopping me? You know? So that's kind of my point there. If it's been done before, it can be done again. And, you know, take it one step further, it can be outdone. Now that's a little trickier, of course, but I mean, you know, the bar's been set pretty high for fitness to the point where if you're a bit more of a lifter rather than like a full-on competitive bodybuilder, dude, bring it. You know, the idea of overtraining, of overdoing it, that's a situation that does not happen very often. You know, coming into the gym and hitting PPL or push-pull or the arm split or anything 6 days a week with a rest day, and you're eating your protein shakes and you're whatever, you're tracking your protein, that's not overdoing it. That is not even freaking close. You know, so I think there's always room to bring it at least a little bit more. So what's my biggest regret in life? I don't really have any yet. I feel like I've been going at a reasonable pace. You could definitely have a screw up. I mean, you can never not fumble the bag. So I'm not, you know, knock on wood that I don't do something that I am going to end up having as a biggest regret. But even like smaller things, like if you had something going on with somebody and then it gets messed up, or maybe you bombed a class, or like some random, or you got, I mean, usually my thought process is you're kind of crying over spilled milk. You know, I'm not going to say just forget about it. It doesn't matter if you did something that you really kind of look back on. You're like, damn, why the hell did I do that? Or why did I let that happen? Or, you know, whatever. But that's what's making you now, right? So if you're grinding, let's say you've got an awesome routine. You're just basically satisfied with where you are in life. then anything that's bad that happened to you before, or any kind of rough patch you were in, that was just a necessary stepping stone, which has gotten you wherever you are, right? So if you presently feel good about where you are and how things are going, and you're just like generally happy about, you know, whatever the hell you're doing, then whatever bad happened to you before, that's just made you who you are now, you know. And if any of that stuff didn't happen, who's to say you would still be here, right? So it's just kind of a character building thing. So I try not to, I mean, I'm sure there were things that had happened to me before where in the moment I would feel like it was like life altering fucking whatever, but you know, you'll kind of figure out how to get past it, I guess. Ah, that's nice. And why I say that is because that's real failure, in the sense that, I mean, I'm trying to move that shit again, and it's just not going to freaking happen. But that's on the heavier side. A heavy set, you can hit failure decently easy if you bring it, because it's over quick. So I think the time now is to move on to something a little lighter, squeezing, torturous, which for me I think I have a little more trouble with, because instead of, you know, a 15-second burst, it could extend to a full minute just freaking burnout. But that's what we want. So let me tell you a little something that grinds my gears. Not for real, like, you know, just a touch. Yeah. So what I'm getting at is a lot of times, anything pre-mainstream, it's kind of a hidden treasure, right? As it were. I think the gym was like that. You know, back in however long. I mean, honestly, if you're a more experienced viewer, right? Let's say you're getting up there. You've been lifting since early 2000s, even back into the 90s, even in some of the 80s, right? I mean, I can see the demographic. There are some old Sam viewers who you guys are tuning in for some what I hope to be solid ass lifts, right? But it's changed, right? The gym used to be this. I mean, it's like, were you training for something? You know, it wasn't just a thing. And I'm not talking out of freaking experience. I'm talking just from like, well, actually, even a little, you know, when I was younger, back like, you know, 14, 12 or so. I mean, I've been going to the Y for ever since I can remember, ever since it opened. But it, you know, it used to be you just come up to the weight room when you're a kid just to freaking mess around, right? But now, working out's it. Working out is freaking classic, right? Everybody's doing it, which is a good thing. But getting one step further, I'm talking about things that might hype you up to get lifting, right? I mean, I'm seeing Jujutsu Kaisen, right? Anybody in their 20s and below knows or has seen Gojo before, right? But where was that love back in, like, you know, the original Attack on Titan airing, right? I mean, I know there's characters out there watching Rock Lee edits where you were a freaking Naruto hater back in the day, right? But it's good to learn your ways, and that's something that always gets me going watching now. I mean, really just kind of any kind of training, motivational edit, you know, song, music video, whatever, because it's hitting you from multiple angles, you know, and allow me to explain. So I'm talking, if you've got just a badass song, that song's gonna get you going, right? If you've got some kind of just metal, electronic, kind of funky rap, something or other that's just hitting you in all the right places, that is going to get you amped. I know it gets me amped for, you know, whichever kind of wild sets I'm going for. So add one layer on top of that. That song might have been playing during like a scene from some movie where, you know, Rocky is dragging, what's he doing? Not dragging, but, you know, he's got that log over his shoulders. He's getting ready to fight Drago, or he's chasing the chick and he's just running around in the sweatsuit. Things like that, right? That's almost an extra level of motivation, because even just thinking about, you know, that kind of video, that gets me amped, you know. So it's just kind of connecting multiple dots, right? It's like having food from your hometown. It's just trying to click something in your mind, and it's definitely a temporary mental state to reach where shit's happening, you know. Before I do a crazy set of squats, before I, you know, throw 150-pound dumbbells on my knees and get ready to actually rock them for whatever amount of reps. Like, that's a certain state of mind that I do not get into very often. It's really just exclusively for the gym, you know, and it's just a certain, it's just like a certain sort of feeling, you know, because I think no good sets are done in the exact same mental state as just, you know, walking around like a regular dude, talking and joking around. That's why I do get kind of annoyed when I see guys working out and they're having a full-on conversation while they're doing a set. And I'm not talking like they're warming up, getting ready for whatever the workout might be. I'm talking like legit, they're doing a working set that counts for their arm day and talking at the same time. I'm like, you know, and that's a personal thing. That's obviously not objective, right? I mean, I've seen guys where they're on the phone with somebody for an entire workout and they hit their workout to whatever degree of intensity they wanted to do. So that's just me being a hater on this guy, right? But what I'm saying is, if you really want to bring it, like, you're not just lifting to lift, like, you want something out of it. You want to be a different lifter leaving the gym than you entered. With some of these real working sets, the ones where you got some heft and you got to kind of bring it, you should take a second. You know, I think you might overdo it if you're, you know, every time you come to the gym, even if you see your buddies around, if you just, you know, go totally silent, you're just, you know, I'm in the zone, bro. I don't make chit chat when I'm working out. Or like, you ever see that video of the guy doing hack squats, and then there's a group of kids around him laughing, and the guy stops his set and he's like, "Not in front of me, bro. Don't do that shit in front of me." You know, like, look, that's not something you need to do all the time. And frankly, if I was him, I probably would have just done the set and forgot about it. Or I would have had my headphones in and I wouldn't have even heard him goofing off, you know? So it's not necessarily something that you can, like, don't go around telling anybody, like, "Hey man, you gotta be more serious." Like, this is a self-propelled endeavor. But, you know, for you, take a few seconds, right? I mean, chat between sets, whatever, as long as it's within the time frame of like an actual rest period. But before I do a set, man, even if I was just chatting 3 seconds before, I need to sit and get my music playing and just kind of center yourself. Just take a couple breaths, get ready for it, because this is supposed to be, you know, 15, 20, if it's a lighter set, maybe even 30 seconds of you just bringing it like a beast. And that's not a freaking classic activity. That's not you getting up in the middle of the night to you know, get a drink of water and then walk back and pass out. This is a test. Honestly, when I think of the bodybuilding and the working out, the performance, like the competition, is on such a small scale as just one set. You know, now it's a lot of sets added up, but the battle is really a you against you, and more so kind of your like conscious mind versus your physical mind and body. Because I want to reach a point where the only reason I can't do any more reps is due to a physical incapability. Like, if I can't bench another rep of incline Smith, I don't want it to be because I said, "Ooh, it's a little too heavy, rack it." No, I want it to be because I physically cannot move it another inch, and I need to rack it or else I'm going to get crushed. You know, that's kind of the point I want to get to, and that's something to work on. Like the act of taking a set to real failure, that's a skill in and of itself, you know. So it's not like if you stop a set early, or you know you could have got a few more, you're totally screwed, right? Just make sure you're bringing it. I'm looking at 3 questions, all the same. What got me into bodybuilding? I guess that's a little bit of a different question. What got me into bodybuilding? It's just kind of hand in hand with lifting weights and getting big, you know, because you wouldn't call someone who goes to the gym and just works out to be big a bodybuilder, because he might not compete in bodybuilding shows, right? But he is still building his body, right? So it kind of just goes hand in hand. Like, I feel like I'm kind of in this middle ground of like still doing good in like the sphere of bodybuilding, of like, you know, actually getting big, dieting down, and now actually having some like competition history. But that's almost just I don't want to say a byproduct, of course, because it's its own thing. It definitely has its own challenges. But if you already love working out and you love making progress and you love getting bigger, then that's what the bodybuilding is. So it's like someone has a job that they love to do. You know, it doesn't feel like work, right? So a lot of these guys, when I see videos talking bodybuilding, it's like it's all about the discipline and the motivation, and it's definitely there. I mean, I'm not saying I don't have any challenges with, like, especially the dieting down and all the cardio and everything. Like, that was definitely freaking tough. But with the regular just weights and like working out to make progress, like I'm not doing it because I'm like, okay, I need to do this workout to make this much progress so that I can step on stage next time I do. Like, that's not exactly the point. The point is just because it's so much fun doing this part that there'd be no reason not to compete on top of it, just because it's kind of the fun part, you know? So it's a fish is gonna swim, right? That's kind of how I feel about the matter. Let me set the stage for you. Right? You wake up Saturday. You got a good night's rest, and you're carved up. You had some good meals. Like, you didn't spend all night going to B-dubs, you know, eating a bunch of freaking wings, and you know, you consumed a total of 250 grams of fats in one meal. Like, no, you're good. You had some pasta. You're ready. Right? New group chat pops up. Every one of your dogs from your gym, dude, we're all hitting chest at 1. Are you coming? You say, goddamn right I am. Get your pre-workout. You got your straps. You got your wraps. You got everything in order. You got your bag ready. You gotta go nuts. Continental chest day. Continental freaking chest day. You say. You walk into the gym. You know, you head over to the bench section. There's no benches. There's no weights. There's no barbells. It's just a bunch of freaking chairs, man, in a circle. And then there's one chair left. Your buddies wave you over, like, come on, man, it's cool. Just come over here. You know, come. We just want to talk. You put your stuff down. It's like, what's going on here? What's the problem? You know, and whoever the top dog lifter is of the group, because he wants what's best for you. He comes up and he stands up a little. Look, man, we're getting worried about you. We're getting really worried about you, and it's starting to affect our lives too. You never do your cardio. We always only see you come in here and do chest and arms. I haven't even seen you hit back for months. It's look, we want to hit legs. You know, we want to come in and, like, dude, I'm trying to bulk. If I want to eat more, I need my 30 minutes of cardio so I can actually kind of up my metabolism. And you're putting us down, you know. So now you've got a choice. You're starting to realize this isn't a joke. These guys are upset. You know, you have overstepped your boundaries, and this could go one of two ways, right? A moment like this, a cardio intervention, could go one of two ways. You may realize your error. I think teary-eyed, I assume. You guys are right. You guys are right. Let's do some cardio. Right? And that could be a game-changing moment. Your lifting trajectory could be permanently changed for the better. Or, you know what? Screw you guys. Cardio kills gains. I don't need to do legs. I always wear pants. And then you become that guy, and that could be it. Right? You might lose a whole group of friends in the process. So that's all I can say there, right? Plus, you know, getting back to an actual, you know, real kind of take, you really are missing out. You know, so we can do just a couple minutes of cardio rant, and then on the drive back, I'll look up I'll make a little Q&A post and answer some sort of Q&A questions. But yeah, I mean, I can think of a few things off the top of my head where the price of 30 minutes a day plus a small commute, or get a cardio bike at the house and then really good, is rewarded with, for one, better appetite, because you're going to be burning more calories during the daytime, so it'll be easier for you to eat more food because you're just a machine that's running through energy more effectively. A guy who just sits around at home all day and does nothing energy-wise, activity-wise, he's not going to need to eat a ton of food because his body isn't like this engine that's putting out massive power. He's just staying alive, right? Secondly, your endurance will get a massive boost, And by that, I'm talking about when you're coming in for a leg day, when you're coming in for a heavy chest day, or anything of the sort. Even if you don't really feel like you're a dude who ends up really huffing and puffing, if you've got better cardio, you're not going to need so long between sets of legs to be able to get back onto the squat rack or the leg press and hit a few more. And not only that, but the sets that you do, they'll improve as well. Because if you've got a better ability to breathe and essentially re-oxygenate your freaking blood, you're going to be able to do sets that actually achieve failure anaerobically, right? So if I'm doing a set of squats, or if someone's doing a set of squats and their cardio is trash, they might have to stop the set before they've reached real muscular failure, because they're so out of breath they just can't even handle doing another one. So that's point number 2, boosted endurance. Point number 3, which is probably the one most people would actually maybe turn their heads around for, because it's kind of a classic idea, is just being leaner. And I'm not saying, oh, it's going to help you diet, like of course it is, but just your baseline level of leanness and body fat composition will decrease if you've got cardio consistently in your schedule, just because, like I said a second ago, you're burning more energy. You're actually pumping out calories, which are going to have to be replaced. And some guys will, the classic argument against cardio, especially in the off season, if you're trying to grow, is, well, it's already hard enough for me to eat. Why would I want to burn 300 calories if I'm just going to have to make up for that with 300 more calories of food? And to that I will say, look, man, you're not a machine like that. It's not obviously calories in, calories out, but to have gone through the process of burning those 300 calories extra during the daytime, I promise, if you've ever gone into a real deep off season and you're actually trying to get bigger and continue to eat like legit meals, you're going to see the ease of consumption begin to appear. And I really can't overstate that. AI is getting out of hand. This isn't even funny anymore, right? I mean, I'm seeing videos where guys are doing cardio, guys are hitting legs, guys are doing leg curls, leg extensions, pendulums, squats, you name it. I'm seeing it at an all-time high level. Can't be real. There's no freaking chance. If we can, this is one thing I am curious about. What do you think the real percentage? Not like, sometimes my knees, like the real percentage of actual legs that get hit, even just on a weekly basis, right, by regular, guys who would categorize themselves as lifters. If you're just somebody who has like a Y membership, or somebody like that, where they come in, they do some stuff and they roll, they're just getting their activity for the day, but I wouldn't call that the same thing. I'm talking about, you want to be legit, right? You care about how much you're moving, you care about your progress, but you don't care about the, things below the waist. And I'm starting to, it's a force that is gaining traction and momentum, which is actually kind of freaking wild. I'm seeing videos full on, like thousands of TikTok rants, car style like this. And it's, dude, you know what? Hitting legs is overrated, bro. You're wearing pants most of the time. It takes a ton of energy to recover from. And you know what? I almost want to say good. Because then for us, for the guys who actually do hit legs, and can bust out a nasty set of squats or leg press or, this, that, or the other. I don't want to say a set of leg curls. I don't think anyone's really looking to impress anyone by stacking the seated leg curl. Like, it doesn't have the coolness factor of a bench. Squats, even leg press too, they've still got a little bit of a, just whoa factor. Leg curls, not so much. I wouldn't worry about the weight as much there. Right. But that's the logic. And you know what? It's kind of more of a, the fooled is to blame, right? Not the fooler. So if you get fooled into skipping legs and then you become one of those guys, that's on you, right? You know what? That's not the fault of the guy who's telling you to skip legs. And frankly, I think it might go a few steps deeper, to the point where guys who actually do hit legs, like they're really thrashing them, they might be hating on legs publicly while killing legs in private, to I guess you could kind of almost say just sort of deflate or dip the overall populace's leg activation, right? Because if you're somebody who loves hitting legs and you're kind of priding yourself on the fact that you're busting out of your 4-inch inseam shorts or whatever whatever your style might be, or it's hard for you to find jeans, because if you find something that fits around your legs, it's like a 48 waist. This isn't supposed to be a Dave's or a Jared from Subway commercial where he's holding the pants like this wide. If you're that kind of guy, I guess if everybody else didn't do legs, it would just make you that much more impressive. So is that the secret, right? To kind of incept the idea that legs should be skipped to the so I guess we call it Gen Pop, and then save the real leg gains for ourselves so that we can really be a level above, right? That's like that's like the smartest kid in your class telling you that, oh, the final exam, easy. No, you guys don't need to study, don't worry. My older brother took this class. Don't sweat it, easiest thing in the world. We all learned it, you're good, don't even study. And then the overall grade average dips, but since he's at the peak, it just makes him even better. I don't think the gym, I don't think these fitness videos need to be so Machiavellian, but it's just something to consider. I mean, look at me now, right? I've got a historical trend, right? Legs gets much less love. Legs get much less love in these training clips because, I mean, lots of people hit them, but you're here, so I know at least you're smacking quads around to a reasonable degree. Were you always this driven with everything, or is it really just the bodybuilding? So since that's the last question, we can get rid of this thing. But yeah, not exactly. I'm not like it's not like in every endeavor I ever get into, like school or freaking whatever. I'm just like sitting there grinding. I don't have I guess you could kind of call it like a competitive personality that extends to every aspect of anything that I do. But I think it's just that the working out just kind of hit a switch in me where that's like just my thing, right? In the sense that basically every square that I could check off about it that would make me want to work hard on it is checked off, right? I like it. I'm kind of good at it. Like even just as a beginner, I was making pretty decent progress. And that's not something to just like take lightly, because obviously if you are kind of good at something, you do probably have a little bit of a tendency to want to get better at it, just because you can tell you have a little, it's like you've got a knack, right? So it's like you've just got a little bit of a aptitude for whatever that thing may be. So if I was already getting good at the lifting already, enjoyed it, didn't have anything else that I wanted to spend my time doing, like it's not like I had an after school schedule that was so grueling, like like an AP student extracurricular kind of guy, where they're like, okay, band, track and field, school, after school studying. Like my schedule wasn't that packed. Like it wasn't packed like that. So if this is a thing I like to do, I'm good at doing, and has a very high skill ceiling in the sense that you can get better at it for a long time, and it's going to take a long time anyway, then I guess the last part of that square would be patience with it, right? Because it's not like I was working out year one thinking, if I don't look like me where I'm at right now today, it's not worth it. Like, no, it's coming up on 7 years now, and I feel like my excitement about it has not changed. If anything, it's gotten better, because now I've got a more detailed, taste for what it is I like. It's like if you ask somebody who's a coffee nut, he's got a bit of a deeper, more textured enjoyment for it, because he's developed just more experience, right? He's got more knowledge, So it's like a guy who likes pizza versus somebody who like that's their thing. They're making pizza. They got a pizza oven at their house. Like they know so much about it, and it's almost like that pursuit of like knowledge and experience about any given subject. If it's something they can really dive into, turns into this positive feedback loop where they just want to keep doing it, and the more they learn about it, the just more enjoyment they get. So that's my thing with the working out, and that's why I always talk about having a thing, right? Because I think everyone should work out. You know, I think if you're like a gym, if you're a lunk hater, and you're looking at guys who they're a full-on bodybuilder lifting a tank top at your Planet Fitness, and you're like, put that away. You know, if that's you, and you don't need this macho-ness, you're just trying to get your exercise in. Yes, I think that should, everybody, no matter what you're into, you should have some kind of physical-based weight training going on, or at least cardio. Just because you are still this organic machine, you need exercise. If you've got a dog and he doesn't run around or play, you're going to say something's wrong with him. But when you look at you, or you look at someone you know, and they don't run around, they never break a sweat, they're never huffing and puffing because they're doing something physical, you don't think anything of it. You just think, oh yeah, he's not I don't want to sweat, right? That sucks. But on top of that, I think everybody should have a little something, or at least go back and forth between a few things, right? Dive into a hyperfixation, go down a YouTube rabbit hole about whatever it could be, and just try some shit, right? Because the worst thing that's going to happen is you try, you watch a bunch of fucking Rubik's Cube videos, and then later on, once you snap out of it, you're like, why the hell do I have this big ass box of like 7x7s? This is, right? But there's a very, I want to say endless amount of things that people can get into and have be their thing, right? I'm sure somebody who's like that. Everybody's got some kind of uncle somewhere who they have this massive train set in their basement, or they have this vintage car that they're constantly restoring, and maybe they're not even like they're not like a shop, they're not doing it to make money, that's just what they like to do, and I think having something like that is very valuable, because it just gives you another thing in your day to be excited about, right? A lot of guys, or a lot of just people in general, if you don't have things planned, or events, or like, oh, we're all going to hang out here and we're all going to do this, then your days can get a little monotonous, and you're just doing the same stuff with seeing the same people, just but if you have your own thing to get into, then it can kind of break that monotony, because now you're going to bed and you're like, yeah, I did that, or you're waking up and you're like, yeah, okay, I know what I'm going to do later today, no matter what else is going on, right? And for me, the gym just happened to be that. So it's almost like I'm looking at it twofold. For one, I'm always going to work out no matter what, even if, like, in some alternate reality, I lost the itch to, like, really kill it. I'd still want to be doing my cardio and just at least basic weights, just because I want to stay in shape, right? But beyond that, it's just a thing that I'd like to do, and I get enjoyment from kind of exerting myself during. So it's like, why wouldn't I? So that's I don't want to say a calling, but it's not a bad way to look at it, And the last thing you're going to want to do is not dive into something all the way, with both feet, and just totally jump in and regret it later. Because, with the working out, I'm not saying you can never get in like awesome shape later on. Like if you start doing a fitness transformation at like 50 or 45, 40, whatever. But, there's a reason guys are going to talk about their prime when they were, like 20 or, 30 something or so, because you're only going to be relatively young during that, right? So if your thing was like, oh, I really wanted to, I wanted to see if I could get into bodybuilding, but I don't know, there wasn't any, I don't know if I'd be able to get anything out of it, or maybe it wouldn't be worth it, or, somebody was telling me I shouldn't go for it, and then, you back off, right? You get the firing pin set up, you're about to go for it, it fizzled out. I don't want to do that. I'd rather look back and think, man, I should not have done that, than, oh man, I wish I would have, right? Because there's no answer. There is no guarantee. There's no aspect of looking back with regret and being able to say, oh, well, maybe it wouldn't have even worked out, who cares? Yeah, and if that's what you think, I feel like that ends up being kind of just a loser kind of mentality, right? Because just as much as hindsight is 20/20, hindsight about something that you think you could have gone after, there's nothing that's going to be able to scratch the itch that's your thoughts thinking, okay, man, maybe if I would have went for it, it would have all worked out. Maybe things could be totally different, So it's something where I take a lot of value when I see like older people being interviewed and they're, you know, being asked, like, you know, what's the one thing you wish you could have changed, or what's the one thing you wish you did or you didn't do. And it's almost always like, I always wanted to be an artist or a sculptor in college, but I just didn't get into it, or or just anything like that, right? And it's always, yeah, I wish I would have gone for it, you know. So that's where with the working out, that was the one thing that really kind of took me a level up, or a step above, because I like the diving. I was pretty good at the diving. I was diving in college for the first year, but you know, it was a thing I was doing. I didn't have that same like totally bring it kind of mentality about that as I do with the working out now. So if that answers your question, that's all I got for you, right? I mean, guys were trying to diet down to 140 lean. I don't know. Now, if you are vertically challenged, I'm not trying to dog on you, but obviously, you know, that number is going to be different. But for the most part, you know, for anybody 5'7" and above, I probably wouldn't recommend you be 140 lean. I'd probably recommend you get a little bit bigger. Now, I'm not saying soft, right? I need to be a bit more careful with my words, because if I say bulk to 200, that might get taken as, you know, get as fat as possible to be 200 pounds. Not at all what I mean, right? I'm saying reasonably, and it's going to take a little while, but it'll happen. Now, I'm not a main gaining hater. I did it for years, but eventually you reach a point where just, you know, eating whatever you want, hitting your protein, of course, and training hard, it's not going to continue to give you any growth. At least not at any rate that's, I don't want to say perceivable, but almost acceptable, right? You want to make noticeable progress. I think you might want to change something if you're gaining a pound of muscle a year, right? And if you're not tracking your calories or eating enough food to do that, I think the diet's pretty much where it's at. You know, that's a very instant game changer, body composition size, or body composition wise. You know what I'm saying? So I probably wouldn't say your training is off. I'd say your diet's off, man. Start grubbing. You know, get some treats. I'm not saying eat too many. It's going to mess with your gut and everything, but you can have some Ben & Jerry's once in a while. I'm not saying you need to only do like rice and chicken and broccoli. You know, because at the end of the day, if you can't eat enough food to grow, you're not gonna, right? And for there's a sweet spot, right? I'm not talking black or white. Like you need to be 300 pounds or you're worthless. That's not what I'm saying here. You know, there is a number. Eventually, I'll hit that number where I'm gonna say, I've reached a size I like. This is big enough. Any bigger will probably not be worth it and take away from my enjoyment of this whole thing. I'm not there yet, but you know, we're getting there. That's for sure. And then I'll want to stay that body weight, basically just lean and, you know, maintain it, and just get to enjoy the ascension to whatever size that ends up being, you know. But it's so there's a point where you're like, okay, this is the sweet spot, right? But if you're not there yet, take some time. You know, there's no rush. What's the rush, right? If working out is going to become your thing, in the sense that you just like to do it and you get to enjoy the process of it, I think deep in the hearts of any lifter, if they really enjoy working out and they are continually making progress, if you gave them a button that said, would you like to have your end game perfect physique, totally lean, instantly right now, the ethical and probably the moral answer is no, because the whole value of it is the fact that you worked for it. Now, of course, my statement on that might change if that situation ever actually happened and I did have that button, and it would be like an instant, you know, peak build level thing. But we live in the real world, right? The value of it is that it took a little while, and not even that, but that you just got to enjoy the process, you know? I mean, these lifts add up. I've done, we're coming up on, I think 7, yeah. Actually, right about now is probably the 7-year mark-ish. I might need I don't have a specific date. Like, I don't remember the first time I went to the gym or anything. But yeah, it's coming up on 7 years of working out nearly daily. I do take rest days on occasion. A bit more now. I mean, it used to be like no exceptions. Now, if I can tell I need one, I do take one. But I mean, let's say twice a month would be a stretch. But how about we, just for math's sake, we'll just say 300 lifts a year. It was definitely more than that, probably like 350, but that gets a little trickier to calculate, right? Well, actually, no, not really. Let's just say 300. Let's just say 300 lifts a year, even just as a reference for someone with a more normal routine. You're not going to lift every day. Not that I think you have to. I just like it, so that's what I do. But let's say 300 a year, 7 years. That is going to put me at least, well, definitely past the 2,000 lift mark. Probably closer to like 2,400 or so, but more than 2,000, right? If I took any one of those lifts out, right? I never did it. It completely disappeared from existence, Thanos snap style. Nothing would change, But if you start to add those up, then yeah, I'd be nowhere near where I am now. Not only physically, but even just in my life, I'd be a totally different dude. I wouldn't be me, because everything that I've done so far has kind of accumulated into the position and guy that I am now, right? So it's not as though each lift is this massively significant, world. It's not like that, but they add up, and the enjoyment of doing it is where the value comes from. So just start clocking hours, right? It's going to add up. I mean, if you had like a random ass bank account or something, or did your parents have a swear jar, or just not even a swear jar, but just a big ass like glass thing that you filled up with coins just every time you had spare change, right? I know mine did. We eventually liquidated it, but this was like a 10-gallon jug, and it was full to the freaking top. Like quarters and dimes and everything else. Do you think there was ever any noticeable change in that jar on a day-by-day basis? Not even a little. You'd have no freaking idea. But before you know it, holy crap, this thing is freaking full. There might be a couple hundred bucks in here, So I think I've kind of lost track of what exactly I was saying, but it's a process. It's a living sort of back and forth kind of thing. There's ebbs and flows, there's peaks, valleys. You might not feel just as motivated as you ever have every day. It's all just part of it, Sometimes it'll rain and sometimes it'll shine. We get the gist. So, in a more just direct to right now situation, I can go home feeling good. Cooked my lats, more pumped than I could have even asked for. I did it, right? On this 1 day scale, lifted, got my food done, cardio complete. Very nice. Right, so this thing that I'm working at, I basically hit my quota, and now I get to chill, at least related to that. And then I can wake up tomorrow, hopefully very well rested, to do the same thing again. And that's the cool part. No matter what I have planned, or if I'm going to hang out with somebody or go do something fun or anything else, I've got at least an hour. Tomorrow's legs, so it might bleed into more like like an hour and a half of something that I just like to do. It's fun, doing it for my own sake. Very nice. And I think that if you don't have something like that, you have got to find it, because you're missing out on days of enjoyment. And I definitely believe that wholeheartedly. If something's a little too good to be true, it may be better off to kind of assume so. So I was a freaking, I don't know how many gallons I consumed over the course of my few dieting phases of a Carb Master chocolate milk. But I swear, every time I started to drink it, it took me a little while to kind of realize, but if I really had like a couple of cups in a day, and like this is supposed to be like a macro friendly ass treat, because it had 8 grams of protein, 5 of carbs, 2 of fats, like in a cup, and that's pretty decent. A regular thing of chocolate milk is like double, maybe even triple that calorie, definitely almost quadruple that fat value. But as soon as I start drinking a ton of it, I could tell that my sort of progression of weight loss was beginning to slow, so I think that was probably the most blatant example of either just lying or exaggeration of the calorie values. But yeah, if you're trying to peel down, anytime you see like a calorie smart version of something, that might be your ticket, right? Swap a Coke with a Coke Zero. Swap a
I can't think of another swap, but you get the gist.
All right, I've got some a little bit of a tip for you, a little bit of a courtesy kind of thing. You know, have a firm handshake, speak clearly, make eye contact, sort of thing. We're always very concerned about our first impression, right? It's like, oh man, you know, you're about to walk into a room, there's somebody there you've never met, you're about to, you know, meet somebody, do some kind of interview, do some kind of whatever. You know, it's always about how you come in, right? Very seldom do we hear anything about a last impression, right? Anything about the, you know, just the vibe you give off when you leave a space, right? When you leave a group, when you leave the restaurant, when you leave anywhere. You want to have a lasting impression, you know? So if somebody walks off and let's say, you know, they've been hitting chest, they've been hitting arms, so they've got some mass on the front side. And then you see him, it's like, all right, man, I'm out of here. You know, gap, whatever, he rolls off. Little slender from the back, you know, and I don't want people thinking like that. You know, I don't want to leave a group and then have it be, where'd Sam go? And as soon as I turn around, as though it's like an optical illusion of, you know, just disappearing into nothingness, right? So that's one benefit of having a reasonably developed back is you're going to be recognizable from all angles to a certain degree. I wouldn't say it's overboard to start thinking about the lift that's going to happen the next day if it's substantial enough that it demands that prep. You know, I would not want to walk up to I used to be more of a morning lift hater. Like in my mind, it was like I got to eat 5 meals, or I got to eat, you know, X thousand calories and carbs, and then work out later at night once it's all digested, which I do think is obviously the best approach. But if I've got to do a morning lift, let's say I'm busy that day, or I got to travel or whatever, I don't mind it. It's fine now. It doesn't bother me as much because I can still get into it. It just takes a little longer to warm up because obviously I've been sitting down in bed all night. I got to get everything moving. But with legs, there's something where you're really loading up. I mean, if I'm doing heavy leg press, even just moderate leg press, it's still pretty demanding. If your prep's not there, you know, as in the zone as you can be, your performance it's going to suffer, you know? How many world records were broken by a guy who got 3 hours of sleep and was dehydrated? Now, of course, there might be a few where it's like a hero story because the guy was sick and he overcame it or something. But for the most part, very low. Very low. Do you think the night before the Olympics or whichever, because I mean it can't all be on one day for swimming. It's got to be like a multi-day sort of thing. But I would imagine, you know, someone like a Phelps is he's going to bed early the night before. He's got something to do. At least, you know, some of those guys end up doing extra partying. That's kind of their thing. But for the most part, anything cool that takes a lot of physical effort and exertion like that you want to do well, it's you know, get ready for it. Right? Make sure you're hydrated. Make sure you sleep good. If you know your knee is a little funky, maybe don't do anything to mess it up the day before. You know, there's just a lot of angles to look at, and the things that really affect your in the gym performance, they're not flashy. You know, it's not a freaking, you know, montage of somebody working on a car and they're putting on, they're throwing the turbo into it and they're latching on the exhaust. It's like, no man, all that cool shit, the shit that you get to show off, like, you know, posing down and looking at your pump, that's the cool part. And then the rest of it is just, you know, regular ass prep. You know, it's I've said this a couple times already. I'd lean towards at least 80%, 90% of anybody who's doing something pretty cool, where, you know, it's like just interesting to look at, everybody hears about it, you know, just whatever. There's probably, you know, for the amount of time that he's doing that thing that people are watching and enjoying or whatever, there's got to be at least a few hundred times the amount of time spent just practicing, you know, working on something, stretching out, just prepping. You know, the ratio of cool shit to grinding, aka just working on something, getting it ready, you know, working on yourself, fitness-wise, skill-wise, it's a crazy ratio. You know, so that's where I think you got to be okay with that and not get discouraged by the fact that you know, you might be looking up to guys who are doing all the cool shit, and of course, you know, social media-wise, everybody's posting the cool shit, right? That's what we want to see. We want to skip straight to there. right? So if you took a guy who was crazy dehydrated, I'm talking like, you know, castaway style, he's not going to be able to get a pump, nor would he feel like he has the energy to get a good lift, just because, you know, things aren't running right. You know, the ideal lifter, you're looking at like if you had one of those like Dragon Ball scanners, or if every time you went to the gym, the guy at the check-in desk had one and he was looking at you, and it's like, okay, is this guy ready for a good lift or not? Right? That scanner wouldn't read power level; it would read hydration, level of rest, overall just kind of stress and fatigueness, you know, and that would play into the rest, of course. But you know, if you had a whole day of like traveling and you were lugging around luggage and you didn't eat enough food and you were dehydrated, that would kind of crash your, you know, your stress levels, or I guess kind of spike them, and it would just be looking at, you know, at least in the main component, like how fueled is this guy, how rested is he, how hydrated is he, and honestly, even just looking at these three factors, that would decide pretty consistently, like, okay, this guy's ready to hit it, or if this guy's got to work on his prep. You know, it's like anything. I mean, I couldn't tell you the exact ratio, but when it comes to prep versus performance, the prep is like 80% of it minimum. You know, so obviously when you come into the gym, you got to bring it. You know, you have to have a certain. I mean, it's not like it's a life or death thing every time, of course. Like some days may feel a little more casual, but at least during your working sets, like the only thing that should stop you from going harder is the fact that you just physically can't continue to move. It shouldn't be because you gave up, or you know, you didn't really feel like it, or just whatever. Like you should be trying to push yourself as hard as you can in the moment of you know, of each of these sets. But if you want to be able to do that consistently, then it means you gotta get a reasonable amount of sleep. Don't stay up playing 3 hours of Marvel Rivals or League of Legends, or you know, whatever else. It's cutting into your sleep time, you know. And I understand the allure. I've clocked a good amount of hours myself in a variety of. My thing was Warzone and Counter-Strike. I think, yeah, it was like early high school I was playing some Counter-Strike. I think I had like 1,000 hours clocked. Very casual, like I'm not, you know, I'm not sitting here grinding or anything. And a ton of Warzone. I never got my Warzone stats exactly, but I was getting good. It was, I'm talking like Verdansk, like peak Warzone. Now it's kind of rough, but it used to be where I could just, I mean, if I didn't get a solo win, like it would, like it'd be weird. Like that'd be an off day. If the first or the second game wasn't, I don't know what was going on. It was just perfectly locked in. But if that's cutting into your sleep, you know, I know it kind of sucks, but you kind of have to have like a your mom's voice in your head to tell you, like, all right, you gotta go to sleep, man. You gotta turn this thing off. I think it would definitely help if you can get your room pitch black. That's something I'm doing now, where there's basically no lights at all, like no side lights, no, like there's no computer in my room, so it's not like constantly on with like a little blink. Like it's like even with the shades up, it's still pretty dark, but with the shades down too, like it's black, right? It is completely dark, and it just kind of puts you in a better state. I'm sure I could take it a few steps further and like put some blue light glasses on, and you know, make sure I don't play with my phone like an hour before bed, or you know, anything like that. I'm not that crazy about it, but I'm sure I'll probably up my sleep intensity just to, you know, make sure my recovery is on point. But that's, you know, what I'm getting at is it's a lot of, you know, angles at play that are going to seriously affect how you do. You know, if you didn't study enough for a test and you did not sleep the night before, you're not going to do well. And I mean, what is a working set if not a test of how hard you can go? So if you didn't prep yourself, then you're really screwed. And you're like just toiling away in this state of like under-recovered, low-prepped lift, which is then playing into more under-recovery. And then the odds that you're going to make continual or any good progress, very slim, very slim. I'm talking probably Powerball levels. Now, some guys get away with it, right? There are characters where they lift very casually. They've just got a certain genetic disposition, or they, like maybe their appetite is just really low. You know, this is one thing that'll change from person to person, which is kind of just a luck of the draw thing. But you know, there's guys where you see them walking around and they're just diced all the time. Like might work out a little, or like just play basketball or something, but the guy is peeled, like, you know, veins at the wazoo. And it's just because the guy doesn't have a huge appetite. He's just not that hungry, you know? So that's a subjective angle, right? When guys say, oh, I have a fast metabolism, I can't eat, I think it's more accurate to say you just don't have a huge appetite, which it's not bad. It's not a bad thing. It's just I think that's the objective answer. So for him, he's got a bit more trouble getting food in, and for the other guy, where it's like, oh, I got a slow metabolism, bro. I just I just can't burn through it. It's like, no, that guy just has a high appetite. So you're just eating more food than that threshold of maintenance. But I guess all I'm really trying to get at is there's a lot to the outside of the gym portion of being a lifter, which has massive impacts on in the gym performance, right? So if you really care about that in the gym performance part enough where it's starting to take precedent, where you actually want to walk the walk outside of the gym as well, then you got to do it, man. Right? I'd say you almost owe it to yourself if you want those gains, because that's how you're going to get them. So calorie tracking, just start small, get a food scale in the kitchen, and before you know it, just out of curiosity, you're going to end up like, okay, just wonder how many calories is in this, and then, well, let's just say the wheel will be rolling, and it'll kind of be a self-fulfilled kind of continuation of really getting into it. But that's for someone who hasn't dived in all the way to find out, right? Because it's like you can't force somebody to do something to a point. You can tell, let's say you know somebody who you want to work out, and you always tell them you want them to come with them, or you want to join the gym group or whatever. It can't be forced, right? The guy kind of has to want it, because it's as much as there is a community aspect to it, the gym is very just kind of individual and personal, right? It's your thing. No one's life gets off, it gets thrown off kilter because you didn't go hit chest one day when no one knew you were going to do it, right? So it's kind of the for you by you situation. I'm not necessarily doing every set thinking, all right, I'm excited to hit this set, let's get after it. It's almost a thought process more akin to like, oh shit, all right. If somebody's trying to peer pressure you into something and you're just, okay, come on. So leg extensions as a pre-exhaust, moderate weight. I'm not talking about anything crazy here. Just 100 pounds, double leg, squeeze it, hold it at the top. That's just for, a preemptive burn and, pre-exhaust. Nothing so crazy, but enough that it's going to hinder my ability to do those 9 plates on the leg press. I would have gone for 10, but there's only 9 on each side, and I didn't want to walk all the way around. Maybe that's my laziness coming into play. But either way, this is a good combo. And I made I had a whole talk about this a few days ago. I think it was with chest, or actually it might have been on a leg day. I don't really remember for sure. But I think there's definitely something to doing a superset. So I'm talking the same muscle group instantly after the other. So 2 movements combined as one kind of double set, where the styles of each movement differ drastically, right? I don't understand, or I don't think we'd see the appeal of doing leg press instantly supersetted with that other leg press. I mean, it's got a different strength curve, but it's the same motion, right? I'm not going to superset dumbbell bench to barbell bench. If anything, I'll just do a drop set and do dumbbell bench again with lighter weight. But what I would do is pressing immediately into flies, or pullovers immediately into rows, or pull downs immediately into rows, or sometimes leg curls immediately into lighter RDLs. So that's the plan here. Leg extensions immediately to leg press. And the biggest difference of these two, which I think makes them play together rather well, is there's not a crazy stretch on light leg extensions, but there is a really nuts squeeze and burn at the top. This straight leg position, that's the resting position of the leg press. So it's almost adding a certain, just different angle, right? Instead of just a double jab, you're doing a body blow first, right? Hitting it from different angles. So that's the plan here. And I think I'll just repeat a few of these until I can't do it anymore. I think that's a pretty decent mentality when it comes to quads. Because, I don't think they're going to get better stimulus if I do 2 of these and 2 of the hack and 2 of the pendulum and 2.
Like, whatever a good press is that day, I think just stick with it. And until you, basically exhaust your resources, just stay there, right? No need to complicate it. I want to change my workouts lift by lift, but day by day, I've had chest days where all I did was a bunch of incline bench and then a set of flies to finish. And it was one of my fucking best lifts I can remember, So it's more so kind of overarching theme of intensity versus the nitpicky details of what's really going on. But, I'm catching myself again talking instead of working. So quit fucking distracting me.
If you've got something nagging at you, that is, and you're a race car, that nagging tweak somewhere, that's drag. That's an extra flap that's up when it should be smooth, so that air can kind of flow across you and you can have a good workout, right? So that is, that's something which I have had to gradually value more and more over the course of my training, especially as I've taken it more seriously now and I've actually really started putting huge size on. Is there's a certain respect that the gym demands, so you don't tweak yourself. Any injury of any variety, that's not 2 steps back, that's freaking 5 steps back. Absolute tomfoolery. There's no justification for it, right? Even if it's just a totally random thing and you did everything right and you warmed up and you have a random, probably something in your recovery was off, or you stayed up too late, you didn't have enough water. A lot of times it can be looped back, right? It's like if every time you ever have an injury in the gym, what is it, the NTSB? Safety. Yeah, I think it's whoever investigates airplane crashes, that's what you should be trying to emulate every time you tweak yourself in the gym. You should be able to look back and think, okay, what caused this? Right? Was I lifting too heavy? Did I not warm up enough? Did I not get enough sleep? Did I pick a machine I haven't done before and I wasn't really comfortable with it or ready for it? And if you can find the source and work on that and try to fix it, it's going to play into the future rather well. Every time I've tweaked something, I can explain it. I was doing weight that was too heavy. I was doing reps that were too quick and kind of bouncy. I was going too heavy when I was dieted. So obviously I need to chill out a little if I'm only eating, a few thousand calories a day at max. There's a lot of ways you can look at it. Whereas, most of the time, it's fucking bullshit, man. Yeah, my shoulder's wrecked, and then the guy keeps benching on it. Unfathomable. I just don't, because to actually look back and think, okay, what did I do wrong which caused this? That's a little bit of a sort of humility-based approach, and it's very easy to just blame something else. Oh, dude, that guy got in the fucking way. I wanted to do the 130s, but that guy was using them, so I went to the 140s when I wasn't ready for it. That fucking asshole. Or anything of the sort. It's very easy to deflect, right? But deflections aren't going to get you anywhere. If you do something wrong, the best thing you can do is just take it, learn from it, and improve onward. That's half of my gripe with a lot of just sleaziness that I see with anything. But when it comes to the training, right, dude, I've got the training style for you, man. Only $400 a month, and you're gonna get jacked. It's like, really? Yeah, come on. And even the approach of it, I feel, is a little bit. I mean, it's so classic, right? You have someone teach you how to do something. Right? We go to school, we have a teacher. Right? You go to a job, you have the guy who's doing your training so that you can learn the right way to do it. But with the working out, it's so personal, and not just personal mentally, but even on a physical level too, because nobody else has your exact body, that the guys who really make it far, and I don't mean far, I just mean who are good at working out. I'm not talking bodybuilder, I'm talking just the guy at your YMCA who's jacked. I'm not saying 200 pounds jacked, even 170 lean. I feel like I have to say this a lot. Being big does not always mean being physically large and big. I mean just muscularly developed, right? If I looked at a dude who was 160 diced, or 170 diced, that is sweet, right? When I look at old pictures of myself back when I was in the 180s, pretty lean, I could only do 2 something for 10 on bench, that was still sweet, right? It's not as though I was smaller and I look back and I'm like, man, I look like shit back then. No, it's just being a certain level of physically developed. That's the flex of being big. That's what I'm talking about, right? There's no, you're not better because you're 200 lean and this guy's 170. If this guy's 250 lean and you're 170, dude, he's got his own set of problems. It's always a give and take, right? So don't think this is a total freaking size off. You know what I'm saying? But if you want to get to that point where people know you work out and it looks like you do, then you can't follow a cookbook, man. You can't be a fucking cookie cutter about it. You know, it's your training, it's your body, it should be your approach. And the problem with that is it's not a fun answer. You know, if I went up to, you know, whoever, let's say if I was like, you know, my 16-year-old self, and I'm at the Arnold and I saw Chris Bumstead, or I saw Calvin Von Moger, or I saw Jay Cutler, or anybody, and you know, I don't know anything about training, right? This is the hypothetical, and I'm like, well, what's the best way to build my chest? I'm kind of expecting to hear like a secret bit of intel no one else knows, where, you know, he's going to tell me, he's like, look, here's what you do, and then that's like this untold secret worth millions. And they know that too, you know. There is no answer like that. It's something to sort of be discovered for yourself, but that's not cool, right? What's the secret? There is no secret. That's not a cool answer, you know. But it doesn't take away, or I hope that doesn't take away from its value, you know. So, I mean, what can I tell somebody who wants to get bigger biceps? Start doing a bunch of curls, man, right? If I could give anybody a blueprint to follow, where they said, Sam, I want to be in good shape, I want to get in the gym, I want to be that guy, big, small, lean, whatever kind of end shape he wants to get to, I want to be that. Be it powerlifting, bodybuilding, strongman, anything, it doesn't matter. Then I would say, okay, you know, just follow some videos, like watch some guys who work out. Much better, I would say, if you know someone who works out, ask them to kind of tag you along, or maybe don't even ask them, but kind of like hint that you're getting interested into working out. Or if you know someone and you're the guy who's working out, you know somebody, one of your buddies, your younger brother, anything, and they're, you know, you can tell that they might be into it, but they don't want to come out and ask you, because then they're really asking you for like a favor sort of thing. That's a perfect ass situation to say, hey man, you gonna come and chest with me? That sentence right there could be an absolute game changer, life altering thing to say to somebody, right? And it seems so trivial, you know. So even just doing that, and then, you know, just getting your way through it. I mean, we're all there watching all sorts of older, like Athlete X, what are the best tricep movements. I think that was back when workout tutorials were a little more basic. There wasn't like an agenda, it's just, here are the movements. And then the guy did it. He's like, this is a straight bar push down, this is a rope extension, this is a dumbbell curl, this is a preacher curl, this is a cable fly, right? And he would just explain pretty much how to do it, and that was the end of it. So get a good grasp of the vocabulary of all the movements there are: leg extension, leg curl, squat, leg press, hack squat, Smith machine. You know, just get a grip, show up to the gym, try it out, and just keep doing it for years. And before you know it, you'll be that guy, right? It's definitely a situation where, of course, you want to bring it, but no lift ever made a lifter. No individual workout, or even week of workouts, ever made or broke somebody's physique. You know, it's just a timed game, man. You know, so it's about clocking hours. So the more you do it, and the more you're like actually attentive with what you're doing, because, you know, you could show up to a class every day of the year, but if you weren't focused and trying to learn, then you wouldn't learn jack. You know, so the more often you can show up, have a good workout that you're planning to do, visualize it, and like, okay, I want to do dumbbell curls, preacher curls, bicep curls, cable curls, tricep pushdowns, dip machine, whatever that workout is. And frankly, it doesn't really matter what it is, as long as you try all sorts of different stuff and find out what you like. Even better, find out what works, then you're good, right? So I'm always looking for new intel, right? I'm always scanning around for new movements, different approaches, things like that. But I've got I think I have a reasonable filter for it's a BSF, right? A BS filter. I think you know what those 2 letters stand for. Where sometimes you see a new movement like a preacher or a dumbbell or some kind of fly or like a superset or something, and you're like, oh, that's actually kind of interesting, right? And if it passes the filter, you say, I want to try that. You should catch a lot of stuff that you say, okay, this is stupid, right? I mean, there's a lot of movements that are very cool for show that that'll get posted, and that's where you have to say, I'm not going to do that, but I will do this. I'm not going to do all this, but I will do this one thing. And the more you can add those new little bits of intel to your routine, the better. And you don't even have to scroll your phone for it. If your gym is busy enough, and there's guys in there who really lift, they're itching to talk about the gym, you know. Excuse me. You know, because if you work out, I mean, unless your whole family is like yoked and that's your thing, odds are you get your fix of kind of gym conversation, maybe in the gym if you know somebody who is in there, and then the rest of the day, nothing. You know, not everybody works out. It's still kind of as mainstream as it's becoming, it's still kind of a niche sort of thing. You know, so if you go up to somebody who's pretty big, I mean, apart from the fact that right, everybody will probably just want to help you out if you're asking for real advice. People love telling other people how to do things, you know, and they've got your best interest at heart, right? It's like, okay, let me really tell you how to do a rope extension or how I like to do it, dude. The information's there. The information is not the problem. It's simply gathering it and applying it on your own. Right? So when I see guys where they're constantly changing their workout splits, they're constantly doing new movements, or like they go back and forth between saying, oh, I should do high volume, oh no, this week I'm doing high intensity, your training's a little too wishy-washy, right? It's never going to work. You know, let's say you're trying to make a painting, even a beginner one, right? I get curious about that. I think it'd be fun to be able to put up like big pieces all over the walls somewhere at the house, or like things like that. So I get curious. But if I was going to do that, I would pick a reference picture and I would say, okay, I'm going to try to do this in this style and see what happens. And it's going to take a while. Right? I wouldn't be able to do that in one freaking minute, you know? So if every time I tried to do it, and, you know, let's say I set up a whole easel like that, or if someone did that, and every time you keep changing the reference picture, you're just going to have a pile of freaking smears all over the page, and it'll resemble nothing, you know? So this is it's kind of a saddening fact, but it's kind of just the sort of the law of nature embodied in sort of human form here. But a lot of people that come to the gym and work out, they're doing just enough to get by, you know, but with just a little more kind of condensed effort, a little more specific, you know, intentional approaches, they could be making progress. And I can guarantee no one would deny themselves more progress if they saw it written out clear as day. The problem is it's something you got to freaking sort of find out for you. You know, if everybody, and this is what really gets me, guys will come to the gym, it's 5 days a week, 6 days a week, very consistent lifter. He's got his pre-workout, he's got his gym clothes, he's got a full-on duffel, he's got a fancy belt. Maybe he's into it enough where he got his belt embroidered, and he's got shaker bottle, he's got the whole shebang. This guy works out, and he likes it. But if every lift you don't push yourself to that certain just degree of kind of, I don't even want to just say intensity, but just efficiency, efficacy, whatever, then you can do that whole process. You can do 90% of it right and still stay exactly where you are. You know, maybe he's not actually counting his calories enough. He's not eating enough food to recover well. Maybe he's not sleeping well. Maybe a million things. But that's where I want to say, if you can find out what's kind of hindering you, what's holding you back from progress, and work on that, that's almost, I'd say, more important than try to up any other factor, you know? Because as long as you're moving forward, you're good. If your trajectory is positive, if your candles are green, nobody can argue with your progress, right? So what I sort of want to highlight is trying to negate, like I said on the way here, anything that's going to act as drag, anything that's taken away from you maintaining this positive momentum. That's what you need to work on, right? When you're designing a freaking airplane or a submarine or just whatever, I mean, I would imagine, obviously they don't want this thing to be, they want this thing to be aerodynamic, right? You want to move fast and smooth. So if you're constantly needing to take breaks from working out, or you're just getting thrown off because of your routine, or just any number of things, those are the things you probably want to work on, right? One day of killing it is absolutely freaking undone by a week of coasting and just chilling, right? One day of grinding is countered by 2 days of coasting, or even a day of coasting. Who's to say exactly, right? So that's I guess that's what I'm trying to get at there. So if your knee is a little iffy, don't go for a 1 rep max or a crazy set of something or other, and definitely don't do it while asking someone else to spot you and put that guy in danger. I knew this one guy, or he told me this story where this was like kind of a high school kid, or I don't want to say kid, but high school guy, and he loaded up like 4 plates on squat and instantly dumped it backwards onto my buddy for to spot him. And like, he was just lucky the safeties were high enough that it didn't like totally crush his legs or like get his arms or anything. And then the guy who dropped the weight instantly, like he had absolutely no business even trying to unrack it. He looked back and was like, oh fuck, man, I didn't have it today. Whoops. As if he didn't just almost break both of this guy's knees, shins, and femurs in half. Absolutely nuts. So use your best discretion.
That's a decent amount of fucking detail. I mean, no nothing, just sitting like freaking normal. I mean, I'm almost seeing like, yeesh. Well, that's cool. And that's the fun part. I tell you something, I do not look back at my 160-pound self or 170-pound self or any weight lighter than I am right now and think, oh man, I was so fucking small back then, bro. No, right? That's not a good thought process to have. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, right? I mean, we've all been there. It must have been after I was like kind of sick for a while or something had kept me out of the gym, and I could tell I was still eating like I was bulking, but the lifts weren't going as well. Like, this is early. This is years before even posting anything. But I was like, oh shit. So, I mean, I've been there. I put a blanket up over the mirror I had in my basement gym so I could wait till I was getting a little back in shape, so I didn't get kind of discouraged, because I was getting a little softer than what I was comfortable with. That was actually right when I kind of started working out. But yeah, man, it's just part of the process. And I have to clarify this so often, right? Because I'm always talking, it's like, dude, being big is a flex, being big is cool. I'm not talking monstrous. I'm not talking 260. I'm saying just reasonably, actually not even reasonably, I'm talking about being jacked. But you don't have to be a goddamn 280-pound mass monster to be jacked. If you're a 180-pounder and you've got a glimpse of ab veins and like your forearms are going crazy when you're doing curls, that is cool, right? There is no size hierarchy. It's just a personal fucking preference, That's like saying, yeah, I'm more of a Georgia peach ice cream kind of guy. You like vanilla? Like, you want to be a lighter weight and be lean? You don't want to be huge? Stupid. Absolutely foolish, right? Plus, I mean, you can get big enough where you lose the look, you lose your waist, you lose the ratio, and then it's like, all right, man, shit, your pursuit of size just killed the coolness of your build. And of course, even that statement is going to be opinionated, right? So don't freak, lift your weights, make progress, and be happy about it. That's my take.
But we've all got all sorts of shit, right? So the logic of this idea was, he was saying, don't let yourself get overwhelmed by whatever multitude of things you got going on. Try to boil it down to just a main 3 to 5 sort of points on like a week basis. Like, these 3 things need to get done no matter what. Everything else can kind of be on the back burner, right? Of course, you shouldn't drop everything and just work on like getting your cardio in. You've still got a whole life to live. But the idea is, like, if there's things that have to be added to your to-do list or whatever, treat them as though they're crucial and make sure that they get done. And then the more you can do that, the same thing with working out, it becomes easier to do, right? You'll become more proficient at it. So the way I look at that is like, okay, sure, you want to be lean. You want to be back in your college build, or at least as close as you can get to it. You want to bench 315 one day. You want to do whatever. That's huge. There are a million steps between where you're at now versus like a certain goal that is going to take years to get to. So how I, look at a situation like that is, okay, well, obviously it's going to be a while. I kind of want to be a little more concerned with the short term, right? What do I, because instead of, okay, what do I have to do for this entire time period to work up to this massive thing I'm trying to, it's much easier to say, okay, what do I have to do today? What are 2 things that I have to do today that will keep me on track, right? Because rather than like, oh my gosh, like, I mean, it's a hard sell. Imagine telling someone who's never worked out before, but has the itch, and tell them, okay, you want to look like this dude? And I'm not saying like he's looking at Chris Bumstead and saying like, oh, you want to look like, or like Ronnie Coleman or anything. I'm saying just like a pretty jacked dude, right? Which I think is basically feasible for anybody. I think long enough, 190 lean, even upper of like 200 decently lean. Like, I'm not talking ab veins, but I'm talking like 12-ish% body fat. I don't think that's unfeasible. It might depend on your height, of course, but that's I'm saying that's something that can be done. Now imagine telling this guy, all right, that's what you want to be, or you want to reach that level. Okay, just do this, this, and this, work out, eat this certain way, eat more, track everything, and just do that for 4 or 5 years, and then you'll be there. 4 to 5 years, not awesome, right? So what I'm looking at is it's not as though you get that end result instantly, like, okay, this is my 5th year anniversary of working out. I'm gonna make all my gains cumulatively at once. Oh, this is awesome. It's not a moment by moment thing. There is no day where your physique will change so drastically that you get to think, holy crap, it all paid off because this one day things completely changed. It's gradual, right? So if it's gradual, then get into the habit and into just the understanding that continuous, gradual gains are what you're working for. So as long as you're in a state of progress, as long as your trajectory is in the green, you're good, right? So whether you're losing a pound a week, you're gaining half a pound a week, or your bench is going up 10 pounds every month, or just whatever, if you're making noticeable progress that you're at least satisfied with, and like you're really bringing it, then you're good. Just at that point, you just get to enjoy the process. There is a kind of I want to say a certain level of tenure that you get from working out, from beginner stage to like, I don't want to say amateur, but like experienced stage, where you basically have your shit in order, you know what to eat, you know how to lift, you're getting good workouts, you're working out consistently, you are that guy who comes to the gym, you're really killing it, dudes are asking you for spots. Then you kind of just get to enjoy, because you'll reach a point where working out is very normal. This is your new regular routine. It does not feel like you're killing yourself to make sure you keep coming to the gym every day, and you're still making progress, right? So it's if that's your new normal, gains are just occurring, right? So you just get to kind of enjoy. So all that's to say is, don't get dissuaded or thrown off by the fact that it's going to take a while, because that's what makes it more valuable, because not a lot of people are willing to do something that's kind of uncomfortable and hard for a pretty decent chunk of time. And I'm not talking like work, like you're on the clock, you're getting paid. Like, you're working out because this is your free time and it's something you want to do. The reward is, it takes a minute to kind of get, in a sense, but eventually you'll start to realize that it's not just about how big you are, what you look like, or anything. It kind of extends beyond that into a little more of just kind of a contentness with, doing something that's a little bit uncomfortable and still enjoying it. So I think that's sort of my shtick for today. I'm usually one to say you can kind of train your way up to like pretty consistent and intense muscular training, right? I mean, you could, if you did if your thing was 300 push-ups a day and you just did that every day, eventually you'd get to the point where that's not like totally wrecking you. you'll be able to adapt to it. But there isn't such a quick adaptation to your tendons and your ligaments and your joints. It still happens, but I think that's a little slower, and as they're slower to kind of adapt, they're also slower to recover. So if you really wreck your patella or any other kind of binding sort of thing, I didn't take like physiology, so I don't know everything. But yeah, if you rip your labrum, dude, not good, right? So if you're a little tender around the edges of your shoulders or your knees or your hips, maybe don't go totally wild that day, right? And if anything, that's just going to play into having better versatility or variety to your training, because now instead of coming in every day like heavy, come in light, squeezing, burning, maybe even a little bit more volume, and just totally pump your quads up, right? As I was about to quote him as if I listened to it in like some video I watched, but that was probably the coolest thing I got to hear Arnold say. Was he was like, you can make the sets hard from the reps, you can make it hard from the weights, change it up. There's no one specific answer. I would never want to only do one style of set indefinitely, right? Like, be it like failure to 10 heavy, or like failure-ish to like 20 and have it be lighter, squeezing, burning. Like, no, man, I want to hit it from all angles. And then that's kind of my best bet in ensuring that the training I'm doing is at least stimulating something, because the basic understanding of like muscle building, getting in shape, whatever, the human body and really any organic life, it's pretty versatile. You can hit yourself around pretty hard and you'll still be all right. It's actually kind of hard to overdo it. As much as we talk about, oh, you're overtraining, like, no. Overtraining is when you're like a David Goggins doing that 100-mile around the track and then he's pissing blood because he sent himself into severe rhabdo. That's overdoing it, right? But if you're eating a good amount of food and you're getting a good amount of rest, dude, you can go, for the most part, at least as far as I'm concerned, as hard as you can. The limit's almost unfeasible in a lift. Like, I'm not saying come in and do chest for like 6 hours straight, obviously, but I'm definitely not saying that if you do like a 20 rep or like a 8 or 10 set chest day and you really bring it, that you're not gonna be able to come back stronger the next time. That's kind of the whole point, right? You go as hard as you can, recover, and then now you're capable of going one step harder, right? That's kind of the whole point. Sort of destruction and reconstruction in perpetuity, ideally upward. So after a while, you'll be a different dude, right? And not only different because you'll be bigger, but you'll just be different as a guy because you were able to stick with something for so long, right? I mean, this is something I've sort of experienced a few times. It kind of sucks because sometimes, I went to gyms when I was like 16 or 17 on like a family trip, just kind of around the States, and I really liked them. So a few of them closed down during COVID, so I didn't get to go back, which I really wish I could have. There's this one powerhouse gym in, oh man, what's that one like island off of North Carolina? Just having a yawn. But either way, you know what I'm talking about if you live there. But there is this badass powerhouse in, I don't know the name. But either way, it was awesome. New machines, everything was just nice and cool. I felt really bad for a minute because there's this bigger dude in there, and he had like an energy drink sitting in the back of his bench, and I'm walking an easy bar and I accidentally knock it over, and I was like, oh no. But I wish I could have gone back there. So, but all I'm trying to get at is, no lifter comes back to the same gym twice. Because he's not the same lifter, nor. There we go. All right, I've got a little bit of a message for you. All right, unrelated to 4th of July. But in terms of, you know, why do you do anything? Right? Why does anybody do anything? Why is somebody gonna help someone else pick up their bags when they dropped all their binders on the first day of school, like 90s high school movie style? You know, why do people hold the door open? Why do some guys take the stairs instead of the elevator? And it's not just random mumbo jumbo, ones and zeros. There's definitely a difference between one of the like automatic DoorDash robots zipping around a city like doing a delivery, right, versus the shit me and you get to do every day, right? And the difference is that you get to enjoy it, and ideally you're doing things you're going to enjoy, right? So it's at least for me, I feel like it's comes down to not an argument, but just a kind of a deeper look at your value systems, right? Somebody who values going hard, working out, is going to work out. Somebody who values being able to at least have a grip on their body composition, right? Either are they gaining fat and just getting larger, or are they losing body fat and getting leaner, or are you just staying the same level, whatever, right? So I probably question you to look at your own value systems there, and it's like, okay, do you really value chilling on the couch more than you would value the feeling of finishing a badass leg day? Probably not, right? Probably not. So that's my shtick, right? If you should be doing something, the uncomfortability or like the hassle of doing it in the moment, you're totally gonna forget that, right? That's completely gone. Remember that time you were waiting in line for 3 hours for that one thing? No. The only thing that sucks is with the 96%, they don't make like a big 4-pound pack. They only come in 1-pound increments. But things like this, since it's just going to be plain anyway, like I'm not the kind of guy to make muscle burgers or little individual patties or anything. This is just going to be 5 pounds all at once into a stove pot, stirred, cooked on low until it's all totally cooked through, and then I can strain that, and I can have 6 pounds is the most I've ever done at once. 6 is a little crazy, but by having it fully just cooked and prepped, sitting in the fridge, it's ready. As much as I'm not walking around with Tupperware meals, I do always try to make sure I have at least the basic components of what my meals are going to be for the day totally prepped, or at least one step away. The instant oatmeal, that's just pouring some boiling water out of the kettle, done. Ground beef, cooked, left in the fridge, all you got to do is scoop it out, right? Things like that. So the less friction that you can have from the thought, I need to get a meal in, to the action of eating a meal, the better. Because the longer something would take, the more it's going to be a chore, and then subconsciously you're not even going to do it. And before you know it, you said you were bulking. It's been 3 months, you weigh the exact same. I'm not going to say you made no progress, because lifting consistently, that's something, right? I'm not saying that's nothing. But if you could have made more gains and you didn't, that kind of makes me think, if that time wasn't wasted, what was it? So that's where I would most certainly look back at any off season, and if I made negligible size difference from beginning to end, if I started to bulk at 230 and ended it 6 months later at 235, not substantially bigger, just with some more body fat, it's what did I do? You know what I'm saying? So these are the things that they're not as flashy, right? A set of 3-plate bench is way cooler than coming to the grocery store, putting together a bunch of ground beef and whatever, and prepping and everything else like that. But this is the kind of behind the scenes. This is the guy who is sitting at his desk all day looking up different rubber polymers because of their frictional strength or whatever, and down the road that results in a freaking F1 car getting an extra 3 seconds on whatever kind of track. So it's it might seem like a small thing now, but it will scale to become larger. If I just came from a dieting phase and I've been eating 2,000, 2,500 calories on average,
what does that mean? That means that 2,000 calories is my regular intake, right? That's as much gas as I need to fill my tank for, a week, 2 weeks, whatever. Just as like an analogy. So if I want to start gaining weight, I just have to eat a little more. I don't have to jump from 2,000 to 4,000. It just doesn't make any sense. You'd kind of start spilling over, as it were, and not in a good way. I'm not talking like, oh, I'm getting so full. No, if I went from instant 5,000 from 2,000, I would see a substantial weight gain, like pretty quick, but it wouldn't be good weight, because that's far too much of a deficit than what's actually even necessary, because if I go from, I mean, just imagine it, right? Imagine 2,000 extra calories, totally unnecessary, apart from, maybe the 3,000 I might really utilize for workout recovery, hypertrophy, everything else. It's like there's a sweet spot of a calorie surplus, right? This is maintenance. This is a little higher, right? And this is kind of the green zone where you eat enough, you're growing, you're recovering, you're getting bigger and stronger, but you're not getting too soft, So the bigger that this surplus becomes, you'll reach a point where it's unnecessarily big. And instead of actually just, putting on more size, you start just putting on more fat, and I've seen it a few too many times, but it's just taken a bulk to an unnecessary level. I can kind of see the appeal if you're like more of a power lifter character, you're aiming for like just pure strength performance output. Body fat would be no concern. Let's say you're a guy who could not give two shits about his weight class. But if you're a little more just regular lifter oriented, you're concerned with staying at like a reasonable body fat, then you kind of want to stay in the green where you're eating enough, but you're not eating so much that you're just packing on fat for no reason. But usually that's not even a problem. I think most guys struggle with even getting enough food in to grow in the first place. So, I'd say 90% of the time, keep eating. And then for the 10% of the guys who are doing a little too much, maybe your ratio of meals to treats is a little off, then you got to chill out, right? But at least make sure that the scale is changing in the direction that you want to go. But for me, now that I want the scale to, keep increasing, I've kind of approached a little more of a chill kind of, not diet in general. Like I'm still kind of eating very similar to what I have been before, but in just a simpler manner, because if I sit here just grinding a bunch of just like kind of junkish, more sugary processed kind of foods, things with, it's almost like you're following a rule. The less ingredients in a meal, the better. Because it's not like it hasn't worked, right? I'm still walking around like 265, 270, but with that much food, just you're kind of forced to cut down to the bare essentials. So it's just easier to keep eating. What I need to do here, and what I'm trying to work on with my pull downs, is I have a tendency to lean back and to almost convert it into a little bit of a row. Now, I'm not saying I'm going so crazy that I'm like leaning back, turning it into a straight bar row. But what happens is every time I kind of crank it and arch in the pull down, which usually I would think is me tightening up everything in my lats. It kind of feels like that. All I really end up doing is just hitting my erectors, right? Everything down here in my lumbar, which kind of regulates this sort of action. And I don't want to build these. They're big enough. Like when I do a back sort of flex like this, I can see my Christmas tree. They're there enough. I don't need to thicken that up. At least in a bodybuilding kind of aesthetic look, I'm not a power lifter, it doesn't add anything, you need them to be developed enough that you see them, but if you overdo it, it's going to thicken up your lower back so much, it takes away from your lats, The lats are the superstars of the back, right? And then the lead guitarist, that's the traps, and then you got the drummer, that's the rhomboids, that's this fancy stuff, and it's almost like the freaking, let's not say the groupies, but the crew running everything, that's the lower back. It supports the whole thing, but it's not the star of the show, So when I think of, well, because the strength doesn't always correlate to size, and deadlifts are weird because now it's more of like a skill thing because they're in sumo, whatever. But I'm more concerned with like crazier lats. You know, if I could pick one muscle to double in size on my back, and you told me, look, man, you can have lats that are double the width, or you can have erectors that are double the thickness. Come on, easy choice, at least for those educated in musculature. 5 big ones will do the trick. Now you will, if you're at a gym where people throw some weight around at, then I'm sure you've seen this exact setup, but guys really love throwing the 2.5 pound plates on the sides just for the kick of it, all right? To say they're a 500 pound squatter. Not saying there's anything wrong with that, but I don't know, man. I've never been a micro loading fan. When my squat blows up the most in an off season, which it looks like it's scheduled to for this one. I mean, I'll gradually increase the weight. My rule, I guess you could say the Sulek strength building rule, 8 reps minimum, but bring it, right? So what I'm saying is if I got 8 with this much weight today, I'm fresh, I'm strong, I'm ready. If I only got 8, then I'm not going to go heavier than this next week or next leg day, right? Assuming I still feel good. Now, if I get like 10, you know, maybe I'll do the same weight. Maybe I'll up it by, 20 pounds, so 10 on each side. But if I did like 11 reps today or 12, that's my cue. I got it. Throw a 10 the next time. Maybe throw a 15 on the side the next time. A 50-pound jump in a week or in a few days, it's a bit much. But my logic is, at least how it's worked so far, is if you can do 8, do it again so you can do like 11 or 12, and then up the weight. If it's like one of your crazy or heavy sets, I would be, not only would I be freaked out, I just wouldn't do a weight if I only thought I could get 4 reps or 5 reps. That's, in a bodybuilding sense, because I'm not used to that kind of training, I'd call that the danger zone. Now, if you train like that all the time, doing, 3x3s or whatever, then you're good. Obviously, you're used to that. I'm not used to those lower reps, right? So I want to go as heavy as I can with volume, right? I'm talking speed and weight. Usually you've got a choice between the two. I'm talking putting a V12 in a Miata here. But yeah, man, I mean, nothing crazy flashy, It's more so a concern of like just making sure you at least get close to a certain caloric value, obviously macros included, to whatever is necessary for your current goals. So I'm talking, and this could be a whole kind of like lecture style video in and of itself, but just to put it simply, like, go on Google, look up maintenance calorie calculator. It'll ask you to, the first website, doesn't matter. It'll ask you to plug in your height, weight, body fat, how much you work out, everything else about you, and it'll pump out a number, and the number will be like close-ish. If I write down, okay, I'm 5'11", I'm 23, I'm a guy, I weigh 260, I'm like 12% body fat, I work out every day, it's going to give me a number, like a macro sort of estimate of what I should be eating to maintain my weight, lose body fat, or gain weight, right? Now, I'm definitely going to kind of adjust it, because usually all these websites will estimate a lower protein intake than you'd probably want. So my rule of thumb, as like if you've never gone into macro tracking before, look up that value, right? Any website, it doesn't really matter. Find whatever macronutrients they kind of pump out. Let's say it reads, you're a 200-pound dude, you are 20% body fat, you're 20, you're a guy, you're 5'8", or you're 5'10", whatever. Then I would probably at least adjust it so the protein value is your current lean weight. So I usually just say 250. I don't mind going over a little bit. But if the website said I should be eating 150 grams of protein, I'm going to change it, right? 250, so a gram per however many pounds I weigh, relatively lean. If a 400-pound dude has like 100 pounds of fat on him, he doesn't need 400 pounds of protein. And then usually my rule after that would be cut the fats in half. So in an off season, I'm doing 250 grams of protein, 120 grams of fat is usually my max intake. And then eat as many carbs as it says, but that's just an estimate. That's just, that computer doesn't know you. It doesn't know how much you're fidgeting. It doesn't know how many steps you're getting per day. So that's an estimate to start off of, right? But that's phase one. And then if you really want to get a little more in tuned with your weight gain up or down, then you got to do phase two. Weigh yourself every morning after the bathroom, clothesless, right? I'm talking buck naked, so you can actually get a real value of your morning weight. And that's the most consistent time to weigh yourself. If you weigh yourself midday, what if you drank 2 liters of water already? I mean, what are we talking about? It's like an extra 5 pounds, So by weighing yourself every morning like that and tracking your calories, everything else, making sure you're on track, then that should show you, okay, am I getting leaner? Am I staying the same weight? Am I bulking up? So depending on which one you're trying to do, the scale, after a few weeks will reveal if what you're doing is working, So if I think I'm eating at a calorie deficit, I'm telling myself, oh man, I'm grinding. I'm starving myself. But after a month, my weight stayed exactly the same. Clearly I'm not doing enough. Either not enough cardio or not enough, calorie restriction. So that's where you've got to look at it just objectively. Don't get your feelings hurt. No matter how hard it feels like you're dieting, if that scale isn't changing and you're, maintaining the same body composition, that's your cue. You got to change something. Add more cardio, add less calories. There's a few different ways to get around it. But as long as the scale's output is representative of what you're trying to do, then you're golden. If you're let's say you're like, I want to stay the same weight, I just want to keep getting stronger. You're staying the same weight, maybe your gym numbers are going up every week, you're golden. But the scale absolutely reveals all, and it kind of has to be respecting that sense. That's kind of why there's such a hate for the bathroom scale, at least on like a non-lifter kind of level, because that means people have to look at the scale and say, oh crap, I'm 30 pounds heavier than I was 3 months ago or a year ago. And that's not a fun feeling. I would I'm not speaking from experience, but I would certainly imagine, if you're going from like a lean dude and then 5 years passes, you're 60 pounds overweight, you're like, what the hell happened? So that's a situation where, shit, that's just how it is. You got to take accountability for it. If you start using a grocery cart that looks a little more like this and, doesn't have so many, random ass treats like are in the aisle that I'm in now, that'll help. Just got to put it out there, put it a little more bluntly. The more you're sweating and the more you're tracking, I'd say you're upping your odds of goal achievement 2-3 times easy. Did you make anything happen? Right? And it's marginal. I gained maybe 1/10 of a pound of muscle over the course of these last 24 hours. 1/10 of a pound, maybe. That's not a lot. That's completely negligible on a day-by-day basis. But when you add it up, when you add that up to a day-by-day, to a week-by-week, month-by-month, half year, year-by, then shit's really going to start to happen. So it's kind of two conflicting ideas, right? Like, at least to an extent, try to lift like every lift is your last lift ever, but also be comfortable with the fact that you're going to have, essentially a not endless, but an unfathomable amount of lifts into the future that you don't even know exactly what they're going to bring, and still be kind of comfortable with the fact that it's just this kind of long game. So if I just answered a question in the Q&A I did earlier, where it was like, what's the appeal? And I can't condense it to just a short answer like that, because I'm motivated by the idea of where I'm going to be in the future, right? Like imagining myself with 5 years of lifting experience and muscle density and, maturity and everything else, not to mention just the knowledge and experience gain that I'll get from that time training, plus all the crazy freaking people I'll get to meet throughout this entire freaking endeavor. But also it's like just day by day, there's nothing else I really want to do. You know, I mean, this is the highlight, at least in terms of my own like personal routine. So I wouldn't want to freaking change that for anything, because I get to go to bed tonight. Oh, dude, my back is, oh man, nice. And I get to wake up tomorrow, all right, arms, bad freaking ass, right? So it's, it might not be a bad description to say my whole life revolves around this, you know, maybe in more of an ellipse, you know, because obviously if you took away the gym, you know, it'd still be Sam, it'd still be a guy, but this is definitely this is the new bar. And it's, that's something that I've done gradually over, I mean, these whole like damn near 7 years of working out, because I've had lifts like in just the basement where sometimes, like, let's say this is like an intensity over time graph. As a beginner, I'm kind of down here, moderate intensity, which is totally fine. You're a beginner, right? But eventually you get to a point where I've lifted for long enough. I know what I'm doing. If I want to keep progressing, I got to up it. So I don't remember if I had a, you know, small one like that or something, but I definitely remember being at home and having a crazy ass late chest day. And this is like before, you know, another day of high school. So I got to wake up at 7 or 6:30. It's like 1 in the morning, hit a sweet chest day. And I'm like, whoa. And that was a little bit of an intensity booster where I said, dude, I can go way harder than I have been. But I've also had the same thing where I've had a scrappy lift and thought kind of the opposite, where it's like, dude, what the fuck am I doing? I got to raise the bar, you know? So it's, I think it's kind of your responsibility, at least if this is like something you really want to go down and get after for a long time and have a lot of improvements and gains, to at least be able to look back on over a certain period and say, fuck man, I did it. You know, it doesn't matter what that level is or what your starting level is actually.
You got to take control of your own freaking mind and body and say, you fucking kidding me? That's when you, like, in my mind, I want to pick a number of like the goal for that many sets and say, all right, 30 reps right here. Like, I want to, just because I'm barely making 15, like I still want to try to push it to that 30 so that I really know I get to the point that I really actually maxed out that set. And the more you do that, the easier it is to do that, the more likely you're going to be able to continue to do it. And frankly, it's going to feed off into the rest of your sort of recovery, diet, and every other kind of factor of working out positively, you know? Because when guys are like, I mean, how can I eat more meals, dude? I mean, it's more physical activity is going to make you hungrier, right? So it's not a desire, right? You're giving your body a need to eat more food by seriously wrecking yourself in the gym in a good way. Can you do in your training to up your game, to continually improve the benefits that you'll continue to get over time, and frankly, just become a more experienced lifter? You know, you don't really gain experience, quote unquote, if every lift is exactly the same thing. You know, you gain days, but if I came to the gym and my effort level was exactly just like meh, I wouldn't, you don't learn anything, right? You don't evolve, or you don't, nothing really improves if your baseline effort is you know, because the whole point of this sort of adaptation with the gym is that you push it so hard into the realm of uncomfortability, not only for you like mentally, but also just your body, where you're forcing it to adapt and say, holy crap, that was nuts. I don't want that to happen again. So let's build up some kind of defense mechanisms, actually rebuild bigger and stronger, so that you don't have to freaking, you know, be that weak, right? In kind of a bro sciencey way.
My heart was beating just knowing I was about to get after it. And I think that's a sensation which kind of either makes or breaks a lifter when it comes to legs, right? Because if somebody is like, oh shit, all right, legs, it's gonna be hard. You know, someone who's actually done a hard leg day would know, and they're gonna have to say, it's okay. I'm either gonna rise to the challenge and go nuts, or
let's do chest today, bro. My knee, I got that knee thing still. You know, that's a classic blunder. I hate to see it, and I don't see it much, but I know it happens, and it still sucks. You know, so lead by example. If you want to see more people doing legs, start doing legs yourself. So that I can just hit the gym, lift hard, really get after it, and then not worry about it outside of the gym. And that's a totally legit take, you know, because then that's giving them their stress-free kind of just livability of, man, I get to kind of eat whatever I want. I'm in decent shape because I'm working out so hard. Nice, right? That's solid. But what I am going to say is, for those who maybe know they want to track it, they're just not sure if they want to deal with it. It's like, yeah, I could track it. I probably would get in really good shape, but I don't know if I want to deal with it. That's the kind of person, someone who's like on the edge of going for it. That's who I want to talk to and say, do it, do it. Or, well, you know, whatever I could say to that particular person to get them the most motivated to do it, because you won't regret it, right? It's something where it's in terms of the gym, I've had a couple talks with some of my buddies about this. You really see the matrix, right? Once you get into cardio and calories and realizing like, oh shit, I actually have to make sure I eat like this, but I'm getting like way leaner than I ever have been before. Like, shit, this freaking works. You know, like little things like that. I'm trying to think of a different example of something that's like close, but no cigar, kind of, I don't know. All right, let's do a hypothetical. What do you choose to remember? That every light was green, or that somebody honked at you, right? So I guess all I'm trying to say is, if you can kind of go about things where you spin it positive, and it's, sometimes it might take a little bit of delusion or a little bit of like stretch in your mind to get into. But with all of this, like when I talk about getting into a good mental headspace, it bleeds into all the time, but I'm only saying it about the workout, and then it just happens to coincide with everything else too. You know, so when I'm talking workout wise, well, let's say you're at a gym and all 3 leg extensions are taken, and you wanted to do leg extensions that day, that moment, that's a classic situation, right? The machine you want is taken. What the hell are you going to do? Do you just pivot? Do you instantly pivot, move on, do something else? Don't strut. Or don't strut. I was going to say don't fret and don't stress at the same time. Don't strut about it. Well, yeah, you know, you could either let that throw you off your game, or say, whatever, let's do something else. Let's start with something I've never started with before. Spin it positive. Man, I haven't started with leg extensions before. All right, let's change it up. Take it as a sign that it's just your time. Your time to do something else. And it's obviously easy to say. Like, that's a cool thing to say. To actually think it, like, let's say you're amped. You're gonna hit arms, or you're gonna hit chest. The gym is totally packed. You know, let's multiply the situation. You're dieting. You're really dieting, like you're feeling it, you're locked in legit. You just want to get in, get out, get some food in your system, go to bed. I've been there. And then you get hit with something. You know, you get hit with this, the whole place is packed, or just whatever. And then you're just like, you're now in a situation, right? In your mind, you're now set up with 2 paths. Do I say, why the hell are all these people on the equipment? Or you just say, all right, I can handle this. You know, I'm not 3 years old. I can handle it if there's people in here, and I can work around it. I wanted things to be perfect, but the fact that they're not is, you know, it's whatever. So as much as that seems like a kind of a trivial thing to think, and a lot of people don't think that way. Like, if you've ever seen a video where someone's recording a set, someone walks in front of the camera, like, this is more of a social media situation, and then the guy's like, or there's a clip where a bunch of kids are laughing and a guy's doing hack squats. He's like, not around me, bro. Not around me, bro. You know, we're getting serious. Like, just sweat. Yeah. You know, they're really acting as though it's their world and we're all just living in it. As though this isn't all just like the craziest group experience ever, and we're all kind of in the same boat. You know, so I think there's a little bit of detachment involved. Right? But all I'm trying to say there is, if you want to use the pull down, and the pull down is taken, don't throw a fit. Just move on. And you're going to have a better lift because of it. You're going to have a better lift because 99% or a larger percent of the time in the gym, you're going to think, all right, pull down staking, let's do a row. Let's do weighted pull, or let's do assisted pull-ups. I haven't done that for a while. Instead of, this guy, or like you just sit and hover. Like I've seen that before. Kind of a grumpier looking dude or whatever. And they've been grinding for quite a freaking while. And for them, it hasn't even really been a grind because they love it. They just want to do it anyway. I guess I'll never know exactly because I've gotten to bring you guys with me every workout for like basically the last 3 years on end. So it raises the question: so would I do these workouts exactly as I have been if no one else watched them? And that's something I've kind of hemmed and hawed about a little bit. Like I'm not exactly sure because I want my motivations to be as simple as possible in that I want to get this shit done. I want the results I'm aiming for, and that's the end of it. I don't want anything else to come into play. And for the most part, I do think that, well, that's not true. I definitely wouldn't be going to the private gym like this if there was no social media involved. But would I still be killing it? I can almost guarantee it, And that's where I think some guys are kind of missing the point a little bit right now. So this is just kind of a generalized message to whoever, So and I'm taking my Sam workout bodybuilder hat off, and I'm putting my Sam social media hat on, right? Because if you're working out, if you want working out to be your thing, and you want to really get into it and be able to get more out of it than just gains, and you want to be able to show it off like that, and post about it, well, then you're looking at it from a completely different situation, right? I look at my workouts as though I'm going to kill them anyway, and I get to record them and post them and share them, and get to bring more just hype and energy to the space. That's kind of my motivation. But if you start to get into a numbers game, it's really going to suck. So if you're working out like a beast and you're kind of like, if I should start posting on whatever, I wonder if I should record some workouts. Don't let the recording get in the way of the workout, of course. Don't be too cheesy. But it's the same as everything. If you're trying to grow with social media, if you're trying to grow physically your body, if you're trying to start a business, if you're trying to start whatever, well, it's not just going to be awesome day one. Even like imagine even business side, right? Let's say that somebody had a badass business idea, they're about to start it, they're about to get after it. Well, guess what, man? You're not even going to make jack for however long because you got to set this thing up, you got to get all this stuff in place, you got to get things ready, and then you got to wait for everything to be ready, and then you start things. And even then, it's just kind of this constant uphill battle, So it's something where you got to be cool with that, and you got to understand that's just a step in the process, So if let's say you're only, I can distinctly remember the first time I posted any of this stuff, and I said, "Holy shit, this one got 500 likes, nice." Like it was freaking cool for me, kind of chasing that was my like PR at the time for like a silly little TikTok edit. But I guess what I'm trying to say is across everything, the flashy stuff that's at the top of the pyramid will always be supported by boring stuff at the bottom, right? And the only way that the only way that flashy stuff at the top is going to be stable, is actually going to be cool looking, is if you've got enough of that support system at the bottom, So when it comes to working out, you're not going to have the results of a 5-year dude if you've only been working out for 3 months. And that's not a problem. That's not a negative. It's not a bug. It's a feature. That should just be more of a motivation for you to say, all right, I'm going to keep doing this because I like it, but I'm excited to see what I'm going to look like 3 years in, 5 years in.
Well, that was what I call a damn proper chest day. Frankly, I don't think I've had a chest pump that good for quite a while. And by pump, I really just mean a chest day, like a full-on lift. Now, half of that is to do with the fact that for the last, almost 6 months, I've been dieting down, and my carb intake was well, let's just say on the lighter side of things for the purpose of the, all the bodybuilding shows. But frankly, I mean, that's extra fun. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I keep looking back at some of the pictures when I was in Dragon's Lair at Vegas. Well, not like a lot, but I mean, I think that was my coolest in the gym look. Still reasonably full, but pretty grainy. Like some of those like front double bicep shots. Yeah, I want to recreate that with a stage presence, but that's for later. But I mean, that's kind of the fun part, you know. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's a little different if you're on the more casual side of things, no competing, just regular bulking and cutting. But even then, you get the gist. Because for me, at least, if I get into a real deficit, the lifts do kind of lack a certain intensity. And I'm not saying like I'm just going easy for the fun of it because I don't want to go hard, but it's like the nature of just maintaining your gains and maintaining your physique. It's not the craziest thing in the world to do. You know, frankly, if right now I just started eating at maintenance, not bulking, not cutting, I mean, I could probably get away with like, I don't know how many lifts per week and just stay the exact same size. Not progress, but not, you know, decline either, just stay where I'm at. So dieting, it's kind of like that, right? It's putting a pause on muscular progress. Now, of course, it's for the sake of getting leaner. For me, at least, in between bulks, it lets me reset my appetite, reset my insulin sensitivity and everything so that I can actually start eating food again. I mean, at the end of the last bulk, I was not chowing down much at all. I essentially taken my system to a point where it was like, yeah, Sam, no more food. We're good, right? But after that whole dieting phase and essentially a break, right, it's building up that freaking, you know, kind of appetite, that hunger. And now, I mean, even eating like 3,800-ish calories a day, I'm still not even really pushing it either. But that's easy. So I want to continue to increase my calorie intake slowly so I can keep progressing. Not only size-wise, but also intensity-wise. I mean, I want these lifts to be triple the intensity by the end of this bulking phase than they are now. Now, that might be an exaggeration, but it's kind of good to take things to the extreme, because at least if you fall short, you still got somewhere, right?
There's like an alternate universe where I would be like a hardcore rock climber or like boulderer. Like I was really into that when I was younger, when I was like 14 or so. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, my whole day wouldn't change. The working out's only like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, including the drive. So it's not like it would change too much. I would just probably have some other thing I'd be into. You know, I'm definitely one to hyper fixate on random kind of hobbies and like little things. So if it wasn't the lifting, I mean, your guess is probably as good as mine. But we got a last one here. Asks Tech with Isaac, how did you get started in bodybuilding? How can others get started? So for me, I was doing gymnastics. So I had a sport from like 12 or so to 16, in sophomore year of high school. I was pretty good and I could do some flips, but I wasn't gonna like do it in college or anything. So it was kind of, you know, starting to take a little toll on me, a lot of impacts. So I ended up quitting that. And that was a big chunk of time, right? Like 4 hours a day, including the drive, Monday through Saturday. So I've got some energy. I've got some like pent up energy. Like, all right, I got to spend my time doing something. I wasn't thinking that, but that was just kind of the nature of it. And then the lifting just kind of happened to plop right into my routine perfectly. I had a guy I was buddies with in high school. He was a bodybuilder. His name was Brandon, and he kind of took me under his wing in terms of going to work out and doing doing just regular pull downs and like chest days and stuff. I think we probably lifted maybe only a few times together, like 5 max, maybe 6. And by then you kind of get the gist of it. So I was kind of on my own, and then just started building them up from there, you know, at this gym. Like the gym I just did my cardio at, this is the gym I started working out at like damn near almost 7 years ago. So there's no need to really go too crazy. I mean, your local fitness center is perfect. It's got weights, it's got cables, it's got racks, it's got everything. The only thing you're waiting for is for you to get in there and try it out, you know? And there's so many videos too. Like, just look up basic bodybuilding chest day. Or, I mean, just watch, there's a million videos, right? So find somebody you like, watch one of their workouts, and just copy what they do. Now, don't like think that, okay, this is the exact way to do it because this guy I like did it. Like, that's not the right approach at all, I think. But use it as experience. Just say, okay, that's what this is a workout that this guy likes. Maybe I'll watch somebody else try his workout. Just classic monkey see, monkey do type, like, repetition and imitation. And in the process of doing that, you're going to start to get the gist and be able to really kind of come up with your own workouts and say, all right, let's do a chest day of Smith machine, hammer strength, pec deck, dumbbell flies, whatever. And as long as you finish the lift pumped, fatigued, and hopefully hungry for a post-workout meal, then you're golden. And shit, man, it kind of turns into a little bit of a like a wildfire in a sense, because the more you do it, the better you're going to get at it, and the more gains and kind of improvements you see starts to motivate you to get even more gains and even more progress, and then you're going to put more time into it. Might even kind of evolve into a bit of an obsession, right? Be that a good thing or a bad thing, and it's kind of up to you to decide. But for me, yeah, it's ended up working out pretty freaking well. So I will see you tomorrow for the chest day that I'm going to end up doing tonight. So post cardio meal, not totally sure. Honestly, that breakfast. A plan doesn't have to go perfectly perfect right from the freaking get-go. That's the whole reason that you made a plan, was because you know it's going to be tricky and you couldn't just wing it. And, you know, you're going to run into potentially a little bit of, what's the word I'm trying to think of? Well, just challenge. There's no better way to put it than challenge. So now we're on the pendulum has swung in its complete opposite direction, and it's about to come back, right? Only a few more months. So what is it? Today's the 23rd, September 23rd. What is that? So the 9th month. So 30. I don't know. Just about 75% of the way there, right? The year is over. It has happened for the most part. A lot of things that people said they were going to do to kind of add up to this year either got done or they didn't. And honestly, I think it's a little bit of a boxed in mentality to even have to describe time like that, where it's like to describe a week as though you can't get anything done on Saturday and Sunday. Like, those are the chill days, and then all the other time of the week is like for actually doing stuff. I just don't like the idea of it, but it's pretty legit. You know, we can kind of add up our years with some pretty substantial events, right? Whatever you did this year. So I guess all I'm trying to say is just sort of pointing that out, because hopefully this is just a little bit of something that we get to watch happen for them, right? For some, whereas we know that we're getting after. You're not just gonna, if someone is completely untrained in the squat, well, then squats are gonna suck. You know, you're not gonna be able to load it up. You're not even gonna like it. You're just gonna feel like you're being crushed, and you're not even, like, the weight on your back isn't even translating to your quads. And some don't even like the idea of it, because it's like, well, couldn't you just do a leg press instead and load your quads that way? Which I understand, and I kind of do agree with, but there's just something special about the squat, man. There's a little something extra from, I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm a Tom Platz fan, and I liked watching Clarence Kennedy earlier when I started working out, or even, just about when I started. So I've already got like a preference to like the squat. But it's good, because once you get a decent technique, like, that's why I put my plate or my heels on that plate, so that I can let my knees go forward a little more and keep my back a little bit more upright. Because a powerlifter style squat, super low bar, they lean really far forward. Well, that's not that quad focused. That you're using your glutes, you're using your lower back, you're using your whole posterior chain to kind of press the weight up rather than really load it into your quads. So, there's something about it, and it's almost beyond words. Like, those who have squatted legit, they kind of know what I'm talking about, right? And if you need a little bit of motivation to get squatting, or at least watch somebody who's a total beast, look up Kyle Curvey. Kyle Curvey is insane. He's going to be squatting over 900 for sure, but he's repping like 750 for 5. Well, like, it's nuts. Now, obviously, the guy's huge too, which kind of, plays into it. If you're a 300-pound dude, of course, you can lift a ton of weight, but still, absolutely insane. So for whatever reason, man, I like the squat. I get a little lower back activation, I get some glute activation, but if you can, get a good stance, typically I like a little narrower, the heel elevated helps me. If you have more flexible ankles, you can just do squat shoes. Those are totally solid. I just like a little bit more. And if you can really get into it, you're gonna like it. I can say that with absolute certainty. So not much, kind of quick, just honestly, a light quad day, just enough to get some blood flow in the area. But there definitely was some blood flow. Like, even just sitting here, what I'm getting extra excited about being leaner isn't necessarily increased like definition. Obviously it is, but the separation and like ratio of quad to knee joint to calf at the bottom, like, it just gets substantially crazier the leaner you get, because now everything that's kind of blocking that separation, that body fat, is starting to dwindle down. But no, so actually Halloween now, I tell you something, there's a high percentage, at least of that kind of semi-younger demographic, 18 to however, right, where these guys are going to stay up way too late, get into some trouble. And I'm not a square, man, and I'm not going to say that you gotta never do that kind of stuff. But all I'm saying is, a lot of the times there's just this peer pressure involved, where, you get the gist. I'm not going to be that kind of party pooper kind of guy, if you get what I'm saying. But I know there's a lot of people where maybe they could get after it a little bit more, but the guys they hang out with, they don't really work out that much, and it's if you stick out in a group, that's not cool. Like, that's not how things kind of work. So you end up just kind of boiling down everything you do to what everybody, your buddies, do, and then that's kind of the end of it. So the physical side of things could be awesome. Your prep could be freaking perfect. But don't forget, there's also the kind of mental side, and that's what I think it doesn't get a lot of love. Nobody really talks about it as much. Some guys do. Some guys certainly do. Mr. Eric Bugenhagen, always talking hype, always talking tunes, always talking like freaking digging deep and actually bringing it. And I think that's something that a lot of guys aren't hyping up as much now, because we're trying to make training a, not cut and dry, but like a guarantee. I want to train in a way that's guaranteed results, and do a routine, and it's like, okay, if I do 10 reps of this weight, that means it's going to work. I don't think it's so simple as that, man. The point isn't reaching certain numbers, it's reaching a certain level of effort, I feel. So if I came in tomorrow for chest and I couldn't even do 225 on incline bench, and I had to do 135 for whatever reason, maybe I had I don't know. Well, as long as I brought it, if I still killed, did real failure or whatever, the weight is almost inconsequential, because all I'm concerned with is making sure that I take whatever set I'm doing to that level, right? Take it to that place. That's kind of one of your, not even primal urges, just biological needs. So your mind's going to reward you for eating food. But if you put a big ass caniac in front of me, 5 extra breads, 5 extra tenders, 5 extra sauces, and a big ass Sprite, and whatever your pastry of choice is, whether it's crumble or Krispy Kreme or whatever, next to it as a dessert, before I even eat the food, I'm sure those dopamine levels in my mind are gonna already be up here because I know what's coming. I know I've got a treat coming, right? So you somehow have to basically willpower yourself to prefer the greater plan of getting leaner rather than the instant gratification of, you know, eating a bunch of canes and pigging out like Nikocado avocado, right? So it's hard to do. I'm not saying it's easy, but I am saying it's simple. Like there's no trick, there's no whatever, and it gets easier the more you do it. At this point, I've bulked up and subsequently cut down, only to, you know, show ready leanness once. But I've gone back and forth from being pretty lean to pretty soft a lot. It helps that I work out all the time and that I do my cardio and I count my calories. But I've had practice basically telling myself no and sticking to my plan. So I think that's something which is certainly tricky, but the more you do it, the better you get at it, the easier it becomes. And then you get to a point where you don't even like really think of it. Tomorrow might be, actually not even might be, tomorrow is definitely too soon for a chest day, like just based on how my chest feels right now. So I think I might make tomorrow a shoulders and forearms day, a little bit more accessory focused, but we'll see. And then today I did no cardio. I chilled out because I knew I was going to have legs later, and I was still a little overstimulated from those last couple of lifts. But the 30 minutes of cardio is a staple in this bulking phase. That will not change for freaking anything, barring potentially scheduling issues or sickness. Those could throw off my game. But apart from any extenuating circumstances like that, yeah, even though I'm going to be bulking and I'm going to get a little bit softer, the cardio is going nowhere. Don't you freaking forget it. So, for whatever lift ends up happening tomorrow, I'll just see you then. And it's, I mean, I'm sure you could probably get into the central nervous system training side of things, because, you know, physical strength, it's not purely about how large your muscles were. If that were the case, then all of the world record powerlifters would look like bodybuilders. You know, it is a certain mental aspect too, and kind of a sort of a mental toughness kind of thing. You know, I mean, if you took two guys, completely same build, completely same muscle fibers, but one dude has like the mind of who's a crazy powerlifter, John Hack, like transplanted into his body. He's probably going to be able to take sets harder than the untrained mind guy, even if their body is the same, because he can handle that like uncomfortability. So don't forget, as much as you're training your body, train your mind as well, right? Because, I mean, what's the difference physically between a guy who can sit in an ice bath for 10 minutes and the guy who jumps out immediately because it's too much for him to handle? Because it's not physical, right? And up here. So what I'm trying to get at there is, if you can toughen up mentally, it should translate to some beefier gains. The benefit of heavy squats and heavy things like that is, even when you go back to the accessory movements of the leg extensions or sissy squats or whatever, you've got that extra strength and almost, I would say, mental resiliency to push it extra hard, to the point where I'd probably argue that the guy who can do a hard set of squats to failure, or at least like right there to failure, and I don't mean hard like 15 reps set, 5 reps in reserve. I'm talking 10 reps, 11 reps is basically impossible for the guy to get. That's the kind of level I'm sort of talking about there. I think that that guy is going to be able to train harder on his leg extension sets and his leg press sets and his, his whatever kind of sets, because he can take it that far. And it's, I mean, I'm sure you could probably get into the central nervous system training side of things, because, you know, physical strength, it's not purely about how large your muscles were. If that were the case, then all of the world record powerlifters would look like bodybuilders. It is a certain mental aspect too, and kind of a sort of a mental toughness kind of thing. You know, I mean, if you took two guys, completely same build, completely same muscle fibers, but one dude has like the mind of who's a crazy powerlifter, John Hack, like transplanted into his body, having what I now see as a well-needed rest day yesterday. So there's been one rest day gap between that chest pump and now, and oh my goodness, I haven't felt this I haven't felt this kind of DOMS, delayed onset muscle soreness, for quite a while. Because now, I mean, my training is starting to change. It's starting to revert back to what it normally consists of, which is heavier, more intense, slightly larger or more volume kind of sets. So, you know, when I might have done 5 sets of light squeezing tricep extensions, or 5 sets of light squeezing chest press or something, now that I've got more kind of food and carbs in my system, and I'll be able to physically handle moving around more weight.
There's so many people where that could happen, and instead of, you know, taking the challenge and actually saying, this isn't going to stop me, I'm still going to keep training, I'm going to work around this, this is just a little road bump on my path. Like, you know, it's only something I could talk about, you know, knock on wood, that I ran into some kind of something. I don't even want to imagine something like that. But, you know, I like to think that I'd be able to rise up to that challenge because I'm so into the gym and everything. But that's something where you never know, right? Life's kind of going to test you with a curveball on occasion. Ideally, you don't get hit one that's so rough that you can't come back from it. But if you've got the mentality that it doesn't even matter what it could be, you're still going to bring it, I think you're setting yourself up for success. Even if it requires a little bit of delusion, you know, that's kind of the whole point. This is one thing I've been thinking a ton of when it comes to working out, or, you know, guys where they want to start posting videos and like show off their progress or talk about this and just go after anything. Like, you don't need a 100% plan. You don't need this shit to be written out on paper, 100% guaranteed. There's no movie with a heist or with a project or with a goal or with whatever where in part of their game plan there wasn't a moment where they say, all right, and with a little bit of luck, shit's just gonna kind of line up and we can make it happen. And it's a little it's kind of this leap of faith sort of approach, because a lot of stuff that's really cool isn't easy, and it's not instant, and it's gonna take a while, but the people who go after it and they stick with it and they keep up their excitement, no matter if it took them a year or 3 years or they're already 5 years deep into whatever, it's the people who go for it who do get lucky. You have to put yourself in a position to win.
So just make sure once you start bulking, keep yourself in a steady, gradual incline or increase. I got chest on my mind. Keep a gradual, steady increase of calories over time. Don't let yourself skip too many days of meals, because I mean, all you're doing is scrapping your own gains, you know? I mean, I know there's a lot of characters out there who say they're bulking, but since they don't really track their meals or their calories, the scale doesn't go up. So even if you feel like you're eating a lot of food, or you feel like you might be eating some junk food, some treats too, and you're like, yeah, I'm bulking up, man. I'm bulking. I mean, the scale tells all. So if you're still 190 after 3 months of bulking, quote unquote, or if you know someone who's 190 after 6 months of a locked in winter arc, I'm not trying to judge. I'm just saying objectively, you're not eating enough food to facilitate weight gain. And at the end, I'm sure I am gonna be sick of food, because that's kind of just what happens. You bulk for long enough, you realize you've had enough, and you say, all right, I want to freaking diet down. I am sick of walking around with a full stomach and just sweating all the time. Oof. And right now I'm on the opposite side of that spectrum, where I'm tired of dieting, and I'm ready to actually get some grub in my system. So right now is essentially the honeymoon phase of this bulk. Totally freaking easy. I'm just eating at essentially maintenance, and maintenance as in like an amount of food which I'm hungry for, and it's putting me at a full maintenance-ish weight, right? Because at my deficit calorie intake, right, I was burning pounds per week. Actually, probably closer to a pound a week or so. But over the course of time, pounds of body fat were being used as fuel because I wasn't eating enough food, and my body had to say, all right, shit, man, I better start using some internal storage. That's kind of the whole logic of the body fat burning process. So now that I'm eating enough food to steadily gain weight, I'm back at full, right? So when I'm dieted down, this is my depleted weight, and now I'm officially back at what is just about my full, new, carved up, watery, and I say watery as in just like I've got more water on my frame right now. This is my starter weight. Light-ish squeezing curls. And when I say squeezing, I think what I really mean is just kind of holding the flex position for a bit longer than normal. Like if I'm doing a set of dumbbell curls, like strapped in kind of heavy, I'm not gonna hold it. I'm just doing the curl kind of quick. I wanna have a momentary flex, but I'm not holding it. So it's just a different kind of fatigue. And I get a lot of comments, or enough where I notice, where it's like, Sam, why would you do a set where you hold the squeeze? The squeeze doesn't contribute to any gains. And I mean, shit, man, maybe you're right. I'm not gonna say, I can't say with certainty that you're not, but I can guarantee that by adding some squeezing sets like this, where I really contract, it does make me feel more pumped, more fatigued, and shit, it's been working so far. Now, I'm not gonna say that's the best way to do it, because that's not the only way I do it. But for some sets, dude, don't neglect the squeeze, right?
So calorie-wise, I gotta look at my averages over this last few days of how much I've been eating, but I'm gonna kind of level it out probably around 3,000, 3,500 a day or so, and then I should steadily gain weight for a period of time. And once I can tell either that food is going down very easily, or I can kind of notice that my weight gain is beginning to slow a touch or even plateau, then that's my cue, right? More food. So I'll probably up it to, I don't know if I need to up it 500. Usually that's what I do historically. I up it about 500 calories every time I increase my calories, but I think that might be too big of a jump. So I think I might limit it a little bit more to maybe just 300. So that would be about an extra, well, not about, an extra 75 grams of carbs a day. And sometimes my fats and carbs kind of fluctuate. I think I'm going to try to be a bit more consistent and make sure that every day, if I have allotted 110 grams of fats or 100 grams of fats, then I don't go over that limit, and make sure the rest of my calories are coming from carb sources. So historically, I've had no problem of bulking harder and more successfully, bulk after bulk after bulk after bulk. You know what it is? I tell you something, honestly, I'd say probably of equal value, cardio machines and weights. Dude, if you freaking move your system around, and you don't have to just lift. I mean, that's my physical activity of choice. But if my thing wasn't working out, I would still want to have something, right? Like any kind of physical endeavor at all. Like the more you can move your body around, actually burn the energy that you consume, I think you're putting yourself in a better situation, right? Because I think every study imaginable would be completely tilted in the favor of adding exercise as a basic general health boost compared to just removing any one single detriment of your routine, right? I mean, let's say you take two groups. You make one group lift, and then you make the other group remove red 40 from their diet. Who's going to see more improvements? Of course, this is still bad, but this is so good and almost completely counteracts or not counteracts, but kind of dwarfs the benefits that you get from cutting anything out there. And I guess that's that's kind of my take whenever I see anybody comment or go, or not comment, but like have a heated argument about real minute details of like lifestyle and diet and everything else. It's like, but what I was about to say was, in my mind, I always imagined it as, well, I want to get jacked first,
like get as big as I can be for that weight class first, and then compete. You know, just go for it. And usually I'll see arguments against that as like, well, what about stage experience, right? Doing a show a little bit earlier when you may not have totally maxed out your weight cap or anything else like that, purely for the experience of going through the process of everything and having a better grasp of like what it's going to be like. And in my mind, I'm like, you know, we'll just see. But there is definitely some value there. I mean, you saw it for me first freaking hand. You know, I walked out there with some freaking soft legs, not in terms of leanness, but in terms of just not actually flexing them. So I got the benefit of that initial stage experience by getting those critiques and feedback. And then luckily I only had to wait a week and a half to implement those kind of adjustments. So, I mean, if I didn't have that second show to go to, even right now, I'm sure all these videos would be full of the, you know, the leg flexing comments until I would compete again, you know, whenever, and actually make that as fun. I'm definitely excited to do that again once I've got a bit more beef on my frame for later, you know, because I don't want to just, at least from my kind of perspective here, like, you know, I could do a 4-month off season, maybe gain a pound or two of, you know, lean tissue, maybe even like 5, I don't know, if it was a really successful bulk, and then try to go on stage again. But I'd be under my weight cap, you know? I mean, if I can check in that day before at 227, I want to be as big as I can be so I can get right at the weight cap, just like for these last 2 shows, and really have, you know, just kind of a bigger build. Because as much as it is leanness and density and, you know, proportion and symmetry and everything else, it's still bodybuilding, right? So if you're fighting at the top of your weight class, it's going to do you good. You know, so if you're ever, if you're considering, right, getting a competition ready or trying to schedule something like that, I would say, you know, I mean, if that's what you want to do, go for it, right? All right, so today, as you're well aware from having read the title, it's leg day today. Legs are feeling good, legs are feeling fresh, even though they were totally wrecked just 3 days ago. Now, they're ready to get freaking beat down again. You know, it's as though they're a bit hard-headed, you know, just getting whooped week after week after week after week. But I'm not to the point where I'm really almost ready to start doing a really heavy quad focus day and more of a hamstring lighter quad day, because I'm just not going that heavy on quads yet. So today I'll still be a plain lift, hamstrings first, quads like normal, but I am going to begin to transition to having those sort of 2 individual days scheduled in the week, where the first quad day, or the first leg day, we could say, is going to have more sets of heavier quad work, right? Be it heavy Smith, be it heavy leg press, heavy squats, heavy whatever, right? Heavy like hip press, which not so much the squats. Honestly, the regular kind of loaded, just I guess my key theme there is like be open to new ideas, but don't be so open that you're just constantly being thrown back and forth in terms of like what you think is the right, you know, like try to have at least a little bit of a guard up, so that, you know, some of the things that you do in your workout, you could explain to someone else why you're doing it. You know, like I would say, all right, I'm going to start with heavy incline Smith because, you know, I'm going to warm up, get myself ready for it. I don't want to just like pull something right at the beginning of the lift, of course. But like once I'm warmed up and ready and exposed to the weight, then I'm going to start with some heavy work and really kind of bias the mechanical tension on my chest. And then, you know, after a set or 2 of that, when I've, you know, built up a reasonable amount of fatigue, I'm already kind of pumped, I just did a real heavy kind of, you know, tension focus set. Let's change it up, hit the chest in a different sort of way, do some lighter decline, slightly kind of flies, which is a totally different strength curve. And at the end of it, shit, man, I'm fatigued, I'm pumped, and historically, for me at least, those kinds of lifts have worked. So, from my understanding, if I keep doing it like that with reasonable variations and change it up over time, and increase my sort of weights accordingly with as my strength increases or as my endurance increases and things like that, then I should continue to expect some result. We're always so recovery oriented. It's always like, oh, you're not gonna be able to recover. Oh, you're not gonna. It's like, are you really maximizing your recovery? I'm not saying you specifically, I just mean somebody in general. It's like, yeah, if I tried to do an insane lift and then have a scrappy diet in terms of like not eating even enough calories to sustain that effort, bad sleep, overall just staying in a dehydrated state, and just whatever else, I mean, it's just, that's not conducive with growth. It just sucks. So whenever I hear overtraining, that's just a more excuse focused word to say under recovering. Right now, I'm not saying that you can't come to the gym, do an insane leg day, and then feel like you got hit by a bus the next day, especially as a beginner. Right? I'm not saying that at all. But your body is going to adapt to whatever sort of situation and kind of surroundings you put it in. So if you keep coming back to the gym, even when you're a little tender, even when you're still a little tired, like let's say your legs are destroyed, but your arms are still fresh. You come in to do arms, even with some kind of thrashed legs, I think you're still good. You will begin to adapt and get to the point where that soreness isn't so debilitating. But that's kind of uncomfortable, right? I mean, that's anybody that's into the ice baths. It's like, you just got to stay in it for like that, first minute, get over that first little shock, and then it gets a little easier. It's it's kind of a hard sell. Keep doing it while it's the most uncomfortable, and then it gets easier after. Right? That doesn't make any sense. That's like telling somebody, yeah, just, step on these hot coals. If you stand on it for a few minutes, it'll actually start to cool off. Right? In your mind, that doesn't make any sense. It's going to suddenly get easier. It just feels like it's going to keep getting harder and harder and harder, and if you get yourself into that rabbit hole of like, oh man, if it's this hard now, just imagine how hard it's going to be to keep this up. Oh, it's, like, don't forget, you're going to adapt, and you're going to get used to it, and you're going to be able to push it further every time you come back, right? I mean, don't forget, especially for the beginner, the first time you go to the gym ever, the percentage gain of gym experience that you now have compared to before, it's literally incalculable, because you're going from 0 to 1 day. You can't multiply 0 by anything to get 1. It just doesn't happen, so then it's like, holy shit, you have a whole new world of experience from having gone that first time. And then the second time, boom, you just doubled your training experience. The third time, well, now you just 150% of it. And then it gets, diminishes over time. But you will start making pretty big bounds. And then before you know it, you're going to be the guy bringing dudes into the gym, because you're like, oh, come on, man, I'll walk you through something. I mean, I've written out workouts, like kind of nothing too fancy, like not like full on like not full on programs, but just like basic, like 8 set lifts, like an 8 set back day, 8 set chest day, 8 set arm day, 8 set leg day, like things like that, with exercise styles, like, walk these guys kind of through and things. Like, there's not a lot to it, I mean, there's enough mumbo jumbo coaches out there to to kind of prove that there's not that much to it. And once you kind of throw yourself into that world, you'll start to get it. I mean, we're so I really don't like how detail oriented we are. It's like, oh, you got to do this style, this is the best, and all just gimmicky. Don't freak, right? People have been working out for, oh shit, I mean, we've been working out for how many freaking thousands of years? I mean, how far back was the original Olympics? Was that more than, when was that? That had to be, I don't know how many years. Like, not a history major, of course. But yeah, we've been working out for a long time. And in a bodybuilding context, same thing. So most of, and this is, it's kind of it's a little bit of a biased kind of statement to listen to the bigger guys, right? Because obviously pure size doesn't mean you know exactly what you're doing, right? I mean, somebody could just be a damn genetic freak, never worked out at all, and they're bigger than somebody who's been working out for 3 years, And of course, I'm not trying to deny the fact that there's guys like that, or dudes where, you know, they just do whatever, it just happens to work. But I do think there's a reasonable correlation of results with at least some form of knowledge.
Not to mention how long that would take. I mean, let's say I rest 1 minute and then the sets, well, actually, I'm resting more like 2.5 minutes, sometimes 3 if it's a really big set. So what am I supposed to do? Spend 5 hours in here? It doesn't make any sense. So obviously this is too far. And on the complete opposite extreme, 0 sets, nothing. You get nothing out of 0, obviously. So clearly 1 is better than 0. And you might think, okay, you're probably going to get better results if you drop that volume from 100 down to 25. The guy doing 25 will have a much better situation gains-wise than the guy doing 100 per day, if that's even possibly manageable in the long term. So, okay, we're narrowing it down. Now 1 to 25, can we all agree that's better than 0 to 100? Like, we're getting closer to that real volume range. Now, unless you're Mike Mentzer, you might say, shit, man, 1 set, you're good.
But that's what somebody who's got what I would describe as a good lifting mentality would see that as, right? It's a challenge for him to overcome because he wants the end results that come from working on it. Now, what I don't really understand, even the guys where they're not even complaining about something like that, like that's low, like that's like a misdemeanor on the scale, at least of my kind of personal scale, what I consider that would be. And then it's the guys that, I've seen a guy like this at the worst extreme. Every day that I saw him training, every lift, no matter what he was doing, oh, hey man, how's it going? What are you hitting? He's like, oh, it sucks. Yeah, I got legs. Fucking bullshit, man. It's like I got so many accessories. Oh, I don't want to be here. Like that was one of his quotes. Like if he was like a game character, that would be one of his catchphrases. I don't want to be here. I can't even wrap my head around it. Because it's obviously that's not the case. Because if he really didn't want to be there, like truly, he wouldn't be there. So obviously, this guy, actually wants to make progress, a little more powerlifterish than bodybuilding. But still, you're still in the same gym, same weights, still got to go hard. But having that, oh man, you're just highlighting some negative component which you perceive as kind of difficult, and just like magnifying it out of the water by talking to yourself like that. As far as I'm concerned, you don't want to be caught complaining to anyone else, and then add a second layer to that, you don't want to be caught complaining to yourself, because your self-talk is pretty strong. You got to really kind of experience it for yourself, right? If someone told you what happened in a movie versus you went and actually go watched it, sure, you might know some details, but you wouldn't really get the big picture, right? It's like if you got an assignment to do a book report versus, one guy read the book and the other guy read like the synopsis or the summary that he looked up online an hour before that report was due. Maybe they get the same points or the same like details, but who has the better understanding? And who actually had an easier time doing the task? And the guy's actually going to learn it for himself. So that's where I just say, don't freak. We've been all the gimmicks like what's killing your gains, what are you missing out on? Nothing new is really popping up lifting wise, right? Apart from really not much. At least nothing crazy good that I've seen recently. I hit my protein and I made gain for quite a while. No dogging on that. But it's the food, the recovery, and then the intensity of the training. And as long as those 3 are in check, this is the trifecta of gains. Do upper lower, do full day every 3 days, do push pull legs, do whatever. Try it. If it's working for you, keep doing it. If it's not working, try something else. So there's no, it's not like there's one right way to do it. That's like, we can all do very different stuff, and we should, because we're all different lifters. We've all come up different lifestyles and different experiences. We've got totally different insertions and limb lengths and like torso sizes and just even different strengths. Like some guy's chest could be a total bombshell genetic beast and he's walking around with like double D's, but maybe his back needs a bit more work, so he doesn't have to worry about his chest training. He's trying to maximize everything else to catch up. I mean, there's a lot of angles to look at that. But for somebody who's a little bit maybe, not as tough-minded, his bar of like, well, I'm feeling a little tired, it might be much, 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 much lower than like the experienced lifter. And then he might be thinking to himself, it's like, oh man, I just lifted 2 days. Maybe I should take an off week, right? And then it's the same mentality of, okay, I'm a little tired, I should take a rest day, but taken far too far, and then you never even give yourself the stimulus to recover. But what I'm getting into is obviously more consistent cardio, guaranteed better, more consistent calorie tracking, guaranteed better results. But no, what I really wanted to get back to was set by set intensity, because of course there's room for not fluff sets, but just kind of some pump work, not total failure, just getting the squeeze. You're aiming for more of a subjective burn, because anybody could say anything. Oh, well, it's this. Like, what is really stopping you? What's holding you down with the damn shackle and chain, keeping you from getting after it? It's nothing physical, right? It's purely right in here in your dang cranium. And that's the one thing in the world that you've got complete control over. So I guess my shtick is just don't let yourself get discouraged, or try your best not to. It's not like a flip a switch kind of thing. It's something you kind of work up to over time. But I mean, it's kind of basic thoughts, but I do think that there's a lot of value in having that kind of mentality where nobody can sway you off the course that you want to go down. But either way, I'm ready to eat something, pass out, and wake up early. I can't be doing these late lifts anymore. It's throwing off my schedule. I want to actually it doesn't seriously matter, but I want to be more of a go to bed at 10 kind of guy, wake up at around 6, or maybe even a little bit earlier. I feel like you've got more day when that's your routine. Because it's like if you stay up extra late and you wake up late, I mean, at least for a while, especially when the winter, the sun was going down so early, and you feel like you miss a whole day. Plus, you do need a little bit of that UV exposure. And of course, you can supplement that by taking your vitamin D with your nightly sort of pile of multivitamin, fish oil, and everything else. But that's for another talk. Where breaking out of the mold of where you might have been kind of brought up, like if nobody in your family works out, nobody really cares about their diet, they're not really taking, I don't want to say health, because I'm not necessarily promoting health in general, right? I would definitely say I'm promoting an active lifestyle and interest in understanding your calories for whatever your goals are with your body in terms of recompositing it and doing your cardio. Those are my big 3. Now, there's definitely health benefits that come with that, but that's really what I'm trying to push, you know what I'm saying? But we know, you know what I mean when I'm describing somebody like this, or kind of a household like this. And it's the powers that be aren't helping either, because it's very easy to get into a routine. I'm kind of just speculating here, but I don't think I'm too off base, where all just microwave foods, not really any kind of regular home cooked meals, not a ton of exercise, putting your kid in front of a TV, and then that's the gist of it. So if you're that kid and you came up like that for years, and then now you're watching, all these fitness characters getting after it, everybody's having a good time, and it's, I'm gonna start working out. You might have some trouble, and I feel for you. It's hard to break that mold, especially if maybe you start working out, because it's kind of just a human nature thing. If you start trying to kill it and take care of yourself like that, it's not uncommon for people around you to, at least in some small way, or depending on how not cool of a person it is, in a big way, to think, what are you better than us? What are you, well, you're not going to eat the same scrappy food as us. What's wrong with the food we made? But you got a problem, you know? So I'm not really talking from experience here. But I guess in a way I kind of am, right? My experience of that was when I was starting working out. Basically off the rip, I was like drinking mason jars full of egg whites and cans of sardines. Like my, so I'm getting all weird looks. There's old pictures of me like as a scrapper with a big, I'm talking a 32 ounce jar. Right? So it's certainly off norm, but if that's what you want to do, then you can't really take any offense. Like I feel like we're getting a little I don't want to say politically correct. That's not what I'm trying to say. But it used to be if somebody made fun of you for something that you liked to do, that won't even fucking affect you because you like to do it, right? If you actually kind of, I guess I sort of want to say like identify with what you're doing, then anybody who has anything to say about it, it doesn't even really enter your mind with any negative connotation, right? Because let's say somebody was a die-hard freaking artist. They love it. That's what they do. They're with a whole group of guys that are into it. It's like that little meme where it's a crowd of people like just murmuring, and then one more guy comes out, points at him, and says, "Hey, what you're doing sucks." One guy pops out of the crowd. He goes, "Yeah, okay," and then they go back to doing their own thing. It shouldn't really affect you like that. So that's my little shtick there. Right? If you like something and you want to get good at something, or you just want to do it because it looks fun, not a ton. Right? So if you've got something you're interested in and you want to get better at it, and just like, not even you want to get better at it, you just like to do it. Like actually doing it for its own sake, that's the fun part. If somebody kind of dogs on you for it, now of course I don't get dogged on for lifting anymore. Kind of because just, with how big it is, it just doesn't happen. But back when I was, 160, 170 pound scrapper, I was going to school and I'd wear, I'd have like a hoodie, and underneath I'd always have a tank because I was lifting in tank tops at the time. That was way back, but it was like my thing. Like and not everybody's always into it. Back when I was middle of high school, I think 2016 was like a spike in the fitness interest. Probably the 2014, 2016. There was a bit of a spike, and then I think there was a little bit of a lull, and then around that 20, what do you think? Because I think right now we're everybody is freaking working out, which is awesome. But in terms of like the overall interest, like if fitness had a matching stock that kind of floated around with how many people were interested in talking about it, I think there was a little bit of a dip, and then I would imagine that COVID kind of spiked it back up again because everybody had a lot more time on their hands, and it's like, shit, man, not doing anything else. I had a favorite class back in school, and the one that you liked was almost certainly the one that you did the best at. And the ones that you didn't really like or just didn't click with you, odds are, even just subconsciously, you probably pulled back a little bit on the gas because you didn't really love it, you weren't really getting into it. So that's where it's not even so much of just like a objective, what kind of training are you doing? Is that training effective? It's also, how much can you resonate with it? Because if I know I'm about to do a heavy set of dumbbell curls, and for me, that gets me excited. I'm like, oh, yeah, come on. And I've got some kind of music playing, and I'm really just about to get freaking amped. I can almost guarantee I'm gonna kill it. Whereas, maybe if someone told me to do some random funky whatever, I might not be able to get in the zone as much, But that's just sort of my take on the matter. I don't think it's because I'm trying to keep them stale. It's just there's not that much to do, I'm talking, right when I started, I was doing rope extensions, straight bar, skull crushers, machine dips, things of that nature. And it's like, has anything really changed? Not really. Part of my form has definitely changed. I think my triceps are starting to get a little bit of extra beef onto them because I've improved the way that I hit them. A lot more like full range of motion all the way to the top of the stretch position. especially on like D handles and even straight bar, but mainly with the rope. I mean, if you go back a year and a half, the way, maybe a little longer than a year and a half, but the way that my tricep extensions looked with a rope were incredibly different. And I think I was missing out, because in my mind, I'm always thinking, all right, heavier, harder, as quick as possible, in a sense, right? Because it's like if you're using the heavy weight, if you move it around faster, then you're accelerating it faster, you're exerting more force. You know, that was kind of part of my logic. But what that led me to do was just pretty much, like nasty bouncing, like rope extensions and straight bar pushdowns where I didn't even get to 90 degrees as like an arm angle. Like apart from just puberty and like reaching, you know, full adult height and size, your body doesn't want to grow. It wants to stay where it's at. So you've got to really put yourself in a situation to induce that growth. And the training is a big part of it. So if you're training scrappy because your recovery and your prep and your diet and your hydration is off too, not only gains wise is it going to suffer, but just kind of like your mental approach and your enjoyment of the gym as a whole isn't going to be as good. So that's where I put a lot of emphasis on. This is like my four tenets of training, right? It's sleep, hydration, calories, right? Making sure those three are in order. Because if I slept good and I'm hydrated and I've got a good amount of food in my system, dieting or bulking, the likelihood that I'm going to walk into the gym warm, well, not warm, but like comfortable, excited, in a good headspace, it's up there. It's not 100, you know, something in the day might have thrown me off, you never know, but it's above 90%. And that's what I want, because if all my prep is right, then you can kill it in the gym. It's not impossible, and honestly, it's not the most complicated either, but you know, it's just these little things being consistent on the regular, right? Meals, calories, sleep, drinking a freaking ton of water, cardio. I would, you know what my stance is there. I don't even have to get into it. And then that's really what's going to separate guys who have successful off season, successful kind of bulking, gaining phases versus guys who, you know, are sitting around, man, I'm eating 8,000 calories a day, but I'm not growing. Dude, you don't know. I'm eating 8,000 a day, but I just can't seem to grow, man. I got a fast metabolism. I don't have a rebuttal. You know, sometimes you got to listen to that and say, man, that's crazy. Maybe you got to eat 20,000. Shit, man, maybe you got to start eating 50,000 a day. Then you'll start growing. You know, that's up to you. Right? But if I'm being a bit more real, we know the drill. And anybody who's, if you know anybody like that, I don't think there's a good separation. If it's a heavier set, then, you know, heavy might only be 40 pounds, right? I mean, look at the last couple lifts I was doing in the, you know, in the prep, the last few weeks getting ready for the Vegas show and the Arnold. I mean, I don't know what I was curling. Definitely not the 65 or the 70s. I mean, I was going much lighter, but the set still felt heavier because, you know, even though I was temporarily in a weaker state, you know, not moving around as much weight, the weight still felt the same. You know, do you get what I'm kind of saying? It's like if I got under a 5-plate squat, and that's as much as I could do for 10, and some other younger guy, or not younger, but just like less experienced lifting wise, got under 2 plates, and he could only do that for 10, then we're both feeling the basic equivalent weight, right? And if we both take that set to failure, then we're each pushing it to the same level of intensity. And honestly, I think that's a really good way to look at it, because then it's, you know, it's not so much, oh man, that guy's lifting so much more weights than me, right? Because if you got, I mean, I see guys running around now where like their bulk is, it's taken to an irresponsible degree. I think I'm to blame a little bit. You know, I was talking all my stuff about all the, you know, crazy junk food and everything else. But you know, keep in mind that was with cardio, crazy workouts every day, you know, actually burning through some of those calories as well. But, you know, if you know somebody who's taken the bulk too far, yeah, not awesome. Because you're really setting yourself up for failure. Because if you get too soft, when you try to cut down later, it's going to be so just freaking, you know, troublesome to lose all that body fat that you're going to diet for way longer than you preferably like to. And in the process, strength loss, probably some size loss as well. Then you got to build all that back up. So I guess if I had to make a guess or an estimate, if you're around 15-ish% body fat type of guy, you've been lifting, you know, you're repping 185 minimum. You're up in the 220s for at least maybe a triple or so. And you look it up, like just look up like a body fat percentage chart and look up something like an 18%, 20%. I didn't just do that to show up and just scrap around. No, I want to freaking get after it, right? So in either case, you know, the quicker you can have a wake-up call and get a certain sense of urgency where you're like, all right, I need to make tomorrow different than today. The sooner you can do that, the better. That's my mind, right? So it's kind of always just a certain sense of leveling up, kind of internally, if you can imagine. You know, and for the non-initiated, that might sound like nonsense. You know, for anybody who doesn't work out, I mean, they don't get what we're talking about here. It's like, I mean, it's kind of crazy. Somebody might look at that and say, oh, you can bench 300 pounds. Okay. You only used to be able to do 200. Oh, wow. You can bench another 100 pounds. Look, they don't get it. And it's not your responsibility to, you know, explain it either. Right. I think we all understand that, you know, the process of working out just overall, it's definitely a pretty damn personal thing. You know, so don't be dissuaded by anybody's lack of approval or just, you know, thoughts or comments or anything else. Right. If that's still their basic main objective, then I think they're set up way better. Because the harder you go in the gym, the more stimulus you're going to come home with, stimulus and fatigue. So now your body's like, shit, man, I got to deal with this. Odds are, dude, what's your number one basic, you know, counter to bodily damage, right? Energy, food. So if you really, you know, get yourself going in the gym and then come back, you're giving yourself a chore to recover from. So odds are you're going to start eating more, and then you're going to start growing more. You're going to get stronger. You're going to come to the gym with an ability to lift heavier weights. And odds are that'll be a motivating factor in and of itself. That'll make you go even harder going forward. And then it's just a damn upward spiral, right? But it's such that you need to push yourself that little extra percent on the regular so that you can continue to make those kind of exponential gains, right? And I say exponential, obviously, it's actually diminishing, right? I mean, gains get harder to get the longer you train. But in that sense, you have to kind of adapt and go harder as time progresses, right? So I guess my question to you is, you know, look back at your training for the last 6 months, or look back at where you were a year ago, or 2 years ago, or for anybody who's lifting for a while, 5 years ago, right? Right. So in the beginning, I mean, those first 5 reps of the dumbbell bench and the 5 reps of that chest press, I mean, I'm not saying it was nothing, but those are well within my capability as a lifter. So why would I kind of just want to cut it when I know I'm still within an amount of reps that is in my freaking, you know, wheelhouse? You know, I want to take it further, push it beyond plus ultra to the point where, like, shit ain't moving, you know, to the point where my body isn't even listening to my mind. And I'm trying to get it to push harder, but it just won't. You know, that's what a lot of working sets should be like. And if they're not, dude, I mean, you know, like with any motivation, where your mind goes, the body will follow. It's the same thing with the gym. You know, we talk so much about diet and training and like your style and your frequency. Like, should I be doing full body? Would I be Dorian Yates size if I did full body every other day? You know, oh, maybe. Come on, let's get real here, right? But what I think differentiates guys who kill it versus guys who are kind of just engaging in it is the ones who go nuts, you know. And I'm not saying you have to be screaming every set. You know, I've seen guys where they wanted to stop a set, and then luckily they've got some boys next to them who are like yelling at them like, keep going, don't rack that shit. And then the guy does another 10 reps of pendulum squats. So it's like, you were about to rack it with 10 reps in reserve? Now as a beginner, that's not a bad thing, because you're still working up to it, right? I wouldn't expect, I mean, even when I look back at myself as a beginner, you know, I wasn't taking every set to like complete perfect failure. Frankly, I was doing a lot of like just kind of fluff junk volume, I think. Not total junk. I mean, even I was definitely pushing myself pretty hard, but I could have definitely optimized my earlier workouts for sure. But what are you gonna do? It's 3 years ago. But you know, over time, as years progress, like anything, you know, if you come to the gym, essentially the practice that you're engaging in is physically pushing yourself. That's the activity that we're all coming to the gym to do. So would it not make sense that the longer you do it, the better you should get at it? But it's, you know, it just loses me, right? I'm not necessarily going into this back day thinking, okay, I need to work my lats with a lengthened and, you know, slow. I don't even know what these guys say when they explain it. But I mean, they take a regular pull down, and rather than just like think, okay, lats, stretch, lift a good amount of weight, have a hard squeeze, go to failure. I mean, it's just so many different like angles and thought processes. I think you're just kind of losing the point, you know? Because at the end of the day, it's just as hard as you go with reasonable form and actual like muscular activation. And a lot of the ideas are just kind of regular bro science, but explained in a fancier way, you know. So it just kind of loses me, right? But at the end of the day, my shtick, if I had to put myself in I guess you could call it the lifter political party, is simply a mass advocate for intensity, right? Let's say if somebody's been experimenting, like, dude, I'm trying 2 sets a week, one body, you know, full body on Monday, full body on Thursday, 1 set of everything, that's it. I mean, let's be real, don't forget, 0 working out to even just doing those 2 crazy sets per week, that's a pretty damn big difference stimulation wise, you know. So I think we sometimes we get confused with, okay, what I'm doing is the right way because it works for me, rather than thinking, okay, there's a lot of ways to do it because a lot of people do different things and it all seems to kind of work out. So that's where the idea of pinpointing like specific kind of working out styles and sets and volumes, it has a place, because of course we all want to approach a badass training style that works and gives us results. But I mean, you're looking for the fountain of youth, man, right? Lift, eat, sleep, repeat. You know, there's a reason there's a million fucking shirts from every different brand of anything that has those 4 freaking points on it. It's because those are the big ones. Get quads started and begin this annihilation. I gotta build up my freaking back-loaded strength. 4 plates is not supposed to feel like 5, but that is A-O-freaking-K with me. Because frankly, 4 plates is not so close to, let's just say, limb eviscerating as like if I really pushed it. I don't know. I mean, I've done some sets of 6 plates in like a 25. I think that might have been overdoing it, regular just quad hypertrophy wise. But I'm not discouraged, right? I'm not looking at 4 plates on the Smith and thinking, fuck, I was doing 5 plates. What the hell's going on here, right? Because it feels heavy, right? Obviously, that's a pretty blatant statement. Nothing really fancy there. But it's the fact that it feels heavy, right? It doesn't matter if it was 2 plates. Well, if 2 plates felt like this, I'd be doing some reevaluating. But the fact that it's still as heavy as I can really feel comfortable going, then the actual number, whatever, right? That's where I think guys who are, you know, really into tracking everything set-wise, weight-wise, week by week, I mean, of course you got the right idea, progressive overload, but I feel as though you don't have to track it if you constantly push it, right? Like, let's say I come back next week for quads, 4 plates,
feels a little bit lighter. Do 4 and 25. Do 5. Do maybe 5 and a 25. You know, going forward. And it's more so just putting myself in a position of that, like, you know, red-lined intense set, where as long as you constantly do that, odds are you're going to get bigger and stronger, right? At least stronger, right? But usually they're pretty much correlated. You know, number 1 to set number theme, that shouldn't be too much longer than an hour. Just because, I mean, I think I'll do, I don't know. I mean, last leg day was like 9-ish sets, 8 real, you know, heavy pressing sets, and then 1, you know, just burning leg extensions at the end. But when it comes to rest periods, quads actually does have a good argument. Take a minute, right? I'm going to take way more time between a set of, you know, leg press for squats than I would between sets of, like, you know, single arm preacher curls or 1 arm tricep extensions. You know, like you go into a lot of oxygen depth when you're using the biggest freaking muscle in your frame to failure. It takes a second to get that energy back. But either way, ideally, well, I guess not ideally, but I can predict that by the end of it, this 5XL Goodwill shirt will be completely freaking drenched. A little detour never hurt anybody, but that's, you know, assuming that you get yourself back in line, you know, and keep dieting down, right? I mean, I had some wild cheat days in my last, you know, dieting prep, but the ratio of on my shit days to crazy balls to the wall, just like eat whatever's in sight, get it out of my system days, is like this. Only a couple of these and about 140, 150 of these. So make sure that that ratio is on, because dieting wise, it's a class where you've got to get a minimum grade requirement to pass, right? It's not like you can get a C- and you still get credit. You got to be on it just about 90% of the time. But like I was saying in the car on the way here, the sooner you can get that to be just like how you roll, the better. Because half of it is like convincing yourself not to complain about it. You know? If every time I took the food scale out, I said to myself in my mind, oh, I don't want to weigh this shit out, how likely do you think it is that I'm going to keep doing it? Eventually I'm just going to convince myself this is a chore, I don't want to do it, I won't do it. Boom, gains just got derailed. Whereas I'm getting some food, don't even think about it, just grab it, weigh it out, plug it into the macro tracker. That's the way to do it, I feel, right? You want to give yourself a routine that's smooth enough that you can actually do it consistently. But half of that is just getting yourself into that routine anyway. So it's kind of a fine line, because if you overdo it and you burn yourself out, then you're screwed. But if you take it too easy on yourself, then you're never going to make any progress in the first place. So there's that fine line in the middle, where if you can imagine yourself where you want to be in the future, or just look at anybody else who you want to kind of emulate their results and, you know, kind of picture what it's going to take to get there, and it's freaking awesome. So all that's to say is, you know, these little highlights when we get to go places and, you know, see everything and get to hang out, that's fun, right? It's fun just getting to chat with everybody. They've all been down at least a very similar path, fitness-wise, you know, social media-wise, just, but don't forget, man, after that's over, after everybody goes back home, goes back to where they're coming from, it's back to the grind. And the more you can think of it not as a grind, almost the better, right? That's what I'm trying to get at there, is like regular lifts, cardio, calories, everything else, you know, macro tracking, weighing shit on the scale, you know, getting into meal prepping, that should be your baseline. You know, that should be something where it's not a complete chore to do. It's just part of your day. You know? You wouldn't think putting your shoes on is the worst freaking chore in the world. It's just what you do. And if you can think about it like that, even if it actually is a chore, because I'm not saying it's completely easy to do all that, but if you can just almost identify as though that's just what you do, that's a normal day for you, that's how you roll, nothing's going to stop you, that's just what's going to happen. You know, you'd think it would kind of be the opposite, that the more you work out, the more that you get into something, the more you kind of lock in, the more it starts to kind of take over your life and your days. But it's almost as though you begin to run on a certain level of autopilot where
you don't have to really think about it. It's just what you do, man. And then that kind of becomes your sort of natural state of being. And when else are you going to perform the best, except for when you're absolutely in your element? I mean, it's to the point now where I feel like, oh, I mean, I can put myself back a couple years. We're on a trip down to, I think down to Florida to see my grandparents. And I'm like a few months into actually working out. I'm still working out in a tank, maybe 165, maybe, and I'm, actually, no, I might have been a little bigger. I might have hit 175 by now. But I was hitting shoulders somewhere. Shoulders and, not leg. It must have been just shoulders. But I'm at like this, it may as well have been like an LA Fitness, but it was its own kind of just regular fitness center. And I remember being kind of nervous walking in there. It's like I got something to prove. Sure, I'm still kind of a beginner, but it's like I don't really get after it. And it was funny. I remember my parents kind of look at me later, and they're like, "Shit, man, you're getting big. You're starting to fit in with all these guys." So yeah, time's gonna pass anyway. So if you can get yourself on just there's a phrase, there's like a quote to describe it, but you can get yourself on this path of getting that little 1%, little jumps better on the daily, on the regular, and that's just what you do. Before you know it, you're going to be freaking miles ahead of where you ever could have thought you could have got to. And it happened before you know it. And if you don't lock in, same shit. But then you'll realize that the opportunities pass you by, and it's not like it's too late. It's never too late. But let's be real, we've only got a finite amount of time to get after it, especially in your prime, right? So all I can say there is the sooner the better. But I think nothing else left to say. Let's just go bust out some P-Fit arms.
No need for anything crazy, especially since I'm feeling kind of fatigued anyway. So what better start than light squeezing rope extensions? And even when I'm feeling strong, I kind of like starting with these anyway because they're a good warm-up. If I go to launch a full stack with 2 plates slapped on the side of straight bar pushdowns, what are the odds I'm going to wrench my elbows? Versus warming up with light squeezing stuff, burning out, pretty exhausting. Then I won't even need so much weight later because the weight will feel heavier, right? So obviously I'm not going to squat with a loose lower back, right? I'm not going to bench if I think that my shoulder is kind of tweaked, because as much weight as I feel in my chest, I'd say probably a similar amount of weight is just being directed into my, rotator cuff and shoulder, just because, that's the supporting structure underneath. We've got that endoskeleton build, right? Where all our freaking, bones on the inside, and they get a lot of tension, a lot of internal forces. And what sucks is they're not quick to recover. I've had a lot of, actually, I think I've pretty much only had intramuscular tears. Like anytime I've pulled my hamstring or my chest, or sometimes my back a little bit, like it's pretty rare. But I mean, over the course of, if I condense the whole time I've been working out, there's more than 10 incidents where I've definitely said, ooh, and luckily enough, they're all intramuscular. And something intramuscular is not so damaging, like, remember when Eddie Hall hurt his bicep doing something? That was just like muscle to muscle kind of being pulled apart. And that'll kind of bind itself up pretty quick. As long as you don't hurt yourself again, that's just going to grab itself on, be careful and get yourself into it slowly, but you'll be good, but tendon, cartilage, bone on bone, your knees, your freaking, your meniscus, all sorts of stuff like that, not so quick, right? So it's not so often that somebody wrecks their rotator cuff doing back, or wrecks their knees doing, well, I guess you can hurt your knees doing any leg movement. But all I'm getting at is, if I'm going to load more than whatever muscle I'm targeting, I want everything to be nice, warm, and just prepped, so that I can feel confident in the sets. I'm never going to have a good workout if every set I'm just thinking, okay, don't do too much, all right? And the reason I don't have to think that is because in my warm-up phase, before I even do any real heavy sets, that's just, my checklist. Do I feel good? Are my shoulders good? Are my hips good? Are my knees good? Are my hamstrings good? Do my quads feel strong? Do they think they're
terrible? But a classic situation, you're not alone. You are not freaking alone. I mean, everybody loves having some bicep veins when you're doing curls, or, you know, seeing a pretty decent six-pack, right? But that's where I might ask you, all right, are you making progress, you know? Because there's no need to soften yourself up and really leverage your food intake and start bulking if you're still making reasonable, slow, main-gaining progress. But if you've been plateaued, like if you haven't broke past 180 for the last year or so, and you've kind of been main-gaining, then that's where I'd say, you know, just start slow. Up your daily intake, 500 calories or so, assuming that you are tracking your calories. That's going to make it much easier to make sure you actually do increase your average intake, you know, week by week. But yeah, you don't have to immediately start packing on size and body fat. You know, you can start slow, just increase it. I'd say a 500 calorie jump per day would be solid. And then just watch the scale, you know. If now you're suddenly getting a little bigger, but you're not getting too soft too quickly at least, then you shouldn't even have a problem. You know, like don't take things as so black and white as like, okay, I either have to stay lean or I have to get freaking fat and huge by doing an insane bulk. Right? Because if it's been like 3 weeks and you're still 223, okay, what that tells me is this gap, right, which is calories consumed versus calories burned, isn't big enough, right? So you're just right here. You're eating as much food as you're burning, so your weight isn't changing. So you can change two things. Increase your cardio, which is going to increase the amount of calories that your body requires per day, or, and maybe decrease your calories, right? Because you want this gap to be sufficient enough where you see at least, I mean, I'd want to see a pound per week lost. That's usually pretty much a solid kind of goal in my mind. But I mean, you know, maybe you can only handle half a pound, or you're crazy and you can jump down to 2 pounds a week, right? I think a pound's probably the sweet spot. But if you're not seeing gradual averages, at least on a, you know, longer scale of like at least a week, 2 weeks or so, then that means that this gap isn't big enough to facilitate fat loss. So there is a trusting the process of it, because on a day-by-day basis, your weight's gonna look like this, you know? So it's like, oh crap, I just gained 2 pounds. Oh sweet, I just lost 4 pounds. You know? So you do have to trust the process and at least sticking to whatever calorie limit you're at for a week, 2 weeks to start to see a trend line. But if your trend line is horizontal and you're not really losing any more weight, you gotta drop the calories a touch. But you should notice that trend line at about a 2 week mark. So if you get 2 weeks and you're still the same morning weight on average, drop 300 calories, I would say, minimum. But you know, you gotta look up your calories and your maintenance and everything else and judge it from there. But there's a limit, you know, there's definitely a limit in terms of like my starting position to my end goal that I've kind of got visualized in my mind, which I'm not, it's like, you know, you can look up to certain guys and say like, oh, I want to look like this dude, or I want to be as big as this guy. But it's like, don't forget, you can't just suddenly copy the way that somebody's body looks. Like, you can get as big as somebody else, but you're going to have your own sort of distinctive build and shape and insertions and everything else. So it's like, I can imagine myself with 10 more pounds of lean tissue, or like 15 more pounds of muscle, but I'm not really exactly sure what I'll look like when I get there, you know? But eventually there will definitely be a limit. I mean, I've been saying this forever. It's like, I'm going to continue to bulk up, and eventually I'm going to reach a size where I'm like, all right, this is nice. And you're kind of forced to do that anyway, because even with how I'm going about it, there is still diminishing returns with just how physically big you can get. And at a point, it's not even like what you're really aiming for, you know? Like if you look at year to year to year, stage photos, but even just like progress pictures from like higher level bodybuilders, there isn't like, okay, this year I'm this big, this year I'm this big. Whoa, he just made an incredibly, just totally massive jump out of nowhere in just 1 year. Like it does start to slow down. So that's where it's like, as much as I can imagine what I'm going to look like later on, you kind of evolve with like your muscular maturity. You get a little bit of a harder, kind of grainier sort of look. It's just like the nature of getting some, I guess muscle maturity, right? There's a limit, but I'm not there yet. So I think that's kind of my thought process there. Chase, what's the cat's name? Right? So when I put, if you're a legitimate, like, dude, I'm awake at 5 a.m. and I'm not home until 9. Like that's legitimately what your day schedule is. Well, then the excuse of like, dude, I just don't have time to do blah, blah, blah. Well, that's legit. But not everyone is like that. Maybe less than like 10%, 5% of people are like that. It just doesn't happen that much. So the way I look at it is it's more of it's just a back and forth of desire, right? So I like to think that basically in everyone's mind, they've got this little teetering table, and whatever they do, their action is this little marble, and obviously their actions are going to follow wherever they're leaning, so you got like two opposite sides of the spectrum. Okay, I want to do my cardio and get in good shape and kind of just lock in, and then also just cardio in general, it's good for your just overall health. Like that's not exactly the point of why I'm doing the cardio, but it still is. It still plays a role, of course. So there's this kind of like, I want to lock in, and it's countered by, I want to chill. I just don't want. I don't want to go. I don't want to be sweaty. I don't want to blah, blah. And I'd say more often than not, that's where people lean. And it's as simple as that, So as many times as people are going to come up with an excuse, they're going to say this, that, and the other, or virtue wasn't convenient at the time, if you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's just a masquerading of the fact that really they just don't want to do it. And what's really bad, not even if you're trying to like lie to somebody else, like, I didn't want to do my cardio, is an internal monologue of a lie, convincing yourself that actually it's better that I don't lock in and do the things that I want to do, or not even that you want to do, but the things that you should do. Like to have this internal just debate of like, actually you shouldn't do any of that and you should just stay home and chill and play League of Legends and whatever. I just say League of Legends because it's like comically funny how many hours people have played that game for, but it could be anything. Like that sucks. I never want to, I do not want to be wired in such a way that I'm always self-sabotaging my own goals in exchange for just instant gratification and instant like convenience and chillness. I had this friend group in high school where we kind of had a saying for when we talked about someone who had absolutely nothing cool going on, like they weren't working on anything, they weren't like hustling for something, like they just nothing. And we said they were chilling. Yeah, they're chilling. No, they're just chilling out, bro. It's like it's you can chill. Everybody needs some chill time, of course, but it's got to be countered with at least a semi-comparable amount of locked-inness into whatever that thing may be. I don't have 14-hour days of hardcore bodybuilding. I've got my cardio, I've got my regular training, I've got my diet, and then that can kind of be balanced out by a little bit of like the editing and stuff, but it's kind of balanced out, right? When someone's whole day is just purely just nothing, at what point are you living, and at what point are you just alive? You know what I'm saying? Now, of course, it's not that deep. If I have a day where, like if I have a rest day and there's not much going on or something, I don't really have rest days very much, but if I did, well, it's not like I'm suddenly worthless or anything. I'm not saying it's like a day by day, you have to be perfect or else anything. But when you look at the averages over years, over months, shit, man, you only have so many of those. So if I know that's the case, and I know I can only be doing all my stuff for so long, I want to freaking, make hay while the sun's shining. or whatever version of that phrase is accurate. So just that makes me excited. I know every day I'm clocking an hour and a half of cardio towards my goals. Every day I'm clocking my macros and getting a badass pump, which I just want to do anyway, but then it also is something I want to like be able to say I did. So it's kind of a twofold motivation there. Like I want to be able to add up all these hours and look at the statistics of the previous year, which now that it's January, we'd say this year. And I want to look it all up and be able to calculate and see like legitimate, man, I was here in the beginning and now at the end of 2026, I'm here. Frick yeah. Try not to bust an F-bomb out on it. So that's what I want. I want to be a different guy at the end of this year than this year. I don't need different beliefs. I'm not saying I have to think different things or anything, but just have, to have gone through the process of this entire year of everything that I'm working on. I want to be different in some way. I want to be ahead of the game. I want to be leaner. I want to be bigger. I want to have met more people and kind of heard more experiences and thoughts and just be different. The last thing I want to do is be stagnant. I don't want to plateau. I don't want to plateau in the gym, and I definitely don't want to freaking plateau in life. So just something to think about. And it doesn't have to be a groundbreaking, thought-provoking revelation. Just today, hour and a half of cardio, how many people did that? I mean, I guess I haven't done it yet. I only just did 45 minutes. I'm assuming I'm going to do my other 45 tonight, which is a pretty good assumption, at least looking at the stats from before. But how many people are doing that? I'm not saying everybody cares to do it, but for me at least, I know not a lot of people do, and it makes me a little more excited. It's like the video, I'm 60% sure it's Mike Tyson, and he's talking about how he likes running in the morning when everybody else is sleeping. Everybody else is fucking asleep, all cozy in their bed, and he's getting after it. And that's a good feeling for me. I'm not doing like a crazy 5 a.m. wake up schedule right now. I'm kind of a little more standard, like wake up at 7-ish. So I don't get that like extra early morning feeling. But the same thing, I know I'm pedaling, and it's kind of like a spin around in my mind of like, okay, I'm kind of uncomfortable pedaling right now. Or like if I had a preference, I'd probably prefer not to be walking on the treadmill. I'm breathing heavy. It's kind of hard. Like, I'm not saying it's super easy or anything, but knowing that it's a little uncomfortable within, my ability to handle, and that a lot of other people would just give up or not even try, it's just like this chip on your shoulder, like you're in the in crowd, And I'm not even talking about like a crazy ass like a crazy lift. I'm talking about just the feeling I'm getting from doing the cardio and knowing that nobody else is doing it. So it kind of just expands from there into the lifts, into the calorie tracking, into everything. Like, not that we should all be in competition with each other. That's not exactly the point. Like, that's not how I think about it. But it at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is it does make me feel good knowing when I'm in the gym hitting my cardio, not a lot of other people are willing to do that. And it just kind of makes me feel good. So I guess I'm going to end today off with try to be in the in crowd, right? Clock a couple of hours, see how you feel. Clock a couple of hours of cardio and see what happens. At worst case scenario, you say, screw it, I'm not doing this anymore. But at least you probably did a few, right? So that's how I feel about the matter. My plan now is go get some food in my system. It's actually, I got to turn the heat down. The sun is shining, so it's getting a little bit warmer, which is kind of nice. Last night it was a little bit of a freaking, maybe not winter wonderland, but it was pretty snowy. So when I drove into town to do cardio at the Planet Fitness, I was kind of slipping around every time I took a corner because the ice trucks hadn't drove out and like poured out all the salt, which was kind of fun for me. But yeah, I'm gonna get home, get some food in my system, get ready for another cardio session tonight. That's all I got, man. So shit, I will see you tomorrow. This year, though it's just beginning, it's gonna feel like it's over like that. Before we know it, and I say this every year, I've been doing these videos now, this is the third year coming of like the full-on YouTube lifts. It's gonna happen like that. I've said it 3 times, I'm gonna say it again. It's gonna be December, and then we're gonna see the same thing like we just saw at the end of this year. My phone was getting just flooded with a bunch of 2026,
you won't even recognize me style, like TikTok edits. And you know what? More power to you if these guys actually make it happen, right? So just try to be that 1%. That's for freaking sure. But I'm gonna go eat something, and then I'll see you tomorrow for a badass freaking chest day. I'm assuming it will be, but same thing with the fact that I'm gonna do my cardio tonight. It's a pretty safe assumption. So I'll just have to see it then to confirm it. I want to feel totally rested, recovered, strong, fed, hydrated, ready to go. I want to feel like that all the time. But if I don't, that's okay too. I can handle it. I want to get over it and just still kind of thug it out, no matter if I don't really even feel like doing it. Because I know future me will be glad that I did, right? I'm working towards two selves. My current self right now likes to chill, likes to like just sit and relax in a current state. That's kind of what everybody wants to do, I think, in a way. But future me wants to look back at a guy who actually killed it and made a bunch of shit happen, you know? So if that's the case, well, I'm gonna be future me later. It's like putting your grocery cart back every time you get groceries, or holding the door open for someone. Treat your future self how you'd want to be treated, you know? So sometimes that's kind of a weird way to think about it, but I really do think it's a good way too, because I'm like, future me would like if I did my cardio and locked in on this prep and did this show. Current me wants to do it, but I know future me will also be glad that I did. And if you kind of go about your days like that, I think it gives you a little bit of a better perspective, you know? If every time I came into the gym to train, I just said, I don't like what I'm doing, I don't want to do it like this, I don't have any fun doing this, what are the odds I'm going to come back? What are the odds I'm going to want to come back and at least be excited about it? You know, a lot of guys, they definitely keep themselves on a good routine, but if you're not excited about it, if you're not like passionate about your training, well, then you're just going to half-ass it. And when it comes to like really overtime making gains, you got to use your full ass, man. Half-ass is not going to work, right? Half-ass is you come to the gym, you got your freaking, you know, you get your whole fit on, you got your shaker cup, you look the part, you got your straps, you got a belt, you're walking around with your duffel bag has some pre-workout in it. You look like a weightlifter, bro. Like, you're looking the part 100%. But if you're not bringing it, well then shit, man, it's like just looks or whatever, right? It's not going to work. So just keep that in mind, right? If you see somebody slacking next to you and then you kill a set really hard, you mean it, that should be kind of a little bit of a like very validating feeling, because you're like, oh yeah, shit, man, I know I'm killing it harder than that. I'm not doing so much cardio that I'm somehow wasting away into nothing. And that gets overhyped anyway. Guys will say, and they really mean this when they say this, they go, oh dude, bro, well, the cardio is going to eat into your muscle, man. I'm going to go catabolic. Really? You're going to go catabolic from 30 minutes on the bike at difficulty 10. You're going catabolic? That's your story? You're going to stick with that story? I don't know. I'm not so sure I agree with that, you know. But what are you going to do? You can lead the lifter to the cardio bike. You can't make him pedal. Though but in terms of that actual lift, I'm feeling, actually in terms of feeling, I didn't really feel that good. Like, I didn't feel super strong and like super fresh. I mean, I felt like well rested from the night before, but you know, I didn't feel like crazy heavy or just super strong or anything. But pumped was a feeling that I did feel, even though that last set, I mean, 100 pounds or 110 pounds on the cable felt really heavy for me. The freaking pump translated. So sometimes you don't even need to have that insane, awesome, like top of the world feeling during the workout. It's all just going to kind of add up and then come together towards the pose down, because the sets that you're doing are still adding up towards your overall kind of just workload and, you know, end resulting pump. So I guess the theme of that story is don't give up just because sets 1, 2, and 3 didn't really seem like they're going your way. Keep going. You never know when you get that, when you might get hit with that second wind in the gym, right? But yeah, that's oof. I mean, the videos where Jay Cutler talks about how sometimes deeper into a prep as well, he'd come into the gym, do a couple of sets and say, you know what, this just isn't working. This just isn't That's still a legitimate take, of course, but I think I lean a little harder towards, you know what, I don't care if it doesn't feel right. I'm still going to keep getting after it. And then kind of manhandle it, force the workout to work out. I'm not talking about if you think you're going to get injured, that's a different situation. I'm talking about just like that general feeling of like just on or off. Because if I come in, I feel off, I would like to think that I could go harder and make it so that I turn it on. It's just from like brute force and willpower. And then by the time you finish your freaking workout, well, you did it. Right? You're the guy who did it, rather than the guy who said, I'm going home, I'm freaking out of here, you know? So the stakes aren't that high. There's no flow to it. If you're a Ronnie Coleman and you're walking on stage a literal monolith of muscle, well then yeah, you probably don't have to get too crazy with your posing. Just being there is the crazy part. But you know, nobody's coming out in classic with that same kind of freak factor, I don't think, compared to the open guys at least. So I think it's a little more important to just come up with something, you know. So don't stress it too much if that's you, if you're thinking about it, but do put a little effort into it, right? And what I ended up doing, and I'm sure I'll do it this time, is of course I'm going to practice it and make sure I can hold my stuff and make sure I like really pull my lats out, so when I suck down my shoulders so I'm as wide as I can be. But what I really want to do is just be able to visualize the routine to the music, because then I can download the little file, just hit play a bunch of times in a row, like 1 minute, and in my mind think, okay, I'm going to start with one of these and turn into this and do all sorts of stuff. And once you can visualize it and you've got it in your mind, to dudes where they show up at an Olympia panel and they're talking about the competition, how they feel about it, and I like when they've got a little more, not even like respect, but just like a little more of an understanding of like, yeah man, you know, I know everybody here is gonna bring it, I'm gonna bring it too, we're gonna see what happens, you know, because that's all you can do. This isn't a freaking this isn't an MMA match, right? There's no last minute clutch. Just because you hit a side chest and maybe you posed much better than you did the night before, or the prejudging before, it's just not going to change it, you know. So it's that's where I'm getting like extra excited, or not maybe not excited is the word I'm thinking of, but I'm trying to put more, not even pressure, because I feel very confident that I'm going to get in really good shape for me, but relatively I'd say I'm feeling the pressure now because I'm in the process of doing it. Like the week of the show, or at least even the week of those first 2 shows that I did, the Legends, kind of never understood about these guys when they're talking about you know, bodybuilding shows and competitions, and they're trying to hype it up. They're hyping up the effort, they're hyping up the competitiveness of it. They're hyping up like, yeah man, I'm gonna come in there, I'm gonna blow your freaking socks off, you know, or whatever they're saying. And sometimes it comes off a little disconnected from reality to me. Like even just as a bodybuilding viewer, if I'm listening to guys I'm talking Olympia caliber guys where they're talking about how they're gonna do and like what they're gonna bring, and you know, a lot of them end up coming in with like like a LeBron James, like, man, I'm the best. I'm coming in the best. I don't care about any of these guys. I'm taking this shit home. Good. Like things like that. And I hear that and I'm like, well, shouldn't you talk about that mentality like 5 months ago? Like that should be how you felt like a year ago, doing starting an off season before a diet. Like it's 1 month out from the show, you're done. You've already done everything. Like for the most part, bodybuilding shows have the results of the Arnold, the classic division at least. You know, obviously there's still 2 months left. Just, I mean, a month and like a little more than like nervous about it. Like I'm feeling pretty freaking confident. But when it comes to, you know, this last couple of days before showtime, nothing's going to change. You know, by then I have dieted. I'm done. There's no changing anything. I'm not going to look any cooler, any better, any worse. Really, like I'm not going to mess up right at the end. But if you've got a goal like that where you're actually going to do a prep and do a show,
there is no last minute cram. There is no last minute like, shit, man, I'm gonna make this happen. And not even to the level of like a bodybuilding show, but even just general fat loss. Like, let's say, dude, you know what, this year I'm gonna make it happen. I'm gonna get peeled. I'm gonna XYZ, and then I'm gonna get back into these pants that I've had in the closet that don't fit anymore, and it's gonna be freaking sweet, which it certainly would be, right? But you know what's gonna happen is, oh, it's January. What day is today? Nope, January. Come on. Does it not show me the? What's the point of it? Yeah, there we go. January 18th, right? 1 month is already more than halfway over out of the year. I mean, what? New Year's, I haven't even seen a New Year's resolution post for the last couple of days on any social media channel. So we're kind of, it's over, it's done, you know. The week of New Year's New Me hype, over. It's over with. There's small pockets, like, you know, it's like that group of people that moved underground during the Matrix, and like they're fighting their resistance. Like, there's guys where they actually are still getting after it, and they're not going to slow down this year, and they're going to keep up that momentum and make their shit happen. Badass. But for the most part, everybody else, you know, kind of what we'd call those who are easily influenced by just the wave of a little bit of motivation and then get back into their regular routine, they've had enough. You know, they're like, they just don't get it, right? So that's where, how I look at it in terms of cardio and calories and training in general, and like getting into pretty decent shape. And obviously I haven't made like a huge fat loss transformation, but I've seen and gotten to talk to people who have for long enough, like especially exposed to these, I get to see these transformation photos, and like, I was here 3 years ago, now I'm here. Like, I get to see just these crazy stories, and no one who does it, no one who gets after it, they never really lose that ability. You know, they don't rebound back to their old habits, or at least not in the same way. Because if you've ever really gotten into calorie tracking and dieting and training, let's say you do fall off the wagon, or whatever the phrase is, you still know how to do it. You still know that you can get after it. You know that you can get back to what you're aiming for. But, you know, then it's a different situation of like, maybe a lot of the time becomes a big constraint, which is very reasonable. You know, it's still an excuse, of course, but it is like, life is kind of freaking hard. So that's not the most unreasonable excuse there is, of course. But once you see it, and once you've done it, and once you've achieved a certain like amount of just results or changes, and especially once, you know, people outside of just your own mind start to comment on it, they talk to you and they say, dude, are you really just like, have you been working out? Like I said this a couple days ago, like, have you been working out, man? Have you been, man, I should start working. Or they hit you, obviously you've been working out, and they hit you with, yeah, I should kind of start going to the gym again a little bit more. Like, it's not even a question that you've been working out, for sure. Like, it's a very strong feeling. And once you get that, like, once you kind of catch the bug like that, you just don't stop. You know, like, you've seen the Matrix, you've seen the freaking code, you felt the force, and now you see it all around you. You know, so what I end up seeing a little bit is just characters that aren't doing it, you know. And I'm not trying to say this in a judgmental sort of whatever, like, you know, you're you, I'm me, I'm not your dad, do whatever the hell you want. But you just kind of start to recognize patterns like that. So there's definitely an in crowd of those who are locked in, and it turns into, which I definitely do not want to be a part of. Like, I don't want to give off the idea that I'm saying, yeah, I'm in the in crowd of locking in and like being all into fitness and everything, bro. If you're not, sucks for you. Like that's not what I'm trying to say, because I think for the most part, anybody who's at least kind of just cool or nice and also into the gym, they want more people in the gym. They want people coming in and killing it. They want people making their own results, because they know what it's like. You know, it's I guess this isn't a really good example, but it's like in Pluribus. Once you start working out, it's like you catch the virus, and you're like, you want everybody else to do it too. That's kind of a, but you know, not to the same level of like a freaking hive mind. But just, you know, something to keep in mind. So if you know you're on track, you know you're going to keep going, shit, man, just make it happen. Just make it happen. And then after, you know, after a while, you'll, as long as you're in the same city and you go to the same gyms, you'll start to see the same people. You start to realize that there is, you know, there's kind of a crowd of regulars. Maybe you start talking to them a little more. It just gets more fun. You know, the more you do it, the better you get at it. I think the more fun you have with it, and then the more you're going to want to do it in the first place. Or I guess it'd be in the second place. And then you just keep spiraling forward like that. You know, so that's my take on the matter. But for January 18th, 47 days away from the Arnold Columbus, and then a few more weeks away from the Arnold UK, which isn't really adding much difficulty. Like, all I'm going to do is stay lean for a few weeks and then do that show over there, as long as I feel good. Like, if I get hit with some kind of crazy sickness or something, well, then I'd have to pull out of that one. I mean, if I got hit with a crazy sickness like 2 weeks before the Arnold, I guess I'd have to pull out of that one too. That is certainly not the plan, but you know, sometimes it's a little hard to predict what might happen in between shows like that. But yeah, that's the plan. And to do 2-in-1 diet is perfect. I'm already lean. I'm already ready. So it's I think it's going to be pretty fun. That'll be the first. All right, I can say this much with certainty. Whoa. Remote start coming out of Planet Fitness after an hour in the treadmill. It's cold as a mofo. It's like 30-something degrees, 20-something degrees out. To get into the car and it's already warm. Oh my gosh. I think if I knew what I was missing out on, I may have upgraded for the Camry a little bit earlier. But either way, just a little creature comfort. Plan for today is to get uncomfortable. What I want is an uncomfortable level of effort on these sets of arms. And I don't know, for me, arm days have been getting a little, I don't know, because I'm balancing a few different ideas which are playing into each other into how this arm day is going to go. So one is I want to finish the arm day with a really freaky pump. I want to be completely pumped at the end of it. So that means that I want to do, or I've got at least a part of me that wants to do a superset workout. All tricep, bicep, push down, curl, bicep bias pull down, rope extension, back and forth like that. So that by the end, and I say, okay, I just did 7, maybe 8 of those combination sets. Oh shit, I'm done. I cooked my arms well enough. I'm ready to post down. Let's go see how they look. But the other side of me kind of thinks that by splitting my attention, by doing a set of curls and a set of push downs back to back, every set without much rest in between, you know, kind of doing like tricep set, bicep set, rest. Tricep set, bicep set, rest. Like by doing it like that, I feel like I'm splitting my attention and I'm not giving each one like the amount of focus that it really deserves, you know? So those are kind of my conflicting ideas. And I think just saying that out loud is making me realize what I actually want to do. And that's going to be, let's do all buys first and then all tries. Let's buy it before we try it and really go for it. Typically, off season, I'm thinking triceps first, biceps second. Part of my logic is it just feels better. And then the other part is like, okay, I want my triceps are lagging relatively to my biceps, so I want to hit them first, really get after it with my full energy and attention, and then finish with biceps afterward. But yeah, if I had to pick one in terms of making my arms look more impressive, pumped, it's going to be triceps. A big tricep pump is typically going to increase your arm circumference a little bit more than a big bicep pump, right? I mean, it's literally in the name. Bi, 2, try, 3, right? 3 is bigger than 2. And if you've ever really like felt your long head of your tricep or kind of, and this is something you should just kind of do anyway. I was talking to a guy a couple days ago at a Planet. I just finished cardio and he was asking, and this is, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but sometimes I'll talk to guys and they just kind of want to ask like some kind of question, like maybe they've seen a couple Sam clips
But other times I get a question and I'm like, okay, this guy really wants a real answer. Like that was a very good. The fact that you even asked that question means that I know you're interested and like you're actually really engaged. So the way that he said this was just really cool. He's talking about like chest activation and like, okay, what should I really be doing to feel it? Like I keep getting shoulders, I keep getting triceps. Like I want to feel my chest in presses. That was kind of the basic of the question. And it's the more you do it, the better you get at it, of course. But just have now I can kind of sit here, like there's all sorts of videos that guys are like, they're like doing weird like wave flexes because they think it's cool. But you should have a good grasp of like where you've got muscle, where it ties in, what it's doing, what it feels like to flex it specifically. Like even now I can like just kind of flex my lats a little bit, like my hamstring or quad or whatever, which is like obviously basic. Of course you can move your own body, but if you get a feel for like what's going on where, you can kind of put your mind into the muscle itself as you're doing the sets, or at least like imagine it, right? Like as I'm doing a cable press, I'm not exactly thinking, okay, hands together, hands, like I'm not really putting my mind into my hands. I'm trying to feel my chest pull my arms together, if you sort of catch me. So with triceps, same thing. I'm not trying to push with the bottom of my hands on the rope. I'm trying to pull my arm around itself from my tricep, you know? So even though the end result is the same, doing the rep, I think the closer you can get to the kind of like a direct connection with what you're really trying to hit is going to help. But what I was kind of saying was, you got your long head, you got your medial head. There's kind of like some tricep that's sort of hidden underneath the other two parts. Then you get the horseshoe, kind of the like, you know, we all know the shape of the tricep, right? But there's a lot of meat back there, an amount that often I think gets overlooked because biceps are so classic. You know, if you tell somebody to list a muscle, anybody in the world, they're probably going to say biceps first. Maybe chest, maybe shoulders, but biceps is going to be the front runner. So biceps get a lot of love, you know, not undeservingly, right? But I think triceps, they need some as well, you know. And if you actually want to kind of fill out shirts, and I'm going to end up saying this today in the pose down, because by the time I finish biceps and the tricep section of this lift, well, at the end of it, my biceps aren't going to be so pumped, but my triceps will be. And if you ever hit a lat spread with a tricep pump, and right about now, 48 days out from competition, I'd say that last week, from let's just say March 1st to March 6th, which is show day, nothing's going to change. There is no getting leaner. There is no getting bigger. By the time it's March, it's over. Hopefully in a very good way. But yeah, by the time March comes around, there will be no more improvements. There will only be kind of just like specific adjustments for the peak week, you know. So I'm going to take that week-ish, really up my water intake so that the day before the show, I can kind of siphon out some extra water. Because if I drink 3 gallons a day for a week straight, I think the gist is it gets your whatever system deals with flowing fluids out of your body into a groove of like, all right, man, we're on 3 gallons a day. That's what we're used to. So then, you know, the last day, or, you know, however long out before, I'll know, you know, I'll know when to time it by then. By stopping the water intake, I'm still in this mode of like, okay, flush water, but I'm not drinking it now, you know, for a period of time. So I'm gonna really pull out a lot of water, hopefully a lot of fluids that are in this subcutaneous layer. So that's above the muscle, but below the skin. So by doing that, that's essentially kind of like a wringing out of the sponge of, you know, my build. And then, you know, I'm gonna kind of eat into the show too. I'm not gonna have to like really fast and sweat out to make weight like last time. When I bring that water back in, combined with some carbs, combined with some electrolytes, most of it, or if I do it well, is all going to get siphoned intramuscular. So I'm going to be big and freaking carved up and like muscularly hydrated. So all my muscle cells are going to be a bit more swollen and large, but the subcutaneous fat under skin above muscle layer will still be kind of dry, because it's not like when you're really dehydrated, your body isn't saying, oh my God, we need fluids in our subcutaneous fat layer. No, your body's saying we need fluids in our muscle cells and like the cells that function our freaking body. That I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Judge, so during the rest of this diet, especially as I get lighter, as I get relatively weaker, judge not based on the lift, judge by the pump. Because don't forget, at the end of the day, dieting especially, the whole point really is visual. You know, it's not, I'm not metrics or whatever. Like, it's cool for me to do a heavy set of something because I still have that ego lifter in me. But really all I'm aiming for, stimulate, pump, look crazy in the mirror, get leaner, leave uninjured. If all of that happens, I'm a happy camper and I can wake up the next day to do it again. So, I mean, I guess there's guys out there who they don't even think that. They don't even think like, I don't want to do my shit. I guess they're a better guy than me, you know. But if you have that bubble of a thought, you don't have to give it value. You don't have to give it energy by like validating. A million thoughts pop into your head every day. Does that mean that you actually like embody all of them? Like, what if right now I'm headed into the gym and the thought pops into my head, I want to get arms right now. Screw that. Right? That's freaking nuts. You know, it's not in my head, but just don't give it the time of day, right? Just kind of shut that shit down. I'm doing it. I want to do it. And then kind of future tense, I want to be the guy who did it. Not even for anybody else to like show off to, but just for me, because I know, right? Like you, it's, and I think about this semi-frequently, not all the time. Like I'm not always, like when I'm in the car and I'm talking about this like introspection and like thought on like how you're, I don't think like this all the time. You know, it's kind of big, but it's not like insane. Like if you were going across the freaking, you know, what is it, the Atlantic or something, right? You're going international. Maybe don't do an insane leg day beforehand, because odds are your recovery is going to be impeded just from like sitting in the airplane chair and the pressure differentials and everything else, and you're going to be walking around feeling like you got whatever the word is for like really swollen legs, because they might not recover as well. Or you might think opposite logic. I'm going to be sitting down for the next 12 hours, man. I'm going to destroy my legs beforehand because I don't have anything else to do. And both of those arguments make a little bit of sense. So it's just whatever makes more sense to you. But I think a lot of times people will get a little busy. They'll have a little extra something going on. And then that's just a perfect match strike to say, oh, all right, no lift. I'm going to be a little bit busy. I don't want to. Yeah, no, it's okay. Because it's a very easy thing to do, you know. It's like, I'm going to be kind of busy with sometimes, even just for the sake of changing it up, right? The point is really, don't do the same workout twice in a row, like in this idea, because then every workout's different. You're coming in, you're giving yourself a different stimulus. But, you know, don't forget, you can change up a lot of factors, you know. Like with this back day, this would actually be kind of, it'd be kind of silly to have it as dice, but maybe like an app could be kind of cool. Like imagine having something where, I mean, think, what can you change in a set? You know, I can do, for back at least, I can do a row, I can do a pull down, I can do a pull over. So that's 3 different movements. So that's 3 variables I can change. And then I can do a heavy set, a lighter squeezing set, a pause rep set, and by pause reps, I mean, actually, what do I mean? There's a couple different ways of doing that. I could do like 5 reps, wait 10 seconds, and then do another 5. Or I could do failure, wait like 20 seconds, and then do another 5. I mean, so that's already another 3. And then I could add a superset on top of that of maybe doing, okay, heavy row, combined with light pull down, and then do kind of a back and forth type situation. Like, there's so many different ways to change it up. That's the only thing that I think happens to guys when they say, I'm getting really bored with my split, I'm getting really bored with my training, it feels very repetitive. I think the problem is you might just be doing the same thing over and over again. And that's not any fault of, you know, their own, because that's kind of how we're conditioned to think. If something worked once, it's going to work again. We basically evolved that way, you know. If you way back when, you know, we somehow figured out how to turn a stick into a spear, and then by some miracle you figure out how to get a fish with it, you're probably just going to keep doing it the same way you were doing before, and then if it keeps working, just keep on doing it, you know. But this is where we've got a higher level of thinking. We can now understand sometimes doing things in different ways is better, because the doing things in different ways is the same way to do it, if you feel what I'm saying. So even though every time you do it differently, the fact that every time you do it differently is the same. I know I'm kind of losing my train of thought. Like, I didn't lose my train of thought, but it just came out a little funky. But all that's to say is I'm going to warm up, get my shoulders loose, make sure my biceps get a little warm, and my forearms, because they're going to come into play a little bit during the movements. As much as I try to avoid it, you're always going to get that secondary activation. And if I don't warm up my biceps and my forearms at least a little bit, like, imagine if I really pulled my forearm or really pulled my bicep doing a pull down because I went a little bit too heavy in the pull down and I didn't warm up my accessory muscles. Like, I didn't even hurt myself doing the intended muscle. I just got hurt because I didn't warm it up. I think that would just freaking suck. So, good rule of thumb, this will be my last little point before we get started, is everything that's going to be involved in a body part, in a lift, just give it a little something. You know, before chest, I'm doing rotator cuff activations, I'm doing some front raises for a little front delt, I'm doing a little bit of rear delt stuff, I'm doing some cable rows. Not heavy, I'm just like doing a few reps each way to get everything moving, doing some cross body presses, I'm doing some forearm curls. Like, everything that I know is going to be involved, I want to make sure is in working order, right? It's like I'm a pilot, we're doing a flight check, right? Yep, rotator cuff, green. Wrist, strong. Forearm, ooh, forearm's a little tender. All right, that's not a deal breaker, but let's adjust accordingly. You know, things like that. So the probably the most unfortunate part about that checklist is you only value it once you've hurt yourself to the point that it actually screws up your lifts. You know, it's like you got to touch the stove to understand that it's hot, and then you respect it, you know. So lesson, I'd say the best thing somebody could do is learn from anybody else's mistakes. And if you've been watching for a while, you know, you've seen me hurt my freaking chest. I've like had forearm, I've had just all sorts of random things over these last couple of years. A good takeaway from that is, all right, Sam, that was pretty stupid. Don't do that. I'm not going to do that, right? I think that is absolutely going to play into some more kind of body dysmorphic thoughts and feelings, because it's already crazy enough that I can come into the gym, get a crazy pump. You know, I literally just took 3 different pre-workout products, like a stim pre, a stim free pre, so I can get some extra nitric oxide. So now I'm doing the Thavage, the freaking, oh man, I forget which one. It's one of the stim free, but it sounds like beta alanine, and then liquid. Like, I'm literally giving myself the perfect setup to get as pumped and crazy as possible for just a short period of time. And then for the rest of the day, I'm going to go back to my normal kind of look. That's already crazy. And that's already kind of hard for your mind to just wrap around. Because, like, I look how I look in the morning, no pump, no anything. I look how I look in the gym with a pump, freaking huge. And it's just this back and forth. But if you make it even crazier, where now you're looking at a picture of yourself where you've over edited it just to get every tiny little vein that might somehow show up on the camera be like really extra visible. Well, now your sense of self is being raised like way up here. And as soon as you do that, every time you see yourself looking a little more normal, you're spoiling it, you know? So I don't need to, like, I feel like I don't want to chase that. Also, people who do edit their photos like that are punks because they're trying to make themselves look bigger than they really are. And for me, it's like kind of a good feeling to know I don't fuck with my stuff and I still feel cool. I think we may just be getting exposed to a new level of the freak factor for me, because I've never been on track to get this lean before, you know. And last prep, that was pretty good. Like, honestly, if I did a proper water cut, literally like tomorrow, like if I do really low carbs tomorrow, the next day, 2 gallons minimum of water, pull it, carb up, peak, I'm freakier than that amateur show last year, or the 2 amateur shows for sure. Like, even just being able to stand here basically relaxed. Like, I'm not even really flexing anything. I mean, you're kind of always flexing your abs a little bit, especially if you can see them. Like, even just, I'm kind of doing it a little extra, but like, even just kind of standing like totally natural, this is freaking nuts, you know? But don't forget, sometimes it's kind of an illusion with the body fat. There's a lot that can still be lost. So I've got, you know, yay much on my stomach, and this is really good for me. Like, this is not a lot of pinchable skin for sure. Shoulders, arms, really not much either. Like, is there a little, yeah, I'm even starting to get a little bit of tricep feathering. My triceps aren't like gargantuan, but the bigger they get, the more that'll kind of come out. And like, I can actually see where my lats tie in. Like, yeah, that's fucking crazy. This is what I'm talking about. Like, not to get off on a total rant, but when I'm talking about the single arm pullovers, where I'm kind of going here, this is that thing I'm visualizing, squeezing my lats all the way down to the bottom. And now that I'm leaner and I get like a more trimmed stomach, as I'm doing those pullovers, which I'll do tomorrow, I can reach around, feel my lower lat right where it inserts, and every rep, feel my lower back contract as deep as it goes, all the way into that little tiny point right in the bottom. But yeah, I think I think we're just not going to be used to this level of leanness. And I hope that it doesn't like throw me off my game for the next bulk. Because every time you see yourself crazy peeled, like not even doing a flex, just like seeing myself in the mirror, being able to go, just looking crazy, like it's something you can get used to. So obviously it's on like a different scale for me because I've been doing it for so long, but it's all relative. Like, if you see yourself leaner than you've ever been, it's probably going to feel like in your mind subjectively pretty comparable to how I feel right now. Like, when I look back at like 16 or 17-year-old Sam in the high school weight room, I don't have it takes long to find one. I'm dieting not only because I want to diet now for all these bodybuilding shows and everything, but also because in the future, later down the line this year, I'm going to be primed for another bulk, put on some size, and then even during that phase, I'm just getting ready to build some size up and then diet down again to see where I'm at, So it's as much fun as it is just day by day. It's also fun knowing I'm working towards something later on. So really, the only time it ever feels like a chore is if I'm on like the last 20 minutes of a cardio session and I'm kind of feeling a little bit tired, But even then, I still want to do it because I get this ego boost of knowing nobody else is doing their cardio, so it kind of makes me feel extra cool, So it's if I can sort of pinpoint all those ideas into one thing, in your mind, right? The baller is going to be able to basically just reroute and encrypt and decrypt anything in his day into motivation and hype, no matter where it's coming from. If today I felt like total shit this morning, like really dragging my feet, I don't even know, maybe I had like a freaking nasal or a respiratory infection or something, I don't know, just any random crazy thing hit me out of nowhere, I'd like to think I'd still want to come to the gym and kill it. And just the fact that I had the odds stacked against me a little bit more than normal would make me kind of want to rise to the occasion, So it's like, oh man, I don't remember who said this. This is a really good idea. It was like I don't know. The idea is like, kill it when everything's going your way, but kill it even harder when shit, well, I'm kind of repeating myself in that phrase, but go even harder when shit's, you know, kind of hitting the fan. Because at the end of the day, you're probably not going to regret having killed it. No one ever does a year of locking in calories, cardio, gym, literal, I mean, depending on the person and how long they've been training, or if they've ever trained at all, right? Because what are my goals? Like I just kind of said, I got to get a pump. I got to, you know, get some baseline activation. I got to go heavy enough that I do work my chest and actually stimulate some, you know, muscle maintenance and everything. But I don't need to go super crazy heavy. And for me to get a pump now, dieting, I don't have so much muscular endurance. I was just telling, I was talking to my buddy Nick at Planet Fitness, where he's getting peeled because he's always in there doing his fucking cardio like a beast. And I remember saying like, yeah, dude, because we were talking about how volume is going to change, like bulked or cut. And right now, I can do 3 plates on the Smith machine for, if I'm like fresh, warmed up, set number 1, I get like 15. But if I go for another set right after, I'm only going to get 10, or maybe like 9 even, you know? So set by set, that's a huge hit. Whereas when I'm fully bulked, I mean, I kind of pyramid down, but I'll do like 3 plates in a 25 for 15, and then I'll do 3 plates for 20, or not, yeah, I would put it, yeah, probably around 20-ish, maybe 18 or something. And then I can probably do that same set like 3 more times, not crashing the reps in half, but like, okay, 18 on this one, take a few minutes.
Yeah, I don't know if it's still in stock, but this is like a 3-pound t-shirt. It's called GSM is the unit, grams per square meter, or square, I don't know, either way. I think I learned a valuable lesson today, is that I need to eat a more substantial pre-quad meal, especially if I'm going to do like a morning lift earlier. Yeah, crap. I was definitely feeling it for sure. But so I did like 6 more sets of leg extensions, half probably left to right method, a few double leg. And then as a finisher, I do single leg squeezing, 5 reps, and then a set of body weight sissy squats. So that's where I'm going to grab onto really anything and then completely have my weight on my toes and just sink my body down. So you think regular squat here, right? Butt back, knees forward, shoulders above your feet. But with the sissy squat, I'm holding on to something, and instead of bending at the hips, I'm basically keeping my hips pretty much straight, and the only joint that's bending and contracting is my knee. So going all the way down, like, you know, knees just 6 inches over the ground, bouncing in that stretched position. And that's a good cue for if my lift was good, if I'm feeling pumped. Because when I do those reps, if I feel like my quads are gonna like pop, and at the bottom, I'm not even like pushing, I just feel like my quads are trying to retract back like rubber bands. Well, that tells me I got a bunch of blood flow into them, and odds are they're pretty freaking pumped underneath. So let's see how they're looking. And of course, this is a flat 230 morning weight, so not carved up or anything like super fancy. So if you want that feeling with legs, you gotta work your way up to it, you know? So rather than just like, fuck, my legs aren't where I want them to be, I'm just not even gonna hit them, screw it. Pants only, we're good. More time to focus on arms and back and chest, hell yeah. Instead of that logic, which I understand the appeal of, like I see the appeal, if anything, hit your legs a little harder, and before you know it, you're gonna be able to say like, yeah man, 315 for 10, dude, that's just a working set for me. That's just a working set of squats, hell yeah. You know, or you'll, like the first time I ever saw separation of like my medial quad and like the teardrop and the outer and everything, like it all just adds up to make me want to hit them harder. And then now being leaner, every little aspect of that is a little bit higher, because the leaner I am, the crazier all this stuff looks, if you kind of feel me. But I'm gonna follow this cardio with, I don't know what I'm saying, follow this quad pump with some treadmill, and I might tone it down. Usually I chill out on the cardio after quads specifically, because I mean, I just hit my quads. I don't want to like destroy them. Like I want them to just,
gonna have some time to rest. But the treadmill isn't really that hard on your legs. So maybe I'll just do the same 45 minutes, because I like keeping a groove. Like if I start backing off on my cardio, I feel like it kind of throws me off. Like I want it to just be like a regular day as normal. Like I'm gonna do my 45 plus workout, I'm gonna do my 45 minutes a night, and then just keep up that momentum, keep it moving. So instead of the 5% incline, if I can feel that like my legs are really kind of cooked, maybe I'll just do 3 miles an hour flat. And 3 miles an hour flat on the treadmill, no incline, no nothing, very easy. I'll probably, if I did that, I think my heart rate would probably be around like maybe 120 or something for that period. But I'll probably just end up doing the 5%, and I'm just saying that as like a little bit of a pre-lift guess. But quads isn't going to be too heavy, like nothing crazy, because what am I doing right now? All I'm trying to do is stimulate them so that they maintain their size and a good chunk of their strength as I get leaner. When I'm eating a friggin' zillion grams of carbs per day in an off season, well shit, that's the time to really push it. That's the time where I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm talking super heavy squats, leg press, leg extension, supersets into leg press, like things like hard. And if you're walking around like Tom Platz with big ass fucking trunks, you probably really want to keep hitting your legs, because you're already they're already impressive. Like if anything, the bigger that I've gotten, the more that I've wanted to keep sticking to my workouts and keep making progress, because I've seen a taste after a year of the gym. And you've whether you've lost 100 pounds, whether you've gained a couple pounds of muscle, whatever, once you get that taste, right? Once you get that first hit of like, holy shit, these pants used to be like insanely tight, now they're loose. Or, whoa, I've never seen my forearm veins like this. Or somebody says, hey man, have you been working out? Or you come back to school after a summer or a semester and you're bigger than before, and people bring it up, right? Or somebody kind of makes, shit. It was funny, I had to, so the only time I've ever gotten a speeding ticket was on this road. I wouldn't just try to eat it all at once, or I couldn't just eat it all at once. I had to do it over, a little bit of time. And then I stay up too late to eat my food. Now my sleep is thrown off, and I just ate a whole bunch of food right before I went to bed. So I'm not waking up super hungry. And then I don't have a big breakfast, and I slept kind of bad. And then it just plays into this loop of like, okay, I keep trying to eat more food, and then time just keeps passing, and then shit, well, what the hell am I doing? I'm not sleeping, I'm not eating, and then I'm just like playing forward this whole thing, and it just doesn't end up freaking working, Same thing with dieting down. It's like, okay, crap, I just ate a whole bunch of food today. Oh man, fuck, all right, well, I guess tomorrow I gotta go starvation. I gotta go no carbs to balance out yesterday because I went crazy. In a dieting context, I think that's even more important not to do, because then, even if you did do a full day of no eating and you actually just did no carb and really peeled yourself down and didn't eat a lot that day, well, then you're gonna wake up the next morning probably a bit more ravenous, because now you basically just ate nothing the day before. But more than likely, you're going to get halfway through the day, or get to 6 o'clock or 8 o'clock at night, you haven't really eaten a ton of food. The likelihood of most people to go to bed really hungry and just sleep fine, it just doesn't happen. I'm not saying it can't happen, I'm not saying you can't thug it out, but the odds are slim. If I'm really dying hungry, dude, I want to get lean, I want to do my show, but if I'm in bed tonight and it's 10 o'clock and I just gotta eat something, I'm probably gonna do it, So I'd rather not put myself in that position at all in the first place, and just, if I do have a day where I go kind of wild, which even when I do, it's actually kind of planned, because it ends up just being a little bit of a refeed. I don't just have totally off the wall cheat days per se. It does end up kind of matching the plan of okay, well, this actually was a refeed. It's kind of getting, I'm getting exposed to being full of carbs again. I have a really good training session. We're still on plan, But if somebody does have a day where they're I'm really only going to eat 2,000 calories today, they blink and then
Tub of Ben and Jerry's, deleted. Huge order of freaking Wendy's on the way home, sitting in their passenger seat legroom. And they had a full-on freaking large milkshake with 2 large fries. What happened? Right? They went on a freaking dieting bender. Right? And if that actually happens, the game is not over. You're not freaking screwed, but you got to get back on track. It's been making it not easy, but much more consistent for me to stick to my macros. So, I guess if I could give you like a tip of where to start, just start with your protein. When I was a beginner, like year 1, year 2, I wasn't counting any carbs. I wasn't counting any fats. The only macro that I was actually tracking per day was my protein. Like, okay, did I hit my 200 grams? Did I hit my 250 grams? I had a lot of months where I was eating like 350 grams of protein per day. And I'm like a 180-pound dude at the time, because in my mind, 1 gram of protein per pound is good. 2 grams of protein per pound is even better. I don't think it hurt, but I don't really think it helped either. Like if I only ate 180 grams of protein per day, and then the rest of my calories just from like carbs and fats, I think that'd be fine too. It's really, protein gets a weird shtick. It's hard to go over your protein. Like if you slam a bunch of fats and carbs one day, it might throw you off. You eat a bunch of extra protein, you're gonna be all right. Don't let anybody fear monger you into not hitting your freaking protein goals, or even maybe going a little bit over. But around that gram per pound of body weight, I'd say that's about the sweet spot. If you eat a little more, you're cool. If you eat a little less, you're cool. Don't sweat it too bad as long as you're around that area. But that's all I did. I just counted my protein, made sure I hit it, and then trained super hard. Over time, I started to get the value of like counting my carbs and fats, and learned about actually trying to bulk up and then restrict myself to cut back down. But it took time. I wasn't tracking every calorie and every macro every meal like I am now right at the beginning. I've like worked my way up to it. So as much as I'm always talking about like tracking your shit, don't feel like you have to jump 0 to 100 like right away, because in a way that's just kind of unrealistic. You don't just graduate first grade the first day you show up. It takes a while. You learn all the stuff, you get used to it, and then you're smarter at the end of it. So just try to work on it, right? Step 1, just get a macro tracking app, calorie intake. But one tip that really ends up working for me pretty well is just trying to delay my food intake for later. And I'm not saying like do a 20-hour fast and only have like a 4-hour eating window from like 6 o'clock to 10 or something crazy like that. I don't think you have to go that far, but if I wait until noon for my first real big meal, or if I just have kind of a small, maybe slightly carb heavy meal, 50, 60 grams of carbs, maybe a couple fats and proteins pre-workout, and then save a real bigger meal for post-workout when I'm dieting, well, shit, it's already like noon or 1 o'clock or so. I've only had, by the time I've eaten that meal, maybe 900 calories. So that means for the rest of the day, I've got 1,600 left to work with. And if you know what you're doing, you can make 1,600 calories stretch pretty well. But let's say I wake up at 8 o'clock this morning, and instead of having something small, or, just like a little something or other, and then going to train and do my cardio and like spend all that time doing that when I'm not eating, if instead I say, holy crap, man, fuck, I'm hungry, dude, let's eat something. And then I have like a 15 or 1,800 calorie breakfast, really just go crazy. Like, sure, technically I haven't gone over my calorie allotment for the day, but I may as well have. I'm basically screwed. Like, what am I supposed to do? Only eat 700 for the rest of the day? It just doesn't really happen, Now, of course, obviously you could just have a really big breakfast and then cut yourself off and eat nothing for the rest of the day. But it's so much harder than it would have to be, So I'd rather save my food for later. All right, so before the next set, just a little bit of a topic. So I'm kind of traveling around, like road trip style. So I go up to an Anytime last night. There's a dude there, and we're chatting, and he brings up something very, very near and dear to my heart. The idea that, we're talking like it's not super busy at that gym. There's not a huge,
there's two people in here. You know, nothing's going on. And the idea that you can get a little bit demotivated, a little bit just kind of, you know, maybe running your engines at a lower temp because the gyms that you're in aren't as flashy and no one's watching. It's just you. Look, I'm actually not a good example of someone to give this take because obviously a lot of people get to watch my workouts. But don't forget, as many workouts as I've recorded, there were over, well, not over double, but they're, it's getting cool. It's probably 40% recorded, but there is 60% where it was just me. And I don't know how many percentage of those were in like this gym that was in like a town a little bit over from my college that was 24-hour. And I had a weird sleep schedule. So I'd go there at like midnight at the earliest. And then it was basically just me, you know? So it's something where if you can't, or if you don't have a bright light shining around you for motivation, like if I was in the gym with 50 dudes and they were all total ballers, killing it, I probably don't need that much internal hype because I get to have it all around me. But if you can't see it, that means it's hidden. That means it's within. So you've got to turn that light on because, I mean, those are the lifts that count, not the fun ones. Like when I get to work out with a Larry Wheels or whoever, like that's fun. But don't forget that workout didn't get me to whatever, you know, level of size that I'm at now. It's all the workouts before. So you kind of have to, I mean, that's really a situation that embodies the idea of delayed gratification, right? Make it so that your goal isn't so abstract as like a large scheming thing. Just bring it down to one bite size, day by day. I want to go to the gym and kill it today. Did I do that? Yes, then you're good. Right. Keep it as simple as that. Just to pinpoint it down to the body fat side of things, a lot of working out is very momentum building because, I mean, think about this, right? What's your motivation if you're trying to get leaner? Right? You know, you get to see yourself a little bit leaner. You know you're on track. But what I really like is the fact that it's, if you're doing it right and you're actually consistently tracking everything, well then guess what? Your progress, weight-wise, can be linear. You can maintain a pound of body fat loss a week, honestly, until you're at like X crazy body fat, you know? It's not easy. You've got to increase cardio, decrease calories, keep your training up, in terms of just helping the situation, chill out on sweets so you don't mess with your, you know, insulin sensitivity. You got to kind of get for real. But a 400-pound dude could lose a pound a week for, what would that be, 4 years and get down to 200. It can be done. So I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm saying it can be done. And the cool part is every pound of body fat that you lose makes you a larger and larger and larger percent leaner than you were before, right? For a 400-pound guy, let's do an extreme here, for him to lose 50 pounds of body fat, let's just keep the math simple. You know, now he weighs, what is it, 12% less? About, yeah, 12.5%. So let's just say 12.5% leaner, right? If he loses another 50 pounds, well, now the math is a little bit trickier, but he's more like a 17% leaner, right? So let's say I've got, let's keep it simple. Let's say I've got 10 pounds of body fat on my body right now, total, that I can start losing. I think it's more, but 10's an easy number. If I lose 1 pound in the next week, I'm now 10% leaner. But if I keep dieting and I've only got 5 pounds to lose, now if I lose 1 pound, I'm 20% leaner. And then if I lose another pound, I'm 25% leaner. And then I'm 33% leaner. And then I'm 50% leaner in just 1 pound, you know? So it's not as though I'm saying it's easy, but the closer you get to the goal you're aiming for, the more noticeable those changes are gonna be. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is that's my best motivation to say, stick it out early because it will begin to pay off quicker than you would imagine. You know, it's not that quick, but I'm saying it'll certainly speed up. But I think that's all I got for now.
Nothing too insane, but still broaden, which is kind of, well, let's think. Obviously, you want, I mean, in a perfect world, every set would give me, or I would have like the maximum mental focus, acuity, you know, however, whatever combination of brain waves and like gamma, whatever is going on in your neurons, that would add up to an insane set. I want every set to be like that. And that's something I've kind of had to ponder about a little bit, because when you're a complete beginner, taking a set to failure is a challenge, right? You're not going to take a set to failure without really putting serious effort into it. It won't just happen, you know, just like somebody's not going to eat 250 grams of protein in one day just because. Like it's a very conscious effort of something to do. But the more that you do it, the easier it gets. And I feel like at this point, I've got a decent skill, you know, in terms of being able to actually take these sets to at least what I think is close to total failure, you know, usually with the heavier ones. When it comes to the lighter squeezing sets, failure's a little bit more ambiguous, because it's like, where are you really aiming for? So those sets are more so like to satisfaction. Like, is your chest burning enough? With a set of incline, you know, Smith or whatever, well, that's pretty cut and dry. Can you do another one? No. Do you mean it? Like, are you not lying to yourself? No, I'm not. Well, then you're good, you know. But it's, you know, because you never want to get complacent with your effort. That's, if I could say anything, that's probably the one thing I'm trying to think about the most, you know. Just because you've lifted for 5 years or 10 years or X years, like, I never want to think that I've got it in the bag 100%. You know, I kind of want to always be under the impression that, you know, I've got room to learn, I've got room to improve my intensity, and that's always going to be the case. Like, I always want to bring more. And that's kind of what adds to the challenge of it, because it's like, well, you know, if somebody's been working out for long enough, they can kind of catch themselves starting to think like, oh, you know, I know what I'm doing. I don't have to bring it that hard. Like, that's not a conscious thought they think, but it's just, it kind of happens, you know. You do something for long enough, repetitively, it can become a little routine, you know. And I don't want these workouts to become routine for me. I do not want, you know, coming in and getting myself amped for a set of anything to just feel like nothing, you know. I want it to have a certain just emphasis. I want it to draw something out of me that doesn't come out normally in just regular day-to-day activities. Because I'm not going to the gym as a hobby. I mean, I guess you could kind of say I am, but I want to go because I want to, like, challenge myself with how hard I can go. It's like, it's almost as though every time I go, I'm proving like how bad I want it, how bad I'm willing to push it, and I like that about it, you know. And that's not something I ever want to lose, because that's the fun part. If it was easy, then it wouldn't be fun. I mean, maybe it'd still be fun, but it would definitely be different. You know, the fact that it's hard is what gives it its value. So I guess all I'm really trying to say is I just don't want to get to a point where, you know, I start to slack, right? I don't want to get to the point where I'm like, let's just go do a scrappy workout. You know, one shit workout isn't going to change anything. I'm not really feeling it today, you know, do whatever. Like, I don't want to be like that. And I see people do sets with that level of, you know, ampness and intensity, and it sucks. It's not cool. It doesn't get me excited to train by watching it. And I know that it's not actually effective. Like, you did everything right. You came to the gym, you got a pre-workout, you're walking around with lifting straps, the guy's got a belt on in his gym bag. Like, he's doing everything right. But the most important part, like, actually just, you know, you can show up to class, but that doesn't mean you're present. You know, you've got to actually be, you know, thinking about what you're doing, not just, you know, oh, I made it to the gym today. Like, obviously that's a challenge at a point in everybody's gym journey, but that shouldn't be a challenge forever. You know, you got to raise the bar higher than that. If you want more progress than the people where, you know, just going to the gym in the first place is the tricky part, right? And that's, you know, I'm not trying to put that down. Of course, to go from 0 gym to even 3 days a week is massive. You just put yourself in the 80th percentile compared to the 10th from going 0 times to even just 3 times a week. Like, that's huge. But, you know, as much as we can say, holy crap, man, congrats, you got your learner's permit, you still got to get your license, right? You still got to keep leveling it up. There is no end. So it's kind of, it's like you're climbing a mountain that's gradually getting steeper. Sure, you know, you could look at that and say it's getting harder, but you're going to be a better climber over time as well. You're going to match the difficulty with your aptitude and your skill and your effort. So, you know, even though you might be working as hard as the guy who's been lifting for 5 years and you're just a beginner, or vice versa, whatever, that doesn't mean it's never in the bag, right? The game's never over, right? So you got to just learn to enjoy playing rather than, you know, waiting for, I guess, the final buzzer, right? But I think I got nothing else to say there. You know, I get doggone a little bit. Sam, why'd you only do 2 movements for a chest day or 2 movements for a back day? And it's like, well, what are there? You know, let's be real. Let's at least think about it objectively. There are rows and there are pull downs. There are pullovers, which is kind of just a pull down variant. You know, that's like saying a skull crusher is totally different than a push down. Like, it is, but I mean, how different is this to this? You know? So that's where I do like the idea of, if something's really clicking, which today this machine feels sweet, yeah, I want to stick to it. You know, so let's say the next 3 sets of a pull down or whatever, also perfect. And I think, dude, let's do 4 of those and be done. Well, you know, it's something to gauge. My end workout volume is around that 8-ish, 7-ish mark set-wise, where historically, once I've done 7 or 8 good working sets, not only has it felt like that was enough, fully pumped, fully whatever, you know, still sore the day after, you know, sometimes, but also, you know, it's kind of worked for me. So that's the bias, right? That's why I like that. But I think it makes sense. You know, I wouldn't want to sit here doing 25 working sets of back. I think it would, not that it would be too much work to do, but it would just be too much, like, volume, and you know, you're not going to double your, you know, your actual gains by doubling your volume. If that were true, I would never leave. I'd sit here forever. I'd just constantly do working sets all day. So if it has to be condensed down, for me, I think at least right now, that 8 set mark is solid. But that's not to say 12 sucks, or that 6 sucks. It's just that's where I'm at now, you know, and that might change. Honestly, everything after those 3 sets of incline Smith, the workout had essentially reached a carrying capacity where there was no screwing it up. There was no risk of, this workout started good, but it didn't end that well. And if you can set the tone like that with your sets, then I think you're, well, let's just say you're better off, at least more than likely, you know, because if you start off with the scrappy set, well, I don't know if I can turn this around. Today might just be an off day. Not cool. You know, obviously those are excuses you should make, but those are kind of thoughts that could bubble up. You know, it's not as though I never have a thought that bubbles up where it's like, I don't know, man, maybe you should go light, or maybe whatever, or just maybe you shouldn't do it, or, you know, and sometimes they're right. Sometimes it's, okay, that's actually a protective thought. Don't hurt yourself. Good. You know, but there's also thoughts that just make you want to take it easy, you know, and make you want to back off and chill. And those are thoughts that don't deserve, what's the word? Well, they just don't deserve your mental energy to validate, you know. If I get a thought where it's, I should skip my cardio today. If I get a thought where it's like, you know, I could just go to bed and get another hour of sleep, and then yeah, I've had the thought, you know, it comes up in your mind subconsciously, but it's how you choose to basically deal with it actively, right, with a conscious mind, that decides whether or not you're going to bring it or you're going to step back, right? Whether you're going to suit up or cozy up, and get back in bed, that kind of stuff. So it's those thoughts. It's like someone, well, what's a good example? It's like someone coming to your door asking you if you want to get a home warranty, or asking if you want to get your roof reshingled, or asking you just something stupid, like some BS. You don't need it. It's not good for you. And yeah, you're not interested. But it's there. The thought has made itself apparent. Are you going to say, yeah, maybe I'll skip legs. Maybe I'll skip cardio. This is a classic. You've been so good today. Come on, have a treat. Come on, it's right before bed. No one's gonna know. You drive past Crumble Cookie every day. I know there's Crumble has a chokehold on. I mean, shit. If there was somehow a way to invest in the BFP index, body fat percentage index fund, goddamn, man. I mean, people would make a killing, right? Because, I mean, that's kind of I don't even want to think about it. Like, how many pounds of body fat were gained this year? How many pounds of body fat were gained today? Not good. Not good at all. But, all I'm trying to say is it's like sometimes you can overpower those subconscious thoughts by instantly shutting them down and saying in your mind, however you want to say it, I'm a baller. That's the thought that a punk would have. And then completely dismiss it from your mind and get back to work. Classic trope, guy's studying for an exam. He's working hard, he's serious. He's looking at his calendar, Mike Wazowski style. He's crossing off the days. And then somebody knocks on his door. Hey man, you coming to the Darty, bro? Dude, legs. Are you serious, dude? Freaking Trius Bumstead over here. This guy wants to work out. Yeah. There's forces out there which, even though they're not intentionally malicious, they just want to get you off your game, and that's why being locked in is kind of I know everyone's been saying the phrase locked in. It's kind of losing its meaning a little bit, but like the idea of what locked in represents is always something to like achieve and constantly work towards, because you can always get out of it. You can always chill. You can always just freaking, I mean, how many people just exist? That's not something I want to do, man. And if I can, I really like the idea where it's, the quote of like, look, man, if you're in a movie and you're the main character, what would you do if you wanted to actually watch it? You want to do cool stuff. And I don't even think you need that analogy. It's like there's a certain amount of autopilotness that we get because we're like mentally conscious, sentient, like we can think, I think therefore I am kind of deal, where we're capable of like doing things very monotonously, right? Like the idea that you're living on autopilot, a little bit dissociated, you just go through the motions, like you can kind of catch yourself in that haze all the time. Like if you ever actually thinking about something while you're doing chores, and then you're just like, you're kind of mindlessly folding, you're washing dishes or cleaning up or whatever, or I gotta get a lawnmower, but I want to steal on it. I don't want to like get a crazy expensive lawnmower, so I'll look around. But like mowing the lawn, like sure, you're sitting there, you're doing this thing, but really your mind's somewhere completely else, right? So if that's the case, it's like if you can get yourself doing things that you're gonna like, it doesn't have to feel like a grind, and then you almost get to just watch your goals unfold, right? Like the guy who can go to the gym every day, the guy who can do his cardio and track his calories, and it's not a question, like it's just that's what he's doing. Well then, guess what? He doesn't have to kind of question himself constantly, like, am I gonna be able to do this? Can I stick to it? It's like he's proving to himself he can stick to it every day. So he can just watch these results appear. Like, it's not as though it's completely thoughtless and effortless, but if it's what you do, well then that's just what you do, right? You don't have to, apart from the fact that they're looking for food, you don't have to tell a freaking shark to swim. You don't have to tell a horse to gallop, or or a freaking hawk to fly. It's just what they do, So if you can kind of identify with consistency, and I don't mean identify as like, I want to be like this. It's like, this is what I do. I do this. I do my cardio in the morning. I track my calories. If I cheat on my diet, I'm not going to lie to myself. I'll tell myself I cheated on it, and I'll act accordingly going forward. Like if you can really, I almost want to say, get behind everything that you're doing, at least that you want to do. It's not like I'm not just chilling on my phone a lot of the time, like everybody else. But with the things that I really want to get after, like it's work hard when you're supposed to work hard, play hard when you're supposed to play hard, and try not to mix the two. That's a classic idea where it's like the badass business guy, Wall Street, whatever, is always thinking about like how he should be spending more time with his family when he's at work. And then when he's actually like hanging out with his family vacation style, he's just thinking about work. So he gets the worst of both worlds, So I guess to boil that down, once you walk in the gym, it's time to turn it on, right? Whether or not you feel like it, that's just a question of your prep pre-gym, right? If you get 2 hours of sleep, you screwed yourself a little. But you can kind of prove your grit if you still work out, which some may disagree with that. Some may say, just take a rest day, whatever. Usually I'm one to lean into that prove your grit kind of mentality, where it's, maybe you were sick, maybe you didn't eat anything, maybe whatever, and then you still get after it just because then you're that kind of guy where nothing's going to stop you. But that's a case-by-case situation. If you got to prove it to yourself that you really want it, then I might recommend hitting it. But objectively, if I got 0 sleep last night and I was still awake from the day before, I probably shouldn't hit a lift. I should probably sleep. It's just more effective. But I don't want to be the guy who just like slacks off like that, if you kind of catch my drift. How have any of you guys actually employed the method of like insane situation, like visualizing to get yourself amped? I'm talking about the like the clips of Dorian Yates talking about how he's imagining like somebody about to, the quote is essentially, somebody's got a gun. I'm not gonna do his accent, but somebody's got a gun to your little baby's head, and he's gonna pull the trigger if you don't get one more rep, or things along that line, like getting into that crazy. And I don't know, I haven't gotten into it. I mean, for a couple of those sets, I was listening to The Simple Life, the freaking Seth MacFarlane version. Not for hype specifically. I don't know. I just like the song for a minute. But it's like, where's this hype coming from? It doesn't have to be something wild specific. I don't need like, I don't know. I guess I don't know. I'm just kind of asking your take, because I think I think my hype is a little more guttural. It's just take a couple huffs and puffs, and then I'm just not even. It's go time. The only time I'm really thinking anything word-wise, we're like, all right, come on, hit this shit. Let's get crazy. That's pre like wild heavy squats, and that's basically an off-season exclusive. I'm not gonna when I'm dieting down, squats that's non-squat season, which I'm cool with, because that gives me a little bit of a break from loading up crazy weight through my knees. So I've kind of got on season where it's more performance based, of lifting heavier weights and putting as much tension and, I don't want to say damage, but stimulus into my muscle to grow it. And then dieting, a little bit more stimulus, squeezing, pumping, maintaining, and I mean, really, honestly, kind of like, I mean, my inflammation is totally gonna, I'm still in a phase of reducing it, but fast forward 2 months when I'm a bit more peeled, yeah, that's where I'm gonna be walking around extra spry. Once I get into that probably around that 240 mark is where things are gonna start kind of looking a little wild. And that's something you can fall into a trap of, now getting into a little bit more like diet specific stuff. If you've ever been really lean and you got a bunch of pictures of yourself really lean, or videos or clips or whatever, and
you're like, oh crap, I don't look like that now, you're kind of setting yourself up for failure just a touch. You know, I go back and I look at like my prep shots every so often, but not really, because those pictures were then, and now is now, you know? So I don't need to get kind of hung up on like how cool I think I looked back then. I'm more concerned with like, okay, how can I get myself to look now? And not even for the purpose of like walking around how I look. I'm just saying like that's kind of the only measure, because that's what the thing is. You know, if my thing was I was on like a rally car team and I was a tech, then, you know, you'd be like, man, I had that awesome engine build, dude. I tuned that thing like, you know, I guess that would be the thing, right? But for us, it just happens to be the working out. So you can use that as a going off point, but you know, as much as you shouldn't compare yourself to everybody else, sometimes, at least if you've been really lean at a time and then maybe now you're not, maybe you did a proper off season, just take it into account. You know, if anything, that comparison is the most objectively viewable for you, because you know exactly what went into both of those looks, right? So just trying not to get caught up with where you are in the moment and be a little more concerned with where are you headed, right? The point isn't where you are if you're driving to get somewhere. The point is what direction you're going, and are you on track to get there? And following that car driving analogy, there's going to be roadblocks. There might be, you know, whatever. There might be twists and turns, or a bunch of construction, or somebody kind of zipping past you, or just whatever, you know. And it's a decent analogy to think of whatever you're working out is, because it's like, you know, just make sure your trajectory is in that direction. If you've got a marble on a ramp, it doesn't matter how many bumps and lumps and turns are on that ramp, it's always going to be pushing that ball forward toward the bottom, you know. So even if it comes against a little bit of resistance or even a lot of resistance, after a little bit of time, it will continue down that path. It's just the nature of things, as long as that drive is there. And that's what I like the most about working out is, you know, you don't have to guess, right? It's not luck based to a degree. You know if you have enough time in your day to do your workout and to actually fit it in, and you know if you're skipping it, you know if you're eating too much, or you know if you don't even want to think about it because you're eating too much. It's all knowns, you know. And the greatest minds in the world that are trying to figure out the wildest math equations, guess what? They're looking at a whole page of paper with 8 or probably like 100 unknowns, and that's taken freaking, you know, IQ 200 neuron geniuses to figure out. Now let's compare that to us. We don't even have a piece of paper. We got a sticky note. Working out, sleeping, cardio, hydration, macros, attendance in the gym. That's it. You know, obviously it's more than that, but you get the point I'm trying to get at. So it's like, if those things are all in order, or if you get them in order, well, then your equation is solved and you're on track for progress. Whether it's quicker or slower than you might have expected is a little bit more of a personal issue, but as long as you're on track, dude, you are good. And that should be getting you excited. You know, I'm not even as concerned about like what weight did I lift that day or how much did I squat. Like, of course it's cool and I like it, but you know, what I really want to be able to do every time I leave the gym, you know, obviously I drove there, I'm all excited, I do my workout, I leave. What I really care about the most, beyond weight, beyond whatever, is, am I happy that I brought it, and am I on track for what my goals are currently? And if I can say yes to both of those things, then sweet, you know? So how many things in life have like a million different, how many to-do lists do you have for just whatever, where it has 100 different boxes you got to check off? With this, it's 2. Did I bring it, and am I on track? And if I can check those 2 off, that's a serious mood booster for me. You know, if somebody really came in and had like a life-altering whatever, and I had to completely cut the gym off, like let's say I got a genetic disposition, and I go to my doctor and he says, you've got anti-gymitis. If you go to the gym one more time, I don't know
That'd be. I guess I got all my eggs in one basket there, but I'm okay with that, because I don't have anti-gymitis. If anything, I have hyper-gymitis where I want to do it extra, and taking it away would mess with me, But that's my point. And I've got a little. I mean, like I'm not saying I've got the accolades of a total baller bodybuilder, but looking back over it was almost 3 years of all these documented lifts that I've got to bring you guys along with. There's some pretty drastic physique changes. That initial bulk, that initial diet, vice versa. I don't know if this is the 4th or the 3rd iteration. I think this might be the 4th. But either way, it's been an up and down and up and back and forth and whatever. Like, there's been some substantial changes to my build. And over the course of time, it kind of looks like this, where it's like bulk, excuse me, bulk, cut, bulk, cut. And it's kind of a gradual upward trend. And I want to keep that going. So I guess if you need at least a reference of somebody who's done something like that, actually, maybe I'm not even the guy to watch, right? Look for somebody who's a little bit more your speed. And I don't mean that in terms of progress. I just mean in terms of like, personal level. And I don't mean level in a good or bad way. I'm saying if you're a guy and you're on like a 100-pound body fat loss journey, I can tell you all I know about cardio and calories and tracking everything, and I can write out a couple meals that some people might not like, but I like. But I haven't lived that. So that's where I love the part about social media, Instagram, TikTok, everything, is because there are people like that. There are guys who have done that, and you can watch their progress and their journey. And that's probably the greatest motivator of all, is to have seen someone do it before. I mean, it's in our freaking genes, man. Monkey see, monkey do. So as soon as something has been proven possible, it's immediately more accessible to everyone worldwide. That's why that's why Olympic records typically, as soon as a long-standing one is just suddenly broken, the floodgates open, and then everybody's running a sub 10-second 100-meter, and everybody's jumping X high on this, or there's a few outliers, or like when I think they changed the weight of the javelin so that they made it a little bit heavier, so that record will never be broken. But things like that, it's like as soon as you've seen one guy do it, it's like, oh shit, all right, now I can do it, come on. And then sometimes you look at a guy and you're like, that guy could do it? Oh, okay, now I gotta do it. That sort of deal. But either way, that's certainly my favorite part about all these videos. And I'm not talking about mine, I'm saying all the ones that I get to see too. All right, the age-old question. What's the trick? What's the secret? What's the special technique in which shit just goes down, right? Shit just happens. Shit just, and I'm not to say shit is actually disrespectful towards the idea of a goal. Cool ass stuff happens, and at least to a degree, it all starts with showing up. It's all going to start from freaking showing up. So, and in the words of a great bodybuilder, Mr. Genova, sometimes nobody shows up and you automatically win. That's an if you know kind of thing. But no, I mean, really, it's to take the first step is the first step with a lot of stuff, and I didn't understand that. Well, let me get into it over the next few minutes. But I was just getting into what I was doing with gymnastics and diving with a couple guys before, and whatever it is, whatever makes a high school basketball star turn into a college baller, turn into an NBA guy, whatever takes a regular football club kid all the way into FIFA, it's something I didn't have with gymnastics. I didn't have it with diving. I was good, I could do some cool stuff, but it wasn't like, that wasn't the point. It was kind of like I did it, I really liked it, it was fun, but I didn't have that itch. I didn't have that that fire under your ass, as some people would say, that I really do have with the working out. And part of it was just being a kid. Imagine your 16-year-old self
do you have one thing in particular, or actually I guess this is going a little bit further back, 14-year-old self, 13-year-old self, you're not living life in a way where you've got one particular thing in the center of your mind, always at the forefront of your thoughts, that you want to get better at, you want to work at, you want to kill it, And the ones that do, if that happens that early and it actually lasts, into adulthood, dude, that guy's going to turn into a freaking beast. So I can't exactly say what makes that happen. Is it the guy's dad wanted him to be the best freaking, golfer ever, or the best whatever? I don't. From what I can tell, every story of someone where they have made some crazy stuff happen, it's not even as though that was the tangible goal they were aiming for in the beginning. It just kind of happened, right? I mean, take the Ronnie Coleman part. At least this is like what I've heard. We haven't had like real deep talk or anything like that, but it's, hey man, this gym said that if you competed, you got a free membership, or like a Jay Cutler, as far as I know, the story is he just wanted to work out because that's that was his thing. The actual, like, go look up the origin story from him to really hear it from his mouth, or like anyone. It's there's at least not from what I can tell, not a huge overlap of insane, instant, early ambition into finalized, actualized reality. And it's more so just an aligning of the planets, reaching a setup where things are in your favor in a way. And the work at the gym really was like that for me, because it to say it clicked is really an understatement. There's no way to describe it better, but it was just instant. It's something that I liked, I had decent potential with, and that I could stick to consistently and not get tired of. So this puts me at like a little bit more than 7 years deep into near daily training, which I really don't think I wouldn't foresee that ever changing, even if for whatever reason I got the thought in my mind like, done with this working out stuff. Just from everything I know about it, I'd still do it just because how good it is, But at least so far, it's got no inkling of getting old for me. Like every day is still a new day that I'm excited for when it comes to the gym. Not to mention all the crazy people that I get to meet and see and hear from. They just get me extra excited to the point where I want to work out harder so that I can show up next year to this expo or this bodybuilding show or anything, a different guy, and kind of be able to, do my own parallel journey to them, and we all get to sort of see where we land. Like, it's not a competition thing, but it's just like, it's almost like a flexing of your progress. Because if I see a guy where I saw his, TikTok of this dude a year ago, and then I see him now, and the guy's like a total beast, or, a dude where he said he was going to lose 300 pounds or 200 pounds or 100 pounds or whatever, and then I see him on my phone again later, and he did it, or, anything like that, that's cool. That is sick, because that's putting somebody's putting their mind to something, at least in a way, proclaiming they're going to get after it, even by posting yourself. Like, that's kind of, you're basically setting the record of where you are at that given moment, hopefully to beat in the future. And it's just like, that's awesome for me, but it just happened to click like that. So if it wasn't that, it'd be something else, right? So I guess that's I don't know how I'd want to relate that to someone who maybe doesn't feel the same way about the gym. But maybe it's not instant. Maybe it's something that has to grow on you. I mean, I'd say, what do you think? Right, let's keep let's say 18-year-old dude to 40-year-old dude demographic. What's the percentage of guys where they think the gym is just, a bunch of lunks and meathead bodybuilder guys, and they don't want to be involved at all, and they don't even care about working out? I think a good percentage of them could kind of be persuaded towards actually seeing the benefits if they got into it. So it's like you're taking a kid who says he's a picky eater, and then he says, look, I don't think I'm going to like this. I'm still going to try it, and we'll see what happens. And then, oh, guess he's not so picky after all. Something along those lines. But all I'm trying to get at, I guess really my main point there is I'm just freaking excited. So plan for tonight with back. Nothing wild, nothing too hefty, I think. But I might want to get into a little bit of supersets for tonight. I've been on a very straight set kick when it comes to my last couple back days. Just regular pull down, row, pull over, combo, row pull down, setup, pose down, leave. Very, very consistent, but I kind of want to spice it up. So I'll see what I want to do today. Because back is a little hard to superset. If I did a set of pull downs to failure and then immediately jumped onto a set of rows, that's kind of tricky, right? That's a big set. That's not nothing. So we'll see. If I end up doing combos like that, then maybe I'll only do, if I did a set of pull downs as close to failure as I could get, and then immediately into a set of cable rows or a machine row or something along those lines to complete total failure, I could see only doing 4 of those kind of combo sets and having that be it. But we'll see. I'm not going to limit myself just by giving a number now, because I'm not in the gym. So now I'm getting a little off topic of what I was just saying a moment ago, but this is a little bit of an indicator of maybe if you should at least listen carefully when you hear anyone say this in like a gym video or like an Instagram short that got clipped out of context or whatever. Every time anyone says a very, proclamative, yeah, rewind 2 seconds, proclamative statement where they're really saying, this is how it is right here. This is the answer. Everything else is wrong and stupid. That's dumb. That's really dumb. That's not cool. I know that's kind of unrelated to my hype up talk a second ago, but that's a good key that somebody is just boxing themselves in instead of opening themselves up to new ideas. So that's where I don't want to box myself in. I don't want to come into the gym and say I have to do 2 sets of pull downs, 2 sets of rows, 2 sets of shrugs, 2 sets of something and leave and repeat forever. And that's the best way to do it, because it's just not true. There's a million ways to get after it. So how I take that is, all right, I'm going to get after it in all sorts of different ways. Still basic bodybuilding sets, heavy set, light set, squeezing set, super set. I'm not doing anything so crazy as like an imagination set where I just sit and like flex and imagine myself doing it. But with what I'm comfortable with in the training, I want to do it as many different ways as I can. And then in the process, I'll uncover for myself, do I like doing a pull down immediately into a row? Do I like doing a row immediately into a pull down? 3 other different ways of a combination. And if the answer is yes, then sweet, maybe I'll do it again later. And if the answer is no, well then hey, I tried it, now I want to move on to something else. The stakes are low on a workout by workout basis. The stakes are high when it comes to like a consistency basis where, sure, one individual lift, if I went back in my whole history of lifting and just erased it, I'm still me right here. If anything, I might be a little bigger if I erased one of the lifts where I hurt myself, because then I'd be able to get more good workouts in. But it would change nothing, right? But when they're all added up together, that's kind of the value. So don't forget about one lift. Maybe one lift goes to shit. Your day was really off. You got some stuff going on. Try to make the best of it, but don't lose your mind either. So it's kind of this common ground of cutting yourself a little slack, but also holding yourself to what you say you're going to do. And there's cases for both, right? It's a situation by situation basis. But at least try to have the foresight to not lie to yourself. I see a lot of rest days and a lot of just BS getting spouted where it's, this guy's really just saying, I don't want to work hard. I don't like that these workouts are difficult. I don't like to sweat. I don't like to go to the gym every day. I don't like it, And if that's the subcontext of a video or someone's speech or whatever,
Dude, you may as well just throw me into an ice bath. How much you just turn me off. All right, instant swipe. Show me a TikTok edit of Goku fighting Vegeta, and then let me hit a set. That's my ending statement for this car ride. And this is one comment I just read a little bit ago, because I was talking about the amount of volume I like in a workout. You know, because for me, I want to take these sets hard, essentially to failure, where the workload of each set is pretty much maximized for what I can handle. And given that constraint, you know, usually by the time I've done 8 or 7 or 8 sets like that, well, then the workout's over. I'm fully pumped. I'm ready to go. I'm not ready to go. Like, I'm stimulated enough that I feel I've hit it. Now I can go get the recovery process started. And, one comment, I don't remember the commenter, but it was basically, well, Jay Cutler did 20 sets, or so-and-so did 50 sets, or whatever. And the end of the comment was especially particular, because he goes, you got to change up your training. You got to do it like that. And do I? Like, that's not rhetorical. Like, is that actually better? Because let's say you need to, what's a good analogy for this? It's like, let's say you're working at some kind of firm that does some kind of paperwork. What's more effective? 20 sets, being 20 guys pumping out, 5 pages each, where 5 is very manageable, or maybe 7 guys doing, 15 papers each, and that's as much as they can freaking handle, right? So the logic is, if you're going to do more volume, then that volume is going to be less intense on a set-by-set basis. Not like you're not going hard, but you're just not taking it to failure. But you're still accruing damage from those sets. Like, I'm not saying that's not the logic. Or if you really bring it where you're taking every set to failure, maybe even a little bit beyond, with like self-assisted reps or whatever, then you're not going to do 15 sets like that, or at least probably not effectively. You're going to dial it back down to more like a 8 or 7 or whatever. So it's like, what really is better, and that's, I'm not such a believer that I think one side versus the other is extremely more effective, because if I came in today and I did 20 sets, let's say, maybe half intensity, and I don't mean half intensity, but I mean, if I could do 20 reps of a curl, maybe just do 10 or 12, 12 repetitions. Obviously go hard, still bring it, but don't take myself to total failure. Rack it, give myself a minute, and then do it again, And something about the taking a singular set to failure resonates with me a little more personally, because it just clicks. Like, if I want a set to be as good and awesome as it can be, well, then I want it to, I want to be in a situation where if I got a call and I had to leave the gym, I don't feel like that workout was screwed, because even if I only got to do one working set, I still stimulated, whatever muscle that I was aiming at. And it's just something about it. Something about that logic of bringing it 100%, nothing left in the tank, every working set, at least, close to that. Sometimes I do more pumpish sets where it's not total failure, it's more of a burning sensation. But for the most part, that's, it's kind of just what I resonate with. So is that wrong? Is it wrong to prefer a specific kind of set purely because you enjoy it and it's more fun for you to do? Like, I still think it's effective. Like, I'm not saying it's one or the other. If it was barely effective, just because I liked it wouldn't mean I would do it, But just something to think about, right? That's all I'm trying to get into. So maybe I'm limiting myself by doing the same kind of workouts on a pretty consistent basis, but they do work. So we'll see. Something to think about. Who knows? Maybe over time my preferences will change. I think that's the best takeaway from that situation. You might do this now and you might really like and resonate with this now, but fast forward a few years, fast forward a few months, maybe you try different training, shit could get changed up. there's always a bigger fish out there. But that's kind of the point, man. It's just fun to get to see guys who are kind of taking it that far. But no, so that'll at least be some good hype for me dieting down. You know, seeing these guys actually on stage, bringing it, obviously to a completely different level. But the basic gist of the prep is pretty, I'd imagine it's similar for everybody, right? If you're actually doing a legit show, lean, cardio, dieting, basically just difficult, it's all kind of on the same page. But like I said last year, everybody's going to watch the Olympia unfold. You know, somebody is going to be crowned all the way from open to men's physique and classic and everything in between. And it's going to make people excited. It's every big bodybuilding show, the Olympia, the Arnold, it just, I mean, really leaving every expo, it adds a certain allure to the, I mean, really just adds an allure to the sport, right? It's, you know, it's like when Top Gun came out and it really showed off like, oh, you know, being a freaking fighter pilot, it's actually pretty cool. You know, it kind of highlights just the cool part. Well, shit, everybody wanted to be a fucking fighter pilot, you know? So in every kind of endeavor, sport, whatever, it's the same thing. You know, everybody wants to do a project car if they go see a car show or whatever. But that hype fades because, you know, if you're sitting in the Olympia stage in Vegas or the Olympia venue and you're watching, like, they're shooting confetti off, like it's insane, it's huge. And that's very, I mean, it's very hype inducing. But fast forward a week, fast forward 2 weeks, everybody goes back to where they're from, or maybe they live there and they just go back to wherever. It's, you know, the guys who really want to bring it, the guys who get somewhere, and not even in, you know, the context of like insane bodybuilding progress or anything, but just working out in general, they're the ones who, they don't lose that hype. It almost doesn't really even fluctuate, right? It's like, if you know somebody who's a little bit more erratic, they're kind of always chasing highs and their lows are extra low. Like, if, you know, people have that with motivation. It's like, oh, I'm locking in this week. 3 days of workouts go by and then, you know, fall off the wagon. Yeah, it's just, the guys who I think bring it always have a steady baseline in the green. You know, one day some guy might have 10 level motivation, just hype, excitement. But if the next 6 days are like -3, I don't want to do it, well, then that counteracts. The average is in the red. The guys who, like, for them, that's just day by day activity. Like, that's what they want to do. They don't have it's not a huge challenge for them to do it. Well, obviously they're hyped and excited, but they don't have to bring it this high all the time. For them, it's, yeah, let's get after it. They're at a solid, you know, in the positive range. It's like putting your money into an index fund. It's always going to grow, you know. Of course, that's not always true, but you get what I'm saying. It's where it's not a challenge to challenge yourself, right? Kind of a little bit Bruce Lee. The best defense is no defense, right? Don't put yourself in a position to get hit. So with the working out, I guess the best way I could kind of translate that is, the best hype is not having a lack of hype and just always being kind of excited, or at least driven in a way to go hit your lifts and get your things done that just doesn't fade, you know. And if that can be you, then you're setting yourself up for success, because then things are really just going to start to happen, right? It's like, you know, every day you gotta, if you want to grow a freaking house plant, sure, every day you gotta water it, but everything else just kind of happens after, you know. There's so many different ways to think about it, because it's like, should you work up to a heavy set throughout the workout, leg extensions, leg press, then a peak heavy set right in the middle, kind of pyramiding up, or warm up and then while you're freshest, do an extra heavy set in the beginning, kind of set the tone, and then you're not going to recreate that set's weight and reps, so the rest of the sets are just kind of like, you know, toppings. Instead of starting with an appetizer, you go straight to the main course, followed by a whole bunch of sides after. And you know, I don't think there's one way to do it, but I think if you do it a whole bunch of different ways, you'll find out what you like, and then, you know, obviously lean into that. If you've got some skill
some dexterity to play guitar, you're probably not going to play drums. Even if you could, you're going to want to do what you're good at, you know? So, like, there's a fine line between, you know, what's objectively effective, but also what you make effective from how you do it, right? So just something to think about. You know, don't catch yourself completely following sheep mentality and just doing what everyone else does because that's what everyone else is doing, if you get it.
This is it. This is the feeling I'm aiming for. Not flexing at all. My quads are still tense. Yeah, this is nice. This is what I want to see. So honestly, I don't know. I think let's get into a little bit about the squat, right? I think the squat gets a little bit pushed into the back burner. It's kind of hated on as a quad movement by some. Typically, those who have not really squatted before, which I completely understand because squats are tricky. Like, I only am such a big proponent of squats now because I've done them for long enough that I'm like kind of good at them, because it is a skill. Like, it's not just getting on like a preacher curl. You know, you're balancing, you're bracing, you're trying not to let your lower back round over a little bit. I think I have a little bit of a butt wink. That's when at the bottom you kind of sort of like your pelvis kind of rolls in just a little bit. I never feel anything from it, but that's something I'm trying to work on. But you know, it's tricky. You know, you're not just gonna, if someone is completely untrained in the squat, well, then squats are gonna suck. You know, you're not gonna be able to load it up. You're not even gonna like it. You're just gonna feel like you're being crushed, and you're not even, like, the weight on your back isn't even translating to your quads. And some don't even like the idea of it because it's like, well, couldn't you just do a leg press instead and load your quads that way? Which I understand, and I kind of do agree with, but there's just something special about the squat, man. There's a little something extra from, I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm a Tom Platz fan, and you know, I liked watching Clarence Kennedy earlier when I started working out, or even, yeah, just about when I started. So I've already got like a preference to like the squat. But it's, I mean, dude, it's good, because once you get a decent technique, like, that's why I put my plate or my heels on that plate, so that I can let my knees go forward a little more and keep my back a little bit more upright. Because a powerlifter style squat, super low bar, they lean really far forward. Well, that's not that quad focused. That you're using your glutes, you're using your lower back, you're using your whole posterior chain to kind of press the weight up rather than really load it into your quads. So, you know, there's something about it, and it's almost beyond words. Like, you know, those who have squatted legit, they kind of know what I'm talking about, right? And if you need a little bit of motivation to get squatting, or at least watch somebody who's a total beast, look up Kyle Curvey. Kyle Curvey is insane. He's going to be squatting over 900 for sure, but he's repping like 750 for 5. Well, like, it's nuts. Now, obviously, the guy's huge too, which kind of, you know, plays into it. If you're a 300-pound dude, of course, you can lift a ton of weight, but still, absolutely insane. So for whatever reason, man, I like the squat. I get a little lower back activation, I get some glute activation, but if you can, you know, get a good stance, typically I like a little narrower. The heel elevated helps me. If you have more flexible ankles, you can just do squat shoes. Those are totally solid. I just like a little bit more. And if you can really get into it, you're gonna like it. I can say that with absolute certainty. And essentially hit every box of the kind of sets that I wanted to hit. You know, I've been saying this the last couple days. A heavy one, a squeezing one, some pump, you know, faster reps, and some slower squeezing reps. I mean, even if it was narrowed down less than that, it would still be a good lift. I think there's a perception that we have, or that people have, with a skill, because it needs practice, it needs intent, there's a lot of steps involved. Like, if today I wanted to, you know, completely drop everything and learn how to play the violin again, which I wasn't super good at in high school, but I could do it. Well, then, you know, I'm going to go through the proper steps, level up my, specifics and do training, little, what do you call it? Training bars, and kind of work my way up from there. And it's not an exertion thing. That's just a mental, like, intent kind of thing, And to translate that to the gym with working out, kind of, I don't want to say bodybuilding in terms of like competing, but just to build muscle, which really is bodybuilding, but whatever, let's just call it lifting. Yes, there is skill involved. Yes, there is the execution of the reps and how you do them and like actually feeling the intended muscle group. That's something you do get better at over time, and you should get better at over time. But the idea that that supersedes effort in this particular endeavor is not true, I do not feel. So what I'm getting at there is, sure, you can have a workout that in its essence is potentially more effective than someone else, right? You can have a workout where you did the right pull down and pull over and whatever, like you hit your whole back very well, very specific. You do a good stretch pull down, and then you follow that with a flared elbow, upward back targeting row, and whatever kind of pullover. Like everything is in place for a really good workout. But in that situation, if there was another guy, maybe he's somebody who doesn't have any Instagram, all of his training knowledge is purely from the Arnold Encyclopedia and some old guys from his gym who taught him how to work out, and then he comes in like a beast and does 3 sets of pull downs, 3 sets of bent over barbell rows, and 3 sets of, let's say, an old school Nautilus pullover, because this grungy guy also has a grungy gym, and he kills it. He absolutely wrecks every set. Well, then guess what? That guy is I think he's gonna have a more effective workout. He's gonna go harder, the effort's gonna be there, he's gonna do more, however you wanna call it, damage or stimulation. And frankly, I mean, if he really brings it harder, then he wins. That situation wins. So it's along the lines of, you can't, or I guess, how am I trying to say this? I don't mean this totally blatantly, but I'm saying this is kind of my thought on the matter is, let's say a simpler workout is going to be more effective if done insanely well than the most perfectly optimized workout done scrappily. Now that's obvious, all right? So the rebuttal to that is, well, I'm going to do a really smart workout and I'm going to kill it, which in that case, great. That's sweet. That's awesome. I really do not want to give off the idea that I'm saying any particular style of training is inherently bad. That's not what I'm getting at. For me, I'm much more, I don't want to say judgmental, but I guess that kind of is the right word, on people's approach to the gym in a more subjective sense. Like their approach in terms of how hard are they bringing it? How hard are they willing to go? Like, are their sets legit, serious? Are they killing it? Like, are they going after it, and do they really mean it? You know what I'm saying? And I think that's a more important differentiator than what kind of workouts you do. Rather than saying, oh, I do this, and this split and whatever, and then someone else saying, oh, well, I'm actually doing more effective because I do this, and this. That's not, I don't see it. That's just a few levels better than the guys who are like, well, actually Goku is multiversal level and he could totally beat Saitama because he can do ultra, like, you're basically saying my dad's stronger than your dad at that point, So, I kind of play into it. I'm like, oh, science-based lifter, whatever. Look, my concern is looking at guys as a guy. Like, am I looking at someone and saying, this guy's a beast, he's killing it, the effort is there, or not? And that's my criteria. I'm never going to look at someone who's clearly got badass results and think, he doesn't know what he's doing. Because clearly he does. The results speak for themselves, But just something to think about, right? I think the main descriptor or the primary attribute that's going to define your level as someone in the gym, which it's not a competition, but just, bear with me here, is just, what percentage of effort and just like excitement can you bring to the table on the regular, on average? If that's 90%, you're a daily or like 6 times a week, 5 times a week lifter. That's not even a question. Like, you're hitting this shit and people can tell just by looking at you. You don't have to be 250. A lean 180 is sick. Like, do not get me wrong. When I look back at myself at 180, I'm like, that was a good build, just a different size, That is where I feel the value really is. It's not so much, I mean, really, I like resonating with this kind of quote. It's not what you do, it's how you do it, right? So I want to keep it as simple as that. I don't even like the fact that I keep playing into this back and forth, because I'm like, optimal. Like, I want everybody to get big in whatever way that they like the most and that can actually get results for them. That's really my honest take.
I don't think there's a ubiquitous rule. I mean, there's not a ton of rules when it comes to working out in terms of making it work, apart from, figuring out what obviously kind of works a little, so it's kind of silly to say, but also what you can get behind. I'd have a hard time doing like a cardio-based, like plyometric workout, not only because my cardio compared to someone who really does that sort of stuff would suck, but let's say I worked on it, whatever. I just wouldn't have as much fun with it, and I probably wouldn't bring it as hard, because it's just not a kind of training I resonate with. I really can get behind squats and leg press and leg extensions or bench and everything like that. Like, just these kind of standard lifts, that's what gets me excited. If you're a bit more of like a full body kind of guy and it's working for what your goals are, and in your mind you're like, look, I've got an entire body, you're always doing functional. Like, if you're, going way back when and you're trying to hunt down a woolly mammoth or whatever, you're not just isolating your biceps, you're using everything, like I get the logic. And I think that's important, just to really like be able to feel it. Know that when you're coming into the gym, no matter what you're doing, you've got a reason to be there. And that reason is important to you. And that makes it feel like an activity rather than a chore. If you're a clean freak, in the sense of like you just like everything nice and tidy, maybe more than the average dude, you're not going to think that like, oh God, this sucks, I got to clean up. You're like, I want this to look nice again. So it's something where the actual objective difficulty of a task can kind of be morphed either harder or easier by whatever's motivating, whoever it is to do it. Like some guys, they need to go on a run. That's what they like. A few miles around the block, or maybe if you're in the country, just around like the big block of whatever's around you. That doesn't feel like work. If you told me, Sam, you got to go run for an hour. What? Like, it just would not work. But all I'm saying is, make sure you have a reason for why you're doing things, because then you'll do them that much harder and get that much more results with them. But I better go extra hard after I just spent 3 minutes freaking chit-chatting.
And if you wait too long, I do think you'll eventually miss out. How long are you going to wait if you're like, oh man, I'm thinking about doing a bulk, but I'm not really sure? The fact that you're thinking about it means you've got this drive, you've got the bulking itch, but you're loaded in the chamber, you're about to fire, like, we're going to do it. But you just can't get that ignition. And that's fine, but if you stay like that, right, if you stay in this state of like kind of a failure to launch into whatever endeavor it may be it, you want to get lean again, you want to get back into a like a 34 waist jeans, whatever it might be, the fact that you're even thinking that, at least in my opinion, I think that's an obligation that you've got to at least go for it a little. Because it's a very comfortable regret to think, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Because then at least it's a learning experience which you're going to benefit from. Like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have gone so heavy that day and like pulled my pec. That kind of sucked. I've learned from that experience, and now I don't do it as often. I haven't pulled something for a while, you know, or man, I shouldn't have. I don't know. Honestly, that's my main regret right now, is like knowing that I have like pulled shit. But the fact that I did it and learned from it, now I'm a better lifter. You know, I'm not going to hurt myself, or at least my likelihood of hurting myself is lower. You know, but the idea of like, man, I wish I should have done this. So that's a little different, you know, because it's not. You'll never know. It's just in your mind, and there's a certain retrospection, like when you look back at yourself, where in the moment you might be a little unsure if you're going to be able to do it. You might be a little like, you know, who knows, maybe it won't even work out. When you look back on things that you could have done, that you wish you would have done, you're not going to think, you know, it might not have worked out anyway, whatever. That's not going to happen. You know, you're going to think, man, what if it worked out perfectly and everything was awesome and my entire life could have been different, or, you know, things along that line. You know, maybe not that intense, but, you know, you never know. Someone's first trip to the gym where one of their buddies who works out kind of brought them along. I mean, I'm sure there's thousands of stories where that was like an insane turning point in somebody's life. So if you don't have that guy, if you don't have somebody to bring you into the gym, or just whoever to get you going or just get started, I don't think it's an awesome idea to wait for it. If that's the circumstance you're in, then I think a better look at it is you're that guy. You got to bring yourself in, you know. And obviously, if you're watching this video, you're already working out. But I'm just talking about, you know, those who have not, you know, or if you know somebody who's got a little bit of an itch but just hasn't really jumped on it yet, I think it is well worth at least thinking about. And if not just thinking about, trying and going after. Because I know I get to feel like a beast every time I finish a lift. Bulked up, cut down, even if I gotta hurt something or other, as long as I hit a different body part, that's sweet. You know, so regardless of any kind of like physical change or like state of being or whatever, from as far as I'm concerned, just going to the gym and working out in any capacity is a W. You know, and I get to leave knowing I liked it, and then I get to do it again and again and again and again to infinity. You know what I'm saying?